Xia Shao had endured enough of the mundane grind of corporate life and resolved to resign and retire to her hometown. However, to her astonishment, upon opening her eyes, she found herself transported to the impoverished 1960s, complete with an unwanted green hat of shame. After a long journey to the northeast, she discovered that her fiancé had already married and had 2 children. To avoid causing a scandal, his family swiftly arranged a marriage for her. The new suitor was tall, handsome, and had a relative in a prominent position at a major factory, which immediately caught Xia Shao's attention. What her fiancé's family failed to mention was that this man was known for his cold demeanor, sharp tongue, and notorious reputation as a scoundrel in his hometown. Marrying him meant not only household chores, but also the burden of financially supporting the family. Difficult days lay ahead. Unbeknownst to Xia Shao, prior to her time travel, she had read a novel in which the highly esteemed tycoon, revered by the male protagonist, happened to be her new husband. Meanwhile, the Republic's firstborn had not yet grown old, and this land was rich with resources and factories, brimming with opportunities. By marrying him, she would secure a stable job without the need for overtime, leading to a brighter future. Yet, what she did not anticipate was that while her workplace would refrain from requiring late hours, her wealthy husband would not show the same consideration. As she faced his cold gaze and silent admonitions to endure a little longer, she could only wonder, where was the promised fortune if he seldom returned home? As April drew to a close and the days lengthened, the lingering chill of northern spring refused to yield, with only a few patches of fresh green peeking through the roadside grass. In a small compartment on the second floor of the railway guest house, a tiny Kong, a traditional heated bed, barely radiated warmth. Tian Suifan, unable to bear the chill in her coat, hung it on a nearby rack and poured a cup of hot water from a bamboo-wrapped thermos for the brother and sister opposite her. Has it been over 5 years since we last saw each other? When we left, Wanhui was just this tall, she said, gesturing in front of her chest. I hardly recognized him at the station just now. It's a pity the Konga home has collapsed. We're in the midst of repairs and have no space for you to stay, so you'll have to make do in the guest house. Though she spoke lightly, she secretly wished they would not stay at her home, preferring they not come at all. During the land reform, her family's old Li, having worked as an accountant, had a somewhat sensitive background. To avoid being implicated by his employer, he sacrificed the family's only son by arranging a betrothal with the daughter of the local militia commander, Xia Laosan. The latter was capable and upright, and his reputable background allowed the arrangement to proceed without incident. Xia Laosan's daughter was undeniably beautiful. Her mother was renowned for her looks, and Xia Shao, having inherited her mother's fair complexion after a summer of sunbathing, was particularly striking. At the station, amidst a sea of blue-green clothing and braided hair, she stood out distinctly. However, no matter how beautiful she was, she felt she could not match her family's expectations of Baosheng. In a vast and sparsely populated Northeast, where labor was perpetually in short supply since the establishment of the nation, Old Li had connections and brought his family there in 1957. He now worked as an accountant for a vegetable and grocery store, while Baosheng had become a worker at a machinery factory. Meanwhile, the Xia family was still struggling to make ends meet in the countryside. Who would want a village girl when they could have a city bride? Yet, due to Xia Laosan's past assistance to their family, they could not initiate a cancellation of the engagement, opting instead to delay the matter to avoid being deemed unreasonable. 4 years ago, when Xia Shao turned 18, the topic of marriage was never broached. Not even a single letter was sent to inquire. It was presumed that the old Xia family understood their own limitations, realizing they were unworthy and thus sought a suitable match for their daughter elsewhere. To their astonishment, the family, witnessing their newfound prosperity, clung tenaciously to them, insisting on sending their daughter over. 3 days prior, upon receiving news from the capital, she and Old Li spent a sleepless night, their anger simmering to the point of causing physical distress. Had they foreseen this twist of fate, they would have refrained from riding to the capital to assure their safety after settling down. Fortunately, Xia Laosan had perished during the 3-year famine, and his wife was rather ineffectual. Thus, only a young lad was sent to escort the bride, rather easy task to deceive. She claimed their home lacked space, and they took her at her word, accompanying her to the guest house. Tian Suifan sighed deliberately. Rest assured, Uncle Li, we have received your letter and understand your intentions for this visit. It is not that we are delaying, rather, your Baosheng brother has enlisted, and in doing so, altered his age by 3 years. The military has regulations that one must be at least 25 to marry. Li Baosheng was 2 years older than Xia Shao, currently 24. Having reduced his age by 3 years, he would need to wait at least 4 more. However, Xia Shao had already endured 4 years of waiting, and delaying further would leave her as an unmarried woman in her late 20s. Xiao Wanhui, seated opposite, immediately furrowed his brow. Upon noticing, Tian Kuifan's tone grew increasingly apologetic. I am aware that Xia Shao is no longer a child, and further delays may lead to gossip. Yet, your Bao Sheng insists on serving, and neither I nor your uncle Li can dissuade him. If it becomes impractical, perhaps you could find another suitable match for Xia Shao. We are not picky. In rural communities, marriages occur early, and a woman of 22 is considered quite mature, let alone one nearing 27. Even if the old Xia family could endure the whispers, in 3 to 4 years, Xia Shao would have other options. It is certainly unreasonable to expect her to wait until her 30s. Indeed, the look on Xia Wanhui's face shifted from concern to dismay. Why was this not mentioned earlier? My father inquired about marriage in his letters 2 years ago, yet we received no response. Xia Wanhui sprang to his feet, eager to voice his thoughts, but Xia Shao gently pulled his arm. Since earlier, she had remained mostly silent, her gaze cast down, appearing timid in this unfamiliar environment. When Xia Wanhui looked her way, she merely shook her head, which left him in a state of frustration, returning to his seat. Tian Cuifan recognized that Xia Shao was much like her mother, timid and averse to confrontation. In the past, her family had bullied the girl, assigning her various tasks, and she had always endured without protest. As long as she could send the siblings back home, she would consider it a success. Tian Cuifan feigned ignorance, retrieving a bowl of freshly steamed buns from her bag. These are just made this afternoon. You two should rest early. Tomorrow, I will buy tickets to send you back to the capital. Once she departed, Xiao Wanhui immediately sprang to his feet again, anxiously pacing the room. It is said that one bows low to marry a wife, but raises their head to marry off a daughter. Had it not been for dire circumstances, the family would not have taken the initiative to send Xia Shao over. Xiao Laosan had always been industrious, earning 12 work points when others managed only 10, that even the most capable individuals cannot withstand 3 years of famine, with each person receiving merely 12 caddies of grain per month. In the first 2 years, when there was nothing to eat, everything from sweet potato peels to elm bark, wheat bran, and corn husks was ground and mixed into the meager rations. Xiao Laosan, with a voracious appetite, consumed an excessive amount of corn husks in one sitting and tragically succumbed to his fate. With their father gone, only the eldest brother remained as the sole adult laborer in the household, and life became increasingly difficult for the younger siblings. Xiao Wanhui was somewhat fortunate, as their mother secretly supplemented their provisions. However, Xia Shao, being a daughter, had to endure her brother's reprimands even for a mere sip of gruel. After enduring prolonged hunger, she could no longer bear it, and, during the spring plowing season, resorted to pilfering corn meant for seed. To deter birds from digging up the soil to steal the seeds, they had all been soaked in pesticides. Upon hearing a commotion, Xiao Wanhui rushed over, only to find Xia Shao unconscious, foam spilling from her mouth. The village's barefoot doctor managed to revive her after administering several bowls of mung bean water, but the corn kernels she had swallowed were intact. Those kernels were exceedingly hard. Who would swallow them whole, unless driven by desperation? This time, their mother was genuinely frightened, and unable to manage her son, she could only suggest that her daughter leave to marry in the northeast. Little did she know that upon making the long journey, Li Baosheng had enlisted in the army, leaving her to wonder how to find a suitable match for her sister. Moreover, if he were away for a few years, it would be challenging to wait, and it would not reflect well on them. Xiao Wanhui, anxious and sweating profusely, turned around only to discover his sister comfortably leaning against the Kong, enjoying a bun with a seemingly content expression. In a fit of frustration, he exclaimed, "What time is it? And you still have the leisure to eat buns?" "No matter the time, one must first fill their stomach," replied Xia Shao, her voice as gentle and unassuming as her appearance. She offered him a two-caddies bun from her bowl, saying, "It's not bought with grain coupons, so why not eat it?" Indeed, during these times, going out to eat required grain coupons, and those were often scarce. Only individuals sent on business trips to other provinces received them from their workplaces, while rural folk had no idea whom to approach for exchanges. Throughout the 3 days of travel, Xiao Wanhui had been gnawing on sweet potato chips until he could hardly manage another bite. Instinctively, he accepted the bun and took a bite. What filling is this? It's quite delicious. Mountain celery, also known as large leaf celery in the Northeast. It's completely organic, free from pesticides and fertilizers, truly a green food. Our own celery hasn't been treated with fertilizers either. Fertilizers were exceedingly scarce, requiring approval from higher authorities for village use. Xiao Wanhui saw no reason to emphasize this point, as he quickly finished the bun and was about to take another when he suddenly realized. Sister, this matter concerns your entire future. You must pay more attention. Perhaps due to the effects of malnutrition, Xia Shao had been lethargic and unmotivated for the past half-month. She had become sluggish in her tasks, and even when her brother glared at her during meals, she feigned ignorance, stubbornly consuming more than anyone else. Fortunately, following the incident, the villagers gossiped about her brother, and he dared not push his authority too far. Their journey to the northeast was also unexpected. His sister, usually timid and hesitant to venture beyond the village for markets, readily agreed when their mother suggested it. To his surprise, she enjoyed the journey, relishing good food and drink, and slept soundly on the hard seats of the green train, even more peacefully than he did. Seeing his agitation, Xia Shao leisurely sipped her water. Do you truly believe that Li Baosheng has gone to the army? Isn't that the case? Li uncle and Li aunt have only this one son, whom they cherish like a precious gem. Would they willingly send him to the military to endure hardship? Li Baosheng was the beloved child that the Li couple had long awaited after giving birth to 3 daughters, Zhao Di, Yin Di, and Dai Di. Eventually, they had another daughter, whom they named Dai. Yet, regrettably, after nearly 20 years, they were still unable to welcome a son. As their sole offspring, they had never permitted him to labor in the fields, let alone suffer in the army. Is it possible that Li aunt is deceiving us? Xiao Wanhui finally began to comprehend. However, he was still young, inexperienced, and struggled to grasp it fully. Why would she deceive us? What other reason could there be? She neither wishes to fulfill the marriage contract nor endure the scandal. In the original story, the Li family had delayed her marriage until she was 35 without ever mentioning a cancellation. The character depicted in the book was frail and timid when her suitor ceased to respond. She lacked the courage to seek him out in the northeast, ultimately becoming an old maid. As gossip proliferated in the village, her elder brother, who had borrowed 30 yuan from the suitor and refused to repay it, arranged her marriage to an elderly widower. This widower was no saint either. His previous wife had been driven away by him and his mother. After 7 years of marriage, she endured 3 miscarriages due to his abuse. Unable to bear it any longer, she fled and became a maid in the household of the protagonists. However, after a brief period, she was persuaded to return by the widower and his son. Although the narrative does not elaborate on her fate thereafter, one can surmise it was grim. When Xia Shao encountered this section of the story, a torrent of expletives surged within her. It was one thing to share a name with the character, but to endure such mistreatment without seeking divorce and returning home. And her son, was he truly unaware of the life his mother led? When she secretly returned to fetch him, he not only refused to leave, but also informed the widower, leading him to confront his mother. Indeed, Xia Shao found herself in a novel, having traversed into a story set in a bygone era, right after the original character succumbed to poisoning from pesticides. The book contains scant details about this supporting character, and initially, she had not considered this possibility. Realizing that remaining unmarried in this era was implausible, she, who could not even keep a cactus alive, was certainly not destined to pursue an agrarian lifestyle in the countryside. Although Li Baosheng was a mama's boy, he could at least work as a laborer. When Xia's mother mentioned moving to the northeast, she readily agreed. It wasn't until Tian Suifan persistently obstructed her that she began to suspect she might have indeed crossed into a fictional realm. What a predicament this was. Previously, she could only lament her inability to afford a home. Now, she found herself unable to afford even a meal, facing potential peril. In comparison to this dismal life, her past existence with a miserly boss who merely dispensed motivational platitudes without salary increases seemed far more endearing. Had she known she would traverse into another world, even after 4 years of struggling in the north, with wages failing to keep pace with soaring housing prices, she would have resolutely chosen not to resign and return home. It was better to embrace baldness than to perish from consuming counterfeit liquor at a farewell gathering organized by friends. Was it not? Of course, Xia Shao possessed no remarkable qualities other than her ability to maintain a positive outlook. She is not the original owner and could not have waited naively until her 30s to be sold off by her half-brother for a mere 30 yuan. Now that she has arrived in northeast China, it is inconceivable that she would obediently remain at the guest house, listening to Tian Suifan and wait to return to Guangli. Noticing that Xia Wanhui was still puzzled, Xia Shao took another bun and said, "What exactly is going on? Once we finish eating, we can go out and inquire for ourselves." Merely contemplating the situation is futile. We must proceed as planned. Xia Wanhui hastily finished the 2 steamed buns, wiped his mouth, and was about to step outside when Xia Shao glanced at the sky and sat back down. It's already 1962. Why are we still working overtime? How about we wait until after 9 tomorrow before we go? The impatient Xia Wanhui would certainly not allow Xia Shao to postpone their visit until tomorrow. The siblings secured the door and inquired with the front desk attendant for directions, promptly heading towards the address mentioned in the letter. Jiangcheng, nestled within the Changbai mountain range, boasts an abundance of forest and mineral resources. On their way, Xia Wanhui observed numerous towering chimneys, seamlessly blending into the bustling streets, far more vibrant than their hometown. This was during the workers' off hours, and the streets would be even more crowded during peak times. Could they truly gather information? Surely, they wouldn't regard them with disdain. Xia Wanhui's concern was not unfounded. In this era, shops and state-run restaurants were highly regarded establishments. Although the salaries were modest, they dictated whether one had access to quality goods and whether one received a generous serving or a mere spoonful when dining. Consequently, the employees at these 2 establishments often displayed an air of superiority, treating patrons with indifference, in stark contrast to the reverence shown to later customers. Of course, the wave of layoffs in the 90s first engulfed these institutions. Having worked outside for 4 years, Xia Shao had encountered all manner of expressions and was unperturbed by such attitudes. Upon noticing that the vegetable and grocery store had already closed, she saw a middle-aged woman laboriously fixing wooden boards to the window. She quickly approached to lend a hand. The woman, relieved of her burden, expressed her gratitude. Upon glancing sideways, she realized that the young girl was quite attractive. Xia Shao smiled and reassured her that it was no trouble, assisting her in securing the boards in place. Seeing this, Xia Wanhui hurried over to help, urging the woman to take a break. With her hands now free, the middle-aged lady stretched her right shoulder, which had been sore, possibly from the chill, causing her discomfort for the past couple of days, making even the simplest tasks challenging. She inquired of the 2. "I can tell by your accents that you are from the interior?" "Yes," Xia Shao replied. "I am here to find a partner." This explanation held water. People have been venturing to the northeast for opportunities since the late Qing and early Republican era. At its peak, a staggering 90% of the population in the 3 northeastern provinces consisted of young men, akin to the demographic boom in Shenzhen during the 90s. With so many bachelors, local girls were scarce for marriage. Thus, many who established themselves in the Northeast would return home to marry and bring their brides back to start new lives. The middle-aged woman, lacking any suspicion, expressed a hint of regret over Xia Shao's beauty, commenting on her good fortune in finding such a handsome bride. Xia Shao merely smiled, and once the board were secured, she clapped her hands and asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me about someone?" "Go ahead," the woman replied. "Do you know Li Changshun? He also works at the vegetable store." "Are you referring to Accountant Li?" "Yes, I know him. How could I not?" The woman nodded, then paused, her expression shifting as she processed the information. She gazed at Xia Wanhui in disbelief, realizing that he had come to seek a partner, which was quite rare for someone from this area to return home in search of a bride. Had they been childhood sweethearts? Just moments ago, they were discussing Xia Shao. Yet upon hearing Li Changshun's name, the focus shifted to Xia Wanhui. Xia Wanhui momentarily found himself at a loss, while Xia Shao harbored a growing suspicion. She did not deny it and inquired, "Could you share some details about his family? I recall that he has a son as well. Is he married? How is he to get along with?" Xia Shao is quite beautiful and proactively offered her assistance. The middle-aged women hold her in high regard. She merely assumed that Xia Shao was concerned about her brother's rapport with her future brother-in-law. He married shortly after arriving in the Northeast, and now he has 2 children. What? Li Baosheng is married. The expression on Xia Wanhui's face shifted dramatically. What does it matter whether the future brother-in-law is married? They do not live together. The middle-aged woman deemed Xia Wanhui's reaction rather exaggerated. Yet Xia Shao appeared composed, nodding slightly with a hint of acidity in her tone. Accountant Li has the means to summon his son to the shop every day for assistance. His son is quite charming, which is why the manager's daughter has taken a liking to him. Unlike my own son, who knows nothing but work and eating, Xia Wanhui could no longer absorb what the other party was saying. If it weren't for Xia Shao's restraint, he might have erupted on the spot. No wonder the Li family fell silent upon arriving in the northeast, not responding to letters. No wonder Tian Suifan was evasive and filled with lies. It turns out Li Baosheng had already married. If he did not wish to wed her, he should have said so directly. Who is clinging to their family? What is the meaning of this prolonged wait? They even expect them to return and wait. Wait for how long? Until my sister becomes an old maid, ridiculed by the villagers? Xiao Wanhui's face turned ashen as soon as he bid farewell to the lady. He headed straight to the address he had learned of. This would not do. He must seek an explanation from their family. After all, it was they who initiated the engagement, and now they have married upon arriving in the northeast. What is this nonsense? As the aggrieved party, Xia Shao remained relatively calm. Li Baosheng could not possibly remain unmarried for life. Since he did not wish to marry her, marrying another was not surprising to her. In any case, she held no feelings for that mama's boy. Rather than succumb to anger, it would be wiser to contemplate how to leverage this situation. Xia Shao patted Xiao Wanhui's back, urging him not to be upset, for losing one's temper would only harm his health. Xiao Wanhui nearly gasped at her audacity. How could she remain unperturbed by their treatment of her? It is better to know now than later, is it not? As the old adage goes, to live well, one must bear a bit of green on their head. Puffed. Xiao Wanhui began to question if his sister's ailment was not merely physical, but perhaps mental as well. Just as he heard laughter nearby, the siblings glanced over to find two young men, one tall and one short, smoking beside the wall. The taller one, in modern times, could easily serve as a decorative figure for the nation. He was somewhat lean, yet broad-shouldered and straight-backed, embodying the quintessential model physique. He did not glance their way, his eyes half closed, displaying an air of indifference, while the warm glow from nearby households illuminated the sharp contours of his profile. Xia Shao had already averted her gaze, but could not resist stealing another glance. The shorter one immediately whistled, teasing, "I'm laughing. Why are you looking at him? Are you smitten?" If she were an ordinary girl, she would have flushed, at most giving him an indignant glare. However, upon hearing his words, Xia Shao turned her head with unapologetic boldness and remarked earnestly, "He is indeed more handsome than you." It was a mere glance. If this were in modern times, someone might even approach to ask for WeChat. Xia Shao was entirely at ease, leaving the other party utterly bewildered. Even the man who had been smoking with his head bowed lifted his eyelids for a fleeting glance. It was then that Xia Shao noticed the deep black of his pupils, particularly striking when he looked at someone, his gaze cold and aloof. After a mere glance, he withdrew his gaze, and Xia Shao, oblivious to any sense of astonishment, turned to pull Xia Wanhui away. After walking a short distance, she could still hear the incredulous voice of the short man. "She said you are better looking than me." She directly told Ji Bei that he was more handsome. He early stared wide-eyed at Chen Ji Bei beside him, astonished at the boldness of the young woman nowadays, speaking such words with a composed demeanor. Just a statement of truth. Chen Ji Bei did not even raise an eyelid. "Why are you so narcissistic? Have you forgotten that we are friends?" He early was momentarily taken aback. Noticing Chen Ji Bei's lack of response, he cheerfully approached her again. "How about you stay at my place tonight? I'll take you to play cards. After all, your sister-in-law doesn't seem to like you much, always nitpicking." Not interested, Chen Ji Bei retorted, extinguishing her cigarette. "It's getting late. I'm heading back." Indeed, it was late. Li Changshuan's family had long finished their meal, which consisted of steamed buns filled with mountain celery. The buns were made by Tian Suifan and her daughter Li Jia, who had gathered the ingredients together and even delivered a large plate to Li Baosheng's family. After cleaning the dishes with the leftover hot water from a pot, Li Lady felt a surge of anger, realizing that many of those buns had gone to Xia Shao and Xiao Wanhui. They hadn't been in touch for years, yet they eagerly sent their daughter over. Were they unable to find a suitor for her? While grumbling, she clattered the plates and bowls into the cupboard. "Who are you showing off to?" Tian Suifan shot her a glare. Li Lady softened her movements, but continued to mutter, "Mom, really, if they come, to send them back. Why are you accommodating them? Providing meals? It doesn't matter. My brother is married now, so we have nothing to do with them. What do you know? Your sister-in-law is still unaware of this matter. If it gets to her ears, do you still want to find a job?" Li Shanshun interjecta, causing Li Lady to fall silent. Her sister-in-law was not someone to take lightly, She was the daughter of the grocery store manager and the sole child of Manager Chung. Without a son, Manager Chung had raised her as a son, provided her education, and found her a job. When the two families had arranged the marriage, they had promised the Chung family that the second child would take the mother's surname to secure the union. With Li Lady nearing 18, her father, the assistant manager at the store, was about to retire. Whether she could find a job or if her father could advance depended entirely on Manager Cheng's willingness to help. Their family was still supporting her sister-in-law. How could they allow anyone to discover that her brother had an engagement back home at such a critical moment? Li Lady quietly put away the dishes but couldn't resist murmuring, "What if my sister-in-law doesn't take care? What if? Who dares to gamble on that possibility? Do you really think Wenhua's father is always smiling and easygoing? A truly agreeable person wouldn't make it to manager. If this matter were to be exposed, Wenhua's family might be manageable, but her father certainly would not be." Li Changshun lifted a porcelain cup and took a sip of tea, inquiring of his wife, "Have you made arrangements for those two from the Xia family?" "Yes, the lad from the Xia family is quite discontent, but Xia Shao is timid and managed to restrain him. That girl, with her faint-heartedness, cried all night at the guest house, her eyes swollen with tears, and she wouldn't dare step outside. There is no need to worry." Upon hearing this, Tian Suifan scoffed, and even Li Lady revealed a hint of disdain. Li Changshun held a deep-seated contempt for the Siam mother and daughter, who always appeared so timid and submissive, exuding an air of pettiness. However, Xiao Lao San was capable, and his wife was somewhat more pliable, making things easier, which is why he refrained from voicing any objections. "Since everything is in order, let us swiftly send them back tomorrow and ensure they don't come near Wenhua." Li Changshun retrieved his watch from the drawer by the Kong and glanced at the time. This watch was procured through Manager Chung after their family became linked with the Chengs. Just as Li Lady hurried to secure the door, a familiar female voice called out, "Lady." The voice was unmistakable, reminiscent of Chung Wenhua, whom they had just been discussing. Li Lady quickly reopened the door, and indeed, there stood a heavily pregnant woman, clutching a flashlight. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Li Lady asked, somewhat apprehensive. Hearing the commotion, Tian Suifan rushed out from the inner room, immediately supporting her daughter-in-law. In broad daylight, how could Bao Sheng allow you to venture out alone? If there is something, you ought to come and inform us. You're 5 or 6 months along. What if you were to fall? Regardless of her internal thoughts, it was prudent to first lay blame on her son in such matters. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Chung Wenhua defended her son, stating, "It's not that Baosheng doesn't want to come. We have relatives visiting from the city, and he cannot leave." This revelation puzzled Tian Suifan. Relatives from the city? Who could it be? To prevent those impoverished relatives from coming to beg, she and Li had refrained from writing to their hometown for years, as had their 3 married daughters. The arrival of the Xia siblings had already taken her by surprise. Who could this be that had come unannounced? Tian Suifan began to suspect her eldest daughter, Zhaodi. When Zhaodi was born, they had no inkling they would later bear 3 burdensome daughters. Although disappointed by the birth of a girl, they had not viewed Zhaodi with the same disdain as the others. At the time of Zhaodi's marriage, their family had been struggling, and the son-in-law they found was the least well-off of the 3. If life became unbearable, it was not impossible for them to come to the northeast to seek help from her and Li. Tian Suifan felt a twinge of resentment towards her eldest daughter for disrupting the peace at such a time. She wondered how they had arrived at her son's home and recalled that in the afternoon she had gone to the train station to meet Xia Shao and Xia Wanhui, but had seen no sign of them. Just as she pondered how to send them back, Chung Wenhua softly remarked, "The visitors are siblings, surnamed Xia." Surnamed Xia. Not only her, but also Li Lady and Li Changshun, who was in the room, visibly changed expressions. "Didn't we receive any prior communication from home? I see that Bao Sheng is equally astonished," Chung Wenhua remarked, puzzled. Of course, Li Baosheng was taken aback. The matter of Xia Shao's visit had not been mentioned at all in the household. The elderly couple had intended to send the guests away without his knowledge, to spare him the burden of harboring secrets that might be discerned by his wife. Tian Suifan was uncertain whether Chung Wenhua's words stemmed from genuine confusion or whether she was already aware of something and was speaking ironically. "Wait a moment. I will go check with your father," she said hurriedly as she entered the house. Lowering her voice, she asked Li Changshun, "What should we do?" Li Changshun had already put on his shoes and was pulling on his coat. "Don't panic. Wenhua likely still doesn't know. If she had known earlier, there would have been a commotion, and she wouldn't be speaking on Baoxing's behalf. It's probable that the siblings from the Xia family have overheard something." Though he spoke with confidence, he stepped outside to closely observe Cheng Wenhua's demeanor. Tian Cuifin's anxiety grew. She wished to quicken her pace, but had to slow down when she noticed Cheng Wenhua supporting her belly. Even if Cheng Wenhua was unaware now, who could say whether Xia Shao would cause a scene once they arrived? They had already delayed her for 4 years and seemingly intended to prolong it further. As the couple entered, they immediately glanced towards the Xia siblings, who were seated on chairs by the door sipping water. One was fidgeting, clearly growing impatient, while the other remained with lowered eyes, gentle and quiet. As for their Baosheng, it was better not to mention him. He sat dumbfounded at the edge of the Kong, still lost in thought. Upon seeing them, Xia Shao pursed her lips and offered a soft smile. "Li De Yi, Li Danyang." After greeting them, her gaze drifted over to the 3-year-old girl sleeping behind Li Baosheng, surprised at how much her brother's child had grown in the 5 years since they last met. Though he bore the same appearance and possessed the same non-threatening voice, Tian Cuifin felt a shiver run down her spine. Li Changshun, however, remained composed. He took off his glasses, wiping the fog from the lenses, and smiled. "You could have at least given us a heads up about your early arrival. I was just telling your aunt that you should be arriving soon, suggesting she go to the train station to pick you up tomorrow." This was clearly directed at Cheng Wenhua as a subtle probe, testing whether Xia Shao wished to escalate the situation. In response, Xia Shao merely lowered her gaze and said nothing. Xiao Wanhui opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent upon seeing Xia Shao's reaction. Li Changshuan's anxiety finally eased. He put on his round-frame glasses and introduced the parties involved. "This is your brother Baoxing's wife, Wenhua, and this is a relative from Baoxing's gray-tant side. You may refer to them as cousins." Afterward, he quickly checked the time, realizing it was getting late. "You have children. Let them stay at my place tonight." Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to separate the Xia siblings from Baoxing's wife, as children could easily stir trouble. Cheng Wenhua indeed found it inappropriate to keep them there, and, without suspicion, stood up to see them off. At the door, she handed a flashlight to Li Baosheng. "The nearby lights are all off. Please escort our parents and your cousins." Li Baosheng glanced at her and then at Xia Shao, ultimately following along. Once they exited the alley, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Xia Shao, "What brings you to the northeast?" "We came to find you for marriage. What else would it be for?" Xia Shao replied. Xiao Wanhui finally could not hold back any longer. Had Xia Shao not instructed him beforehand, he would have greeted them with a punch-upon meeting. Li Baosheng was momentarily taken aback by her words and quickly turned to Xia Shao. "You came to find me to get married?" He appeared somewhat at a loss. "I did not intend to ruin the marriage. We have grown up together, and I have always regarded you as my wife. However, in this unfamiliar place, it is essential to find a local person to establish a foothold. Coming to D is still quite young, not yet even 14. Initially, when the notion of marrying someone else was proposed, he naturally objected. Yet, his parents had a point. Now that he is a worker, it is indeed a mismatch for him to be with Xia Shao." Li Baoxing's face betrayed a hint of guilt. "It was my fault for not informing you sooner, causing you to make a futile trip. At that time, I was the only one of suitable age in the family, and I had no choice. You have always been the most understanding person. Surely you can comprehend my predicament." Xia Shao was rendered speechless. He had torn up their engagement, betrayed her, and yet he expected her to empathize with him? Was the original owner overly compassionate? Or was this person simply lacking in judgment? Should she apologize to him? "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, for causing you this inconvenience?" To be frank, Li Baosheng was quite presentable, fair-skinned and cultured. Otherwise, Cheng Wenhua would not have taken a liking to him. However, having just encountered someone who could represent the nation as a decorative figure, she now found him lacking in appearance and presence, soft and devoid of any assertiveness. Xia Shao turned away from him and addressed Li Changshun, stating, "Auntie said the bed at home has collapsed, leaving us with no space. Let's discuss this at the guest house instead." "The bed has collapsed? When did this happen?" Li Baosheng was clearly out of sorts. Tian Suifen's excuse to the Xia siblings was thus exposed by her own son, turning her face pale. However, Li Changshun seized upon the crux of the matter. Discuss? Discuss what? Discuss terms, Xia Shao replied. Her willingness to depart with them demonstrated her intent not to escalate the situation, for a public uproar would yield no benefit for her. They were already married, with one child on the bed and another on the way. Could they still be separated? Yet, refraining from creating a scene did not equate to simply letting it go. Xia Shao looked at the group with a smile. Surely you do not think that such a significant matter as breaking an engagement can be brushed aside with a mere apology? Upon returning to that small room in the guest house, Tian Suifen's mood was drastically different from that of the afternoon. Li Changshuan's expression was also far from pleasant. Having realized that Xia Shao was no longer the same as she had been 5 years prior, he abandoned the emotional plea and sent Li Baosheng away. Under the dim light, he stared intently at Xia Shao for a considerable time before asking, "What terms do you wish to discuss?" "I seek 1,500 yuan," Xia Shao boldly declared. "Why don't you just go rob a bank?" Tian Suifen nearly leaped up, exclaiming, 1,500? That would take 4 years of not eating or drinking. This was in the city. In the countryside, one would struggle to earn even 100 a year. Xia Shao lowered her head. After being engaged for 15 years and having been delayed for 4, do you not think such a sum is justified? 1,500 is enough to secure 2 jobs for Li Di. Tian Suifen was about to erupt again when Li Changshun shot her a glance. He adjusted his glasses and said, "Let us negotiate sincerely. He is already married, and we need not keep this a secret. Not that we must keep it a secret." Xia Shao retorted, "Why did they rush here? Fearing that I might exchange more than a word with Li Baosheng's wife." Xia Shao bit her lip, seemingly in a quandary. "I wish to find employment in Jiangsheng. Surely, that cannot be too much to ask?" This was her true intention. Her earlier bold demands were merely a tactic to render the Li couple less inclined to refuse her. After all, she had traversed into this world, and while short-term interactions were manageable, prolonged familiarity would inevitably reveal her differences from the original owner of this identity. Rather than return to her rural hometown to toil in the fields and contend with troublesome relatives, she would prefer to remain here as a worker. If one were to liken marriage to employment, with the husband as the employer, then if the other party breached the agreement, it would be reasonable to compensate her with a new job, wouldn't it? Tian Suifen found the notion utterly absurd. They had yet to secure a position for their own daughter, so why should they assist Xia Shao? Moreover, if Xia Shao truly remained in Jiangsheng, the potential for awkward encounters loomed large. Li Changshun also pinched the bridge of his nose, contemplating whether they could consider an alternative. Xia Shao remained silent. Li Changshun sighed, acknowledging, "This matter reflects poorly on my family. You have your requests, and we ought to strive to fulfill them. However, recent policy changes have rendered it difficult for the state to permit indiscriminate hiring in rural areas, fearing a shortage of labor for farming. In the years of 57 and 58, you wouldn't even need to seek employment. Merely disembarking from the train with your belongings would attract inquiries regarding job opportunities, and your household registration would be promptly processed at the factory." A moment ago, the elder had mentioned securing a position for their daughter. Surely, there must be a way? Li Changshuan's dilemma was abruptly thrust upon the blind man, who, after a moment of silence, turned to glare at his wife. He intended to voice further thoughts, but Xiao Wanhui, who had been listening, grew impatient. "Securing a job for your daughter is feasible, yet not for my sister. We brought the engagement contract with us. Simply state whether you will assist us or not." While Xia Shao maintained her composure, Xiao Wanhui's frustration escalated to the point of wanting to overturn the table. Sometimes, it is the more reckless individuals who prove to be more difficult to handle than the astute. Li Changshun felt a headache coming on, but fortuitously, a knock at the door interrupted the tension. It was the police conducting room inspections, and they requested to see the introduction letters. In this era, lacking an identification card meant that hotel stays required registration with an introduction letter. The registered guest list needed to be reported to the police, and officers would often come to check. Thus, state-run hotels and guest houses would allocate specific rooms for police accommodations. This interruption came at an opportune moment. Li Shanshun, standing closest to the door, turned and opened it. A young officer stepped inside, surveying the 4 individuals in the room before checking the guest register. "Who is Xia Shao? Who is Xiao Wanhui?" "I am Xia Shao," she replied, retrieving her introduction letter from the yellow canvas bag she had brought. The young officer took it and cross-verified it against the guest register. "You have come to marry, I see." He then turned his gaze towards Li Changshun and his wife. "What brings you here?" Li Changshun explained, "We are relatives just visiting briefly. Then you should leave promptly. Overnight stays are not permitted here." The officer returned the introduction letter to Xia Shao, reiterating the instruction before departing to inspect other rooms. Though he had left, an uneasy silence enveloped the room as none of them spoke. The sound of the ongoing inspections outside lingered in the air, and all chose to remain quiet, particularly Xia Shao, who appeared unfazed by the uncertainty of the outcome. Li Changshun could not discern whether Xia Shao was simply patient or inherently reserved. But today she had certainly exceeded expectations in her display of composure. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate for quite some time, and it was only when Xia Shao began to yawn that he finally spoke in a low voice. "Let us consider this matter further." Xia Shao, unhurried, replied that there was no rush, as the guest house selected by her aunt was quite comfortable. Naturally, she felt at ease without having to spend any money. Li Shanshun, maintaining a stern expression, rose to his feet and said, "You may rest for now. Tomorrow, I will provide you with news." As he was about to leave, he glanced back at Xia Shao, and it struck him how much his niece had matured in the years since they last met. Xia Shao's expression darkened. After all, one must grow up eventually. This remark reminded Xia Wanhui of her struggles, and it also brought to mind the late Xia Laosan for Li Changshun. They exchanged no further words and turned to leave. By the time the couple returned home, the moon had risen to its zenith. Li Lady was still awake. Upon hearing the sound of the door, she immediately turned on the light and asked, "What happened?" Li Changshun's face bore an unfavorable expression as he entered and poured himself a glass of water. Li Lady then turned her attention to Tian Suifan, who wore a tense demeanor, having already been chastised by Li Changshun for not handling matters properly on their way back. Yet how could she have known that in just 5 years, Xia Shao had become so bold as to negotiate terms with them? She tentatively suggested to her husband, "Should we seek help from Wenhua's father to assist Xia Shao in securing a job?" With the engagement contract in Xia Shao's possession, she feared that Xia Shao might recklessly disclose it. If that were to happen, not only would securing a promotion to deputy manager be jeopardized, but also the comfort of old Li, the accountant, could be put at risk given the strained relations with manager Cheng, their family-in-law. Before Li Changshun could respond, Li Lady interjected, "Why should we help her find a job? What about me?" She considered the implications of prioritizing Xia Shao's employment. It could complicate any future endeavors for her own job. Even as a store manager, one needed connections to facilitate such matters. Baoxing's father-in-law was not someone to manipulate at will. In Tian Suifan's heart, her son remained paramount, and she patiently urged her daughter, "You are not yet 18. There is no need to rush." Li Lady, not foolish, quickly grasped the insinuation. "So, you intend to assist her instead of me? On what grounds? I am your daughter." Tian Suifan, taken aback by the confrontation, retorted, "Who are you talking to? If it were Zhaodi and her sisters, I would have slapped them already." As the tension between mother and daughter escalated, Li Changshun struck the enamel basin heavily onto the table, commanding, "Enough. Both of you be silent." He had yet to speak, yet they had already commenced their quarrel. Did they truly believe that securing a job for Xia Shao was a simple task? As an agricultural convert, she would need to change her household registration to obtain employment. It seemed unlikely that the Li family would find peace that night. In stark contrast, Xia Shao in a guest house found herself much more at ease. After soaking her feet in warm water to alleviate the fatigue from days of travel, she nestled in her bed, her head barely touching the pillow before she drifted off to sleep. The forests of Jiangsheng were rich in resources. Unlike her hometown, where they burned grass and stuffed the Kong with large chunks of firewood, this material burned far more efficiently than straw, and by the time the heat in the Kong diminished, the sky began to lighten with dawn. After washing up and straightening her bedding, Xia Shao lay back down fully clothed. Xia Wanhui occasionally leaned by the window to glance below, asking, "Sister, do you think they will agree?" Deep down, he undoubtedly hoped that Xia Shao would choose to remain as a worker, although the distance from home was considerable. She would be spared from indignities and the peril of nearly succumbing to pesticides. However, the Li family had only been in northeast China for 5 years, and whether they could or would assist remained uncertain. Xia Shao lay serenely with her hands resting on her abdomen. The lodging expenses were covered by them, and the meals were provided. They were not in a rush, so why should she be? Truly, she could relish such a life indefinitely. A luxury she had not experienced since becoming a wage slave. Xiao Wanhui, too, pondered this. It was indeed rare to have no agricultural labor to contend with, and he reclined beside Xia Shao. As expected, the Li family did not dare let them go hungry and delivered their meal shortly after 7. The bearer of the meal was Li Lady, who entered and unceremoniously set down the porridge and pickles on the table before snatching up an empty bowl and turning to leave. Xia Shao's arrival had threatened her position, and it was no surprise she bore a sour expression. It was said that a few years prior, starvation had ravaged the area. How had Xia Shao survived without succumbing to hunger? Li Lady had already deemed Xia Shao a calamity, and Xia Shao, with deliberate malice, taunted her. Is it that you wish for me to forego your hospitality? Perhaps I should seek refuge at Brother Baoxing's home instead. He is amiable, and his wife is welcoming. Li Lady gritted her teeth in frustration, but turned back, gingerly placing the items down again. Would this suffice? Previously, she had bullied Xia Shao, compelling her to work and seizing her possessions. When had the tables turned? Upon exiting, Li Lady kicked a stone by the roadside, wincing as her toe throbbed in pain. Further fueling her ire, Xia Shao enjoyed her meal, replenished her rest, and even accompanied Xia Wanhui for a stroll, familiarizing herself with the city destined to be their new home. The vicinity of the train station felt somewhat isolated, with only a paper mill and a textile factory nearby. To reach the street where the Li family resided, they had to cross a river. It was no wonder the Li family had settled them here, likely to avoid encounters with acquaintances. The pair had not wandered far, and upon their return, they found Li Changshun waiting outside for half an hour. He could scarcely believe the chaos at home, while these two culprits had the leisure to roam rather than await news at the inn. Suppressing his displeasure, he followed them inside and, getting straight to the point, addressed Xia Shao. You are transitioning from agricultural to non-agricultural work, and I truly lack connections in this regard. However, I can introduce you to a potential partner who has employment. Many factories hire family members, allowing them to work. Li Changshun contemplated the notion of matchmaking, believing it preferable for Xia Shao to find a partner. In time, she would have a family of her own, and even if she remained in Jiangcheng, she would no longer cling to their family's Baosheng. Of course, family workers were considered temporary, and obtaining a permanent position would require available slots at the organization. Nevertheless, Xia Shao and her brother hailed from the countryside, and they might not be aware of such intricacies. Even if they were, it mattered little. Having offered such conditions, he felt he had fulfilled his obligations. What more could they desire? I am unafraid to speak frankly. Even with a local household registration, securing work is not as straightforward as you might think. This time, Li Changshun's tone was firmer. Shops and department stores had long filled their vacancies. The remaining factories predominantly sought male workers, or else Li Lady would not need to rely on connections. If you remain dissatisfied, there is little more I can do. As he spoke, he turned to Xia Shao with a smile. The revelation of this matter would indeed put the Cheng family in a difficult position. But with Baosheng and his wife already having 2 children, how could they not continue? Yet, for you do not expect to gain anything. This statement darkened Xia Wanhui's expression, while Xia Shao maintained her demure demeanor. Negotiations are essentially a continuous probing of boundaries. If securing a job for her exceeds the Li family's capabilities, or if the price they must pay is greater than the consequences of Cheng family's awareness, the Li family might decide to abandon all restraint, leaving her with nothing. Marriage, indeed, presents a viable path. One could work as a spouse, and after settling in, seek employment again. Furthermore, in this era, remaining unmarried is hardly an option. With the help of the Li family, she could even be selective. Yet, if she were to remain in her hometown, she might not even be able to assert herself, as evidenced by the original owner being sold by her brother for a mere 30 yuan. However, she could not agree so readily. It was essential to test whether the other party had truly reached their limit. Xia Shao remained silent, and after a prolonged pause, Li Changshun finally stood up, stating, "Then you should present the contract to the Chung family." Only then did Xia Shao reluctantly reply, "It is not impossible, but I have conditions. As long as we can negotiate, I will sit back down." "What are your conditions?" "Speak." "I want a simple household with good looks." The notion of a simple household was understandable, as a plethora of in-laws could complicate matters significantly with just one or two difficult personalities. However, the emphasis on good looks. Marrying a man is tied to one's livelihood. It is only the naive young girls who prioritize appearance over capability. Li Changshun, initially impressed by Xia Shao's willingness to negotiate, was soon disillusioned by her seemingly innocent perspective. Xia Shao was not naive. She simply believed that a handsome partner would contribute positively to her mental and physical well-being. In her previous life as a corporate worker, she spent over an hour commuting to work each day, often returning home late after overtime, which left her exhausted and devoid of worldly desires. She had never experienced romance. Now, having traversed the 1960s, even if marriage was inevitable, it would be preferable to seek a handsome companion. After all, a man's kindness towards his wife is not contingent upon his looks. If one must take the same risks, better to marry a handsome man, for when frustration arises, one could at least find solace in his appealing visage, reassuring oneself that the marriage was not entirely regrettable. Once the conditions were agreed upon, Li Changshun excused himself from lunch and took his leave. Xiao Wanhui, having remained silent throughout, finally inquired after he departed, "Sister, do you truly intend to have him introduce a match for you? I came to the Northeast precisely for marriage, did I not?" "That is indeed true." Xia Shao did not respond, and Xiao Wanhui nearly forgot their original purpose for the trip. Xia Shao's composed demeanor had led him to believe she was merely seeking employment. Marriage may indeed be the goal. Who knows, she might find someone even better than Li Baosheng. Following the events of the previous day, Xiao Wanhui had developed a certain disdain for Li Baosheng, feeling that he was unworthy of his sister, not quite mentally sound. The siblings enjoyed their meal together, while the Li family appeared to be in greater haste, with Tian Suifan arriving that evening with information about a potential match. So soon? Xiao Wanhui regarded her with suspicion, questioning whether she had randomly found someone to deceive his sister. With their father gone and their mother ineffectual and their elder brother being selfish, Xiao Wanhui felt a sense of duty. He believed that since he had come, he ought to take on the responsibility of ensuring his sister's well-being. Displaying more concern than Xia Shao, the person directly involved, Tian Suifan felt exasperated upon seeing the siblings. Your sister herself mentioned wanting a simple household with good-looking individuals. I rolled my eyes in annoyance. It took me quite some effort to find this one. His parents are back in their hometown, and it's just him and his brother in Jiangxing. He has a decent job at a printing factory, earning over 40 yuan a month. He is quite presentable, with a square face and an appealing demeanor. He agreed to meet after I mentioned your good looks. If you're willing, I can arrange for you to meet him after work tomorrow. In this era, the wage system had been structured into 8 levels, with ordinary workers earning just over 30 yuan a month, apprentices earning even less. To be earning over 40 yuan, the man must be at least a level 2 or 3 worker. Xia Shao doubted that he could be as admirable as Tian Suifan described. After all, Li Lady was nearing marriageable age as well. However, there was a distinction between acceptable and unacceptable. Some prospects were tolerable, while others were not. Xia Shao did not rush to respond and inquired instead, "What about his brother? Does he have a job?" "Of course he has a job. Why else would he come to the Northeast? His brother is already married, and doesn't he live with you? So you needn't worry about him." "Married already?" Xia Shao quickly seized on this detail. If his brother was married and earning such a salary, he must be of considerable age, right? Tian Suifan dismissed the concern with a wave, stating, "He is not that old, only 7 years older than you." 7 years older meant he was 29 this year, a relatively young age by Xia Shao's previous standards. Nevertheless, Tian Suifan continued to persuade her. Being a bit older means he is more mature. If you find someone closer to your age, you'll have to coddle him after marriage. Interrupted gently by Xia Shao, she stated, "His brother is already married. Don't tell me he is almost 30 and still single." This left Tian Tsuefan momentarily speechless. Xiao Wanhui, displeased, interjected, "Why are you introducing my sister to a man who has been married before?" Tian Tsuefan was not pleased with the siblings' interruptions. With such good conditions, how could a second marriage not be an option for your sister? Your sister has a rural household registration, after all. Besides, his first wife passed away. It's not as complicated as a divorce. He has children with his ex-wife, doesn't he? Xia Shao probed directly to the point. If there were children, she would have to step into the role of a stepmother. If not, it might raise concerns about other issues. Tian Tsuefan did not deny it. Yes, he does have a child, but the child has been sent back to his hometown to live with his mother, so you need not worry. Xia Shao was far from reassured. What if after we marry, his mother sends the child over? Am I supposed to kick them out? Tian Tsuefan thought she was merely nitpicking. How could that happen? This matter has been settled. Yet, Xia Shao knew better. She had heard similar stories before. In her previous life, a neighbor of her grandmother had experienced this. A promise made before marriage that the two children would remain in the care of the grandparents back home, only for them to arrive shortly after the marriage when she had just given birth. The elderly lady has experienced a tumultuous life, enduring a lifetime of grievances from a husband of irritable temperament, and even in her twilight years, peace remains elusive. How does her behavior differ from that of a marriage scam? If the suitor had openly expressed his intention to take on children, perhaps Xia Shao would not have felt such aversion. It may be wise to seek another candidate, even if he is not prepared to bring the child back. To abandon a young one to the care of an elderly person speaks volumes about his lack of responsibility. Xia Shao firmly declined, and no amount of persuasion from Tian Tsuefan could alter her decision, leaving her with a sullen expression. Upon returning, Li Changshun merely cast a glance at her through his glasses and discerned the outcome. Was the endeavor unsuccessful? She dismissed the suitor for being previously married and having children. Tian Tsuefan plopped down on the Kong, visibly annoyed. Li Lady, who was sweeping inside, scoffed upon hearing this, remarking on her audacity to be so selective without recognizing her own standing. This time, no one defended her. Both Li Changshun and Tian Tsuefan regarded Xia Shao as ungrateful. What was wrong with a man who had been married and had children? At least he was a city dweller with a formal job, far superior to a rural farmer. Tian Tsuefan questioned her husband. With her high standards, how was she supposed to find someone? Could they continue to prolong this situation? The guest house was rather expensive. Why not find her someone more presentable? Suggested Li Changshun. Instantly, Tian Tsuefan felt invigorated, realizing the possibility. After all, they were from out of town, making it unlikely for them to be discovered. However, to find someone so impeccable that Xia Shao could find no fault would not be an easy task. Over a day later, Tian Tsuefan returned with news of a suitor who was definitely unmarried. A young man of 21, a year younger than Xia Shao. She entered and first emphasized this fact before discussing other qualifications. He worked at a food factory, recently promoted from an apprentice with a salary under 40. You wouldn't want someone older. At this age, he is doing quite well, she added, lightly taunting Xia Shao. She continued, his family is uncomplicated. Parents and siblings reside in their hometown, with only a cousin here, a veteran from the Korean War, now the director at the machinery factory. In these times, the heads of units are often secretaries, with directors being significant leaders as well. This match had been suggested to them through someone, but after inquiries, they deemed it unsuitable. Xia Shao, unable to find other candidates promptly, remembered this prospect and hurried to inquire, relieved to discover he remained unmarried. Bao Sheng worked at the machinery factory, someone she had met once, undeniably handsome. Whether he was married or had children, and the specifics of his salary, were all matters that could not be fabricated. The rest could not be judged solely based on Tian Tsuefan's words. Finally, Xia Shao acquiesced, stating that if they believed he was a good match, she would agree to meet him. Having been raised by her grandmother after her parents' divorce, Xia Shao had never experienced a matchmaking encounter until now, as her grandmother passed away during her third year of college, failing to prompt her towards marriage, while her parents lacked the resolve to do so. Thus, in the convergence of two generations, this was her first foray into arranged meetings, and she felt an air of unreality as she set out. The rendezvous was arranged at the home of the suitor's cousin, in two spacious tiled rooms near the street. Upon entering, one encountered the kitchen, with a main room to the left, boasting over 20 square meters, bright and airy with windows that let in ample light. In the kitchen, adjacent to the spacious earth stove, there was a small room, approximately 7 or 8 square meters, which seemed to be where the male host usually resided, while their meetings took place in the main room on the left. The door was opened by the male host's cousin, a woman in her 40s with an elongated face and an unremarkable appearance. She entered without uttering a word, first scrutinizing Xia Shao from head to toe, before calling out in a somewhat indifferent tone, "Lao Lu, the guests have arrived." The male host's cousin was affable, warmly welcoming the guests inside. Yet Xia Shao paused momentarily at the entrance. By the window sat a young man clad in work attire, meticulously carving something with a chisel. His fingers were long and strong, and as he worked, his eyelids slightly drooped, revealing a handsome profile that struck her as somewhat familiar. Was he not one of the duo from that day, the one who was deemed a national treasure for his ability to create vases? Upon hearing the commotion, he cast a cool glance in her direction, his gaze momentarily faltering, clearly recognizing her as well. What had she said to him back then, aside from complimenting his looks? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed his dark eyes lifting, resting upon her head. Xia Shao, ever docile and gentle, pondered how to navigate life without a touch of green atop her head. Had she known her future suitor would overhear, she would have certainly. Well, it was too late now. There was no way to turn back time. With a subtle frown, she feigned ignorance and followed Tan Suifan into the house. Xiao Wanhui, however, was somewhat oblivious, failing to recognize the familiar face. As he entered, his gaze was sharp and scrutinizing, as if he were on guard against any potential threats. Director Liu appeared younger than his wife, tall and robust, and bore a striking resemblance to his cousin. He cheerfully invited everyone to take a seat, addressing Xia Shao. "You must be Xia Shao. It seems you and our Beijan are quite the match in terms of talent and beauty." Indeed, Tian Suifan concurred with a smile. Xia Shao was undeniably striking, possessing a delicate beauty rare among northern girls, with long, curling eyelashes and a fair complexion that seemed to speak volumes when her eyes met another's. Prior to her arrival, she had intended to apply some makeup, but found no opportunity to do so. Were it not for her appearance, she would not have dared to introduce her to such a family, especially since the other party was the supervisor of their own son. As for Xia Shao, her beauty was only surpassed by her amiable disposition. This child had always been gentle and accommodating, adept at managing life's affairs. It was indeed a pity to keep such a wonderful girl in the countryside, prompting my desire to introduce her to a suitable match in Jiangcheng. To rid herself of this burdensome task, Tian Suifan was quite relentless in her efforts. Xia Shao could not shake the feeling that the person by the window had glanced at her again when her amiable nature was mentioned. A good temperament is essential, she mused, as Beijan was still quite young and lacked composure, making him more suited for someone gentle like Xia Shao. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, Xia Shao indeed appeared soft and gentle, and Director Liu seemed quite pleased with this misleading portrayal. Tian Suifan, unable to contain herself, continued to boast, "Rest assured, Xia Shao has been helping her family care for her younger siblings since childhood. She will undoubtedly be a nurturing partner. Were it not for our kinship, I would have long introduced her to our Baosheng." At that moment, Xia Shao noticed the person across from her casting another glance in her direction. This time, she truly observed the scene, noting how the other party even raised an eyebrow, adopting a demeanor of cold detachment, as if merely spectating. Xia Shao believed that no matter how Tian Suifan portrayed her as a victim of relentless mistreatment, enduring hardships with grace like a tragic heroine, it would ultimately prove futile. Whether her temperament was kind or gentle was a matter of personal experience. Those who had witnessed her beauty firsthand could hardly be oblivious to it. Was this her brother? Would he remain in Jiangcheng? Lu's cousin, perched with her legs crossed at the edge of the Kong, seemed unable to tolerate Tian Suifan's self-aggrandizement any longer and suddenly inquired, her tone dripping with disdain, as if fearing that Xia Wanhui might take advantage of their family. Director Liu furrowed his brow, about to interject, but Xia Wanhui had already expressed his surprise. "I'm not getting married, so why would I stay in Jiangcheng? I'll return to Guan after my sister's wedding. My mother is gentle. What if she gets bullied?" He spoke the truth, yet to others, it sounded like a subtle retort directed at Lu's cousin. Her long face elongated even further, and just as she was about to respond, Director Lu opened a drawer and retrieved a pack of cigarettes, stating that they were out of matches and instructing Jibei to buy a pack while also taking Xia Shao for a stroll. This was clearly an attempt to create an opportunity for the two to be alone. Jibei said nothing, rising to return the tools to the room. In fact, since Xia Shao had entered, he had not initiated a single conversation, maintaining a distant demeanor as if he were not there for a matchmaking endeavor. Xia Shao suspected he might be unwilling and realized that her portrayal by Tian Suifan was grossly exaggerated. This match was likely doomed to fail. By this time, the sun had already set, and many households in the alley had finished dinner, while others were still dining, chasing after their unruly children. Following behind, Jibei. As they exited the main door, she was unexpectedly bumped into. She hastily steadied herself against the door, only to nearly collide with the parent of the rambunctious child trailing behind. The parent rushed forward, snatching their child and delivering a couple of sharp smacks to the bottom, admonishing, "Didn't you hear that it's time to eat? Stop running." The mischievous child, accustomed to such treatment, evidently felt no pain and turned back to make a face at Xia Shao. The woman then noticed Xia Shao and Jibei, as if discovering a new world. "Oh, Jibei, have you found yourself a girlfriend?" she exclaimed, one hand firmly grasping her wiggling child, her eyes darting between the two. "You don't know how to apologize, and neither does she?" Jibei shot her a glance, his brow furrowed. The parent's expression instantly froze, unable to maintain her composure. Not waiting for them to walk far, she huffed disdainfully, "What kind of people are they? I was merely trying to say something nice. And look how they responded. Just because he has a cousin who is a factory director, he really thinks he is someone special." The neighbor, overhearing, glanced at the pair's retreating figures. Is the factory director trying to find him a match again? Who knows where this girl crawled out from? The woman scoffed. If only they had bothered to inquire. Who would dare to marry their daughter to him? The parentess' voice was uncomfortably loud, seemingly intended for the couple to hear. Xia Shao frowned, casting a glance at the man beside her. Jibei maintained his impassive expression, his fingers with distinct knuckles, tapping rhythmically against the bottom of the cigarette pack as he prepared to smoke. The cigarette poised at his lips, he glanced at Xia Shao, then, with a hint of impatience, tucked it back away. "Are you truly related to her?" Jibei gently rolled the cigarette box between his fingers, his question seemingly casual. Yet his gaze was pointedly fixed on the top of Xia Shao's head. It took a moment for Xia Shao to realize he was referring to Tian Suifan. This was a far more direct strike than merely exposing her lack of docility or gentleness. Uncertain of how much he had deduced, she considered brushing it off. But the man continued in a subdued tone. "Are you just going to let them humiliate you like that?" He no longer looked at her. Yet Xia Shao detected a hint of mockery in his voice. It was she who had been wronged, not him. Why was he so agitated? Xia Shao felt somewhat speechless. Since the damage was done and returning home was not an option, she might as well make the most of it and seek some compensation from them. "You can't return home?" The man's expression shifted slightly. Xia Shao did not deny it. She realized he was quite perceptive, deducing so much from their previous brief exchanges and this matchmaking encounter. Yet, his temperament was quite sharp. He seemed insistent on probing for deeper truths, lacking a hint of subtlety in his speech. Xia Shao decided to walk ahead, thinking that the youth should not harbor such bitterness. Life had dealt him a harsh hand, but he should not further mistreat himself. Reflecting on the unnecessary depth of conversation with a stranger, she fell silent, lowering her gaze to the elongated shadow cast by the setting sun. Perhaps sensing his earlier abruptness or recognizing Xia Shao's reluctance to elaborate, Jibei refrained from further commentary. They maintained a distance of about a meter, walking in silence until reaching the department store, where he finally inquired, "What kind of partner are you looking for?" Was he attempting to make amends for his earlier remarks by introducing her to potential suitors? Xia Shao was taken aback, but replied, "Someone attractive like you." Receiving compliments for the second time in person, Jibei's expression remained impassive. "And someone who will allow me to work after marriage. I intend to marry primarily for career opportunities. Also, It would be preferable if they could share household chores. Xia Shao's parents and grandparents were both employed, so she had never been exposed to the notion that some men never partake in domestic duties, even when both partners earn a living. It seemed that household responsibilities were inherently assigned to women. Xia Shao could not fathom this and had no intention of indulging such a mindset. If both partners worked, then whoever had the time should handle the chores. Chen Jibei seemed to ponder her words. Is there anything else? Additionally, there's the issue of workplace benefits. I've heard you work at a food factory. Do they require overtime? Most inquiries about employment pertain to workload and benefits. Yet this was the first time someone asked specifically about overtime. Chen Jibei finally turned to look at her. Do you wish for your partner to return home early to keep you company? While she indeed wished to finish work sooner to return home, it was irrelevant since they would be in the same workplace, and Xia Shao nodded in affirmation. He regarded her for a moment before retracting his gaze and pushing open the department store door. The food factory requires extra hours for mooncake production every August, but typically, we work 8-hour shifts and can leave early if our tasks are completed. Such a fortunate arrangement. Xia Shao resolved to discuss this with Tian Suifan upon her return, prioritizing finding her a partner from the food factory in the future, even if the current matchmaking endeavor proves fruitless, and the other party merely engages in polite conversation without any genuine intention of making an introduction. She is still able to secure an appointment with such a commendable socialist establishment. As she returned home, twilight had already descended, and a lean man in his 30s from the Liu family was conversing with Liu's cousin in the courtyard. Their voices were hushed, and upon the opening of the door, their dialogue ceased abruptly. Xia Shao was oblivious to the content of their conversation, but the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant, particularly Liu's cousin, who was evidently suppressing her anger, her countenance longer than when she had been reprimanded by Xiao Wanhui. In stark contrast, inside the house, Tian Suifan and Director Liu were engaged in a much more jovial discussion, while Xiao Wanhui happily munched on sunflower seeds. The land here was fertile, yielding large and fragrant sunflower seeds, and even Xia Shao, who had not eaten, could perceive their alluring aroma. Xiao Wanhui even offered her a handful, winking at her, eager to know how her conversation with Chen Jibei had unfolded. Xia Shao accepted the seeds, but refrained from eating, softly inquiring of Tian Suifan. What time is it now? The small clock in a room could easily provide the time. Her inquiry served as a reminder that it was time for Tian Suifan to depart. With the arrival of the Liu family, it was indeed inappropriate for them to linger any longer. Tian Suifan rose to take her leave, saying, Director Liu, you may continue your work. We shall take our leave. She added, Wanhui's child is still waiting for his sister to return to the factory after marriage. If this matter is to succeed, please give us a sign soon. Very well. I shall inquire with Jibei and inform you by tomorrow, replied Director Liu, standing to see them out. Tian Suifan, not daring to allow him to escort them, hastily waved her hand. You have guests at your home. Nonetheless, Director Liu insisted on accompanying them to the door, even turning on the porch light for them. The lean man speaking with Liu's cousin was facing this way when a light illuminated the scene, and he immediately noticed Xia Shao among the crowd. The young woman from the factory stood tall, and despite her loose clothing, her slender figure was still discernible. His gaze could not help but linger on her, but alas, his view was soon obstructed by a tall figure. I'm stepping out for a smoke, Chen Jibei murmured, lowering his gaze as he retrieved his cigarette case, lighting one while exiting the door alongside Xia Shao and the others. The man's face betrayed a hint of regret as he could not resist asking Liu's cousin, who was that just now? Liu's cousin was nearly exasperated to the point of fury. Haven't you learned your lesson yet, given the trouble you've caused? How was I to know it would turn out like this? He attempted to defend himself, but upon receiving a fierce glare from Liu's cousin, he quickly fell silent. They had been murmuring in the courtyard for quite a while when Director Liu inquired, What is going on? Nothing much, Liu's cousin quickly replied. Xiaoyan's grandmother isn't feeling well, and Dajuan came to ask if I had any remedies to help her. Upon learning it was a matter concerning women, Director Liu refrained from probing further and turned to re-enter the house. Once he left, the lean man again revealed a plea. Sister, please help me. If this gets out, I'm finished. I can help, but I must have the means to do so. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten involved in the first place. Lu's cousin, exasperated, paced in place. Fine, you go back first. Don't let your brother-in-law become suspicious. I will think of another way. Seeing her brother's expression soften, she could not help but glare at him. You mustn't think you are in the clear. You haven't told anyone else about this, have you? No, no. How could I dare to speak of this? If you are hesitant, that's another matter. Lu Biao's sister-in-law had a few more words to say, but just as the courtyard door opened, Chun Jibei returned. She ceased her conversation, initially intending to ignore it, yet with a flicker of mischief in her eyes. She smiled and inquired, Jibei, how was your conversation with that young Xia? How did it go? On the way, Tian Suifan also questioned Xia Shao. Xia Shao candidly expressed her feelings. I don't believe it will work out. He doesn't seem to seek someone of my type. Upon hearing this, Tian Suifan wore a forced smile. I find that hard to believe. You appeared quite at ease upon your return. Even Xia Wanhui shared Tian Suifan's sentiment. Indeed, Jibei even went out of his way to see us off. Her ease suggests that she feels indifferent about whether it succeeds or not. Xia Shao could not directly admit that Jibei was already privy to her past entanglements with the Li family. Nevertheless, she maintained, I feel uncertain about it. Perhaps I should explore other options. The truth of the matter would reveal itself by tomorrow. Tian Suifan, having been outwitted, had already concluded that Xia Shao's words were devoid of sincerity. I have my own matters to attend to. There's a mountain of laundry awaiting me. You may return on your own. Once Tian Suifan departed, Xia Wanhui crept closer. Sister, tell me honestly, were you intentionally misleading her? Why would I mislead her? Xia Shao replied, somewhat exasperated. Let her fret unnecessarily. Xia Wanhui chuckled. Honestly, watching their family fret and fume is rather amusing. Xia Shao mused. Is this still the naive little brother who just arrived? Why does he seem more cunning than she is? The next day marked the Labor Day holiday, a brief respite for the hard-working populace. The Li family procured 4 pounds of standard flour from the grain shop to prepare dumplings and invited Xia Shao and her brother Xia Wanhui to join them. While residing in a guest house might suffice at ordinary times, it would be deemed impolite to host someone there during a festival. With Xia Shao's engagement beginning to take shape, there was no longer concern about her inadvertently revealing anything. The Li family decided to solidify their familial connections. Perhaps more than the Li family, she now feared the revelation of her betrothal, which might jeopardize her promising match. My sister-in-law grew up in the city, so be mindful during the meal. Don't act as if you've never encountered fine food before. It would be embarrassing. Li Lady walked along with a snide tone, prompting Xia Wanhui to mutter, You speak as if you're not from the countryside yourself. After the fall of the capitalists, Li Changshuan's accounting skills proved futile, forcing him to return to the fields. Lacking proficiency in agricultural work, he could barely earn 6 or 7 work points a day, leading the Li family to endure a period of financial hardship. Consequently, after Li Lady arrived in Jiangsheng with her parents, everything appeared novel to her, and she often became the subject of ridicule. Over the years, she endeavored to adapt to urban life, even altering her accent. Thus, she could hardly bear to listen to such remarks, her face immediately darkening. Ironically, Xia Shao, with a beaming smile, added fuel to the fire. She only wishes the best for us, hoping we don't face the same struggle she once did. Xia Wanhui suddenly understood. Enraged, Li Lady was on the verge of confronting them, but with the Li family already present, including her sister-in-law, Cheng Wenhua, she was left to suppress her frustration. The dumplings had been nearly wrapped, and Cheng Wenhua washed her hands, moving a chair to sit beside the writing desk. Engrossed in her writing, her 3-year-old daughter, with 2 horn braids tied with red ribbons, was quietly playing with Li Baosheng, crafting a small mouse from a handkerchief. It was the little girl's first time seeing Xia Shao and Xia Wanhui while fully awake. Feeling somewhat shy, she nestled into Li Baosheng's embrace, peering out curiously with her wide eyes. Li Baosheng's face instantly displayed a sense of discomfort. He was unsure whether to hold her or not. Meanwhile, Cheng Wenhua, amidst her flurry of activity, called the child to greet the guests. Sister-in-law, you're studying again? It's quite a feat to prepare for the adult college entrance examination with such a large belly. Li Lady cast a sidelong glance at Xia Shao, her tone more reminiscent of boasting than explaining. My sister-in-law works at the cotton weaving factory and earns nearly 40 yuan a month. Yet, she never ceases her efforts. She aspires to attend university and become an accountant like my father. I'm just giving it a try. I'm not sure if I can pass. Cheng Wenhua responded modestly. However, Li Lady was far from humble, asserting trying requires skill. Some of the countryside probably can't even recognize all the characters in the questions. She affectionately linked her arm with Cheng Wenhua's, saying, "Sister-in-law, you try first. If it's manageable, I'll go next year. You're graduating this year. If you wish to take the exam, you can directly participate in the college entrance examination, which is far better than the adult version." Cheng Wenhua allowed her to cling on, adding, "You're in your second year of high school. Help me figure out this problem." Li Lady was indeed in her second year, but she had only enrolled because others were attending. High school generally offered better job prospects. She and T truly studied throughout her entire high school experience, often skipping classes. How could she solve this? However, after boasting in front of Xia Shao, she reluctantly peered at the page Cheng Wenhua pointed to, reading, with the known numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, and 9. 1. How many 5-digit numbers can be formed without repeating digits? The more she read, the quieter her voice became, and her entire face wrinkled in concentration. Wait a moment while I consult the book. Unable to figure out the calculations, Li Lady bent down to pull open the drawer beneath the writing desk. Xiao Wanhui, sitting on the Kong beside the desk, was abruptly struck by the cabinet door on his knee, wincing in pain. Xia Shao, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "There are a total of 720 numbers. What do you know to speak so carelessly?" Li Lady retorted disdainfully. Cheng Wenhua turned back in surprise. "How did you arrive at that?" Seeing Li Lady still searching, Xia Shao pulled Xiao Wanhui to the side, explaining, "This is merely a permutation problem. You calculate." Her explanation was clear and comprehensible, and soon Cheng Wenhua followed her steps to arrive at the same answer. Li Lady, skeptical, insista. "Let me see the standard answer." Flipping to the back of the book, she found it indeed confirmed 720. Her face flushed instantly. "Then calculate how many of these numbers are even." Xia Shao mentally calculated 240. "How many are multiples of 3? 120. Xia Shao had worked part-time while studying at university, tutoring middle and high school students. She might not have remembered everything, but she retained knowledge of permutations and combinations. Little did she expect that high school mathematics from the 60s could be so simple. When she was preparing for university, high school had already begun delving into calculus. Regrettably, she pursued a degree in computer science, which in this era holds little value, rendering her education seemingly futile. Xia Shao lamented the arduous years spent in study, only to find herself back at square one. Meanwhile, Li Lady's face shifted from crimson to pale, then to a shade of green. Remarkably, Xia Shao had answered all the questions correctly. Just moments ago, Li Lady had subtly mocked Xia Shao for her lack of education, suggesting she could not even recognize all the characters in the questions, and now she felt the sting of humiliation. Li Lady still struggled to accept this revelation. Wasn't it true that Xia Shao had dropped out of middle school? There were high schools in their hometown. Yet Xia Shao's father had only one daughter and preferred she not toil at such a young age, risking her health. However, the original owner of Xia Shao's identity had been timid, choosing to remain at home to wash clothes and cook rather than travel far for an education. With a bashful demeanor, Xia Shao lowered her head, mentioning that Dinyo from the village had attended high school and that she had seen his books. Li Lady felt a burning shame. She had spent 2 years in high school, yet had learned nothing, while Xia Shao had merely glanced at some texts and managed to solve the problems. Even Li Baosheng turned his attention to her, and Cheng Wenhua expressed regret, wishing she had continued her studies. Fortunately, the dumplings were ready, sparing Li Lady further embarrassment. She hurried to the kitchen to assist, while Cheng Wenhua put away her books and fetched chopsticks and small plates. Just as Cheng Wenhua stepped out, Xia Shao heard a low voice behind her asking, "Do you truly wish to remain in Jiangchen?" It was Li Baosheng. To be honest, Xia Shao had nearly forgotten him. The conditions were set by Li Changshan, and the person who introduced him was Tian Suifan. Li Baosheng had only uttered some nonsensical remarks at the beginning and had since done nothing. Xia Shao was reluctant to engage, yet he sighed deeply, his tone laden with complexity, questioning the necessity of it all. Even if she stayed in Jiangsheng, Their paths could never cross. Was it worth sacrificing her entire life for a fleeting moment of pride? Xia Shao thought. Which of his eyes had observed her desire to remain in Jiangcheng for him? Was it a fanciful third eye, one that existed only in dreams? Unable to restrain herself, Xia Shao quipped, "How could such astute parents as Li De and Li Ma produce a son like you?" Li Baosheng froze, and, as Cheng Wenhua returned with the items, he had no choice but to swallow his words. In the northern chill, instead of dining on the floor, they preferred to set up a heated table on the Kong, providing warmth and comfort. Tian Suifan brought forth a large tray filled with steaming dumplings, urging everyone to eat while they were hot, and assuring them that more were available outside. The dumplings were made from the cheapest flour, their wrappers slightly dark, yet the flavor was delightful. Upon biting into them, one found the tender and thoroughly cooked ingredients, enhanced by the addition of several eggs for flavor. Xia Shao dipped her dumplings in soy sauce and vinegar, having just savored two when someone knocked at the door. Was it the accountant Li Chongshun? No, it was the wife of manager Lu. Tian Suifan, not even pausing to put on her shoes, leaped off the Kong to greet her, exclaiming, "Comrade Lu, you arrive at the perfect moment. We are just about to eat. Come in, join us. No need for a meal. I'll only say a few words and then take my leave." Although Lu's sister-in-law entered the courtyard, her feet remained planted in the outer room, her tone neither warm nor cold. Tian Suifan found herself quite exasperated by the pretentious demeanor of the woman before her, as if being the factory director's daughter-in-law conferred upon her a superior status. However, at that moment, Tian Suifan's primary desire was to dismiss Xia Shao. Therefore, she restrained her irritation and smiled, urging, "Please, go ahead." Without a hint of politeness, Lu's sister-in-law addressed the assembled guests, declaring, "I reckon since it's a holiday today, there must be someone at your home. Regarding the marriage of Ji Bei, my husband and I have already arranged for someone else. The wedding will take place next week. As for your relative, Xia Shao, do find her another match." Tian Suifan was taken aback. Just yesterday, it was evident that Director Lu had taken a liking to Xia Shao, and now, so soon, they had settled on someone else. Lu's sister-in-law was merely there to deliver the news and seemed disinclined to engage further, hastily departing as though fearing they might press her for more details. The previously lively atmosphere at the dining table chilled instantaneously, with everyone pausing in their meals. Just the day before, Tian Suifan had confidently proclaimed that this union would surely materialize. Had it not been for the certainty of Xia Shao's impending marriage, they would not have dared to allow her to associate with Cheng Wenhua. All eyes turned to the recently arrived Tian Suifan, who, maintaining a stern expression, inquired of Xia Shao, "Did something happen yesterday?" The focus shifted squarely onto Xia Shao, particularly from the lady, who immediately questioned, "Did you offend Director Lu's cousin? Is this a matter so grave that you chose to remain silent, finding it amusing to embarrass my mother?" Her tone was notably sharp, causing Dia, seated beside her mother, to retract her hand, hesitant to reach for anything. Observing this, Xia Shao kindly offered the young girl 2 plump dumplings. Dia's face brightened at the sight, and she quietly expressed her gratitude. Xia Shao then helped herself to a dumpling and calmly remarked, "I mentioned yesterday that he does not favor my type. Why doesn't he like you?" "Can't even hold onto a man," Lady retorted. "Lady, Li Changshun chastisit hersiterni." Only then did Lady realize that her comments were inappropriate for an unmarried young lady, prompting her to quickly fall silent. Yet, having felt slighted by Xia Shao, she could not let the matter rest, and soon began to mutter again, "I said the last one was decent, but he has such high standards. He wants someone good, yet fails to consider if a good person would even be interested in her." This sentiment did not sit well with Xiao Wan who countered, "If you wish to be a stepmother, why don't you go ahead? I am not from a rural household." Lady snapped back. It was Cheng Wenhua who finally spoke a word of reason, asserting that being a stepmother is no simple task. If one is too strict, people claim you are abusing the children. If too lenient, they say you aren't invested since they are not your own. It is best to seek out first marriages rather than second. She reassured Xia Shao, "Do not fret. There are young men at our workplace as well. I will help you inquire." No one anticipated she would assist in introducing a match for Xia Shao, and the expressions around the table turned oddly contemplative, especially for Li Baosheng. Li Changshun, however, appeared unaffected, stating, "Then let us continue searching. Matters of marriage cannot be rushed." Though this was merely a courteous remark. Without a prospective match, Xia Shao found herself at a disadvantage, and everyone could only nod in agreement. A group of individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, continued their meal. After only a few bites, a gentle knock echoed from outside, 3 polite taps, inquiring if this was the residence of Accountant Li Changshun. The situation mirrored that of before, with the same question. Tian Suifan, having just suffered a slight to her dignity, remained motionless with her chopsticks in hand, urging Li Lady to respond. Li Lady, feeling quite displeased, also did not move, but called out toward the outside. "Yes, this is Accountant Li's home. What do you want?" The individual outside seemed to pause momentarily before replying. "I am Lu Zitong from the machinery factory. I would like to discuss the marriage of Ji Bei with you again." Lu, factory director? At last, Tian Suifan recognized him. However, had not his wife just come by to say they had chosen someone else? Was this matter not already concluded? Why was he here again? Despite her confusion, Li Changshun personally went out to greet them. "What brings you here? Please come in." Lu Zitong was not alone. He was accompanied by Ji Bei, who towered over him by nearly half a head. The man's features were sharp, his demeanor cold, yet he carried a considerable array of items. A square, greasy paper bag likely containing biscuits, and a net bag of guoguang apples bound with brown paper twine. Many gazes fell upon these items, while Li Lady stared blankly at the visitors, somewhat dazed. Xia Shao also found it surprising, thinking it unnecessary to bring so many items for a conversation about an unfulfilled engagement. It was not a visit to apologize. However, Lu Zitong's demeanor was as earnest as that of an apologetic visitor. He placed the items one by one upon the writing desk by the com. "I have heard you are not entirely satisfied with Ji Bei, feeling he is too young and inexperienced, and perhaps not suitable for marriage." Upon his opening statement, the room fell silent, particularly Tian Suifan, who was taken aback. When had she expressed dissatisfaction? She would rather Xia Shao marry swiftly to avoid future complications. Seeing their astonishment, Lu Zitong assumed they were unprepared for his forthrightness and struggled to continue the conversation. His sincerity deepened as he added, "This child may lack composure, but he possesses a good heart. I learned of the engagement as failure, and he asked me to come and try again. They say a sincere person is rare, and with such heartfelt intentions, he will surely lead a stable life in the future." At this, Xia Shao regained her composure. "But was it not your family that declared the engagement void?" "Indeed," Tian Suifan interjected, now alert. "Your wife just informed us that you have already chosen another, and the wedding is set for next week." Did Taiping come by? Lu Zitong frowned, evidently unaware of this development. He glanced at Ji Bei. "What exactly did she convey to you?" Lu Taiping had hardly spoken a few words, and her attitude had been rather poor. However, these sentiments could not be directly shared with Lu Zitong. Tian Suifan hurriedly retrieved 2 additional sets of bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard, sensing there might be some misunderstanding. "Please, take a seat, and let us discuss this over a meal." "No need, we have already dined." Lu Zitong and Ji Bei seated themselves on chairs by the door. The night prior, Lu Zitong had sought Ji Bei's opinion, to which he had responded indifferently. "You may decide." It seemed he bore no strong aversion to the matter. This morning, he had purchased various items, intending to engage in a serious discussion regarding their marriage. Who knows? As soon as Lu Taiping returned home after making a purchase, she informed him that the other party had not given their consent. This was not the first occurrence. He merely exchanged a word with Ji Bei, assuming it would be resolved as it had been in the past. Unwanted, who usually appeared indifferent, exhibited rare determination this time, and insisted on coming over to negotiate once more. It was fortunate that he did. Otherwise, who would have known the extent of the manipulations Taiping had undertaken? Reflecting more deeply, one might wonder if she had previously engaged in similar schemes. Who could truly know? This situation was indeed our fault for not reaching a proper agreement. Lu Zitong endeavored to rectify the matter, promising to inquire about her perspective upon returning. If she holds such disdain for Xia Shao, how can she maintain a harmonious marriage? Li Lady Mutarat. If this were their own daughter, dealing with such a difficult sister-in-law might warrant serious consideration. However, Xia Shao was not her biological child, so why should she care? Tian Tsuefan shot her daughter a fierce glare. What do children understand? I don't believe Comrade Liu is that kind of person. Perhaps someone has been instigating her, feeding her certain notions. Liu Chong, the factory director, found it difficult to respond to that remark and turned to Xia Shao. What are your thoughts, Xia? Xia Shao pondered for a moment. May I speak to him privately for a moment? Since she felt it would not lead to anything substantial. She had scarcely initiated a conversation previously. Liu Zitong was somewhat taken aback, as Chunji Bei had already risen from his seat. The Li family resided in a modest two-room house. The small courtyard was not extensive, and it took only a few steps to reach the gate. Although one could see the conversation taking place outside, the words were inaudible. Xia Shao halted her steps. Did you not express a preference for someone unlike me? The afternoon sun shone brightly, causing Chunji Bei to squint slightly. Did I ever say that? It seems you did not. Yet, he not only understood her true nature, but also had knowledge of her entanglements with the Li family. To delve deeper into her affairs seemed rather trivial. Xia Shao found it astonishing. While Chunji Bei had already adjusted to the light and was gazing at her. Aren't you unable to return to your hometown? Coincidentally, I wish to move out and live independently. I also need to establish a family. Is it merely a desire to move out? Xia Shao found the idea of marrying for such a reason somewhat frivolous. Upon hearing this, Chunji Bei hesitated, his expression growing more subdued. I also do not wish to have my marriage orchestrated by others. Xia Shao recalled his cousin who had rejected marriage from both sides. If that individual could act in such a manner, she might not treat him particularly well either. Living under the same roof as someone like that could indeed be quite uncomfortable. She desired to marry a man who could provide for her, while he sought a marriage that would allow him to live independently. Their mutual needs seemed far more practical than a romantic notion of love at first sight, leading to passionate pursuits and an unwavering commitment to marry. Xia Shao began to contemplate this matter more seriously. Are you capable of performing household chores? I can chop wood and start a fire without issue. That means you are lacking in other skills. Yet in his day, your grandfather could not do those things either. He was trained by your grandmother. Xia Shao then recalled that he seemed to possess a somewhat irritable temperament. You do not resort to violence against your wife, do you? Chunji Bei frowned slightly, looking at her. Do I appear to be someone who would hit a woman? He was not yet married. Who could predict how he might behave after tying the knot? However, if he dared to strike his wife, she would not hesitate to retaliate, at worst. They could engage in mutual combat and part ways thereafter. It is noteworthy that the only domestic violence shelter for men in the entire country is located in Shenyang, northeast China. She does not bully others, yet she must not be bullied herself. Xia Shao felt she had asked enough questions, but Chunji Bei clearly disagreed. If you wish for your partner to return home early to accompany you, I have no objections. Xia Shao was taken aback, feeling as though she was being perceived as overly clingy. Was it still possible for her to clarify her intentions? Since Xia Shao and Chunji Bei went out, Li Lady had been distracted, often gazing outside. Among the other occupants, she was the first to notice the return of the pair. What have you two been discussing for so long? It seems she had a closer relationship with Xia Shao than was appropriate for mere acquaintances. Xia Shao remained silent, and Chunji Bei had no intention of acknowledging her, not even casting a glance in her direction. The man nodded slightly to Liu Zitong before resuming his seat, his expression betraying no change. Li Lady, feeling rebuffed, was not pleased. However, Liu Zitong's smile became more genuine as he remarked, Isn't Xia Shao's younger brother supposed to return to the capital? Since both parties have no objections, let's expedite this matter. This was precisely what Tian Tsuefan was eager to hear, and her face lit up with joy. When are you available? We are flexible. How about tomorrow? Director Liu pondered, suggesting they first attend to the formalities, as the wedding could wait a few more days. I need to send a telegram to inform Jibei's parents and prepare some necessities. They should not be arriving empty-handed. The custom of giving betrothal gifts is significant. In these times of scarcity, it is not uncommon for couples to hastily arrange their marriage with little more than a few belongings. With the Liu family willing to provide a betrothal gift, Xia Shao considered herself fortunate, not knowing how she had garnered such good fortune to be favored by the Liu family. Watching the two cousins drift further away, Li Lady could not suppress her envy. Yet, Upon reflection, she realized that despite Director Lu's assurances, there was still a troublesome sister-in-law in the Lu family. This individual could easily stir trouble and jeopardize the engagement. Upon returning home, should Director Lu come knocking again, the outcome was uncertain. The prospect of betrothal gifts seemed bleak, and whether Xia Shao could truly marry into the family remained questionable. Even if she did, life would undoubtedly be challenging with such a sister-in-law, keeping a close watch. Li Lady snorted coldly, casting a glance at Xia Shao as she departed. Xiao Wanhui, oblivious, lingered behind after seeing everyone off and tugged at Xia Shao's sleeve. Xia Shao slowed her pace, and Xiao Wanhui whispered, "I find that sister-in-law of his rather formidable. Are you truly going to marry him? Is that what concerns you?" Xia Shao replied leisurely, offering him a smile. "After today's commotion, if I were to have any conflict with her, do you think others would side with me or her?" "Of course, they would side with you." "Exactly. The enemies that are visible are not to be feared. It is the hidden adversaries that pose the true threat." Upon returning, they found the table already being cleared. Li Lady and Cheng Wenhua were assisting on the ground, while they sat on the calm, rubbing her eyes in fatigue. Li Changshun noticed her drowsiness and instructed Li Baosheng and Cheng Wenhua to take the children home for a midday nap. Xia Shao and Xiao Wanhui were about to leave when he called them back. Xia Shao's marriage had been settled. "Shouldn't you present the contract?" "Notorious, Xia Shao replied. "Once I'm married, I will give it to you. Who knows if there will be any further complications?" Lu Qieping's disruptive antics indeed raised concerns. Yet Li Changshun furrowed his brow. "Will you definitely provide it after marriage?" Noticing his skeptical expression, Xiao Wanhui became displeased. "My family is not yours. My sister has waited 5 years. Can her words not be trusted?" This was a veiled criticism of the Li family's reliability, and Li Changshun's countenance darkened. Xia Shao and Xiao Wanhui paid no heed to his displeasure, grabbing cookies and apples before departing. Just as they reached the door, Xiao Wanhui recalled something and dashed back to ask Li Lady, "Didn't you say they looked down on my sister? If that's the case, why are they specifically coming to court her?" "Li Lady, why are these siblings so bothersome? Not a single good trait." Lu Taiping left the Li household and went to her parental home, returning late that night. Upon entering, she found the house cold and silent, devoid of any warmth or food. Anger welled up within her. All day long, they were out and about, while the younger ones neglected the home, and the elders showed no concern either. Just as she prepared to drink some water, she noticed Lu Zethong sitting quietly on the Kong by the door, staring at her. Startled, she exclaimed, "Why are you silent?" Then she inquired, "Where is Ji Bei? Where has he run off to now? He is giving you face by avoiding you." Lu Zethong replied. Lu Taiping failed to grasp the underlying meaning, scoffing dismissively. "Does he even possess that insight? I return, and not a single meal is prepared." Lu Zethong, having lost patience with her ramblings, stated firmly, "You went to the Li household at noon." His tone was an assertion rather than a question, causing Lu Taiping to pause. Lu Zethong's voice turned grave. "Do you truly look down on Ji Bei that much? If he cannot marry, what benefits does that bring you?" He rarely displayed anger, and his words were laden with genuine irritation. Lu Taiping felt a twinge of guilt, but quickly regained her composure, asserting, "What benefits could I possibly gain? It is all for his own good. The girl introduced by the Li family is just a country girl, without a job or a household registration, and her family is filled with impoverished relatives waiting for assistance." Having been caught, she seized the opportunity to clarify her stance. "In any case, I have no regard for that girl. I have already suggested to Ji Bei that he consider Qiao Yun's younger sister, Qiao Wan, whom you have met. Now, she is truly capable, having cared for her sister during the postpartum period with great attentiveness, and she holds an urban household registration. Last month, Lu Tieping's sister-in-law, Yang Xiaoyan, gave birth to a healthy baby boy, the first male heir of the Lu family in this generation. Unfortunately, Lu's mother had already passed away, and Yang's mother had her hands full with her grandson, so they sent her younger daughter, Yang Qiaowan, to assist for a while. Lu Zethong had indeed met her, and as Lu Taiping described, she was indeed competent. However, Lu Taiping continued, "When she first arrived, I suggested introducing her to Ji Bei, but you vehemently opposed it. Didn't you? Not only did you disagree, but you also mocked him, saying, 'Do you not know your brother's character?' I cannot bring myself to suggest her. If they do not fare well, how would I maintain my relationship with Xiaoyan? Lu Taiping recalled the examination and the ensuing meal. Initially, she believed that Jibei might not be as poorly regarded by his parents as they had suggested. Perhaps once he married and had children, he would mature. This was something Lu Zitong had advised her in the past. After a moment of silence, Lu Zitong said, "You should prepare to deliver the betrothal gifts to Xia tomorrow." Lu Taiping, thinking he was referring to Yang Xiaojun, felt a moment of joy. However, her delight quickly turned to shock. "Who did you say?" "Xia." "Yes." Lu Zitong struck a match and lit a cigarette. Lu Taiping immediately grew anxious. "How can you decide on her? Did everything I just say mean nothing? Jibei has his sights set on her, and you simply acquiesce because he favors her? He is just a child. What does he know?" Lu Taiping was nearly beside herself, and only upon noticing Lu Zitong's grave expression, staring through the rising smoke, did she pause. "Are you determined to marry Yang Xiaojun to Jibei for the sake of Dajuan?" Lu Zitong, having seen battle, possessed a gaze that seemed capable of piercing through to a person's soul. Lu Taiping's heart raced, yet she remained defiant. "You claim I look down on Jibei, but you do not regard Dajuan highly either. What can I do for Dajuan? I only wish to find a suitable partner for Jibei, so he won't have to worry once married. Xiaojun is someone we know well, while that Xia is over 3,000 miles from here. How would we even inquire about her? Who knows why she remains unmarried at her age? Could there be an issue? Is there really a problem with being unmarried?" Lu Zitong interrupted her sternly. "The only possibilities are health issues or questionable conduct. Such baseless speculation could damage that girl's reputation. I don't care what schemes you are concocting. You should refrain from meddling in Jibei's affairs. Do not attend the betrothal gift delivery tomorrow to avoid causing offense with unkind words." Lu Taiping's complexion darkened. "How am I to explain to Xia when I have already promised Xiaojun?" "Explain it as you did today," Lu Zitong replied, noticing her eyes darting beneath her eyelids. "A few years ago, Dajuan borrowed 500 for his wedding, and last month he borrowed another 200 for his wife's childbirth. If Jibei's situation goes awry, I will ask Dajuan when he intends to repay." Lu Taiping's face blanched, leaving her silent. Finally, Lu Zitong frowned and took a drag from his cigarette. "We have not acted honorably in this matter. We must offer a more substantial betrothal gift to Xia." Lu Zitong specifically took a half-day off to present the proposal. Dressing formally in a well-tailored woolen suit, Li Changshun had gone to work, leaving Li Lady to linger. What business did an unmarried young woman have in this affair? Tian Suifan shot her several disapproving glances, which Li Lady feigned not to notice. Unable to reprimand her in front of others, Tian Suifan resolved to address the matter once they were alone. In truth, Li Lady felt quite disappointed that the Lu family had arrived today. Her mother had mentioned that Lu Zitong's wife was not to be trifled with. After marrying for over a decade without having children, she constantly suspected her husband of infidelity, to the point that Lu Zitong hesitated to speak with female colleagues at the factory, fearing trouble. Such a difficult person could not simply be dismissed. Perhaps it would only amount to a trivial sum of 10 or 20, which could lead to Xia Shao losing face. Unexpectedly, Lu Zitong's gesture was generous, presenting her with a neat stack of cash. At a cursory glance, it must have contained at least 20 or 30 bills. This amounted to a few hundred yuan. Back home, 30 yuan could secure a bride. However, this was Jiangsheng, not her hometown. When her brother got married, they had scraped together 200 yuan for the bride price, and it took the family half a year of tight budgeting to repay that sum. It was possible that the Lu family was merely offering a token amount, providing nothing beyond the bride price. Some families, lacking in integrity, would even require the bride to return with the bride price tucked away, merely going through the motions. After Lu Zitong handed over 300 yuan, he inquired of Xia Shao, "I sincerely apologize for yesterday's events. Beyond the bride price, I intend to provide you and Jibei with something substantial. How do you feel about a sewing machine?" Li Lady could scarcely maintain her composure. In this day and age, ready-made garments were rare. Most people purchased fabric to sew their own clothes. If someone could have a sewing machine at their wedding, it would be a point of pride for a lifetime. Xia Shao remained silent. It was astonishing that the Lu family was willing to buy her one. Li Lady's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief, but Xia Shao asked, "Could we perhaps exchange it for a small clock?" It would be more convenient for keeping track of time. She had no idea how to operate one. What use would a sewing machine be? Would it simply serve as a decorative table? Yet, perhaps due to the overly successful marketing by Tian Suifan, Lu Zitong seemed to believe she was trying to save him money. After all, a sewing machine would cost no less than 100 yuan, and a slightly better one could be traded for 3 or 4 small clocks. If you do not wish for a sewing machine, let us go with the small clock, Lu Zitong suggested. And I will also buy you a bicycle for your convenience in commuting to work. The combined cost of a small clock and a bicycle would exceed that of a sewing machine. Surprisingly, this was not the end. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zitong added, since Xia Shao's family is not local, there is no need to send along any luggage. I shall order a pair of cabinets and 2 chairs from the furniture factory, and also add a dining table for you. His generosity was not only substantial, but also comprehensive. This time, not only Li Lady but even Tian Suifan felt a twinge of discomfort, especially since this arrangement was originally intended for their family lady. However, upon reflecting on the information she had gathered, she found some balance in her thoughts. When Lu Zitong mentioned luggage again, Xia Shao shyly replied, "There's no need for luggage. Uncle Li and Aunt Li have offered to take care of that." Li Lady was completely unprepared for Xia Shao's response, thinking, when did my parents say that? Tian Suifan was equally surprised. But seeing Xia Shao poised to leave, she could only grit her teeth and discreetly step on her daughter's foot. Xia Shao noticed but chose to ignore it. Recalling what had been discussed after their departure yesterday, she would not allow the Li family to benefit. Everything would be provided by the Lu family. Indeed, Tian Suifan dared not oppose, fearing Xia Shao might raise further demands, so she hurriedly took out the lunar calendar and let Lu Zitong choose a date. After perusing it, Lu Zitong settled on an auspicious day, the following Tuesday, suitable for both weddings and moving houses, allowing 5 or 6 days for preparations until Chun Jibei's parents arrived from afar. Once everything was arranged, Chun Jibei produced a roll of fabric tickets from his pocket and handed them to Xia Shao. "What is this?" she inquired. "Fabric tickets. Use them to make yourselves a couple of outfits," he replied. A few years ago, resources were scarce, and, at the very least, each person could only receive a foot of cloth annually, barely enough to fashion a pair of shorts. This year, conditions have improved somewhat. Yet most people find themselves without tickets, making it exceedingly difficult to exchange for such a quantity at once. No one anticipated that Chun Jibei, with his silent demeanor and indifferent attitude, would suddenly present gifts to Xia Shao. Xia Shao quickly grasped the situation. As Chun Jibei promptly added, "I have already procured a letter of introduction from my workplace, hoping to collect the certificate soon." It seemed he was anxious to avoid any unforeseen complications that his sister-in-law might conjure. "What's your hurry? Your wife is not going anywhere." Lu Zitong evidently had other thoughts, amused by the situation. Tian Suifan managed a reluctant smile. It was normal for young people to be a bit impatient, suggesting a destined connection between them. With the matter settled, Lu Zitong felt relieved, stating, "You can discuss this with Xia Shao. As her elder brother, I shall not meddle further." In the face of their teasing, Chun Jibei maintained his characteristic aloofness, showing no signs of embarrassment. Xia Shao, with her head bowed, remained silent, feeling even more composed than him. After sending off 2 groups of people, Tian Suifan returned with a stern expression, while Li Lady stood outside, lost in thought. "Lady, what occupies your mind?" The elderly Wang nearly bumped into her, following her gaze to the alleyway. "Was that girl a relative of yours?" This woman relished gossip, being well-versed in the affairs of others. Li Lady, wary of her chattering, affirmed. Old Wang cast another glance toward the alley, exclaiming, "She is truly beautiful, like a blossoming bud. Is she taken?" Li Lady detested hearing praises of Xia Shao, her tone instantly souring. "She has a partner." "You mean that tall young man? He seems quite suited for your relative. I thought he was introduced to you." Old Wang, with a hint of regret, went off to shop for vegetables. Having a son herself who was still unmarried, she initially intended to inquire about that lovely girl. However, Li Lady fixated on the phrase, "I thought he was introduced to you," standing there in a daze before suddenly striding back. Is the daughter-in-law of factory director Lu simply going to let this go? Tian Suifan was still fuming, feeling tricked by Xia Shao, and snapped, "What do you mean by letting it go? Did she not look down upon Xia Shao? Is it truly over? Logically, Li Lady was 4 years younger than Xia Shao. They would hardly have played together, let alone have conflicts. Yet, her family held a bias towards sons, rendering daughters increasingly undervalued, with Li Lady being the fourth. In contrast, Xia Shao was an only child. During festivities, Xia Shao donned new clothes, while Li Lady perpetually wore the hand-me-downs of her older siblings. Xia Shao adorned her hair with vibrant yarn, while Li Lady used the cheapest, unadorned rubber bands. Even Xia Shao's older brother, Xiao Wangguang, remarked on the absurdity of her wearing such fine clothing when they were barely worth anything, leaving Li Lady feeling utterly imbalanced. Thus, she secretly bullied Xia Shao, taking her belongings. Yet, Xia Shao remained silent, enduring the mistreatment. And when her brother offered a few comforting words, that sufficed. Such a meek individual, one would think, would be an easy target. After all, Xia Shao would never dare to complain, and even if Li Changshun and Tian Suifan were aware, they would turn a blind eye. Yet, this seemingly timid girl managed to find herself in such a promising family, possessing a striking appearance and having relatives in prominent positions. She is willing to lavish money on Xia Shao, eager to bring her home as his bride. Yet, what merit does Xia Shao possess beyond her beauty? Why should such a favorable match be bestowed upon her? At this moment, Tian Suifan comprehended the situation. She swiftly turned around and seized Li Lady by the ear, exclaiming, "Have I recently granted you a bit of leniency? Do you still wish to inquire why I haven't introduced anyone to you? Just yesterday, you were fixated on her, scrutinizing me as if I were oblivious." Li Lady, already in pain, felt her eyes welling up at these words. "I did not." Tian Suifan dismissed her protests, yanking her ear as she led her inside. "What are you envious of? Has your father and I deprived you of food or clothing? Is this trifling matter enough to ensnare your heart? How did I end up with such a disgraceful child?" Tian Suifan realized that apart from her appearance, this daughter lacked any of her qualities, particularly in intellect. Initially, her parents had not intended for her to marry into the Li family. Rather, she had deemed the farmers without prospects and had chosen to align herself with Li Changshun, a mere apprentice at the shop. In truth, had she found the opportunity, she would have preferred to attach herself to a shopkeeper or a wealthy patron, even if it meant being a concubine. In those times, those engaged in trade often had families both at home and abroad. As long as they did not cross paths, what was the difference between being grand or modest? She had known to plan for herself since she was 14 or 15, while this daughter, nearing 18, remained fixated only on superficial beauty. Tian Suifan forcefully tossed Li Lady onto the bed. "Do you believe he is genuinely a good match? Why would I not introduce him to you? He is nothing but a vagrant, indulging in debauchery, gambling, and other vices with parents who can no longer manage him, which is why he has been sent here." "A vagrant?" Li Lady's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting to cover her ears. Tian Suifan elaborated further. "He cannot even earn 7 work points in our hometown and is constantly embroiled in trouble, with his mother frequently apologizing to others. Even after arriving here, he has not settled down. Last month, he broke someone's arm and lost a level in wages. Otherwise, do you think Director Liu was so eager to rid himself of him? If Xia Shao were to be with him, a life of hardship awaits." Unaware of the impending trials of married life, Xia Shao expressed nonchalance. "I intend to obtain the marriage certificate. You won't be accompanying me, will you?" Regardless, the intention to collaborate had already been established, and the contracting party had provided the signing fee. The timing of the contract was of little concern to her. However, in this era, acquiring a marriage certificate required a letter of introduction, which she had left at the guest house. Thus, they could only meet in the afternoon. Given a marriage registration office's considerable distance, a walk would take no less than 40 to 50 minutes, prompting Chun Jibei to borrow a bicycle. Xiao Wanhuai, already donned in his coat, feigned a fierce demeanor. "What if he tries to bully you?" Xia Shao found this amusing. "Why would he bully me? Besides, he only has 1 bicycle, and it cannot accommodate 2 people." Xiao Wanhuai had already anticipated this. "No worries, I can ride on the front fender." Although merely 17, he had grown significantly in the past 2 years, standing at least 1.70 meters. The image of such a hefty figure perched on the front fender, encircled by someone's arms, was too absurd for Xia Shao to bear. She quickly pushed his forehead, urging him to behave. Let us go. Chen Jibei was already waiting downstairs. Dressed in the same attire as in the morning, his handsome features marred by a cold demeanor. The vintage 280 bicycle loomed high, yet he sat upon it with ease, his long legs comfortably reaching the ground. Have you brought everything? He inquired of Xia Shao. She patted her yellow canvas backpack at her waist, affirming that she had. Taking a seat on the rear of the bicycle, Chen Jibei said nothing further, pushing off with a steady motion. Riding was undoubtedly more time-efficient than walking, yet they still failed to expedite their journey to obtain the certificate. The registration office was besieged by a crowd. From a distance, Xia Shao could see a throng gathered, their murmurs audible, yet they could not drown out the heart-wrenching cries of a woman and the curses of a man. I told you to get a divorce. Do you dare defy me? The man's voice was brimming with rage. You wretched woman, forsaking your good days, forcing me to hit you. Upon peering into the crowd, Xia Shao discerned a man in his 30s, with a square face, violently gripping a woman and unleashing a barrage of blows. The woman's hair was disheveled as she shielded her head, desperately crying for help. Help! I doubt anyone will come to your aid. You are my wife. It's only fitting if I kill you. Among the onlookers, some watched in amusement, while others attempted to intervene vocally. Even the staff from the registration office emerged, inquiring about the commotion. This is a public space. Take your quarrels home. Do not obstruct the entrance. Yet, no one stepped forward to intervene. Xia Shao furrowed her brow and boldly shouted from the periphery, "The police are coming." Generally, the mention of the police would cause a retreat, yet to her astonishment, the man paid her no heed and intensified his assault, causing the crowd to instinctively part. Sensing the situation escalating, Xia Shao resolved to push through the throng. Chen Jibei, frowning behind her, admonished, "Stay out of family matters." "It's fine. I haven't 4 bag in my bag for self-defense." Before she could finish, Chen Jibei shot her an exasperated glance and strode forward, seizing the man's collar and tossing him aside. The force of the throw was considerable, sending the once menacing man crashing to the ground, momentarily silenced by the coldness in Chen Jibei's gaze. The once belligerent figure now appeared subdued. This prompted a display of disdain from the surrounding crowd, and without a second glance, Chen Jibei made his way toward the registration office. Xia Shao, not as swift as him, entered just as the woman suddenly shoved her aside and lunged at Chen Jibei, exclaiming, "Who allowed you to hit our Zhang?" No one anticipated her sudden aggression. Xia Shao was barely saved from falling by a bystander. However, in that instant, Chen Jibei could not evade her grasp, and she dug her nails into his wrist, drawing blood. With a stern expression, he disregarded his injury, noticing that the woman still intended to strike. He seized her wrist and yanked her aside. Stumbling, the woman realized that Chen Jibei was far fiercer than she had anticipated. She dared not retaliate and instead collapsed to the ground, sobbing, "He hit a woman. Someone come quickly. He hit a woman. They are bullying us as a couple. This is utterly unjust." This was not merely ingratitude, but a profound betrayal of kindness. Nearby, someone could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming, "That young man is helping you. Yet you attack him. You deserve to be punished." Indeed, were you not the one who was just shouting for help? The very assistance you sought has now brought forth a grudge. Initially, I felt a modicum of sympathy for her, but that sentiment has now been replaced by silence, even disdain. A female staff member, who had been standing at the door, approached and gestured for the two to step aside, stating that they need not concern themselves with this matter. This couple frequently comes to disrupt the peace with their marital disputes, yet they have never truly parted ways. She seeks help, yet still aligns with her husband. It is truly a case of mutual consent. No wonder so many have gathered to witness the spectacle. Xia Shao offered her a smile before turning her attention to Chen Jibei's injuries. "Are you all right?" she inquired, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Chen Jibei bore 2 bloodied scratches on his wrist, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned, casting a brief, cold glance before averting his gaze, advising her to mind her own affairs. Ironically, despite his insistence that she not interfere, he had still entered the fray on her behalf. However, he was indeed injured while trying to assist her. Xia Shao chose not to argue with him, lowering her eyes. One cannot disregard a situation simply because it may lead to complications. What if the other party was genuinely in distress? She recalled how her grandmother had once suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and collapsed by the roadside. If everyone feared being deceived, and no one had promptly taken her grandmother to the hospital, she would have been lost to them during the second day of the new year. No one anticipated Xia Shao would voice such sentiments. Chen Jibei's sardonic expression faltered, and he fell silent for a moment. At that juncture, they were able to enter the marriage registration office. Inside, a small table was set up, and the same female staff member sat behind it, picking up a ledger. "Please come forward to register, and I will assist you in the process," she instructed the couples ahead of them. "I am Xia Shao, Xia as in summer, and Shao as in peony." She introduced herself, only then realizing the peculiar era in which such a marriage certificate was being sought. She was still unaware of her partner's surname. Turning back, she noticed the man's gaze was subtly restrained as he entered beside her. "Chen Jibei, Chun as in the ear of the east," he replied. "So, his name is Chen Jibei." Xia Shao silently repeated the name to herself, suddenly pausing. "Chen Jibei? The same Jibei from night, rain, sends to north?" The poem was familiar to anyone who had attended middle school, and many could recite it. Yet, in the 1960s, when education was not as widespread, some of Xia Shao's contemporaries could not even recognize characters, let alone ancient poetry. Chen Jibei cast a sidelong glance. "You know it?" "A little," she replied. His reaction indicated that Xia Shao had spoken correctly, only deepening her sense of unreality. There are numerous characters that could be pronounced as Jibei, yet the singular figure known as Chen Jibei from the original text was known to her alone. This man was a legendary character within the narrative, the greatest benefactor of the protagonist, Lu Zitao. When the protagonist first encountered him, he was a mere fledgling entrepreneur, while Chen Jibei had already built an empire from the ground up, boasting thousands of employees, several factories, and numerous foreign trade channels. Embodying the envy of the local populace as a wealthy magnate, he took notice of the protagonist due to the similarity of their names to a mutual cousin. By that time, he was well into his 40s, his demeanor and presence unblemished by age, although a complex expression crossed his face when mentioning this cousin. As their relationship deepened, the protagonist once inquired about the cousin, to which he paused before revealing that he had not seen the cousin in many years. Lu Zitao. Lu Zitong. At first, Xia Shao did not consider this possibility. Firstly, it seemed too coincidental. Secondly, it was said that this prominent figure was a workaholic who had never married in his lifetime. Some claimed he had been married in his youth, but divorced, severing all ties with his former spouse. Others suggested he had suffered from unrequited love, as the woman he cherished had wed another. After all, with his power, influence, and striking appearance, how could he remain solitary? The gossip surrounding such a person was endlessly fascinating. In the narrative, he remained perpetually alone, nurturing the male protagonist out of both admiration for talent and a familial regard. How could someone of his stature even consider a match with her? Yet, here they were. Moreover, in the story, the gentleman exuded charm, composure, and wit. Was he truly so sharp and aloof in his youth? Xia Shao settled onto a bench in the waiting area, still in disbelief. "Are you truly intent on marrying me?" They had arrived at the registration office. Was he reconsidering? Up close, Chen Jibei's profile was strikingly defined, his deep-set eyes exuding a cool intensity, with a small mole tucked within his brow. Xia Shao recalled that the book had mentioned this mole, equating it to hidden treasures of great fortune. She averted her gaze. "No, I am merely a little anxious about my first marriage. Perhaps after a couple more, it will feel less daunting." A couple more? Regardless, she was indeed nervous. "Please, do not speak. Let me gather my thoughts." Xia Shao nearly bit her tongue, sensing that the man's gaze was scrutinizing her anew. In truth, she feared he might change his mind. Such an important figure. Who could say whether he bore some single status debuff that the world's will might actively correct? Ultimately, as they presented their letters of introduction at the registration window and began signing, no unexpected occurrences transpired, nor did anyone emerge to oppose the union. The clerk, noticing Xia Shao's distracted demeanor, hesitated and asked, "Comrade, are you doing this of your own free will?" "Yes, we are both entirely voluntary in this." Xia Shao hurriedly lowered her head to sign. The The clerk stamped the document with a resounding thud, and a marriage certificate was freshly minted. Unlike the red booklets of later years, this marriage certificate was a colorful sheet adorned with patterns reminiscent of a diploma. Gazing at the names closely aligned and the vibrant red seal, Xia Shao finally felt the reality of the situation sink in. Regardless of why he remained single in the narrative, they had acquired a certificate signifying their union under the same roof. Although he would soon rise to prominence, especially after the economic reforms, spending his days either working or commuting, she had already experienced enough of the grind. She had not objected to others passionately pursuing their careers. Who could find a better situation than a husband of wealth who preferred not to return home? Upon exiting, the quarreling couple had departed, and the two of them tucked the marriage certificate away before heading to view properties. Unfortunately, none of the places they inspected met their expectations. They were either too old or too distant. One particular property was both far and dilapidated, with the street houses already adorned with glass windows while it still had paper ones. There was no running water. They would need to fetch it from a nearby well. And yet the landlord demanded over 4 coins in rent. Tomorrow, I shall inquire at my workplace to see if there are any vacant public accommodations. Chen Jibei returned Xia Shao to the guest house. Coincidentally, Xia Shao intends to have some clothing made during the day tomorrow, so we shall discuss it after your workday concludes. Chen Jibei remained silent, watching as Xia Shao entered the guest house before turning the vehicle around and departing. The round-faced female attendant at the front desk, observing this scene through the glass, inquired of Xia Shao, "Is this the individual you are to marry?" Xia Shao and her brother had been residing there for several days, becoming quite familiar with the staff. However, some matters need not be overly elaborated upon, so she merely smiled without denying it. The attendant's expression immediately shifted to one of intrigue, as if she had something to say but was uncertain how to broach the subject. "What is it?" Xia Shao paused in her steps. "Nothing much," the attendant replied hesitantly. "It's just that my uncle and his cousin live nearby. I've seen them a few times." This reaction suggested more than mere acquaintanceship, yet the attendant seemed reluctant to elaborate further. Given that they were strangers, Xia Shao refrained from probing deeper and instead commented on the garment the attendant was holding. "This dress is quite lovely. This one, I made it for the new year, but the buttons fell off, so I'm mending it." The round-faced attendant snipped the threads with a small pair of scissors, holding it up against herself before neatly folding it, clearly quite fond of it. Xia Shao took the opportunity to inquire about where she had it made. "I'm about to get married and wish to have a wedding outfit made." "Indeed, you must have a proper set," the attendant agreed with a smile. "I had this done by a little tailor named Sun, who works behind the grain shop. You've likely seen her husband, the tall fellow with a somewhat dark complexion who frequently inspects the guest house. He is the little Jiang police officer." To assuage any concerns Xia Shao might have regarding the tailor's youth, she added, "Little Sun's father was a well-known tailor in Jiangcheng, but he has not been well for the past couple of years and has largely stopped working. Initially, I was skeptical about her skills, but after her father vouched for her, I decided to try just one piece. To my surprise, the craftsmanship was indeed excellent, and the styles were quite modern." Upon learning that it was a family heirloom skill, Xia Shao felt reassured. "Then I shall visit tomorrow." After expressing her gratitude, she retrieved 2 eggs from her yellow canvas bag, freshly purchased that afternoon. "My brother and I can't consume much, so please take these home for the children." While passing through a nearby farmer's market on her way to view properties, she had acquired 10 eggs, intending to drink them raw in the morning. The Li family was not one to be trifled with. Their demeanor during the 2 marriage proposals revealed their true nature. Xia Shao could negotiate terms with them because she had a firm grip on their vulnerabilities, compelling them to acquiesce. Now that the marriage had been arranged, and having just outwitted them, their attitude had swiftly soured. They did not bring lunch for the siblings that afternoon, presumably out of resentment. Fortunately, the biscuits sent by Lu Zhe were plentiful, weighing a full 3 pounds and consisting of the finest walnut crisps. Rich and sweet, these walnut crisps were delightfully soft and melted in the mouth, satisfying whether consumed directly or soaked in water. She planned to snack on the biscuits and eggs to tide her over until she could rent a home in a few days, allowing her to purchase grain and vegetables and cook for herself. One egg cost 10 cents, enough to buy over a pound of cornmeal, a luxury not everyone could afford. Though the round-faced attendant felt too shy to accept, Xia Shao simply left the items behind and ascended the stairs. There was no other option. She could only chase after him for a few steps. "I'll take you tomorrow," she said. "You have just arrived? How would you know where to go?" "I'll take you after my shift in the morning." The receptionist at the guest house worked in shifts, and the following day another attendant would come on duty. After the round-faced attendant completed her handover, Xia Shao had finished her breakfast as well. "My surname is Guan. You can call me Sister Guan," she introduced herself. The female attendant on duty asked, "Have you purchased the fabric?" Of course, Xia Shao had not, so Sister Guan first took her to the department store. Jiangqing boasted a total of 6 department stores, the largest of which spanned 3 entire floors. The merchandise ranged from small items like towels, soap, and shoes, to larger goods such as watches, bicycles, sewing machines, and radios, making it quite comprehensive for that era, though most items required tickets for purchase. Sister Guan led Xia Shao to the nearest 4th store, where the morning crowd was still sparse. The salesperson at the fabric counter was engrossed in trimming her nails, not even lifting her eyelids upon noticing a customer. Plain fabric is 4 mao 7, twill fabric is 5 mao 6, and corduroy is 1 yuan 3. "Xiao Fong." "It's me," Sister Guan called out. Only then did the salesperson put down her scissors. "Sister Guan, are you bringing someone to buy fabric?" "Yes. This is my friend Xia Shao. She is getting married and wants to make a couple of outfits." "Then you must buy something good," the salesperson replied, retrieving several rolls of fabric from the bottom of the counter, all recently arrived and guaranteed to be sturdy and durable. These salespeople not only judged customers by their appearance, but also by their demeanor. Quality items were seldom displayed prominently. Xia Shao felt fortunate that her 2 eggs had landed in the right basket, for she could discern that the rolls before her were significantly superior to the ones above. "Take a look. Xiao Fong has a good selection here. If she doesn't have it, don't bother looking elsewhere," Sister Guan assured her confidently. Xia Shao examined the 2 recommended rolls, both adorned with floral patterns. While suitable for making a casual dress, she found them too ostentatious for the current season's attire. Ultimately, she chose a roll of army green twill fabric, thicker than the plain fabric yet not as overly soft as corduroy. "Are you making military uniforms?" Sister Guan inquired, as it was not uncommon for many to wear military attire for weddings in that era. Xia Shao did not deny it and turned to her companion, Xiao Wanhui, asking, "Which color do you prefer?" Nearby, on the counter, stood a large transparent glass jar filled with colorful marbles. A few young boys gazed longingly, but their patched-up clothes revealed that they could hardly afford such luxuries. Xiao Wanhui was also watching and, momentarily taken aback by her question, asked me, "Yes, I'll make you a set as well." "No need," Xiao Wanhui quickly shook his head. "That as for your wedding, what do I need new clothes for?" "Are you planning to wear this outfit to the wedding?" Xia Shao observed his attire. The original owner was a young lady who cherished her belongings. Although her clothes were old, they were still wearable. Unlike Xiao Wanhui, who was in the restless age of 16 or 17, and whose mother had spent considerable time patching together a couple of outfits just to send him out. Standing side by side, they made an unappealing sight. Xiao Wanhui scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Xia Shao, taking the fabric, held it against him for comparison. "I think this one will do nicely. It's stain-resistant." She made her decision promptly. "This one, please give me 8 feet." Xiao Wanhui was taller than her, and 7 feet would likely not suffice. Fortunately, Qin Jibei had provided her with a generous allocation of fabric tickets, sufficient for 2 complete sets. As she watched the sales clerk measure the fabric with a wooden ruler and deftly cut it with large scissors, Xiao Wanhui had to swallow the words that were on the tip of her tongue. The color, though suitable for him, would not do justice to Xia Shao, especially for her wedding attire. This thought pained him somewhat, for that was a substantial 8 feet of fabric. During times of normal supply, one could only expect to receive 7 or 8 feet in a year. Suddenly, he recalled something and hurriedly rummaged through the pockets sewn into the inner side of his clothing. He had nearly forgotten that their mother had secretly given him some tickets before he left, meant as a dowry for Xia Shao's marriage, saved up from previous years. In their hometown, it was indeed customary to provide a dowry for daughters, but due to severe resource shortages in recent years and unexpected family upheavals, Xia Shao had assumed their mother had made no preparations. To his surprise, not only did Xiao Wanhui uncover the fabric tickets, but he also found several cotton tickets, the accumulation of which was unknown to him. Xia Shao recalled the travel expenses their mother had given her before her departure, all in similar small denominations, meticulously bundled together with a rubber band. Upon seeing that, Xiao Wangguang had been furious, questioning why their mother had not shared any of it with him. Their mother had merely wept, refusing to mention her decision to keep Xia Shao from going to northeast China. She was a traditional woman, diligent and self-sacrificing. Yet her character was overly timid. In the past, when their third brother was around, she had someone to rely on, but now, depending on her son to earn work points for sustenance, she had lost all confidence and could hardly raise her voice to Xiao Wangguang. Sending Xia Shao to the northeast was the only thing she could do as a mother. Feeling a sense of powerlessness, unable to protect her daughter, she had stealthily given the items to Xiao Wanhui. Xia Shao harbored complex feelings towards her mother. On one hand, she perceived her as lacking in self-reliance. Yet on the other, she understood that rural women in that era, without work, would ultimately depend on their sons for support, leaving little to shield their daughters. Hence, Xia Shao had never contemplated remaining in the countryside. She was determined to find a job. She returned the tickets to Xiao Wanhui, insisting he take them back to their mother, instructing him not to let their elder brother find out. After a moment's thought, she reconsidered and decided to purchase the fabric instead, instructing him to say that the tickets belonged to her. Knowing Xiao Wangguang's selfishness, once he discovered that their mother had tickets, she would be left with none. Xia Shao chose vibrant floral fabric intended for women's clothing, believing that their elder brother, a grown man, would not dare to wear such patterns in public. Renting a place and purchasing fabric cost Xia Shao nearly 30 yuan, and, conveniently, there was a shoe counter nearby, where she also acquired a pair of red leather shoes. The shoes were flat with a square toe and featured a decorative chain around the ankle, priced at 15 yuan. After all, she had received 300 yuan as a betrothal gift. It was only right that she treated herself to something. Following Sister Guan's suggestion, she also picked up a bottle of snowflower cream, the finest brand of the era, a large bottle costing 5 yuan. The store also sold locally produced ginseng snowflower cream, which was quite good, albeit packaged in bags that were difficult to preserve. In total, she spent nearly 50 yuan, which left Xiao Wanhui, holding items nearby, utterly astonished at the prices. "Is everything so expensive here?" he exclaimed. "Well, Jiangcheng is a city after all, excluding other factories. The Forestry Bureau alone employs over 60,000 workers. In the year I arrived, cornmeal in my hometown was merely 4 cents per pound, while here in Jiangcheng, it was over 5 cents, and this year it has risen to 6 cents and 4. Sister Guan pointed to the large glass jar on the counter, suggesting that if one finds it too expensive, they could wait until the snowflake cream is finished and bring a bottle to purchase loose grains, which are more affordable. The Shaosun family, recommended by Sister Guan, is not far from the fourth store, just 100 meters or so, with a turn, leads to a row of neat black brick houses. Did you notice those doorways? This area used to be filled with large quadrangles, some having several courtyards, but later they were all divided into communal housing, with 3 rooms accommodating 2 families. Nevertheless, the houses are indeed of excellent quality, constructed entirely of black bricks. As Sister Guan chatted along the way, she led Xia Shao through one of the doorways into the left side main room. The grand quadrangle of a wealthy family from years past was certainly incomparable to the few personal residences Xia Shao had observed yesterday. The room was built lofty, and even with an old layer of redwood flooring, it did not feel oppressive. Unlike the 4-meter width houses in Guan's hometown, those in Jiangcheng are 6 meters or even 6.5, providing ample space despite the presence of southern and northern gangs. The Shaosun sister, as described by Sister Guan, is a young woman with a well-groomed hairstyle, an oval face, and single eyelids. While not conventionally beautiful, she possesses a vibrant spirit. Her sewing machine is positioned beside the southern column, and she is working rapidly, not lifting her head, saying, "Please wait a moment while I finish this." Xia Shao, unhurried, first observed her attire, then glanced at the freshly made Zhongshan suit on the nearby table. This woman indeed possesses remarkable skills, The garments fit well and are aesthetically pleasing. And in no time, she completed sewing one sleeve. However, Xia Shao was not entirely satisfied with the style of the clothing. When Xiao Sun inquired about her desired design, Xia Shao requested paper and pencil to sketch out her idea. Essentially, it was a trench coat paired with straight-leg trousers, featuring an extra button at the collar, allowing it to be worn upright for warmth or lay down. Surprisingly, it turned out to be quite appealing. Sister Guan leaned in to observe, noting that it had a belt, making it warm when layered over a cotton jacket in winter, albeit somewhat fabric-intensive. In a planned economy, fabric consumption is a significant concern. For someone tall like Chun Jibei, a complete outfit could use enough material for 1.5 sets for others. Xiao Sun expressed keen interest in this new style, also noting that it would not require much material. The belt could be pieced together from scraps, but the hem would need to be slightly longer. She curiously asked Xia Shao, "Do you also know how to make clothes?" Xia Shao, who was unfamiliar with the craft, replied that she had merely seen others wear similar outfits while traveling by train, retaining some impressions. After all, in this era, there were no televisions, let alone mobile phones or the internet. She stated she had seen such clothing, but there was no evidence to suggest otherwise. The measurements for Xia Shao and Xia Wanhui were not altered significantly. She simply requested that Xiao Sun leave an extra inch on the sleeves and trouser legs. At only 17, Xia Wanhui was expected to grow taller, necessitating adjustments in those areas. Xiao Sun swiftly took their measurements, marking the fabric with chalk, stating, "You could just give me 4 yuan and we'll round off the change." They agreed to return in 3 days for the garments. But Xia Shao did not rush to leave. She inquired whether anyone still resided in the opposite room. The Xiao Sun family occupied the first courtyard with 3 main rooms, and there was another household across the way sharing a kitchen with them. Upon entering, Xia Shao noticed that the door to the opposite room was tightly locked, and the stove was empty, covered in a layer of dust, suggesting it had not been used in a long time. Indeed, upon hearing the inquiry about the Wu family across the way, Xiao Sun remarked, "They have many children. A couple of years ago, they ventured into the countryside to cultivate a small plot of barren land. The mountains are abundant with food, and Jiangcheng, nestled against the Changbai mountain range, is far more bearable compared to the densely populated areas that rely solely on commercial grains during the 3 years of hardship. However, the food supply remains limited, and some individuals have abandoned their jobs to farm in the mountains. This was the case with the Wu family. Yet now that the grain supply has returned to normal, Mr. Wu finds himself regretful. He has sought to reclaim his former position several times, but the vacancies have long since been filled by others, who would willingly relinquish a secure job. Unable to regain employment, he deemed it unnecessary to continue renting the rather expensive house, which he just returned to the housing authority a couple months ago. With this information in mind, Xia Shao expressed her gratitude and departed. That evening, Chun Jibei arrived punctually to escort her, accompanied by Lu Zitong, who had also assisted in locating several housing options for them. Considering that Lu Zitong, being a factory manager, had numerous connections, Xia Shao refrained from rushing to speak, and the trio first visited the properties he had found. Frankly, they were indeed superior to those Xia Shao and Chun Jibei had viewed the previous day, although the improvement was marginal. From the quality of the buildings to the location, the best option was a small 2-room structure, albeit a wing room. Its orientation was less favorable than the main house, and the yard was quite untidy, requiring not only time to organize, but also the reconstruction of walls or the installation of wind beams. "Why don't you stay here for now? Once I find a suitable place, I will assist you again." Lu Zitong appeared somewhat dissatisfied, yet with merely 3 or 4 days remaining. It was impractical for the couple to reside in his home and occupy that small single room. Chun Jibei was particularly reluctant to stay at Lu's residence, scrutinizing the 2 wing rooms with a furrowed brow. Xia Shao opined that these accommodations were inferior to those across from Xiao Sun's home. "I encountered a place today, though I am uncertain if it is available for rent." In these times, there were no real estate agents. Buying or renting a home relied solely on personal introductions. As Xia Shao had just arrived in Jiangcheng from another region, Lu Zidong doubted she would have the connections to inquire about such matters. However, upon hearing it was not far, he graciously accompanied her to inspect the property. To their surprise, This new place was indeed superior to the previous two wing rooms. Although it was shared accommodation, the house was well maintained, and the small yard in front was tidy and inviting. On the side of Xiao Sun's home, a modest vegetable patch had been established, and beneath the window, a chicken coop could be seen, with a few chickens clucking and pecking at their feed. After touring the property, Lu Zitong inquired of Xia Shao, "Is this place found for your relatives?" "Not at all. They have been quite busy lately and lack the time. A lady brought me here this morning while I was having clothes made." Although Xia Shao had no intention of disclosing her engagement, she also wished to limit her interactions with the Li family, as it was prudent to maintain some distance. After all, you never know when someone might seek a favor and leverage her name to approach the Lu family. Upon hearing her response, Lu Zitong was evidently taken aback. "You found this?" Chun Jibei, however, was aware that Xia Shao was not as gentle and timid as she appeared. "This will suffice. There's a grain shop nearby, as well as stores, and it is also close to my workplace." "Then it's settled." Lu Zitong nodded, surprised that despite her seemingly timid demeanor, Xia Shao was quite resourceful. The properties managed by the housing authority were state-owned, offering lower rents than private homes, but securing a rental opportunity still required eligibility. Nevertheless, Lu Zitong found it relatively uncomplicated to arrange a quota for his cousin. The following morning, Chun Jibei delivered the keys to Xia Shao. Given that it was a public housing unit with subsidies, the rent of 3.6 yuan saved nearly 40 cents. Xia Shao and Xia Wanhui ventured to the department store to purchase a bucket and a mop, wrapping an old towel around her head as they commenced their cleaning. The Wu family had taken all their furniture when they moved, leaving the room stark and empty, with 2 shards of glass shattered from the window. The paper on the Kong needed redoing, and the walls, in a state of disarray, required complete covering with newspaper. Xia Shao borrowed a soft tape measure from the neighbor, Shao Sun, intending to measure the glass dimensions. Sun Qing was quite taken aback by her swiftness, commenting on how quickly she had secured the rental after inquiring just the day before. "I am eager to marry." Xia Shao promptly measured and reported the dimensions to Xia Wanhui, who reiterated them twice before taking the money Xia Shao provided to cut the glass. Upon hearing that Xia Shao was renting the house in preparation for her marriage, Sun Qing returned shortly with a stack of old newspapers, explaining that these were left over from her family's New Year wall coverings, though they might not suffice. "If you have connections, perhaps you could request more from your workplace." Xia Shao had already discerned that Sun Qing was straightforward and amiable in her dealings. She accepted the newspapers with a smile and inquired about how long Sun Qing had lived there. "Not quite 3 years, Sun Qing replied, stretching her back from sitting too long. "I also married here during the Great Famine, without even hosting a wedding banquet. Looking back, perhaps it would have been better to delay marriage to avoid the hardships." She expressed that women often find their greatest joy in being daughters at home, while marriage brings endless concerns. Xia Shao noted that though Sun Qing's words seemed to carry a complaint, her demeanor bore no significant resentment. Whether one married early or late was inconsequential, as long as life was satisfactory. Yet, there was the pressure of family to have children soon after marriage. "Do you remember how we suffered in those early years? Baixing and I would wake in the middle of the night to drink cold water just to fill our stomachs. We could hardly live, let alone think about children." This topic felt rather adult for Xia Shao, an unmarried young woman, but it was a stark reality. In Jiangcheng, those relying on the mountains fared slightly better. The original tenant had been starved for over a year, missing her menstrual cycle entirely. By noon, when Chun Jibei arrived, the large pot in the kitchen had already been set up, and the floor gleamed with a thin sheen of water. Xia Wanhui was assisting Xia Shao in fitting the glass, though his technique was somewhat clumsy, nearly causing several mishaps as he almost struck Xia Shao, who was holding the glass. Chun Jibei set down his belongings and stepped forward to take the hammer. "Be careful," Xia Wanhui cautioned, still feeling a bit uneasy as he observed. In mere moments, Chun Jibei had driven the nails in with precision, deftly hammering down the excess into the window frame without causing any injury. What Xia Wanhui had struggled to accomplish in half a day, Chun Jibei completed in 2 minutes, promptly reaching for the second pane. Xia Wanhui's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. "How are you so skilled?" Chun Jibei remained silent, seemingly finding Xia Wanhui's presence a hindrance, and furrowed his brow, suggesting, "You should eat first." With no further role to play, Xia Wanhui washed his hands and opened the lunchboxes brought by Chun Jibei. Both aluminum containers were still warm, one filled with bean rice and the other with vegetables. Within the scene, there lay not only vibrant green, pickled cucumbers and glistening stir-fried mustard greens, but also a generous portion of rice accompanied by succulent slices of pork belly nestled within a savory sauerkraut stew. In these lean times, the allure of rich, fatty meat is undeniable, causing Xia Wanhui to salivate at the mere sight. Initially, he harbored little fondness for this new brother-in-law, perceiving him as somewhat difficult to approach, especially since he was introduced by Tian Suifan. However, after a few days of interaction, he discovered that despite the man's frosty demeanor, he was indeed quite generous, far more so than the Li family. Unlike Li Baosheng, who was overly pampered, this brother-in-law possessed a certain ruggedness that Xia Wanhui admired. On account of the meat, Xia Wanhui resolved to grant him an additional point, or rather two. No more than that. Before long, the glass was successfully installed, and Chun Jibei and Xia Shao had washed their hands and settled down to dine. Chun Jibei, a man of few words, consumed his meal with remarkable speed, soon setting down his chopsticks to retrieve tools for scraping the old newspapers from the walls. It had been years since the Wu family had attended to this chore, and the accumulation of papers had thickened to over a centimeter, necessitating removal before new ones could be applied. Upon finishing her meal and stepping out to wash the dishes, Sun Qing couldn't help but inquire of Xia Shao, "Is this your partner?" Xia Shao nodded in affirmation. Sun Qing immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You both are so striking. Where on earth did the heavens find such a pair?" She remarked that he appeared to belong to some beauty association, speculating on how their offspring would look, and she ardently requested to be the child's godmother. However, her assistance with the newspapers proved insufficient. After scraping away, Chun Jibei glanced at the remnants, but said nothing as he departed for work. Later that evening, he early noticed Chun Jibei hastily departing with a bundle of newspapers in one hand and a lunchbox in the other, earlier than usual. It was well known that he had a strained relationship with his sister-in-law. He often preferred to remain outside rather than return home to her scorn. He early quickly caught up with him, curious about his recent mysterious behavior. "What is going on? You've been elusive after work," he remarked. "Just a little something." Chun Jibei replied without turning, yet his pace slowed slightly. He early scoffed. "What could it possibly be? Is it your sister-in-law nitpicking at you again? You ought to speak with your brother about her harshness. He doesn't strike me as unreasonable." The mention of Lu Taipzong made Chun Jibei's expression grow even colder, yet he merely stated, "It's unnecessary." Indeed, Chun Jibei was still residing under his brother's roof, and considering that both his household registration and job were arranged through him, a degree of respect was warranted. He early was about to voice another thought when suddenly he exclaimed, "Speak of the devil! Here comes your sister-in-law." He gestured towards the entrance, glancing around anxiously. "What brings her to our workplace? Does she know any of the women here through your brother?" Of course, the food factory held no acquaintances for Lu Taipeng among the women known to Lu Zedong. She had come to seek out Chun Jibei. Clad in a new outfit she had tailored this year, she was taken aback to see Chun Jibei grant her a rare smile. "Is Jibei off work?" Chun Jibei remained silent, halting his steps to inquire coolly, "What do you want?" Lu Taipeng certainly had a purpose. Lu Zedong had forbade her from meddling in Chun Jibei's romantic affairs. Yet what if Chun Jibei had taken a liking to Yang Qiaojun? What if he felt compelled to marry her, regardless of the fact that the marriage certificate would only be obtained the day before the wedding? As long as the certificate had not been issued, they were not truly wed. Even if they had a sudden change of heart, they would only incur a partial loss of the betrothal gifts, which could not be reclaimed. After all, Xiao Xia had come from afar. What could they possibly do to her? Lu Taiping wore a smile on her face, informing that Dejun's family was celebrating the 1-month milestone of their newborn today, and that he had invited her to dine with them. Lu Chieping's father was a seasoned soldier who had spent most of his life in the field, resulting in only 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son had succumbed to illness at the age of 16, leaving only Lu Dajuan as the sole heir. He was not only indulged by their mother, but also spoiled by his elder sister, Lu Taiping. Now, at the age of 30, he finally had a child of his own. He orally, observing Lu Taiping's demeanor, was taken aback, wondering if the sun had risen in the west. Upon hearing the news of Lu Dajuan's son's joyous occasion, he found it quite reasonable after all. What was unreasonable was Chun Jibei. He had never involved himself in matters concerning Lu Taiping and her family. Yet unexpectedly, he agreed to attend. Not only he early, but even Lu Taiping was somewhat astonished. However, Chun Jibei's agreement spared her the trouble of coaxing him, as she was not particularly keen on conversing with him. You must drink a few more glasses with Dejun. You know how poor your cousin's tolerance is. He can be brought down with just a couple of shots of white liquor. Yet, Chun Jibei remained unmoved, expressing his desire to bring along another person. Lu Taiping felt a twinge of annoyance. How dare he overstep? She turned to he early beside Chun Jibei, stating that it was a family gathering and inappropriate to bring outsiders. He early, not wishing to see her displeased countenance, hastily signaled to Chun Jibei. Ignoring he early's silent plea, Chun Jibei asserted, "She is not an outsider. Xia Shao and I have already obtained our marriage certificate." "You have a marriage certificate with whom?" Both Lu Taiping and he early were momentarily taken aback, followed by an exclamation of disbelief. Lu Taiping's expression changed to one of grave concern. Chun Jibei merely raised an eyebrow. "Xia Shao and I registered our marriage the day before yesterday. Did my brother not mention it?" Of course, Lu Zhe hadn't mentioned it. He had expressly forbade Lu Taiping from meddling in their affairs, not even allowing her to inquire. Lu Taiping, filled with scheming thoughts, found herself at a loss, her face alternating between red and pale. "Are you in such a hurry because there is something amiss?" "Rest assured, I am not Lu Dajuan," Chun Jibei replied, his tone now dripping with sarcasm. Lu Dajuan's wife, Yang Xiaoyan, had initially failed to win Lu Taiping's approval, as Lu Dajuan had made a grave mistake that brought trouble to their doorstep. Lu Taiping's father, valuing his pride, had made them marry, even punishing Lu Dajuan with a harsh beating. Lu Taiping's relationship with her sister-in-law had improved only after she bore a healthy boy. Yet now, Chun Jibei was merely rubbing salt in the wound. Lu Taiping's chest heaved with indignation. "You, did I speak incorrectly?" Chun Jibei retorted. "It is precisely because I spoke the truth that it incites anger." Lu Taiping pointed at him in fury. "You're quite something." She felt compelled to hurry back and share this news, no matter what. "Why is she so upset about your marriage?" He early pondered, observing her furious retreat. "Wait, when did you get married? How was I unaware of this? Must everything be disclosed to you? As friends, how could you not inform me about such a significant event as your marriage? Surely, you're not deliberately deceiving your sister-in-law, are you?" Chun Jibei remained silent, clutching a newspaper as he made his way to the nearest state-run restaurant. He early followed him into the establishment, questioning whether he could possibly finish all the food he had purchased. "Have you truly tied the knot?" "Yes," Chun Jibei replied without lifting his gaze. "I can't believe it." He early was utterly astonished, insisting on accompanying him to witness the situation. "With all these newspapers, are you planning to decorate your new home? I can lend you a hand. Is it not acceptable for me to assist you?" Upon entering, he was once again taken aback. "You must have some secrets to maintain a decent life, don't you?" Xia Shao had been busy all afternoon and had just sat down to catch her breath when she overheard this. Despite her own striking appearance, it baffled her that the other person only remembered that one phrase. Xia Shao was speechless, while he early was even more so, expressing disbelief that he had seemed so uninterested at the time, yet had swiftly brought someone home. He looked at Chun Jibei with a hand on his chest, as if their friendship had suffered a grievous wound. Chun Jibei ignored him and briefly introduced the two. "He early, my colleague, Xia Shao." Chun Jibei hesitated, unsure how to refer to her. He early, however, was already nodding. "Ah, your wife." He said this with a hint of dissatisfaction, feeling that their close relationship should not be reduced to mere colleagues. Xia Shao soon realized that Chun Jibei's friend was quite the talkative one. Not only was he loquacious, but he was also exceptionally familiar, quickly placing a hand on Xia Wanhui's shoulder. "Your sister is right. Discovering the truth sooner is better than later. If you can't bear this grievance, just tell me who the culprit is, and I'll help you deal with him alongside your brother-in-law." Xiao Wanhui was left bewildered. Was it not his sister who was wronged? How had he become the target? He clearly did not grasp the entirety of the conversation and lacked Chun Jibei's perceptiveness, mistakenly believing that Xia Shao was comforting Xiao Wanhui. Regardless, if the younger brother had to take the blame, so be it. It spared her from having to keep secrets. Without waiting for Xiao Wanhui to clarify, Xia Shao shifted the topic, stating that they were merely a step away from decorating the walls and the bed, and she would return the next day to finish the task. Having completed their workday, both Chun Jibei and his colleague were ready to leave, and Xia Shao was also set to depart, resolutely refusing to work overtime. Chun Jibei said nothing. When Xia Shao returned the following day, she found that the walls and bed of the new home had already been beautifully decorated. The newspapers had been applied with remarkable precision, the edges meeting seamlessly. The bed had even been layered with 2 sheets of craft paper, yielding a sturdy and smooth surface. Xiao Wanhui was left speechless, with a final coat of oil paint. It could easily last 6 months. Surely, they had not worked through most of the night? In the northern regions, beds are often made with mats woven from sorghum or reed, which can become excessively hot and prickly. Thus, many prefer craft paper, albeit without a layer of oil. Otherwise, the paper would deteriorate within 2 to 3 months. However, Xia Shao would rather change the paper every few months than apply oil, knowing its toxic nature. Nevertheless, Xiao Wanhui was not entirely mistaken. After they departed, Chun Jibei and he early indeed worked until nearly 9 o'clock before leaving. Chun Jibei exhibited no signs of discomfort, yet he early felt a lingering ache in his arm from having raised it for too long the previous day. Throughout the day, he feigned exhaustion from assisting Chun Jibei with his impending nuptials, allowing him to laze about at work. Upon the announcement of this news, no one seemed to notice his lack of diligence. Before noon had even passed, several individuals approached him for inquiries, young women from the pastry workshop and middle-aged matrons who had once attempted to introduce suitors to Chun Jibei. He finding no reason for courtesy in the presence of one such matron, remarked that Chun Jibei's bride was far more exquisite than her niece by 100-fold. When Chun Jibei first began his career, this woman's niece had visited the factory and instantly taken a liking to him, insisting her aunt facilitate an introduction. However, Chun Jibei showed no interest, and the girl persisted in her pursuit for quite some time, while her aunt spread disparaging tales about him. The matron, upon hearing this, clearly took offense. Was the girl not wise enough to discern the truth? Summer Shao, foolish in her own right, remained oblivious to the nature of the man she was marrying. Li Lady shared this sentiment, counting the days in anticipation of the regret and despair that would follow once Summer Shao uncovered the reality. At that moment, Cheng Wenhua inquired about Summer Shao's wedding arrangements, expressing a desire to purchase gifts for her. Li Lady accompanied her without hesitation. In the past, she would have resented any financial expenditure on Summer Shao's behalf, but this time she said nothing, even leading her to the guest house. Noticing that the Summer siblings were absent, she patiently inquired at the front desk about their whereabouts. Upon arriving at the new residence, Li Lady felt a pang of envy. While her own family resided in modest quarters, Summer Shao had secured such a splendid abode. However, she quickly regained her composure, reminding herself that the workload would fall solely upon the two of them. Having moved to a new home herself, she recalled the exhaustion of unpacking while her father reported to work, leaving her and her brother to manage. Unlike her brother, who, despite his lack of skill, could at least lend a hand, Summer Shao had to tackle everything alone. Summer Shao, surprised by the visit from the Li family, was graciously accepting a metal thermos and an enamel basin from Cheng Wenhua when she overheard Li Lady's comments, which left her somewhat puzzled. Li Lady, misinterpreting her confusion, strolled around the courtyard, contemplating the daunting responsibilities that lay ahead for Summer Shao, chopping wood, cooking, and washing clothes, all of which would fall solely on her shoulders. Cheng Wenhua, having noticed the tension between her sister-in-law and Summer Shao, sought to redirect the conversation. She supported her waist and smiled, mentioning she had heard about their wedding schedule for next Tuesday, but regrettably, she would be unable to attend due to a work obligation. She could only extend her early congratulations, wishing them a joyful marriage and hopes for a swift arrival of children. Summer Shao responded with gratitude, reciprocating her wishes for a son. For in this day and age, who did not appreciate such sentiments? Her sincerity was genuine. The Li family placed great emphasis on male offspring, and even with Cheng Wenhua's advantageous lineage, the arrival of daughters could complicate their lives. As she approached the later stages of her pregnancy, frequent trips to the restroom necessitated her excusal, and she soon left for the courtyard. In her absence, Li Lady's disdain for Xia Shao became utterly unmasked. Have you really registered your marriage with that vagabond, Jibei? With no patience left for Li Lady, Xia Shao retorted, whether or not I register is none of your business. Indeed, it's not you who is getting married, Xiao Wanhui interjected, rolling his eyes. The sibling duo, one speaking in a soft tone and the other with a fiery temper, created a harmonious discord that was sure to infuriate anyone nearby. However, Li Lady, surprisingly, remained unfazed. She merely chuckled disdainfully, keeping obstinate. Whether they registered their marriage was of no concern to her. She had merely come to witness how Xia Shao had ended up with such a shiftless and ne'er-do-well. What good was beauty, after a few years of managing the household? If life turned sour, one would soon become a weary matron. Li Lady was certainly not like her astute parents. Being young, her emotions were clearly displayed on her face. Xia Shao could easily tell that Li Lady harbored ill thoughts, her eyes practically radiating schadenfreude, not allowing Li Lady the satisfaction of reveling in her own delight. Xia Shao swiftly inquired, has your family prepared those 2 sets of luggage you promised me? The look of glee on Li Lady's face froze, soon replaced by a pallor. Everyone assumed that introducing Xia Shao's match was the end of the matter, but who would have thought she could launch a counterattack, ensnaring them into providing 2 sets of luggage? A quilt alone required 2 yards and 7 inches of fabric. Plus the mattress, 2 sets would undoubtedly demand a minimum of 50 yards of cloth. Her mother had been running around, desperately trying to exchange tickets, her lips chapped from the effort, let alone having to procure cotton for making these items. Tickets had become particularly valuable in recent years. With a mere utterance from Xia Shao, her family would be out at least 200, enough to marry off a daughter. Yet, they could not refuse. The promise had been made in front of factory director Liu, and the contract was still in Xia Shao's possession. Li Lady felt as if a fishbone were lodged in her throat, unable to articulate a word. Upon returning from the restroom, Cheng Wenhua sensed the tension in the air and could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" Xia Shao smiled sheepishly, "Oh, nothing much. I was just saying how courteous Mr. and Mrs. Li were, even sending me off with 2 sets of luggage." Understanding the situation, Cheng Wenhua surmised that Li Lady, as a young girl, likely felt possessive and was displeased. Noticing the time, she hastily took Li Lady by the arm to bid farewell. "I must return to cook dinner. I shall take my leave." As they walked out, she comforted her sister-in-law. "When you get married, I will furnish you an entire set of furniture." "Really?" Li Lady's eyes sparkled. Yet, her dissatisfaction lingered as she huffed, "I'm fortunate to have a sister-in-law like you." Unlike Xia Shao, who, in such a significant matter as marriage, her cousin doesn't even acknowledge her. It's all on her to manage everything. Before she could finish, she nearly bit her tongue. Just as she had criticized her cousin's lack of attention, Lu Taiping entered, beaming with joy, carrying more possessions than either of them. Indeed, Jibei's bride had proven to be quite the adept organizer, as evidenced by the sheer volume of items she brought along. "Towels. Each of you shall have one. A mirror for you to groom your hair. And these plates and bowls, I have procured an entire set for you as well." With 4 of each, there are enough to suffice for a lively gathering at Xia Shao's home. It is quite fortunate she can manage all of this. Did not the factory director's wife initially disregard Xia Shao? Yet now she praises her and presents her with gifts? Li Lady, still holding her breath, found herself stifled again, curious to discern the unfolding situation. Yet with people already present, she could not retreat. Xia Shao also perceived that Lu Tieping's enthusiasm was rather excessive. As she entered the room, showering her with compliments from head to toe. How fair and beautiful she is, how immaculate her home is kept, and how fortunate Shinji Bei is to have her. Even Xia Wanhui received a few commendations for being capable, his gaze softening as he recognized the need to protect his sister. Xia Shao merely smiled and inquired if there was anything she needed. Lu Taiping playfully scolded her, remarking that they would soon be family. Xia Shao chose not to respond further, continuing her task of wiping the glass. She had little faith that Lu Taiping's demeanor had shifted without ulterior motives. While there are indeed those who can set aside past grievances upon recognizing their familial bond, if Lu Taiping truly wished to mend relations with her and Chen Jibei, ought she not to first apologize for the previous incident? How could they move past old grievances without addressing them directly? Indeed, Lu Taiping could not contain herself for long, exclaiming, "Little Xia, I see your brother is not so young anymore. Isn't it time to discuss a potential wife?" Why was she suddenly so invested in whether Wan Hui had a girlfriend? Xia Shao paused, a saying flickering through her mind. Flattery without cause is either deceitful or mercenary. Xiao Wan Hui, perplexed, wondered how he had become the topic of conversation. He was merely 17, far too young to be discussing marriage. Lu Taiping, clearly taken aback by his impressive stature, did a double take before responding. 17 is not too young. If age is a concern, one could hold a banquet first. Many at your age have already become fathers. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanhui vehemently shook his head. No, I'm still a child. I do not wish to become a father. Lu Taiping, having been rebuffed twice in succession, realized that Xiao Wanhui was rather straightforward, and any matters of substance would need to be addressed through Xia Shao. She then took a cloth to assist Xia Shao in cleaning, stating, "I noticed you came here alone without anyone to look after you. So I thought to introduce a potential wife for your brother, ensuring your peace of mind and allowing you to live harmoniously with Jibei. Coincidentally, my brother's wife has a younger sister, 20 years of age. I believe she would be a suitable match. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings fortune. An older wife can be quite capable. Modern men may favor delicate and slender partners, yet traditional parents often prefer to marry their sons to older women. A few years' difference could be beneficial. They tend to be industrious, nurturing, and more likely to bear children. As one ages, the prospects may diminish, but wealthier individuals might still seek a younger spouse. Being an elder sister, Xia Shao understood that no sister would wish for her brother to marry and become a lord at home, being catered to by others. The younger sister of Lu Taiping's brother's wife could handle chores, cook, and tend to the baby. She could easily serve the needs of 3 individuals. However, her elder sister was reluctant to let her go, wishing for her to stay in Jiangsheng to keep her company. You have also traveled a great distance to marry into Jiangsheng. If you find it agreeable, dear sister-in-law, I shall take the initiative to arrange a job for your brother through old Lu. You will then have family ties in this place. There's a saying in this era, first an officer, second a military worker, third a laborer, and fourth, to the grave, never marry a farmer. Xiao Wanhui returning to his hometown is merely a farmer. Yet now he has the opportunity to become a worker. Who could resist such temptation? If Lu Taiping can truly facilitate this, Xia Shao might indeed feel a stirring of interest. However, the last time this individual appeared fearful that Wan Hui would remain and take advantage of their family, and now, in the blink of an eye, seeks to arrange a job. No one would believe it without suspicion. If it were Lu Taiping's own sister who had fallen for Wan Hui, especially if they shared a particularly close bond and she insisted on marrying him, Lu Taiping might put forth such effort. But a sister-in-law's younger sister. Xia Shao chuckled inwardly, but chose to remain silent. Xiao Wanhui firmly declined. I wish to return home. Please arrange something for my sister instead. She enjoys working. No, she does not enjoy working. She merely cannot do without it. However, since Xiao Wanhui has spoken thus, Xia Shao could only respond with a hint of embarrassment. Sister-in-law, your willingness to assist is truly wonderful. Once I begin my job, I shall certainly inquire if there are any fine young men to introduce to your brother's sister-in-law. Our Wanhui still intends to return to Guan, so as not to delay the young lady. It is much easier for men to find work than for women. Lu Taiping's smile stiffened slightly. Shall I bring him over for you to see first, and then we can discuss it? Xia Shao shook her head. I cannot make that decision. Let me write home and ask. She possesses an appearance that suggests a lack of decisiveness, which is why Lu Taiping feels she can easily manipulate her. Please take this matter to heart and provide me with a prompt response, lest my brother's sister-in-law find another. After enticing her, Lu Taiping added a sense of urgency, and only then did Xia Shao leave. Yet, Xia Shao felt no urgency and had no intention of writing. She merely gazed at the items with a sigh, thinking how exceedingly polite this sister-in-law is. Xiao Wanhui also inspected the items, estimating their considerable value, perhaps a sum of 10 to 20 yuan. Xia Shao smiled at him. What's this? You're not tempted by the prospect of a job? Xiao Wanhui, with clarity of mind, replied, their family has not wronged me. Why would they arrange work for me? Xia Shao. Before Xia Shao could place the dishes and bowls into the cupboard, Chun Jibei arrived, having brought a cartload of firewood. The firewood consisted of leftover logs from the timber mill, each over 2 meters long, unloaded from a donkey cart in the yard. After settling the payment, Chun Jibei noticed the pile of items. Didn't I say I would go by? It wasn't me who purchased them, Xia Shao smiled. Your sister-in-law came by earlier and gifted them. What did she come for? Chun Jibei's expression turned slightly cold. She came to introduce a potential match for Wanhui. I found it unsuitable and have already declined. Chun Jibei, who was typically reticent, seemed to have more to say as he unexpectedly inquired, who was introduced? Xia Shao responded candidly, it is the younger sister of my brother's sister-in-law. Chun Jibei's gaze grew even colder. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? It was not merely Summer Shao's overthinking. Rather, it was primarily Lu Tieping's excessive enthusiasm that made it difficult for anyone to avoid speculation. Chun Jibei, remaining silent, produced a brown paper envelope and handed it to her, stating that her household registration had been completed. In this era, household registrations, much like marriage certificates, were merely pieces of paper, and concerning the quality of the paper, household registrations were inferior to marriage certificates. However, the completion of her household registration signified the transfer of her grain quota. Henceforth, with this card, she could procure grains and provisions from local stores without the need to barter for food coupons. To her surprise, upon opening the envelope, she discovered 4 plastic-covered cards inside. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Summer Shao glanced at Chun Jibei, who had already removed his coat, his sleeves rolled up to reveal his muscular arms, busily arranging firewood in the yard, seemingly unwilling to provide any explanation. These additional grain and provision cards were evidently his, and he had so nonchalantly entrusted them to Summer Shao. In contrast, Xiao Wangguang would never relinquish his cards to his wife, let alone to anyone else, as he would keep them tightly in his possession even from his wife and children. Judging solely from this gesture, Chun Jibei demonstrated far greater integrity than her frugal elder brother, as he offered the bare minimum of sincerity and trust in this marriage. Summer Shao casually flipped through one of the cards, fortuitously landing on Chun Jibei's grain card. The card was vertical, comprising several pages, each detailing an array of grains such as corn flour, white flour, rice, millet, and sorghum, over a dozen varieties in total. For each transaction, an official stamp would be affixed on the back. She retrieved the marriage certificate and placed it alongside the card in the envelope. These represented the most significant possessions of their household, marking a fresh commencement in both their marriage and her journey through time. That evening, Lu Zitong delivered the furniture, crafted entirely from solid wood and adorned with a red lacquer finish. Having been aired out at the factory, it bore no odor. 2 boxes were placed on the small bed in the north, while the luggage rack was set up at the foot of the southern bed, instantly breathing life into the otherwise vacant room. On the way back, Chun Jibei withdrew 3 large bills and offered them to Lu Zitong. However, Lu Zitong declined, stating that there was no need for such formality among brothers. He had already promised to gift them. Chun Jibei paused momentarily, yet did not retract his hand, explaining that it was last month's living expenses, which he had forgotten to give to his sister-in-law amidst his recent busyness. Living expenses? Lu Zitong's smile faded. Did your sister-in-law ask for them? When did that start? Chun Jibei said little, simply pressing the money into his arms and departing. Lu Zitong failed to catch up with him, and, upon returning home, found no sign of him, only to be met with Lu Taiping's complaints about his late return. Unlike before, Lu Zitong typically did not engage in arguments with her, but today he responded with a stern remark. Are you collecting living expenses from Jibei now? Lu Taiping was taken aback, instinctively wanting to deny it, but 3 large bills were abruptly thrown at her. You really did that? Jibei is my nephew. What is wrong with him staying for a couple of days? Does our family lack a single meal because of that? God knows how embarrassed he felt once he realized the implications. Judging by her demeanor, Lu Taiping had likely been collecting living expenses from Jibei for quite some time. Yet Lu Taiping did not perceive this as a mere matter of a meal. After all, facilitating his employment did not incur any debt of gratitude, did it? Would he repay the kindness, or would it be his parents who would? For over a year, his parents have not given him a single cent. If one were unaware, they might think Shin Jibei was your son. What kind of talk is that? Lu Zitong was greatly agitated by her words and, tired of the trivialities, directly inquired about the money. Lu Tieping's eyes flickered. The money I have saved for him. What does a child need with such funds? Is he out gallivanting? Surely, you have stored it with Dajuan Haven to you? Lu Zitong scoffed. I wondered why Dajuan and his wife were so generous with their spending, buying fish and meat every month. Tomorrow, you must retrieve it from me, or I shall go to Dajuan's workplace myself. To do so would reveal to everyone her unkind nature towards her husband's cousin, and how all the money went to her brother's family. Moreover, her father had passed away early, and it was Lu Zitong who had helped Dajuan secure that job. Lu Taiping clenched her teeth in frustration, cursing Chun Jibei 1,000 times in her mind. Initially, when she asked Chun Jibei for money, he had silently handed it over, leading her to believe that the boy recognized his unpopularity and feared being cast out. After all, she and old Lu were not his parents. Why should they support and indulge him? To her astonishment, the boy had grown bold, biting back at her with renewed ferocity. Truly a heartless ingrate. That very evening, Lu Taiping visited her brother Lu Dajuan's home, resulting in a chaotic scene that nearly escalated into a fight with her sister-in-law, Yang Xiaoyan. Upon hearing that Lu Zitong intended to personally demand money from Lu Dajuan's workplace, Yang Xiaoyan also berated Chen Jibei, reluctantly producing 100 yuan. This is all I have. My milk supply is low, and I just bought 2 goats to nourish Jiang Wo. 1 goat is sufficient. Why purchase 2? I just had a baby and need to replenish my strength. Others manage without goat's milk and still give birth. Hurry and sell one. With no milk to feed your child, you have the nerve to argue? Lu Taiping was infuriated by her wasteful sister-in-law, yet found herself at a loss and could only contrive a way to scrape together the needed funds. It was only the day before Chan Jibei and Xia Shao's wedding that she managed to gather the money and hand it to Lu Zitong, leaving no time to discuss introducing a match for Xiao Wanwei. Lu Zitong then passed the money along to Chun Jibei, who declined to accept it, instead asking, "There has been no news from home, has there?" "Not yet," Lu Zitong replied, "but it should arrive tomorrow. Your wedding is a significant affair." Chun Jibei remained non-committal, suggesting they hold on to it to offset the 300 yuan betrothal gift. Weddings in the 60s occupied a rather awkward temporal space. Decades prior, brides would depart in palanquins, while in the decades following, they would ride in cars. Yet, the period between the founding of a nation and the reform and opening up bore no such customs. Xia Shao was fetched by Chun Jibei on a bicycle from the guest house to their new home, utilizing Lu Zitong's old bicycle. The promised new vehicle had yet to be procured, requiring a few more days, and the small clock had also not yet been delivered. Nevertheless, the atmosphere of the wedding was vibrant, with a large red flower adorning the bicycle's front and children trailing behind to catch a glimpse of the bride. Xia Shao, clad in a newly tailored trench coat, struck a pose with her hands on her hips, her legs elegantly crossed, and donned a pair of exquisite red leather shoes. With a naturally graceful figure and an enchanting visage, she quietly settled into the back seat of the vehicle, exuding a beauty reminiscent of a newly blossomed lotus in the summer. Devoid of any cosmetics, as they rode along, none could refrain from commenting on the striking appearance of the couple. Upon seeing Xia Shao in the new abode, Li Baosheng was momentarily entranced, oblivious to the fleeting glance cast upon him by Chun Jibei, who stood beside Xia Shao. The Li family, acting as intermediaries, had already delivered the luggage and were obliged to linger and witness Xia Shao's nuptials in order to retrieve the marriage contract. Although they had not brought along Li Lady, who often caused trouble, Li Baosheng insisted on attending, and the elderly couple could not dissuade him. However, Li Baosheng remained unaware of Chun Jibei's presence, while Jiang Baisheng, the husband of Sun Qing from across the way, was acutely aware. Sun Qing had incessantly praised the couple's beauty, to the point where his ears nearly grew calloused from her compliments. Unfortunately, due to his demanding work schedule, particularly night shifts, he had only encountered Xia Shao once or twice, and this was his first sighting of Chun Jibei. Reflecting on his wife's effusive remarks, Officer Jiang fixed his gaze upon Xia Shao as if scrutinizing a suspect and inquired, "Is this the one you came to northeast China to find for your arranged marriage?" The Li family, who had been smiling moments before, collectively felt a pang of anxiety. On the wedding night, only a few individuals at the guest house were privy to Xia Shao's true purpose for being in the northeast. The Li family could hardly fathom encountering the officer who had conducted the room inspection that day, especially in the presence of Chun Jibei and the Liu family. Although Chang Wenhua was absent, the Liu family was in attendance, and it was rumored that Chun Jibei was quite the character. If he chose to press the matter, questioning the nature of the arranged marriage, they might find themselves at a loss for words, uncertain whether the news would reach the ears of the Cheng family. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Zitong and Lu Taipeng turned their attention to Xia Shao. Yang Xiaoyan, the wife of Lu Dajuan, chuckled and remarked, "Since when did Qin Jibei become engaged to someone? I was completely unaware." Yang Xiaoyan had accompanied Lu Dajuan without bringing any gifts, carrying only a bag of dried mushrooms as a token gesture. Xia Shao, only then realizing that the lean man she had spoken to in the courtyard was Lu Dajuan, Lu Chiepeng's brother, felt the weight of the moment. As these words left her lips, the Li family's spirits sank further. Jiang Baisheng furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is that so? Then how do you?" He glanced between Xia Shao and Qin Jibei. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward, with only Li Changshan managing to maintain a semblance of composure, stating that arranged partner of Xia Shao. He passed away. Before he could finish, Xia Shao interjected, "He died." Li Changshan was momentarily taken aback, and both Li Baosheng and Tian Suifan appeared equally stunned. Xia Shao, seemingly unfazed, lowered her long lashes and continued, "He died the second year I came to the northeast. His entire family perished. My relatives, being kind-hearted, found me someone even better." With this, she lifted her gaze to Chun Jibei beside her, the well-meaning relatives of the Li family, who had sought a superior match for her, and the memory of her fiancé who had died 4 years prior, left Li Baosheng speechless. Just as Xia Shao finished her explanation, she curiously asked, "Why is everyone standing around? Shall we go in and eat?" "Yes, of course, let us eat," they responded. He early was also present, having contributed a small monetary gift, eagerly awaiting the banquet to commence. "For Chun Jibei's wedding feast, I haven't eaten since last night. I must indulge sufficiently." Lu Zitong observed the disquieting expressions of the Li family, but deeming it an auspicious occasion, he refrained from probing further and promptly commenced the feast. However, the Li family found little joy in their meal, consuming wine in a daze before discreetly seeking out Xia Shao for the contract. In a bid to retrieve the document successfully, they reluctantly offered a monetary contribution of 50 yuan, intent on exchanging the contract for cash. Even if Xia Shao harbored intentions of reneging on her promise, the allure of that 50 yuan would compel her to return the contract. Xia Shao had no inclination to default on her obligations. This 50 yuan felt like a gift from the heavens. Upon returning home, Tian Suifan cast the contract into the flames, liberated from the incessant threats of that wretched girl, no longer burdened by hotel stays or packing, and having also disbursed 50 yuan as a gift. Over the past few days, 300 yuan had been spent, a sum exceeding that of her initial expenditure for marrying Wenhua. With the contract gone, they were left with mere words as proof. Li Changshan, reclining on the calm, appeared somewhat unwell, yet exhaled a sigh of relief. Only Li Baosheng seemed somewhat glum. Noticing this, Li Lady could not help but roll her eyes. "Brother, you aren't still pining for Xia Shao, are you?" Li Baosheng remained silent, averting her gaze. "No way. You truly are still thinking about her," Li Lady exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. Tian Suifan, exasperated with her son, lamented, "You're acting as if you're dead, yet you still think of her?" "No," Li Baosheng hastily denied. "I merely find Lu Changzhong as little brother suspicious. He keeps staring at Xia Shao." "What is it to us who stares at Xia Shao?" Li Lady scoffed. "Just wait and see. She'll have her moments of sorrow. Lu Dajuan, however, kept his demeanor more subdued, aware of the many guests present. It was Li Baoxing's own preoccupation with Xia Shao that led him to notice his involuntary gestures. After the midday wedding banquet, Lu Dajuan returned in the evening with a bottle of loose white liquor, claiming he was there to toast Chun Jibei's parents. Since Chun Jibei's parents had missed the afternoon train, they had left some food for the evening to welcome the couple. Yet, as the sun sank below the horizon, Lu Zitong returned from the train station alone, without a soul in sight. I told you they wouldn't come, but you wouldn't listen, Lu Taipeng remarked disdainfully, spitting out sunflower seeds. Lu Zitong's countenance darkened at her words, quickly glancing at Chun Jibei and Xia Shao. Perhaps they had been delayed by unforeseen circumstances. It certainly was an unseemly sight for parents to miss their son's wedding, even if the parents could not attend. One would expect at least siblings to be present. Chun Jibei, however, maintained an air of calm, whether from composure or foreknowledge remained unclear. As the atmosphere grew tense, Xia Shao suggested moving the Kong table. Let's commence our meal. The dishes will grow cold. Lu Zitong hurriedly organized the dining arrangements, yet his mind was evidently preoccupied. After only a brief time, he pulled Chun Jibei aside. Xiao Shao is a wonderful person. Take good care of her. Should any issues arise, feel free to approach your brother. Hearing his brother's earnest intentions, Lu Taipeng promptly interjected with a cough. Is your throat clogged with feathers? Lu Zitong retorted sharply. You needn't concern yourself with her, Jibei. Whatever I provide you is rightfully yours. Had it not been for my aunt leaping into the river during the frigid winter to save me, I would have perished and never had the chance to serve in the military or pursue a career. Regrettably, my aunt lost her child after just over 4 months, and it took years before she had you. Summer Shao now felt assured that he was indeed intoxicated. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such remarks in public. It seemed that Chun Jibei was unaware of this backstory, as his usually stoic expression was momentarily transfixed. After a prolonged silence, he pressed down on Lu Zitong's cup, stating in a grave tone, Brother, you have had too much to drink. I am not drunk, Lu Zitong insisted, attempting to maintain his composure. But the next moment he swayed slightly, prompting Lu Taipeng to swiftly support him. You cannot drink and still pretend to be strong, Lu Taipeng chided, snatching the chopsticks from his hand. You all eat. I will take him home. He has already had 2 rounds today. Chun Jibei and Summer Shao did not object and rose to accompany the two out. Upon returning, Lu Dajuan was pouring the bottle of wine he had brought into Summer Wanhui's cup. Come, try this, brother. I specially procured it this afternoon. It has a perfect flavor and won't leave you with a hangover tomorrow. Summer Wanhui accepted the drink, but did not toast with him, merely staring blankly at the cup, noticing his reddened eyes. Summer Shao gasped, Why are you crying? Have you had too much to drink? You are the one who is crying. Summer Wanhui exclaimed, vigorously wiping his face, though the glimmer in his eyes remained. He boldly raised his cup towards Chun Jibei, declaring, I must inform you that I have studied martial arts. If you dare to bully my sister, I shall traverse 3,000 miles to support her. He had once walked with a limp as a child and learned martial arts. Summer Shao felt it unkind to confront him, and Chun Jibei merely clinked his cup with Summer Wanhui's, refraining from urging him to drink more. Meanwhile, Lu Dajuan continued to persuade Summer Wanhui to drink, while he himself was consuming from a different bottle. As Summer Shao observed, she narrowed her eyes. Seizing the opportunity while Tian Suifan was still absent, she intentionally let her chopsticks fall to the ground with a loud exclamation. Drinking a bit more, Lu Dajuan's eyes became increasingly difficult to conceal, and he hurriedly descended to help her retrieve them. I will fetch you another pair. Thank you, Summer Shao replied, her voice sweet enough to give her goosebumps. Once he stepped away, she swiftly exchanged the cups of Summer Wanhui and Lu Dajuan, only to realize that Chun Jibei was intently observing her. Summer Shao paused, preparing to explain, but Chun Jibei had already taken Lu Dajuan's wine bottle and poured more into his cup. Now, the amount in front of Lu Dajuan was the same as when he had departed. He showed no suspicion, likely preoccupied with other thoughts. Summer Shao discreetly raised her cup in salute to him, and he immediately drank, becoming disoriented and collapsing onto the table after just one cup. Is there something wrong with this wine? Summer Wanhui had been on the verge of asking, but upon witnessing this, he nudged Lu Dajuan with his foot. Summer Shao was unaware, yet she knew that Lu Dajuan was not well acquainted with Summer Wanhui, and thus, this excessive drinking was likely malicious. Chun Jibei dipped his chopsticks into the bottle of wine Lu Dajuan had brought, and his gaze immediately darkened. The purity of this wine was questionable. Summer Shao also took a whiff. The aroma was potent, surely around 60 to 70 degrees, nearly rivaling medical-grade alcohol. Having been deceived by counterfeit spirits in the past, she quickly turned to Summer Wanhui. How do you feel? Are you dizzy? Summer Wanhui shook his head slightly, a bit but not severely. I haven't consumed as much as he has. You should return to the guest house first. Xia Shao picked up Xia Wanhui's coat and noticed that the sky had turned to Lu Dajuan's. Xia Wanhui was somewhat bewildered, wondering why he was wearing someone else's clothing. He speculated on their intentions, concluding that it would be best to avoid getting involved. After sending Xia Wanhui off, Chun Jibei had already draped Xia Wanhui's coat over Lu Dajuan. The two shared similar hairstyles and physiques, making it quite difficult to distinguish between them at first glance. When Lu Teeping returned, the sky was dimming, and the lights in the room had yet to be turned on. She could vaguely make out a figure slumped over the table, clad in Xia Wanhui's coat. Looking around and not seeing anyone else, she wondered where Lu Dajuan had gone. Assuming he had stepped out for some reason or returned home early, she thought to herself that since Xia Wanhui was already incapacitated, she wouldn't inquire further. Haven't we drunk too much? Xia Shao smiled sheepishly, remarking that it was the first time a child had drunk alcohol, and their tolerance was lacking. However, he could not possibly remain in the new house like this, especially since she had just married Chun Jibei. Lu Teeping contemplated, suggesting that he could stay at her place, which was closer than the guest house, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to sleep alone in such a state. The idea of moving him seemed impractical to Xia Shao, who hesitated, wondering if it would cause them any trouble. We're all relatives. What trouble could it be? Lu Teeping said, reaching to assist him, only to be preempted by Chun Jibei, who had just vomited. Lu Teeping withdrew her hand, allowing Chun Jibei to hoist the incapacitated figure over his shoulder. The two relatives exchanged no words, silently making their way to Lu Zitong's home, where he was already sound asleep on the com. In the darkness, Chun Jibei carried him to the small room where he had resided prior to his marriage, laying him face down against the wall and covering him with a blanket. Lu Teeping, still concerned about him having just vomited, refrained from entering, instructing him to take care. As soon as he departed, she swiftly closed the door and quietly made her way to her brother Lu Dajuan's house. Xia Shao tidied the table, washed the dishes, and boiled a pot of water for washing when Chun Jibei returned. Were you discovered? She asked. Xia Shao, having already loosened her hair, sat on a small stool, soaking her feet. Under the light, her silhouette appeared delicate, her toes small and fair. Chun Jibei averted his gaze, hanging the coat on the rack. No. What do you think their intention was in getting Wanhui drunk? Were they attempting to force a situation? This was the only aspect of Xia Wanhui that Xia Shao could perceive as valuable to someone else's schemes. Was it truly necessary? Wanhui was no paragon of charm. He lacked the allure that would compel a woman to marry him solely based on his appeal. What does paragon of charm mean? Chun Jibei pondered briefly before responding. She originally wanted to introduce him to me. She wanted to introduce him to you. Xia Shao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Did their family's daughter face difficulties in finding a suitor? However, Chun Jibei said nothing further and took his belongings to the outer room to fetch water for washing. Once Chun Jibei had completed his ablutions, the two sat together on the same kong, and it suddenly dawned on Xia Shao that this evening marked their wedding night. By the door, a box adorned with a bright red double happiness symbol sat, and the air was still tinged with the intoxicating fragrance of alcohol, leaving her somewhat disoriented. However, she quickly regained her composure. What have modern individuals not encountered? In terms of knowledge in that realm, she was far more informed than Chun Jibei. Consequently, Chun Jibei retrieved bedding from the luggage rack and laid it out at least half a meter away from her. He then turned off the light, removed his autumn shirt, revealing his muscular arms and the taut waist beneath his undershirt. Xia Shao hastily turned her back to him. After all, it was her first time lying next to a stranger, and she felt somewhat uneasy. Soon enough, she flipped over again. Moments later, another, "Rest assured, I harbor no such intentions towards you," came the man's indifferent voice from the darkness. Xia Shao stiffened. "I fear I may lose control." This time, it was Chen Jibei who was momentarily speechless. Xia Shao felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the innocent route was not suited for her. Complimenting someone on their looks so openly during their first meeting revealed that she could not follow the path of innocence. As Xia Shao closed her eyes, preparing to sleep, the ground beneath her suddenly gave way. She gasped, instinctively reaching for something to steady herself, when a nearby arm swiftly caught her, drawing her into a firm chest. The two quickly jumped off the bed, turning back to see a large dent where Xia Shao had just been lying. "It wasn't me. I'm not that heavy," Xia Shao hurriedly explained. Before her words could settle, the lights in Sun Qing's household flickered on, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Comrade Jiang Baisheng from the Public Security Bureau is outside, knocking urgently. "What happened? Is there a problem?" Xia Shao. In her mind flashed the title. A newlywed couple's noisy night draws neighbors' attention. A moral decline or the erosion of humanity. How could this possibly be explained? Over the years, what lingered in his thoughts was the animosity towards Ziding Xing, and he could not speak of anything else. However, they insisted on continuing. Where's the hospitality in not allowing guests to eat their fill? Momo stirred the water in the pot without lifting her head. Just then, a sudden roar erupted beside Lei Zhan as a stegosaurus charged towards him. "Sir, may I offer you something to drink? Red wine or coffee?" Momo raised her professional smile, holding a tray in her right hand, gazing up at him with a demure expression, while her left hand was concealed behind her back, tightly clenched. The stoneworker inquired with Xia Shao, and upon hearing him mention a method of complete severance, he promptly secured the raw material onto the cutting platform and lifted the cutting blade to swiftly slice through the stone. It is not uncommon for paper figures to come to life. Paper, as a medium for spells, excels in communication with spirits, and many enchantments can indeed resurrect paper figures. This includes the celestial method of delivering messages through fire cranes, executed via yellow paper. Do you see the paint peeling? Did you notice? It was this old fool's head that crashed into it. I wonder how that old fool's head is shaped to have damaged my car like this. Red Hair exclaimed angrily. In the tranquil night, even the starlight ultimately faded. Beneath that calm veil, waves surged, rousing many from their slumber, resulting in a night devoid of sleep. Song Chao was taken aback. He had no opportunity to recite the lines he had meticulously prepared. How could this fellow claim he was not involved in such matters with just a few words? Were these individuals endowed with an uncanny ability to discern one's profession merely by asking a few questions? Even more surprising to Gong Yongrui was the unexpected strength of Qin Liangyu, who bore no resemblance to a sorcerer, but rather appeared to be a seasoned warrior. Could this be the effect of some arcane spell? As the servant and the head steward Qi, who served beside the Empress Dowager, arrived in Jinyang, they witnessed the celebratory facade for A's coming-of-age ceremony being exploited to extort silver from the populace. Yaoshe murmured softly. In their eyes, Li Qing's spaceship resembled a drenched dog, subjected to their relentless assault. However, when Lin Yang spoke, and Bo was rendered speechless, Gwen Leia had already informed him of the events concerning Zafuna, and he was acutely aware of the pressures Lin Yang would face should he choose to protect her. Lu Jiru entered the room, followed closely by Ling Ji, and with a resounding bang, the door closed behind them. Upon noticing that the requests and accommodations of the customers were meticulously documented and an appointment time set, Ban Yang felt that the two girls had executed their tasks commendably. After inquiring about July a few times, in the meantime, September had seen off the departing guests and found time to come over. Although Ling Yun had been struck by a flying dagger, fortunately, it was not poisoned. Otherwise, it would have led to complications. If you lack premium spirit stones, be gone. Do not disrupt those who follow, Huang Fu Yun taunted, showing no kindness to the man. Mu Zili had never harbored expectations that Ling Yun and Fu Qingyu would return to rescue them. Yet, the reality was that Ling Yun had indeed returned, risking danger for their sake. That day, after selling all the cultivation pills, the owner, thoroughly satisfied, indulged in a drunken revelry before retiring for the night. However, the following day, before he could awaken, he was roused by the manager he had employed. Feigning a smile is invariably uncomfortable, especially for someone like Chu Lan, who could not conceal her emotions in the presence of Do Hongyi. I will not go. I still have work to do. Wu Tong bit her lip fiercely, refusing to glance at Ling Feng. It's fine. He is well, just reluctant to attend school. Thank you for your concern, Li's father responded while tidying his belongings. Please reconsider. Our president is a staunch advocate of peace and shuns conflict. He merely sent me to investigate your capabilities. If you compel me to return empty-handed, I will surely meet with misfortune, the judge said with a wry smile. Autumn had arrived, and the scenery of Xia Shao Mountain was at its most splendid. The maple leaves blazed like fire, enhancing the azure sky and the pristine white clouds. For Lord Chu, this was merely an opportunity to reopen the salt mine under the guise of providing military funds to the Black Armored Army, thereby re-establishing previous connections with the Guo family fort for the greater good. Athena glided in like a phantom, her curiosity piqued about the unfolding events. He intended to transform the Hu people's divine medicine into something akin to a strength-enhancing pill, allowing the soldiers of the Black Armored Army to consume it in the heat of battle. This matter shall be reported to the clan leader. We, in the prefectural office, will not interfere with your internal affairs, Captain Wang remarked. Shun Jixing intended to continue speaking, but he caught a glimpse of Li Xie's warning gaze, causing him to retract his neck in trepidation, silencing him. Hiruo Ji coldly returned to the front of Huofeng, neither out of breath nor perspiring, nor a single drop of blood staining his attire. Upon returning home, Fang Zheng summoned Fang Ta, urging him to diligently care for their parents. Fang Ta, having made a promise, confidently thumped his chest in assurance. If this continues, by tomorrow morning we should at least return to level 25, exclaimed Kale with ice. The largest star in the central region of the Qing-Yo star domain is the main star, Qing-Yo star, surrounded by a million subordinate stars in orbit. The scouts had clearly taken on the appearance of seasoned soldiers, with Wang Ping and his comrades each fulfilling their roles, managing the march with impeccable order, relieving Li Dong of any worry. Tang Zunliai remarked on the existence of life forms on the main star of Seaton, which had sent a distress signal to humanity, causing an uproar among the elite audience. Hu Yang sent a brief response, watching Liang Chen's retreating figure, silently whispering an apology in his heart. However, after perusing thousands of rankings without finding her name, she felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that she had directly placed within the top 10,000? Ouyang Ziyuan and his companion awaited Lin Shui, gradually making their way toward the forest. They had not brought much food, thus they planned to forage in the woods. Heading west, where the trees were shorter, they hoped to find a water source. Lu Mu had already surveyed the surroundings earlier and pointed toward the edge of the woods. For their task today was to locate water. Recalling Wang Yuquan's nostalgic demeanor upon returning to the Wang family, they became even more curious about Qingzhou City. Upon hearing Li Jin's roar, those outside the tent were startled and considered calling General Ningyan, but Li Ping had not yet gone far. Hearing his son's voice, he stumbled, anger igniting a resolve to properly discipline his son. Chen Chen chuckled and shook his head, pondering what son Xin Yao could possibly be thinking day after day. Zhang Chen, freezing outside, sat in a taxi enjoying the warmth of the air conditioning, resolved that once his mother's illness was cured, he would purchase a car for himself and one for his father, as venturing out had become exceedingly inconvenient. Observing the puffiness under Lu Lingxi's eyes and the redness surrounding them, Zhang Fan felt a pang of sympathy and regret, questioning whether he had been somewhat despicable. Breaking through the limits and returning to one's origins, once successful, one would surpass even the divine races, existing beyond the 6 realms, unbound by any rules. A true inhabitant of the world beyond. Indeed, one's power would eclipse that of any race, achieving the utmost supremacy. However, I never required dignity, nor would anyone else be able to witness this facet of me. For on the way back, I suddenly recalled the opening ceremony of Yun Real Estate, when Hu Xiaoyan rushed over to save the day. Prior to the celebratory feast, Hu Xiaoyan and Zhang Yingying had been whispering on the rooftop. Upon hearing the news, Tong Tian was instantly taken aback. If even this dragon could be bested, then it was needless to say he would surely be incapable as well. With this thought, Tong Tian's first instinct was to flee. "Please don't do this, sister-in-law. I haven't heard anything." Adong chuckled and turned away. Footsteps approached, accompanied by the clattering of keys, and the prison door swung open. I was led out of my cell, leaving behind a bewildered and terrified Jian. As my palm was forced open, Luo Hao immediately sensed a potent backlash. This force was not mere true energy, but rather a manifestation of spatial power. In the land of Zhongzhou, common folk scarcely exist. For ordinary people cannot survive here. Her eyelashes trembled, caught in a moment of confusion. At that instant, Chun Shaoran kissed her forehead and locked eyes with her, both lost in each other's gaze. However, this brief suppression left the blazing bloodbath no chance to regain its footing. As for Li Qingyue's actions, Xiang Gangtian and the others expressed no dissent. The F Corporation was bound to return to the Huang family sooner or later. Rather than tying up their gold in the stock market, wouldn't it be wiser to cash out now? This way, they would sever any unclear ties with the Huang family post-transaction. This time, the rolling calf behaved differently, displaying both desire and fear, keeping its distance. For the demon core radiated an aura of beastly essence, far more potent than the gentle soul crystal. The presence of similar high-level energy left it quite intimidated. Standing on the balcony, feeling the cool breeze, even the weight of countless worries could dissipate in its gentle embrace. I chose not to bring it up for the moment. Having said that, I stepped outside, pushed open the door to my former room, and closed it once again. The middle-aged man, exasperated, could only drag her toward the black sedan, though she resisted him every step of the way. Do not fear. If the left hand cannot repay, the right hand shall. If the right hand cannot, then the eyes will repay until everything is settled, Ma Haiming declared vehemently. Chu Chu, puzzled, looked at him with a bitter smile. Did I not mention this? It was a misunderstanding. He didn't know I was married, and I had told him. As she spoke, Chu Chu attempted to assist him in standing. Truly formidable. The power of this blood demon curse is exceedingly potent. If left unchecked, it may well consume me instead. Lin Chun remarked gravely, unable to deny his fear. When Dodo awoke, she found Chung Moyu sitting beside her bed with a stern expression. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth asked, "What is going on?" Upon seeing this, Li Yuanhao felt a pang in his heart as Zhao Xin suddenly rushed forward, pushing her to the ground. Li Yuanhao fought against the urge to intervene. His hands clenched tightly. "Well, let's forget it. Pretend I said nothing." Gu Fei sighed, urging Kai Honghua. Subsequently, as Yi Haoran continued his search, he unexpectedly spotted Fan Jingyu alone, seated on the outermost chair, her face etched with worry, tinged with a hint of anger. This made Yi Haoran smile inwardly, for he well understood the reason behind Fan Jingyu's ire. Finding out, he thought, as Lu Xiang suddenly realized, that's why I felt so comfortable just now. Luo and then blinked innocently, her expression pure. This stirred a sense of foreboding in Jiaolong's heart. Not only that, as you observe the eyes of the Qilin shift from red to green, one cannot help but acknowledge this creature's formidable soul-devouring ability, having already consumed the essence of a member of the Black Dragon Gang. The ethereal realm is indeed a perplexing one. She still recalls the courtyard of the Chui residence. Yet this harmonious abode seems unfamiliar. Could it be that some courtyard has undergone a name change? Within the dimly lit grand hall, the king of the sea extends his hand, and the scythe of death falls into his palm. To preserve his brother's dignity, he turns away, deliberately ignoring the rather disheveled appearance of Imo Jiuxiao at that moment. An elderly officer, with eyebrows now grayed, takes a seat across from a young officer who possesses thick, sword-like brows and gestures in standard Mandarin for deputy Yin to take his leave. The arrival of auspicious tidings may be delayed, but Aunt Hu's mission is to ensure she remains compliant. Thus she remains silent. The knowledge of the situation lies with Xueli and Wen Tao. Yet none has offered her a whisper of guidance. Yin Jinshu ponders the fragmentation of the soul crystal, which has rendered her body in a state of depletion. Resolute, she insists on standing, fearing that before she can exact her vengeance, her enemies might extinguish her life. I may not know the patterns of Master Lotus's palm, yet I can discern the arrangement of my own. For instance, Midego lunges towards the left eye of the thief before ruthlessly plunging his weapon into him, unflinchingly shifting his gaze to another target. His words were left unfinished when a glint of cold light sliced through the air, decisively cleaving his corpulent neck, followed by a vivid spray of crimson that drenched by Zeki and Lidunian. By the break of dawn, Star-Lord arrives aboard the Sunflower, bidding farewell to summer. The quality of these materials is exceptional. It is evident that care was taken during their harvest, satisfying her fundamental requirements. Another map? Surely it does not intend to ensnare me within its depths. Ex-fiancé nearly weeps, for the sensation is indeed unbearable, fraught with danger and steeped in uncertainty. A soldier may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. Beneath her gentle and affable exterior lies a fierce spirit. No matter the fear, one must resist in such circumstances. To this end, she deliberately practiced several times, attempting to extend her legs further. Indeed, when she did so, a portion of her limbs was consumed by the darkness. Peter Parker unfolds his palm, gazing at the inky depths of his hand, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Motionless, he remains as steady as a statue. While the tumult of his emotions remains a mystery to all, yet it is known that a rumble of thunder often precedes a torrential downpour. They continue to heed my commands, yet curiously, they refuse any further orders until my safety is ensured. Zhang Zhongjuan sulks, feeling aggrieved. Though he is displeased with Dou Bing's defiance of his will, he finds it hard to muster genuine anger. But has not the Jiaoxiao sect already clashed with the holy sect? What is the true nature of the current situation? Sitting in the living room before the television, Gu Yan is engulfed in a haze of questions, appearing somewhat distracted. Does Shen Binglian not yearn to traverse the bamboo sea and behold the splendor of a May? Master Jinyuan had urged her to accompany him if he were to go. After all, he had indeed harbored doubts about Lin Yue's lineage, suspecting there might be more to her story. Otherwise, Helan would never have treated her in such a manner. At this moment, he found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion and perplexity, with everything hinging on whether Shui Wuyo would ultimately choose to speak. Tang Duo seethed with frustration, her teeth clenched in irritation. This man truly evoked a blend of anger and resentment, yet she felt utterly powerless against him. Feng Xie did not respond to Feng Luying's words. In truth, he never felt victorious, for what he had lost far exceeded what they could possibly comprehend. You have worked hard to reach the great Jin. If the two nations truly forge a bond akin to that of Qin and Jin, it shall indeed be credited to your efforts, remarked Empress Dowager Dou in admiration. Need I even say? Of course it is I, Kimberly replied with an expression that conveyed her indifference to gratitude. Yet, upon hearing this, Quan Yiming was rendered speechless, his face aflame. Normally, he would have accepted such an assertion graciously, but now he could not bring himself to engage in such a conversation. Without glancing at the title, merely observing the video underscored Tian Jiao's vibrant personality, while his stage presence became even more pronounced when contrasted with the awkward male singer sharing the stage. Aside from a malicious title, the video undoubtedly served as a positive revelation about Tian Jiao. After young Master Qi stood, there was a prolonged absence of the smiling tiger, prompting him to make a call to summon Chen Xin, only to discover that even Chen Xin was unaware of the smiling tiger's whereabouts. Despite the numerous defensive barriers she had erected, she was still overwhelmed by Lin Chen's Xianyuan sword, leaving her gravely injured. No one is vying for this position. Rest assured, even if you wish to decline, I shall impose this role upon you, and there will be no escaping it. Qi Kishue felt her spirits lift upon witnessing Zhu Liyue and Shen Bowling bickering. The accumulated feelings of resentment and indignation gradually morphed into an uncontrollable sorrow. After a brief drawing of lots to determine opponents and the order of appearance, the competition of the masked singer officially commenced. Although the prospect of that cake was enticing, he had his own considerations. Defeating the governor would be splendid, yet what if he failed? While he had some backing, they would not risk their positions for such reckless actions, and he would end up sharing Qi Kashue's fate. Mengxin? Song Ziyun turned to look at the suddenly pale-faced Yu Mengxin, concern evident in his eyes. Liang Shicheng was not particularly astute. If Wang Fu could not decipher the underlying meaning, he was even less likely to do so. After leaving the CAF, I took a taxi to the residence of Wang Pengzi, feeling an overwhelming desire to see him. Whenever he was by my side, I was always reminded of those youthful days. The capital of the state of Zhongshan was Linwu, where the former king Lu Shi had been exiled to Liwu after Emperor Xian of Han abdicated, becoming a wealthy landowner. As Guan Yu besieged Linwu, Lu Shi could no longer remain passive and, accompanied by 50 retainers, stealthily made his way to Linwu. Although Xian Zheng emerged victorious, he felt a tumultuous energy swirling within him, making him unwell before he could stabilize his surging internal force. He heard a thunderous crash as a hole was torn in the roof, and a figure descended through the opening, launching an attack on Xian Zheng. Xian Zheng steadied himself, raising his palm above his head to meet the incoming assailant. As the waiter spoke, I noticed a large glass of dark beer resting on the counter beside the lift chair, alongside a half-burnt cigarette. Yesterday, the young lady came by, but you were in a meeting, so she did not get to see you. Yang Jinxin helped Qin Muyang settle onto the bench and spoke slowly. Lin Yin inquired, "Why is that? Is the Jialing River particularly narrow?" It was his first time leaving his hometown, and naturally, it was the first time he beheld the Yangtze River. He assumed that all rivers in the world must possess such grandeur and vastness. At that moment, I could not devise a suitable response. So I lay on the office floor, gazing at the ceiling, incessantly smoking. She felt that everything was perfect. The child had gradually learned to speak and walk. She believed that due to the toxins during pregnancy, the child might take longer to acquire these skills, hence her profound satisfaction with it all. Given your eagerness to learn, I shall enlighten you, she decided. Little did she realize that the reason behind his earlier ferocity was simply because she had failed to explain the meaning of prenatal education, which seemed rather far-fetched. Generations passed, and gradually, with the global economic boom, the wealth of these families surged at an astonishing rate. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, he acted decisively, severing the other arm of the scarred man, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The Xian Yuan sword radiated a dazzling golden light, and the images of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, along with the sun, moon, and stars, all illuminated, exuding a soft glow. "Oh, certainly not. It was just once, so do not dwell on it," she playfully retorted, feeling shy as she touched her lips and chuckled, hurrying to clarify. They did not intend to seek the new emperor's assistance, believing that living self-sufficiently for the rest of their days was quite satisfactory. However, others did not share this perspective. The difference lay in Qi's greater concern for the Zhang family's elder, while Brother Dao feared that Lin might never awaken. This was not the end. The astonishment of all the geniuses in Gao Xianyuan was far from over. Just as Qin Yusin's Wushu shunned flying with a powerful blow, the Five Thunderblade was unleashed simultaneously. The direct presentation of the visual elements felt like a final bastion. It did not shield me from falsehood, but rather prevented me from crossing a chasm that should remain uncrossed. Li Longji turned back, and indeed, the person Li Qiang referred to was Xiao Jianyuan. His breath momentarily faltered, and he was rendered speechless for a while. War was on the verge of breaking out, yet for the time being, neither side dared to engage. After all, both were somewhat hesitant to initiate a confrontation. However, battle was inevitable, as the Xingluo Empire, which had deployed its main forces in the Mingdao Mountains, could not allow the Sun and Moon Empire to gather its reinforcements there. The Supreme Star, a celestial body named for its unparalleled wisdom, lies at the edge of the Kelly Empire, serving as its border. "Why? You are not the leader," Luo Yang asked, feigning ignorance in his quest to understand the situation of the bone-chilling gang more deeply. The Lord of the Underworld was aware of Long Bashian's abilities. With just a single clone today, he was no match for him and had no choice but to withdraw, turning away with Paluo Sha and the others. As if struck by an epiphany, Bai Haobing retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and swiftly navigated through the scant list of contacts. Upon locating the familiar name, he promptly composed a text message. "Professor Muen, what do you mean by this?" inquired Huangfu Longchun, who, it should be noted, was quite supportive of the endeavor at hand. Tony Stark had already transformed the Avengers' temporary base, relocating several computers and a high-end server into the makeshift headquarters. The intentions of this middle-aged man were unmistakable. He was clearly attempting to provoke Emma. However, regarding the possibility of locating Caliban, Luo Yan expressed considerable skepticism. Do you know what our special forces most desire and what they most dread? Bai Yuhao refrained from clarifying his earlier statement directly and instead posed the question to the assembly. With such a setup, the ardent fans of Star Wars will surely be ecstatic. This is precisely what they yearn to witness. Abrams responded, for the emperor of that time, neutrality, or at least a lack of vehement opposition, could essentially be deemed a form of support. Su Liruo smiled, yet her smile bore a chilling quality, lacking any warmth in her eyes. At that moment, seated upon his lap, she shifted slightly, her fingertips gently grazing his face. Fortunately, Sijio was adept at boiling water, cooking, chopping wood, and concocting medicine. When no one was available to assist, Sijio would readily step in, too preoccupied to attend to the thatched hut. After delivering an impassioned speech, Ingshu felt utterly drained, her vision darkening as she nearly fainted. Yesterday my senior brother mentioned he would be moving today. He has hinted several times that today is the weekend. Do you know what he means? Sijio was aware of this. Had the emperor not been a wise ruler, he would not have chosen to endure in such a manner, preferring the freedom of a wandering hero. The mountain roads were treacherous. Each time she curled up in the village chief's tractor, her rear end would always ache painfully. Today, with a more comfortable seat, she felt utterly embarrassed. Even the warmest of individuals can render one icy in silence. The demon emperor's expression shifted as he sensed the pressure descending from above, his heart trembling. He had never truly ascended to the rank of martial sage, but had merely managed to advance through the consumption of dragon vein energy. However, for the officers encountering Zhu Ho Zhao for the first time, this was a moment of immense sanctity. Even more jubilant was Li Qingyuan. For with the addition of over 10 blacksmiths, his firearms workshop could expand by 50%, increasing production from 100 to 150 firearms monthly. The Huangquan demon sect is divided into 10 halls, each hall master holding a. They have now all come to report, presenting their keys. Yet, Wu Daoba was more impatient than Li Qingyuan had anticipated. Even while Li Qingyuan was en route, news from Teo Waxiang had already reached Wu Daoba's stronghold, leading Wu Daoba to rage and shatter the teapot upon hearing that the previous visitors had yet to depart. Li Qingyuan had initially presumed he would encounter a formidable opponent, but upon witnessing the flickering gaze of the county magistrate, he suddenly understood the situation. Assisting others in seizing one's own dominion is profoundly unfilial. Historical records will undoubtedly lead to eternal disgrace, which explains why he contemplated for an entire month. Yin Qinghe possesses considerable insight into character, while Healy means discernment is even more profound. Luo Kai, in both appearance and demeanor, stands as a paragon among the stars of the entertainment industry he has encountered. Mencken was left speechless, choked by the truth. They had indeed clashed with Qing Yao and suffered defeat, resulting in their capture. Li Qingyuan's penchant for scornful remarks and unearthing weaknesses promptly garnered him palpable enmity, igniting the flames of ire in Mencken's eyes. A formidable brigand sought counsel. He was an elder of the Qingyang sect, known as Elder Ing, entrusted with chronicling the significant historical events of the sect and wielding the lying stone to capture pivotal moments. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, he retrieved his car keys from his pocket, looping the keyring around his right index finger, and circled it in the air, the keys dancing at its tip. Would I be falsely accused and sentenced to death for merely voicing a few words? Such trepidation breeds discord among the people and their rulers. When no one serves you earnestly, the fall of power is imminent. Xiang Yunshin's words were heartfelt, yet his expression remained devoid of emotion, his voice somewhat wooden, sending shivers down the spines of the officials from the Western Qin court. The black-clad cultivator spoke with utmost seriousness, and his words bore no falsehood. Even if one employed various means to discern the truth, the answers would remain unwaveringly consistent. Given that our dynasty has no stationed troops in Penghu, the well-prepared Dutch encountered resistance from the local populace. Traditionally, On New Year's Day, they should be in the imperial palace, receiving the emperor's banquet, and after the feast, returning home to reunite with their families. It would be customary to visit the Su Wangfu for New Year's greetings on the second day of the new year, making their current presence there rather illogical. Before long, an array of delectable meats was delivered to the private room, leaving no space on the table. And even the racks were overflowing. The elves were savoring their dinner, and as the meal concluded, a moment of silent prayer ensued, expressing gratitude to the sacred tree for the gift of a splendid day. This practice arose from the recent appointment of the Chancellor Yang Ji, who, despite having ascended to high office, remained subservient to Northern Qi, leading Zhao Xian to harbor distrust towards these court officials, fearing they might expose his intentions in Jiangbei. Today marked a significant occasion, as the Nanning Army officially commenced recruitment for new soldiers in Xiping County. Early in the morning, Yu Luming, Ning Huanqing, Ning Shuangying, Su Zixing, and the principal commanders of the Nanning Army, along with a host of officials from Xiping County, gathered at the training grounds. Initially, Jiang Jichen contemplated declining, yet he realized he required a place to settle. As Luo Feng showed no signs of relenting, the centipede spirit transformed into human form, albeit missing a leg. They perceived Jiang Jichen as utterly terrifying, a demon among demons, someone to be avoided at all costs. Simultaneously, many were aware that prior to the appearance of the invincible brother, Cheng Feng had first graced the Chunfeng building, and through investigation, it was evident that the invincible brother was indeed the prominent figure Cheng Feng had alluded to. As the startled exclamation of Chu Kuang faded, he promptly rose and made his way toward the secluded area where Chu Yanran was in meditation. A sacred fire-red lotus, measuring several zhang in diameter, materialized behind Yu Yao, its layers of petals unfurling in an instant. A vermilion bird, entirely enveloped in the flames of the red lotus, soared into the sky, each feather resembling a divine sword ablaze with fire. Within the inn of the town, Zhu Gui, along with Shao Rang and their companions, heard the sudden uproar of battle outside and immediately sprang into action, shouting as they rushed toward the town's entrance. As for the ordinary recruits, their inherent lack of talent rendered excessive hours spent in training a mere waste. What biochemical weapons? These are talismans crafted by me. Do you even comprehend what talisman is? Lu Yifan remarked with exasperation. La 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 la. Hu Mei swayed with a bewitching dance, descending from the stage accompanied by several partners, reveling in the backstage atmosphere. Throughout their journey, Jin Haoyan had grown accustomed to the chaos of the mixed territories. He presumed that Xingyu City, being a major metropolis, would be equally tumultuous. To his surprise, the reality of Xingyu City opened their eyes to an entirely new level of disorder. Su Gaiyan gazed intently at Yi Xuanhuan, her face brimming with tension and unease, resembling a child looking up to a teacher. This statement was quite forthright. However, Du Tsong felt no disrespect in it. After many years of serving as a commanding officer in the border regions, he had been influenced by the forthrightness of martial artists and found it difficult to alter his demeanor. Have you heard about that individual named Jiaboda? Are you truly indifferent? Do you not wish to deal with him? Yin Beixun inquired of me. Xuanji City, the final bastion in the northern region of Tianhan, housed the formidable Mo family, currently at the zenith of power within military. Qin Zheng had traversed Xuanji City multiple times on route north, yet this marked his first true pause to observe the city closely. He was reluctant to dwell on the events of that night, despite having played a crucial role in them. Those matters were now detached from him. Upon returning to Jiangning, he intended to sort through matters concerning Yunji, ensuring his wife and child were safe and sound, living in peace, dismissing all else as mere illusions. This girl, Zhao Feng shook his head, choosing not to rummage through the items stored away by Bian Shui. Since she had expressed her desire to keep them hidden, he resolved to respect her wishes. The reason she had concluded that the two fellows outside were dead was due to a significant secret she had recently uncovered. Moments after Mu Xia finished speaking, an Onmyoji emerged from the shadows, revealing that behind him were over a dozen seated Onmyojis engaged in meditation. Inke, if you dare to bully my Qingqing, I will make you experience the sensation of 100 poisons devouring your body. Meng Tian'er suddenly turned to Yin Ke, her expression filled with anticipation. Over time, these Onmyoges developed an unrestrained nature, lacking the established protocols adhered to by the other two families when dealing with supernatural beings. Moreover, due to their fusion with Shikigami, they inherited a certain violent tendency from these spirits, resulting in increasingly brutal confrontations during battles. However, Li Meng, after retrieving a box of yogurt from the refrigerator, had gone to the independent restroom in her room to fill some water. Upon returning to the gaming chamber, she checked the game and nearly exploded with anger. Why on earth is it still at the altar? In an instant, the entire landscape seemed to reverse, revealing a resplendent nine-colored path beneath Chu Sun's feet. With just a single step, he found himself beside the winged clan, leaving them astonished and incredulous. Although on the night of July 5, 1942, the last two aircraft carriers of the Japanese combined fleet did not sink, the three individuals soared in a singular direction, only to encounter an abyss of darkness, as though the belly of this otherworldly beast had no end, making their journey feel interminable. If they were indeed disciples of an ancient clan, it would pose considerable trouble, for killing them would invite significant repercussions. Regrettably, due to the peculiarities of his cultivation method and the lingering aftereffects of an unknown cause from years past, he had embarked on a path of slaughter, burdened by excessive malevolent energy. Each breakthrough demanded vast amounts of this dark essence, resulting in the current state of the sword cultivator who reveled in bloodshed. Upon hearing Chun Zilong's nonsensical chatter, Chun Jinhui thought to himself, "When did I ever share my financial misfortunes with you? Surely, you do not intend to make a spectacle of my plight. While you may be at liberty to make friends, I cannot simply acknowledge you without consequence." This would surely invite ridicule from young Master Zhu. No wonder this young master, Fu Su, fell prey to Zhao Gao, Hu Hai, Su Fu, and others. He was undeniably naive. In truth, every Golden Core practitioner possesses one or two trump cards, which they refrain from deploying unless absolutely necessary. Bang! Just as Zio turned to flee, Grace unhesitatingly shot at his back. The bullet shot forth, spiraling toward Zio's leg. It seemed Grace had no intention of killing the young lad, merely seeking to incapacitate him. On the other end of the phone, silence reigned. Situ Hao scratched his head, pondering the sweet nothings he might utter to win over Zheng Mei Jing, when suddenly, a soft sigh echoed through the receiver, followed by a curt, "So be it," before the call was abruptly disconnected. Alas, it was not conducive to the situation. It seemed they wished for him to embody a sage, and one could scarcely imagine Confucius himself being as stringent with his own expectations as Zhu Jingzhou was with him. The mere presence of a counterfeit phoenix was already suspect. A single shout revealed his identity, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Veda watched as his summoned creature was vanquished, resolutely deciding to seize the opportunity to eliminate Wu Chun, having noted that Wu Chun's vitality had dwindled to below 300. Could it be that your formation, Daoist friend, is a deception, fearing that Feng might uncover some flaw? Feng Luan remarked with a cold chuckle. Wang Shichong rose to prominence through military exploits, having bested figures such as Zhu Xie of Wu, Guanchong of Jinling, and Meng Rang of Qi. Following Yang Guang's unjust execution of capable generals like Tu Wanxiu and Yu Zhuliuo, Wang Shichong earned the title of the foremost general of the time. In short, Su Lan was insistent, demanding he elaborate. The long night stretched on. An old friend had come to visit. Reminiscing about the past was always welcome, as it could dissolve the unfamiliarity between them. Furthermore, Su Lan harbored deeper questions that could not simply be brushed aside in a few casual remarks. Certainly, training a venomous insect to become a masterful tool under one's command is an arduous endeavor. The insect extracted from Zhang Yunlu's body, for instance, had not undergone such training and thus, once inside him, acted solely on instinct, biting relentlessly. Li Chuang abandoned his knife in favor of a spear, its core dancing like flames. The golden tip paired with the orange shaft reminiscent of the formidable prowess he had wielded against the Sand River Alliance cultivators in the labyrinth beneath Feishadanga. A smile once again graced Lu Yi's lips as he deftly maneuvered among the puppets, evading the lethal strikes of the Yitzi puppets, pressing once more toward Zhou Likue. the same scene repeating itself. 2 hours passed, with the monkey and Zhu Qing each concluding their practices and resting. Jian and Erding also completed their slumber and awakened. His Highness, the Prince of Jin, spoke the truth. Chen Shu Bao, beneath the eaves, dared not voice any dissent, offering only flattery. The immense crack began to constrict, an invisible veil of light enveloping everything from all directions. In an instant, nearly all was rendered completely frozen, with items not belonging to this secret realm being simultaneously transported away. A sense of helplessness and despair engulfed him. He even contemplated self-termination to unravel the formation. However, just as he resolved to do so, the elder possessed by the spirit suddenly turned to gaze at him, a look that plunged him into a hellish inferno. In truth, the moment he was captured aboard the flying vessel by Wei Wuyo and the others, he had already contemplated seeking assistance from the princess. Yet, he wished not to trouble her and desired to rely on his own capabilities to extricate himself. The examiner produced a translucent crystal emanating an ethereal glow from his spatial ring and placed it into Xiao Xin's hand. With a slight furrow in his brow, Luo Jingyang searched his memories, yet found nothing substantial. After a shared glance, Yuan Tian and Mu Fu nodded in agreement and simultaneously hurled their respective objects. Mu Fu tossed a massive hammer skyward, for which a vine erupted from the earth, ensnaring the hammer and swinging it towards Yuan Tian. Shin Mohan, tightly embraced, felt her body stiffen instantly. She raised her hands to push away his large hand, but they hesitated mid-air. The onlookers exchanged glances, and I sensed the peculiar looks from my colleagues around me. Seeing the expression on the Empress Dowager's face shift dramatically, it became evident to Xizhan that the gravity of the situation far exceeded her expectations. Life, after all, is not a drama. I consider myself quite ordinary and unremarkable, unable to bear such extraordinary treatment. He is merely a late-stage heaven-level warrior. Fear not, should you ascend to the initial stage of heaven level, even if you cannot defeat him. The gap will not be significant. The voice of the weapon spirit suddenly echoed, contradicting LV Tianming's viewpoint. Believing Zhang Minglang was still upset, I rushed to him, embracing him from behind while he was still selecting clothes in front of the wardrobe. Just then, a tall, handsome man stepped through the door, his strong legs clad in black trousers, moving with a steady gait. In the brief moment that followed, the raindrops began to intensify, drumming against the umbrella, the trees, the flowers, and even the stunned Yang Tao. You are indifferent, are you? For the time being, you shall act in place of Lord LV, and my safety will be entrusted to you. Additionally, what do you propose as punishment for the dereliction of duty by the Jinyui today? Since Zhu Changluo aimed to elevate the indifferent one, he needed to establish his authority, making this an opportune moment to win hearts. Thus, as early as the late Jiajing period, the Ming dynasty adjusted its strategy, reducing the number of warhorses raised and instead equipping numerous firearms, while also utilizing the reserve funds of the Yuanma Temple to procure superior horses from Mongolia and other regions to serve as warhorses, fostering elite cavalry. Yen Shuer nodded sweetly, her adorable demeanor prompting all who beheld her to feel an irresistible urge to embrace and cherish her. Even Tang Xiao felt a surge of intense urgency. Xia Xinlan cast a playful glare at Yi Tianhao, laughing as she pushed him into the bathroom. Moments ago, amidst the chaos of the venue, Jiang Rankong had no desire to witness the disgusting faces of the lords, so he did not have the opportunity to inquire with Avril. Wang Yi, too, found it curious how perceptive Princess Chang Li's informants were, as she seemed to know of his multiple visits to the palace. These dozens of policemen were the heads of various precincts, and upon their return, they would mobilize tens of thousands of officers across the city to take action. As these individuals prepared to depart from the municipal bureau, several vehicles from the government and the prosecutor's office arrived. Linglin's fingers danced upon the strings, sending a tremor through the air as the silvery moonlight intertwined with the flowing melodies, narrating an ancient tale. Afen Dong Shuer, who had delivered meals to Han Mufan countless times, had never noticed the existence of that safe, let alone its password. Remembering her own identification photo, with vacant eyes captured in a moment of despair, she felt an overwhelming urge for oblivion. Due to the ongoing renovations at AFI following some unfortunate events, I found no reason to return there. Not long after I brought you her home, my sister-in-law returned from work, and without pausing for rest, she immediately set about preparing dinner for us. After a prolonged silence, Suchi suddenly smiled, neither offering thanks nor reproach, simply gracing her with a radiant smile that transformed her face into a vision of beauty. Thus, my elder brother had once sought him out at his residence, only to witness Ruan Bing and his brother's ire, prompting him to turn away, leading to the tragic accident the following day due to excessive drinking. Am I to resign and be supported by you at home? Of course, Ji Fifan's comment was merely a dark jest. Bien, growing impatient, furrowed his brow and raised his arm to strike. Fang Mian also felt a surge of impatience, gathering in energy in his palm, intent on resolving the matter with the impostor before him decisively. I shrugged. I was more acutely aware than anyone of the state of my territory. If Jiang Chonglong truly mobilized his people to seize my domain, I would merely find amusement in the situation. Gu Inin raised her gaze, scrutinizing the man before her, suddenly realizing how much he had withered and grown frail. Lu Xan, having just completed his task and in high spirits, found his mood soured by this incident. Yet he recognized that this was not the time for anger, and knowing that the counterfeiters had come prepared, he understood that pursuing them would not be easy. He remained silent, merely chuckling softly before sprinting towards the tower's summit, his figure vanishing around the corner. Adjacent to the deacon's hall stood a 9-story stone tower, its dark exterior exuding an ancient aura. She then glanced at Lan Yue, who was still breathing evenly, contemplating the terrifying reaction he would have once he remembered. Liu Xin Vima? It appears we were too hasty. Andy and I will reconsider our collaboration with the Bao family. Xia, please bring out those secret pastries. You know, the usual place. Sun Li directed towards Xia. Please do. Li Tangan's words softened considerably, perhaps due to the long-suppressed sentiments finally spilling forth. Had it not been for that unforeseen incident, had he remained at the Hunyuan sect, he would undoubtedly have mastered body refining techniques and martial skills by now. Kui Ming diese countenance darkened. If she could not discern that Lin Shu had played her for a fool, she would be utterly foolish. Andy and Fan Xingmei could only nod helplessly, agreeing to assist Xia Shao in reviewing the project materials. He approached Zhang Ruofeng, filled with astonishment and confusion, his tone remaining unyielding despite his need for the assistance of Zhang Ruofeng and his sister. Do not speak. Jingyun's lips remained sealed, her voice merely swirling between her throat and nostrils before vanishing into silence. The beginning of the divorce was tolerable, but as time passed, Li Chong realized that these so-called friends would likely become lovers, perhaps even spouses, due to her presence. Observing others reveling in their fervent romances while her own love life remained desolate, she felt a pang of discomfort within her heart. Yet in that moment, his spirit seemed to awaken. As the blue wine unfurled, a sense of clarity washed over him, and a broader horizon began to take shape in his mind. Gazing at the tranquil countenance of Lang Hongxiang, Yi Yunhong merely smiled. As a pinnacle powerhouse, Dao Pao was an entity beyond their comprehension. Inherently aware of the trials that lay ahead, the Earth Origin Pearl could not be so effortlessly acquired, rendering the second round meaningless. Having returned to the City of Hope, Liren received intelligence from scouts. However, unlike the tense atmosphere at court, the inhabitants of the City of Hope continued to diligently attend to their respective tasks. We pay. How can it be free? She remarked, acknowledging the effort involved. Upon witnessing the situation, Hongmei hastily rummaged through her pocket for money, but the snugness of her trousers made retrieval challenging. That's splendid. I have numerous questions for the second island master. He claimed he couldn't relay them to me, stating only you would know. Mo Lin inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. By the way, Huan Xiao, what is your intention to enter the rear cabin? Xia asked, her gaze fixed on the tightly closed door after a brief silence. Activity funds? Sure, Yitao leaned forward with excitement, his eyes fixated on the money. Moreover, clad in ultra-short denim shorts, to the villagers, it bore little distinction from her inner garments. Her pristine thighs were veiled by a layer of dark gauze. imparting an alluring aura. Among their group, Wang Bugue had fully manifested his state, regarded as a formidable being, complemented by the Blood Demon King, making merely two formidable entities. Not to mention the sealed foe, Dracula. Following the broadcast of the miraculous spring water on CCTV, its popularity surged. Countless elders reported improved health after consumption, a phenomenon truly astonishing. Su Qianqian turned away, enduring the myriad pains triggered by her advancement, her back to the other fairies, as dark red flames ignited within her crimson eyes. Noting her delight, Enmukin resolved to commission a pair of diamonds, one for her, one for himself. The first segment of the program aired, and Li Feng felt reasonably satisfied. The editing had been commendable. In truth, the editor felt quite helpless. It was not his desire to feature too much content of Li Feng in the opening segment, but the other contestants simply paled in comparison. Inflicting torment for years was inconceivable. Su Qianqian's earlier words were mere intimidation. She wouldn't squander even a few days on such an assassin, let alone centuries. The five magicians, at that moment, had grown weary, their faces pale and bodies weak. Fortunately, their expansive black robes concealed them, bestowing an air of mystery and grandeur. After hanging up, Li Feng rubbed his forehead. It was time to check on the melon patch. He tucked his phone into his pocket, grabbed his backpack, and exited the courtyard. I remained in the hall, enjoying the air conditioning, while Liao Yaji and Su Mengmeng engaged in whispered conversation for quite some time, eventually culminating in Su Mengmeng nodding in agreement. It appears that Brother Zhang has also discerned the situation. The two exchanged glances, and then each left a fleeting shadow in their wake. Oomph! The flames of the departing fire. At this moment, the sword in Zhang Fan's hand ignited completely, transforming into a flame sword. And you all, do you truly believe that this absurd formation can ensnare me? Hao Qian cast a sidelong glance at the 9 individuals suspended in mid-air like hanging ghosts. And with a mere gesture, their bodies were pierced through, helplessly plummeting from the clouds. A bittersweet smile etched itself onto the face of the Qin Emperor, as despondent murmurs escaped his lips. The Shi clan could not pursue her, thus they could only stomp their feet in frustration and head towards the hall. Before long, she emerged, her face flushed with anger, storming towards the secondary gate, evidently thwarted in her objectives. Lu Lingqi sighed, pondering the madness of the past 9 days. As someone had been incessantly knocking at the door each day, the merits of establishing a teaching and creating beings, along with the fruits of the Supreme Sacred King's path, propelled the underworld river to instantaneously transcend the 11th pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Why? Were we not exempt from participating in the flag-raising? Yi Huai inquired, perplexed. This is my wife, Qin Yue. She wishes to learn more about you. And rest assured, she is no outsider, replied Si Yufan. I am willing, of course, but not at this moment. She recalls someone mentioning that she should return to engage after reaching maturity. I will come to find you once I have acquired the items. He withdrew his foam-stained hand, lightly waving it, causing the foam to vanish without a trace. Observing the frantic escape of numerous warriors from the Hengyun mansion, the ancient, eternal tortoise, the Lord of Ice, Bai Zhe and many ferocious beasts unleashed devastating wide-area attacks in that instant. Concealing his cultivation, Li Yinfeng stealthily approached a ground-level holy demon. The star sword flashed, obliterating the opponent's soul, and he effortlessly stored the corpse within the Kunlun mirror before teleporting to a celestial-level holy demon's side. Yet, you have still disregarded my warning. Harboring murderous intent towards the plump one, I may spare you this time, but remember, even if your brother stands in my way, I shall slay you. Jin Yuchin's demeanor was frosty. Half a cup of tea later, Xia Shao reached for the rifle on the table, skillfully chambering a round while scrutinizing it under the sunlight. Then loading a series of bullets into the chamber, repeatedly cycling the bolt, causing the unfired bullets to hop and roll across the wooden floor with a delightful clatter. At that moment, Satan intentionally concealed his aura, rendering even Wei Xian oblivious to Satan's formidable power. That day, he accompanied his master to make an appearance in the neighboring heavenly city, persistently advocating for his own master's desire for the eastern wind, yet before the wind could rise. His master proactively withdrew, leaving him bewildered about when his master would finally claim territory in the heavenly city. Not necessarily. In the early days, let us not even mention him. Just consider the era of Zhuge Liang, when Wei Yin served as the governor of Hanzhong, independently commanding a large army in the field. Had it not been for Zhuge Liang dispatching Ma Su to seize power, Wei Yin might not have lost Jieting. Two riders galloped past, a fleeting moment that vanished in the blink of an eye. They barely halted their steeds. What could possibly bring spiders here? He pondered, brushing the ground before intending to proceed. To his astonishment, upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a veritable swarm of spiders surging towards them. Brothers, we are already encircled. Let us carve a bloody path to escape, Deng Shimao proclaimed loudly. A flash of golden light erupted from the volcano's mouth, akin to a sun rising from its core, illuminating the ash-laden skies of Tianlong Mountain, dispelling the oppressive gloom that hung above. In response to Lia's sudden assault, the abyssal demon roared, enveloped in a ring of black flames that consumed his entire being in the infernal fire of the abyss. With a leap, he brandished his sword, ignited by dark flames. Charging at Lia. No, let go. I want to go home. Ying Lily's hand, firmly grasped, struggled against her captor. She feigned calmness, yet her voice betrayed a quivering note that did not escape Li's notice. Guan Yu declared, when my brothers and I swore our oath. We vowed not to be born on the same day, yet sought to die together, our lives dedicated to the restoration of the Han dynasty, and now, my elder brother and third brother have departed. What reason do I have to linger in this world? With that, Guan Yu drew his dagger, preparing to take his own life. Very well. I have long desired to witness the prowess of a master from the latter days, the king of Hu remarked, recognizing the formidable skills of this rogue. Moreover, no one else could stand against Nan Muxiang. Thus he resolved to confront him personally. Uncertain of the current situation in the imperial capital, they understood that recklessly entering could have unknown consequences. Thus, prudence was the better course. The young Taoist, overwhelmed with emotion, could no longer contain himself, collapsing into tears while clutching his knees, disregarding the greasy remnants of the recently consumed roasted meat. In an instant, his robe was stained with tears. That old fellow Tianyun was indeed formidable. Even under the full force of the seal, not a single crack had appeared. Must we truly wait for the mad god to break through to the 10th level before the seal can be lifted? A familiar scent? I grasped the situation instantly. Blood. I fell on my hands. How could there be blood on the ground? Panic engulfed me as I stepped back to survey the floor. It was dim, making it difficult to discern, yet I sensed something continuously flowing in from outside the door. Miss, there is still ample time. With our speed, we can reach Nanling Mountain before sunset. This place is serene and sparsely populated. Why not take some time to enjoy ourselves? Proposed the Taoist maiden. Are you Yilauda? Ghost brother has been captured, cried a youth over the phone, his voice laced with tears. Ah, my apologies. I forgot we were in a hotel. I thought we were at home. My mistake, Zhao Mu stammered, suddenly realizing his faux pas and hurriedly apologizing. Let us see then. With a cold snort, Zhao Mu swiftly unleashed a punch, aiming to catch him off guard with a fierce strike. From spring to winter, these chickens can be sold externally. Their droppings enrich the soil, requiring minimal feed and incurring almost no cost. While I spoke these words, I couldn't help but mentally curse the lineage of this soldier, thinking he must take me for a fool. His attempts at concealment only reinforced my previous suspicions. Upon arriving at the airport, Yi Xian encountered an aircraft, and as he boarded, the luxurious interior dazzled him. What does it mean to desire spectacle, if not a matter of life and death? It seems I do not hold the Demon Emperor in high regard either. The name Ouyang Lianqing rings a bell, though I cannot recall the details. Niu Sha scratched his head, expressing his confusion. 100 heads of Typhon trembled in unison as his wife, Ikda emerged from the sea, her serpentine form coiling around him, while human heads played merrily with Typhon's multitude. This fellow possesses immense strength. Could it be that he practices a body refinement technique? Lei Jun silently lamented his miscalculation, wishing he had resorted to secret arts to contend with true energy from the outset, though it was too late for such thoughts now. Every individual possesses a sense of pride. The achievements of over 20 years of reform and opening up in mainland China have significantly increased the nation's material wealth, yielding remarkable results. On the other hand, it has also fostered an unprecedented level of confidence, bordering on blind self-assurance, with truly discerning individuals remaining scarce. Your Majesty, allow your servant to assist you. Lu Rui, the personal eunuch of Xianfeng, was the first to notice something unusual about the emperor. In the Rongwa mansion, every young master, including Sun Shaozong, knew one another, yet the youthful gentleman exuding an air of cosmetics was unfamiliar, presumably from an Ningbo mansion. Confronted with the scene before him, Zhou Bai felt his throat tighten and his stomach churn. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the physical discomfort was undeniable. Hong Dai nodded, and shortly thereafter, Ouyang Tingfeng entered, surprised to see Ouyang Zhu, and called out, "Third uncle." Thus, at times, a person's elegance cannot be feigned. It is often said that a noble is cultivated over 3 generations. Yet the truth is that it is not merely a matter of cultivation. It seems something has gone awry ahead. As they approached the western gate, Yin Ruoyu tugged at Yi Teng, who was lost in thought, pointing towards the west gate. With that, Lin Jianan lay down, secretly believing in him, merely wishing to tease a bit. At 5 in the afternoon, Lu Qinyu and Lu Huanyin took their seats, raising their paddles numerous times. This time, Lu Qinyu was very generous. Whatever Lu Huanyin fancied, he would procure, and upon spotting several exquisite pieces of jewelry, he bid on them. Incredible! Truly remarkable! The queen exclaimed earnestly, tears streaming from her eyes. Yuna understood that waiting was the only option now. But with 6 months until the Phoenix City Martial Arts competition, there was still time to prepare. Despite Mia's shouts for the off-road vehicle to stop, it paid no heed to her command. The sensation in my body gradually returned, yet it felt as though pain was omnipresent. Each utterance brought forth an unbearable ache at the corners of my mouth. However, Ling Xiao remained indifferent, believing he ought to confront the fears of aging and death, as well as the allure of eternal life. This thought caused Luo Chenxi to curl his lips in a self-deprecating manner in the face of love. The ever-confident Luo Chenxi found himself unexpectedly insecure. This was the law of deprivation, capable of stripping all elements, unless countered by a more advanced law. Among the myriad of laws, the law of deprivation ranks within the top 100, as elucidated by the ancient texts in my mind. Achadura clenched his hands tightly, his head bowed, long hair obscuring his face, rendering his expression unreadable. Nonetheless, one could perceive the turmoil within him through the subtle tremors of his body. After a night of restorative sleep, Lan Ruoxin awoke at a specific hour, utterly unaware that her departure had coincided with an attack on the tribe by rival factions that very night. In light of such events, logic dictates that I should offer him comfort. However, the words of solace eluded me, for my heart was consumed with frustration over his failure to foresee this predicament. If we are to be perpetually suppressed by Xia Shao, then what significance do our efforts hold? Every New Year's Day, our family gathered at the hospital, vigilantly keeping watch by my father's bedside, recounting the events of the past year, repeating them ad infinitum. Yet, I wonder how much of it he can truly hear. Although my heart brimmed with emotion for the adorable girl, my expression remained distinctly my own, one that involved kissing her. In the nascent stages of capital accumulation, this was the only means to achieve one's aims. Once stability was attained, one could gradually nurture their reputation and establish so-called boundaries, adhering to a purported morality. For oneself, for posterity, for friends and family, and for this world, we must forge ahead in this era of harmony and peace. However, these individuals also endure hardship. For every wound inflicted upon him, they too would suffer in equal measure. And the pain they endure would be far more severe than the strike that caused his injury. This is dire. Yao Mukin discerned, through flickering glances, that the colossal roar seemed to have little effect on the specter, while an overwhelming sense of life and death surged from the depths of his heart, sending chills throughout his body. In a moment of panic, he extracted the gray bone from the void treasure box and placed it in his mouth. If this house were left unoccupied for a year or so, it would undoubtedly become a haven for mice, cloaked in cobwebs. By the way, Your Majesty, My clan has been assigned under the command of the Azura General of the Third Army, collaborating with the Chanyu clan to lead the formidable Ninth Guard of the Third Army in conjunction with the actions of the Azura General. Xiao Jun recalled the position of Xiaoya Valley within the army and hastily provided clarification. Originally, we had agreed to travel to Jiping Town together, but due to several guests arriving early that morning, Xiaofeng preceded there ahead of time. According to my intelligence, this matter has entangled your new emperor's throne due to Shimi Yuan's personal affairs. It won't be long before you receive a decree from your emperor, instructing you to remain on standby, the chef stated calmly. Just as Lang Hongxiang believed he was on the verge of success, his nearly formed primordial spirit suddenly dissipated in an instant, transforming into wisps of primordial energy that could not coalesce. Wang Ming raised his cup, offering a toast to the entire assembly. Joy filled the air as the wine warmed their bellies. The delightful food further adorned their smiles. The fisherman rose from his boat, observing how the tempestuous sea had seemingly vanished. The dark clouds gradually disintegrated under the sun's embrace, and seagulls emerged to forage. Murong Di and the others prepared for the evening's party, meticulously selecting the venue and props, determined to host an unforgettable gathering for Nangong Lini and Ouyang Yingqi. The secret agents of the Spiritual Bureau were so startled that they screamed, leaving the ordinary folk in a state of shock. In the secret chamber, only Xia Bongyi and Liang Qi remained upright, while the others lay incapacitated by fear and tranquilizers. During their last camping trip, Murong Di had bought an abundance of snacks for you, which seemed to bring you joy. These are all for you. Nangong Lini feigned indifference. Yet Ouyang Yingqi knew they were specifically intended for her. The car keys were left in the vehicle. The heating is on, so don't get cold. After Su Huinan finished speaking, he exited the vehicle. The captain felt a twinge of despair, somewhat at a loss. This person was exceedingly arrogant, yet undeniably imposing. He could not ascertain their background, and thus resorted to the most prudent approach. A sudden fire ignited within. With crimson eyes, he ran while opening the shumi bag, throwing bundles of spiritual scrolls to those who followed him. Auntie, please stop talking, I understand. I will certainly be by his side. Ouyang Yingqi wept. Yes, let's cook together. No more questions, Nangong Lini asserted, revealing his domineering personality. No need. If something arises, I will call you. However, I do not wish to take the keys right now. Ao Shui hesitated, not reaching for them. Su Huinan glanced at Ao Shui, refraining from saying more as he placed the keys on the table. Ao Shui then called Ao Jun to rise for breakfast. Brother, this time it feels like a setback. At this moment, Shun Yin was less tense, glancing at Zheng Shuai in his arms, and smiled helplessly at his face. He rode his Ming Xiong slowly forward, while Song San and Jie Xiong behind him urged two beastly steeds along the way. The three great empires jointly demanded the church to surrender the producer of the divine product, the supreme star-swallowing clouds. This incident of cloud poisoning had instilled fear among the continent's elite. After enduring the cold and hunger at the gate for so long, they hoped to take refuge under Zheng Peng, to bask in the shade of his great tree. The two were unsure how to voice their intentions, but unexpectedly, Zheng Peng inquired about their desires, leaving them incredulous at the smoothness of the encounter. After exhausting two war horses, as they arrived at the military encampment outside Longshui town at dusk, the weary Li Ruyu was halted by a despondent sentinel, who, upon learning of Li Ruyu's identity, wore a bewildered expression. Pamphulin did not shy away from the truth. In fact, there was nothing to conceal. Thus, they recounted the occurrences of individuals who had ventured into this abyss. Paul George has always been an ardent admirer of the Lakers, aspiring to join their ranks. In Qin Yang's perspective, such a notion appeared utterly foolish. Just because one adores the Lakers, does it necessitate playing for them? On the 24th, Yan Shiqing set down the large pot, allowing two arrows to fly toward it. With his palm raised, he grasped the air, and a pitch-black orb, resembling a martial arts pellet, flew into his hand. The peculiar social structure was extraordinarily intricate, with a clear hierarchy, yet devoid of absolute stagnation or monotony, embodying the epitome of ideal order. Fong Cili awoke at dawn to find herself unclothed in bed, with a man beside her soundly asleep. She was drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of the fifth-rank marshal general, not daring to slacken her efforts, eager to ascend as swiftly as possible. The land had transformed into a vast pit, a despairing abyss that buried her four dear brothers. Grandfather Su, infuriated, rushed out intending to slap him, but alas, his age rendered him no match for Su Daong, who easily pushed him to the ground. The impact on the ground created a significant crater, shattering the shadow, which dissipated into wisps of black smoke. Thus, praises for the right minister surged like waves, compelling him to swallow the words he had intended to speak. The bulging, loose training outfits indicated the robust physiques concealed within. If it were not for the true devil technique, even with Lu Zigui's talent, he would struggle to achieve the mid-grade great completion stage. Fang Zihong was correct. Lu Zigui was indeed the least gifted among them. Of course, the greatest credit for this outcome belonged to Han Yi. Without her, a casualty-free result would have been impossible. Clad in a long robe and traditional attire, his physique was average, appearing incongruous yet not out of place in the modern setting. At that moment, Ashu and Su Wanyan had already gathered around, murmuring to each other, seemingly engaged in conversation with Lu Xingchue. "No!" Xiao Lily cried out in alarm, leaping down to embrace the infant, only to witness the child's spirit dissipate into smoke. Ji Ying leaned back against the chair, quietly lamenting the outfit she had chosen for the day, letting out a soft sigh. The television broadcast was abruptly interrupted, as the events unfolding were too unfathomable, leaving the inhabitants of the 10,000 Spirits continent in a state of disbelief and nightmarish horror. Before Naruto could utter another word, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere atop the platform, casting his gaze towards Tsunade, only to find a rather adorable older sister appearing beside them. In truth, Dongfang Yuli did harbor suspicions of coercing Ouyang Yu. Had she not sacrificed her dignity and reputation, Ouyang Yu might have continued to rebuff her, as he had before. In an instant, a wave of turmoil surged online. The haute couture that Li Weiwei was endorsing was originally commissioned by Su Yunyun, but later, managerly instructed Li Weiwei to replace her. The next moment, she slowly smiled, beginning to pull out items from her pocket one by one. Seeking a night stall, Jiang Shire commenced pouring himself a drink, feeling increasingly vexed by recent misfortunes. Furthermore, his recent behavior had become somewhat uncontrollable. As the golden light dissipated, the three individuals and the dog were rendered speechless, their expressions a mixture of horror and astonishment. The radiant glow just transmitted by their master revealed the past lives of over a dozen souls beneath their feet. After drying himself, He Yuan proceeded to use body wash and soap to cleanse the towel once more, wringing it out before returning it to its place. "Master, what about the hiring matters?" inquired the plump, good-natured manager of the Long Feng restaurant, known for his knack for leaving a lasting impression on guests. To date, no patron of the establishment had ever left without parting with their silver. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hua's eyes widened in shock, followed by a wave of guilt, a touch of amusement, and ultimately, a profound sense of remorse. The apparitions of the past merely glanced at the unexpected scene before retreating, as even though Yao Zhen was a wanted criminal, no one dared to pursue him. Who among them was unaware that the Fengdu Tavern was an arm of the underworld? The spirits themselves were perplexed by the unfolding drama and wisely chose to avoid any unnecessary trouble. In her concern, she momentarily forgot that I Ching's phone was now operational, indicating he had departed from his hometown. Of course, this was merely a rough categorization. Should any unforeseen events arise, everyone would need to act collectively. Before them stood Chun I Ching, a man whose perpetual smile and upturned lips belied the sharpness concealed within his eagle-like gaze, exuding an allure that was both handsome and mischievous. The banquet was yet to conclude when rewards from the palace were presented, prompting these two to hastily approach, eager to partake in the bounty. For reasons unknown, Lin Xingchuan chose not to return to his room, but instead remained, occasionally glancing at the television. "What audacity! Your mere trespass warrants my exiling you to the ends of the earth," Zhang Xinghan exclaimed, his voice laced with irritation. Song Zheng's intent was to incite conflict between the factions, allowing him to observe the ensuing chaos from a distance. The five tigers of Liaodong were indeed reckless, and his words ignited their fury. However, despite the morning's uproar, no action ensued. Initially, Tian harbored fears that the townsfolk might betray their loyalties to save their own lives. Yet it turned out that the Yin army's exhortations fell on deaf ears. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yin transformed his palm into a fist, his breath swelling with energy, and unleashed a powerful blow towards the retreating Zhou Lingfeng. Granny Zhong smiled with satisfaction. Yet before she could speak, the carriage jolted violently, nearly sending everyone tumbling from their seats. This was an unimaginable scenario for countless cultivators in the martial spirit realm. Even the Burning Heaven sect had not anticipated that someone could pilfer sacred arts from their very stronghold. To avoid suspicion, ever since Zhang Chao learned of Jiang Jiai's courtship with Lu Anqing, he had refrained from calling her Jia in front of her future in-laws and teammates. Ma Zinan reveled in showcasing her affection, prompting Mei Zhiren to finally impart some wisdom to her. "What are you doing? Let go of me." The planner forcefully swatted Su Yuanhong's hand away, retreating to the corner. Xiao Winning set down her coffee cup, donned her coat, and picked up her bag, departing the office together with her companion. Zhang Yifeng typically engaged in minimal communication with his teammates during ranked matches and remained indifferent when confrontations arose. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, Ruan Jiao finally experienced a moment of clarity. It seems that my worries were unfounded. Nevertheless, this outcome is preferable, for at least CES life has been saved. As Su Ju suddenly realized the devastating power of the heavenly fire and silver sand, he understood that had it not been for his astonishing recovery abilities, he would have sustained severe injuries by now. What can be done to assist him? Observing Yang Lang writhing in agony on the ground, Yifeng anxiously inquired, "What nonsense? It's not difficult to eat at all." Hong Do stubbornly refused to admit that his cooking was unpalatable, much like a dead duck that refuses to quack. Yifeng extended an arm horizontally, which visibly grew at an astonishing pace, swiftly grasping a branch of a large tree nearby, subsequently propelling his body forward. "Well, the yellow-grade exotic wood. I can still become a second-level beast tamer," Yifeng proclaimed with confidence. At that moment, the second floor of the hotel had been completely vacated, leaving only a grand table laden with an array of fish, showcasing various cooking methods, such as steaming, frying, and boiling in impressive quantities. Clearly, Qi Xiaohong Yuan was well aware of the ample appetite of the rotund fellow. In a split second, Qi nimbly evaded, launching azure arrows at Qin Hao from an oblique angle. As an ice attribute user, his arrows could hinder Qin Hao's movements, putting him at an advantageous position in the skirmish. From the surveillance footage, only two facts could be established. Dingkin was in the restroom, and he was murdered between 12:38 and 12:43. However, the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive. Yin, meowing, stumbled forward, but after 2 steps, she lost her balance and fell flat on the ground. Shortly after Yu Jinjin departed, Gu Jiujia received a text message from Song Yuyan. Gu Jiujia had diligently prepared soup for him over the past few days, and he drank it without complaint, leading her to the unexpected realization that this man was not as difficult to get along with as she had thought. Qin Yu intended to suggest fleeing with her knife, but the moment her gaze fell upon Ning Fan's hand, she found herself momentarily stunned. Although Jiang Ruan and the others were also pleased, they lacked the fervor exhibited by Lei Cheng and his companions. Observing the soldiers' excitement and uncertainty about what to do next, Jiang Ruan silently prayed for them, hoping they would maintain such a spirited demeanor on the battlefield. Song Yin chuckled lightly and nodded, recounting the sequence of events to Xia Yifei. "What do you want from me?" "I have nothing to lose," Shindo Haolong grumbled, aware of his own shortcomings yet still dissatisfied. "Later, I single-handedly defeated the 8 kings and the 9 kings, ultimately overcoming the 13 slayers of Yizhong." Nie Yun nodded, having clarified the situation. She felt at ease leaving after being assured by the school authorities that they would take good care of Yang Ling, who had been withdrawn. Hua, he raised an eyebrow, still seated beside my bed, and nodded in agreement. "The wisest decision of my life was to switch to Jinglong." Zhu Zijian mused as he began his new job. "Did those people from Nanjing provide you with a map detailing the route to Phoenix Mountain?" Chinamo asked coldly. The group had walked countless laps around the salt-free pond to acclimate to the surroundings. His fate profoundly illustrates the struggle between human nature and the environment. On one hand, he is the son of a police officer, yet he grows up in a family entwined with the underworld. He admires and loves his adoptive father, but cannot escape the persistent call of his biological father. His sister has always been well protected by him. He is acutely aware of her acquaintances. Fortunately, the villagers lend assistance. On one side, Luo Jiong carries Luo Day from the bed, while on the other, the villagers have fashioned a stretcher from bamboo chairs to transport him to town without delay. Observing his impatient demeanor, Emoji shook his head helplessly and began to eat as well. There is no regulation preventing those who join the sound sect from also becoming part of the formation sect, whose words indeed reflected a burgeoning ambition. If you open the Qin family's ancestral tomb, I will spare her. Rest assured, the larvae are rare. With her strength, she is unworthy to consume them. They are merely puppets from the southern border. The cloaked figure chuckled lightly. Do you think you are? The 10th elder was aware of her identity, merely an outsider. Unranked in this realm, the 5 mastiffs abruptly halted, their fur standing on end, seemingly sensing something, ready to unleash a roar, yet soon succumbed to overwhelming fear. Collapsing to the ground, trembling, inside several classrooms, the spirit teachers diligently instructed their spirit students, who exhibited varying degrees of engagement. Some were dazed, others asleep, with few genuinely attentive. Subsequently, Wang Shui Xian unexpectedly became shy, intermittently emitting a ha-ha laugh, revealing his frivolous, narcissistic, and audacious nature. This majestic mountain range boasts a long dragon vein, with treacherous terrain, adorned with rare flowers and ancient trees, abundant in spiritual energy and diverse species, resembling a celestial paradise. Yang Xuanjin remained silent. He understood the principles, yet found the execution exceedingly challenging. He realized that reaching the pinnacle of the sacred realm would only complicate matters further. For reasons unknown, upon stepping onto the long embankment, surrounded by lotus flowers, Lulu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The unique accent of Liverpool originated from the Irish famine of the mid-19th century, which brought a significant influx of Irish refugees to the city, combined with the Scots who arrived around the same time, resulting in the development of the distinctive Liverpool accent. Heavily influenced by Gaelic, Lu Tong felt assured in providing for Han Xiaojun and Lin Kong due to his trust in them, yet Li Qian remained an unpredictable variable. Despite having once been the object of his affection, and having shown interest in him as well, regrettably, the same helplessness persisted. Attempting to reverse the past only led back to the same outcome. Chu Yunsheng and others stood where the evil spirit had appeared, their gazes vacantly surveying their surroundings. 26 Rescue Rog. Wasn't he had agreed that he would come by today? Yoni waited at the door for quite some time, yet Rog did not appear. When Xiao Guang heard that the spirit stones and spirit cards were being entrusted to Cici, he fell into a sudden silence. Cici felt a pang of anxiety. What puzzled Xiao Guang was that despite the devastation across many regions of the sparkling continent, the Great Liang, which should have been the first to suffer, seemed untouched and unscathed. In fact, it was not only in the Zun realm. In the Xian realm and among countless lower realm planets, numerous cultivators exhibited a similar reaction. Sensing a call from their bloodline, Yun Jiao began to comprehend that only the ancestors were different. Sure, Bai had mentioned that he, England, and the ancestor had once created the world several times. This meant they existed before the formation of the world, transcending its confines. The world was their creation, a natural privilege for its creators. Ren Bufon thought to himself that he intended to persuade you to return home. Yet here he was, renting out Lian's Hushan for you instead. Wasn't T. Lian's Hushan quite expansive? With several hundred acres, even if I had tens of millions in available funds, it would be a burden. Not to mention that Zhou Yaja already had an engagement, and even if he didn't I could never engage in such a pursuit. Ever since Zhou Yaja uncovered my relationship with Bien Su, particularly after that dreadful nightmare, I had gradually distanced myself from Bien Su. Dao Yao once said that if anyone in this world had surpassed the realm of creation and entered that legendary unknown realm, it could only be the island master. Lung Qingyan. Gazing at the address located in a renowned old district of Linhai City, I pondered, if time permitted during this journey, I might visit the owner of this address and uncover the secrets hidden within. They deliberately went to the pier, gazing at the facade of the building, and were instantly awestruck. On a later occasion, Min Nuo inquired about Yao Yao, only to discover that Yao Qiao had exhausted all efforts to win the president position from a throng of fervent fans to please the beloved. Yao Qiao did not share the details of the process, and Min Nuo did not press further, though it was evident that it had not been an easy feat. In truth, Yin Shiran did not call due to watching television. Rather, it was Yin Xian who saw you, she crying as she ran back to her room and locked the door, prompting great concern and leading Yin Shiran to investigate. Alas, this inadvertently benefited Yin Shiran. Chun Jing and Zhang Qian were aware that Li Xing was dealing with the branches of the Dahompo. They nodded and exited the vehicle with Bo Xian. 2 months later, Cheng Yu's art exhibition commenced, the restaurant affairs fell into a routine, and at 6 months pregnant. Her belly had grown, her face had rounded, and she had developed a double chin for the first time in her life. In the midst of a snowstorm, codenamed Falcon took flight once more, departing from the snow-covered Azure City towards the southeast. The Dragon Clan, one of the 9 great races of the material realm, resided on 2 planets, ZY Star and Changsheng Star, and was the most powerful species in the material realm, with the Heavenly Dragon Clan worshipping their creator deity, the dragon. Daodu, Yao Ryu shot him a glare, while Yang Renjia, belatedly realizing, shrank his neck back, displaying a sheepish grin. Li Xing alighted from the vehicle, exhaling deeply. He truly found himself at a loss regarding how to respond to the earlier inquiry. Retrieving a cigarette, he lit one for himself and strolled towards the flower shop. Fourthly, there's a need to intensify investment in lateral research. This task requires little effort. It merely necessitates a clear research direction. One must seek out researchers aligned with this direction. Sigh, in comparison to the generous rewards offered by the Temple of Rouge, my rationality dictates that I abandon any semblance of cheap sympathy. Amanda licked her lips with a mischievous grin. Liang Zicheng merely glanced at Du Fa and made no further movement. Currently, the poisonous spirit pearl continued to spin, rendering him unable to consume this lethal brew. At that moment, she was held aloft by Su Han, unable to muster any resistance, resigned to being lifted by him. Ah, Iro Nicolas, surely you are not faltering? Francis sneered as Nicholas remained unresponsive for an extended period. In the center of the stage, a white spotlight illuminated a figure riding a children's tricycle, resembling a jigsaw puppet. The 2 elders were visibly astonished. After a brief moment of gazing at Luo Qianqian, they instinctively began to applaud. Sophie, initially determined not to cry, felt her eyes sting, tears welling up within her. Before her words could fully escape, a thunderous explosion resonated from outside. Even within the confines of the room, Nangong Rong experienced a violent tremor. Cups and jars on the table toppled in disarray, some crashing to the ground with a sharp clatter, leading one to mistakenly believe an earthquake had occurred. Did the others escape unscathed as well? A flicker of hope ignited within Ruggiero's heart, prompting him to ask hopefully, "Enough, Murphy. Shouldn't you attend to the urgent matters at hand?" Yuan Fei gently assisted the 4 elders to their feet and turned to find Murphy still in a daze. Smiling as he inquired, "Let us go, why linger? We must proceed." Lin Yu nodded and waved at Fong Tian, while the trio hastily followed suit. Wang Yin gazed at the couplet, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Indeed, the poetic charm was apparent. She lifted her gaze to the ancient sign adorned with gilded characters above the crimson door, Red Flower Workshop. This establishment certainly lived up to its reputation, renowned throughout Changchun City as the most illustrious tailor shop. Lian Ting remained in a daze for an extended period before finally regaining his composure. He first changed out of his blood-soaked garments, fetched water to cleanse the floor of blood, and then hurriedly procured 3 large wooden crates to contain the bodies. Thereafter, Lian Ting feigned composure as he summoned the carriage driver, loading the 3 crates onto the wagon. "Very well, Yinner, Diaochan, Ninger, and Wanner. Shall we go to the pond to admire the scenery?" Luo Qian inquired, though he was already moving ahead. At this moment, not only was he in the process of restoration, but others were likewise enveloped in the light column, including Zhao Inkong, Zhang Heng, and even the recently returned Zheng Jia and Zhan Lan, though Zhan Lan's light column shimmered in hues of purple. High-end battlefields typically engage formidable figures in combat. The great demon god represents the pinnacle of combat prowess. Should one attempt to amass such power through sheer numbers, the cost would be exorbitantly high. The roar of the mutated lich undoubtedly piqued the interest and curiosity of numerous players outside. The emergence of the spectral claw suggests an intent to investigate the peculiar circumstances surrounding the lich's stronghold, rather than a genuine hostility towards them. Acting recklessly would only exacerbate the chaos and turmoil within the valley. Presently, the priority remains to keep Mu alive, for he is the most perilous. Qin Ruo is acutely aware that his barrier cannot withstand many spells. However, his strength lies in elemental perception, enabling him to distinctly capture each of Mu's movements, including his next target for attack. Huang Yi. Yang Guizhi covered her face with her hand, casting a pitiful glance at Huang Yuansheng, her heart brimming with grievance and confusion. Feng Ho's expression shifted slightly. He contemplated confronting him, but hesitated, knowing he was no match for the Dragon King, and decided to wait for a more opportune moment. In that fleeting hesitation, the chance slipped away, forcing him to sit down in frustration, awaiting the judgment of fate. By then, all disciples of the blood form would perish beneath the sword array, including the 3 grand elders within the sect. For the sake of convenience in her work, Lily trimmed her beautifully manicured nails. Though they were short, they would still snag on yarn. Later, she deemed her decision wise, as she soon found herself too busy to tend to her nails, leaving her only the option to keep them short and neat. Spending a bit of money, she acquired a dilapidated second-hand pickup truck, a common sight here, with remnants of welded points in the cargo bed, hinting that it had once served as an armed vehicle. Very well then. Han Dongdao was eager to see whom Feng Yinfei intended to introduce to him. Furthermore, he instructed someone to compile a list detailing the city's total honor points and the strength of the undead forces outside the city. As Qin Ruo spoke, everyone felt a spark of clarity. At that moment, Lu Shuang and Bai Yun approached, carrying fishing rods and pulling Lun Yu along, as they had been fishing around the ice cave. The feng shui dynamics are often interconnected, where a single thread can influence the whole tapestry. Only in this manner can the feng shui of the ancient tomb truly come to life. 10 magical missiles were simultaneously launched, leaving brief trails of light in the air before striking the cloaked assassin. However, this island was not above sea level. Upon hearing this, Shao Yi appeared somewhat astonished. As Ling Jiao bid farewell to Wang Bo and returned to his residence, a cold smile subtly graced his lips, contemplating the earlier remarks. A chilling wind surged, and in an instant, the courtyard of the Feng residence felt as though it were submerged in the ghostly depths of the underworld, bone-chillingly cold. You've listened for a while. Do you intend to remain hidden there any longer? Yun Xinshan spoke calmly, though a glimmer of satisfaction could be discerned in his eyes upon closer inspection. What is happening? And Yuan expressed bewilderment, gazing at the unfolding scene, unsure of what transpired. Zhao Yingyue's voice, though gentle, carried an unmistakable firmness, revealing the unwavering resolve that lay beneath. At a great distance, though invisible to the naked eye, there indeed stood a silver city. It can be said that Yuan Tao is currently facing the most formidable adversary he has ever encountered, someone far more terrifying than a mere assassin. Although he feigns cowardice, the demeanor of Feng Yi at this moment reveals no trace of timidity. It's not your fault. You have done well. Meng Shueshuan gently placed it alongside Lei Teng in the bamboo basket. Subsequently, Yi Luo made a call to several of his colleagues, contemplating his predicament of being dismissed, realizing he would no longer be able to work in food delivery. Yu Ruoshi understood that reasoning with Wu Wei was futile. This day had undoubtedly been a sheer torment. Yang Qin dispatched over 100 men to pursue, putting up notices throughout Yanbei City, launching a citywide hunt for the true immortal sect as followers. Indeed, it is I who have been blind, unable to recognize your esteemed presence. In Wangbei City, we see each other daily. Consider me as insignificant as a mere passing breeze. The stout man implored, as if he glimpsed hope. In a rare turn of events, Lin Qingzhu escorted Feng Yi to the roadside outside the hospital to hail a taxi. Watching him depart before turning back toward the hospital. What brings such merriment? After a creak of the door, a tall figure stepped into the room, Meng Yuxuan, who had heard their hearty laughter from afar. Uncle, since Ba Song has spoken so, and Officer Jiang is here to attest, they surely wouldn't dare to retract their words. Please forgive him, Yuan Tao interjected softly, sensing the awkwardness of the situation. Yun Shao picked up a nearby wine glass. Caressing it in his hand, it was the very glass that Jinhua had used to serve Yu Ran moments ago, left between Yu Ran and Yun Shao upon Jinhua's departure. Thus, he cast a divination and received the Zhun Ji Fu hexagram. Zhun symbolizes the image of movement, while Fu signifies the overcoming of obstacles. The interpretation of the ninth line suggests Zhun drives away the mud. Progress may face obstacles and difficulties, yet the reversal of the hexagram hints at a glimmer of hope. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to go forth. The concoction of a single elixir necessitates an abundance of auxiliary herbs, making it quite challenging for an alchemist to refine all the necessary materials into a high-grade potion within the stipulated time, particularly for medicines used by cultivators of a higher realm. The current master Xian Zhun exemplifies this difficulty. Yuran gritted her teeth, thinking, let it be. Without this confrontation, how could our beggars' sect establish its presence and assert its authority in Yi City? Upon uttering this, both Mao Pin and Guo Changzai were momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a perspective. In room 2 of the Dragon Group's floral chamber, Zhang Naiyuan sat on the bed, with Tao Xiaoyu seated beside her, their hands intertwined. Following the events of the day, Tai Qingshan's resolve only solidified. He decided to relinquish the position of leader of the Iron Chicken Fortress. What does it matter to me if you've smiled at someone? A deep sigh escaped his heart, a hint of sarcasm flickering in his gaze as Ling Feng replied coldly, especially to confront an adversary of such monstrous caliber as the Devil Duke. The discourse regarding the maritime boundary between the flower-planting nation and Japan's Neon may now be scarcely known. In essence, Japan proposed the median line as the demarcation, while the flower-planting nation contended that the continental shelf extension line was far more reasonable. The lesson learned is that Su Xing did not afford Geng Zhaoqing the opportunity to call him mother. As Geng Zhaoqing's fist was raised, Su Xing swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, striking him across the face. For someone like the white-clad sword master, whose prowess lies in speed, escape is feasible as long as someone covers his retreat, even though he bore significant injuries from the demonic flames in his chest. Once the demon lord obliterated the heretic god, he vanished without a trace. In the void, Qin Ji's face glistened with beads of sweat, exuding determination. Yet Ling Mu understood her inherent softness beneath her outward strength. For the sake of Ling Mu's plan, she disregarded the terrors and dangers of the endless void, producing the resonant echoes of the Earth's Yin force without any material medium, a tremendous effort indeed. When you responded to Tanya Wen's inquiry, she instinctively cast a glance at Su Ning. Under the piercing gaze of Su Ning's suddenly brightened eyes, she quickly averted her own, awkwardly shuffling towards the door. However, the current attire appeared to be an improved version, quite enticing in its allure, reminiscent of the Cheongsam from Earth. Meanwhile, within the embrace of the seven-step stairway of the cosmos, the young master of Dongling had already laid to rest his junior sister, the wise King Star, in solemnity. Blood-red droplets seeped from the nails embedded in flesh, and the tears that had once flowed had transformed into an unwavering resolve to vanquish the purple starbrow. Korea's esports scene is quite advanced, boasting numerous clubs, and within their esports community, certain elements have already taken shape, with significant news spreading rapidly. Initially, Feng Ji felt a subtle joy. The more outrageous Long Qiankun and Qin Kai Yuan became, the more advantageous it was for his plot to usurp power. Aside from Su Ban Sheng, no one witnessed where she had drawn her soft sword from. Only the cold gleam flashed in the air as the coffee table shifted direction mid-flight. By the time it landed, it had splintered into several pieces of wood. In an instant, the frog was captured by the blind monk of Yi Di, yielding 86 gold coins. However, Yidi's intentions extended beyond mere economic gain from this single frog. He coveted the head of the nearly fully restored spider before him. Su Xiao's furious gaze fell upon Gu Anren, a cowardly figure who, despite his ineptitude, dared to scrutinize him. What could one say to him? This was his affair. He could manage it himself, without needing anyone to worry for him. Jingju resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately bristling with indignation, his tone brimming with defiance. Since you are unwell, allow me to attend to you. The crown prince, upon witnessing Yin Yu Dai's alluring demeanor, felt an immediate surge of heat and, disregarding all propriety, pounced forward. The towel, which had been tightly wrapped around her, slipped away with her sudden movement, falling to the ground. It seemed there was but one solution: to cultivate divine abilities and redirect his attention, thus quelling the fires of desire. Upon hearing this, Meiji Bai immediately drew closer, in a sweet tone asking, "Brother Tianxian, I shall rely on you and my friends henceforth." Gu Anren listened quietly, her curiosity piqued by the thought of how Empress Su Mei would persuade her to accompany her to the royal monastery for prayer and incense offerings. A pang of nostalgia washed over her as she observed others smoking, reminiscent of the aroma she once relished. What she treasured most were the moments spent with her master during those days of madness, laughter, and unrestrained release, a time when she could cry, laugh, and vent her emotions freely. "I have resolved the matter. As long as you wear the jade pendant, you shall be fine," she mused, only to realize the pendant was absent. Jiang Shun glanced at her neck, which was smooth and bare, devoid of any ornament. Conversely, concubine Yin expressed profound satisfaction with Ning Chunchao's performance, as the young master had neither left the estate nor squandered time with his unruly friends. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Changsho raised his hand impassively, brandishing a gleaming Luban ruler, and struck at the malevolent energy before him. Just as the shadow was about to speak, Mu Huai swiftly positioned his sword against its throat without a moment's hesitation. The aura emanating from both individuals was terrifying. They were undoubtedly unparalleled masters, at least level 40 and above, far beyond what they could hope to contend with. The adept are known for their clear eyes even when they lie, hence the saying, "A liar's eyes do not blink." Although Huang Mao was vociferous, he lacked the skill to maintain such composure. His previous befuddlement was genuine, his gaze steady and unflinching, impossible to feign. Suddenly, a series of mechanical sounds emanated from above, prompting everyone to look up in alarm, discovering that the previously sealed ceiling was now riddled with countless holes. The silver-tier dark elf was rendered unconscious without resistance, subsequently cleaved into 3 segments by 2 waves of dark energy. Clearing his throat to bolster his courage, I loudly demanded, "Have you laughed enough? What do you truly mean? Hiding and concealing, is that what it means to be a man?" Upon seeing the glimmering sword, Bai Mu's mind momentarily blanked as he contemplated what pose to assume, considering what would appear most impressive when frozen as an ice sculpture. As he spoke, he lunged forward. Peng Xiao stumbled back a step, attempting to mimic Yuan Wei's kick, but nearly toppled the tea table. Fortunately, his height provided an advantage, and with Yuan Wei supporting him from behind, he avoided being knocked over. Reflecting on past events, he had simply intended to glance back without overthinking it. Later, as they discussed old Li's affairs, they touched upon Li Fan's blind date, which led him to think of the neighboring textile factory, igniting his curiosity to peek through the window. Yuan Wei glanced at Peng Xiao with a wry smile, continuing to explain. Moreover, the Empress had dispatched her most trusted aides, Hong Mama and Li Mama, to closely monitor her, ensuring her every need was attended to. Fearing that her health might suffer long-term consequences, their care meticulous to the last detail. Zhou Jinan noticed the 2 holding hands, his gaze flickering as he remarked, "On the way, I encountered Captain Yen. He learned of your predicament and accompanied me to rescue you." He felt fortunate for having spoken the truth when Yen had shot Li Eru. Otherwise, the rescue would have undoubtedly required considerable effort. Despite Tang Miao's lack of charm, she remained his childhood companion, and their shared history could not be disregarded. Out of respect for the deceased former leader, he would not take any harsh actions against her. In such matters, Lu Yi does not believe she can be of assistance. It is best for her to focus on fulfilling her own responsibilities. The environment they originally inhabited was, in comparison, far too comfortable for the disciples of the Lingjian sect, lacking the trials that forge resilience. Lu Yanzi's perception revealed that each of her movements was executed with the finesse of countless repetitions, swift and adept. Her awareness surpassed that of ordinary apprentices who idled away their time, which allowed her to fully relax. After issuing her orders, Xia stepped outside, her deep brown eyes cloaked in an ominous glint. "Qin Jiuyo, it is time we settled our accounts." Nua Air, suppressing his fury, issued a command and departed without a backward glance. He understood that from this day forth, he would be estranged from nobility. His father's stance made it abundantly clear. If that were the case, why linger any longer and risk further humiliation? Li Weiyan spoke with earnestness, his pace neither hurried nor slow, articulating his thoughts with reasoned clarity. As someone intent on winning Jin Rong's affection, his decision to rescue Lin O appeared to be the most judicious course of action. Indeed, raised by the Lu family, even a servant possessed the astuteness to seek advantage and evade peril. Suddenly, a hearty laughter resonated from the pavilion in the courtyard, drawing the attention of passers-by who turned to see the source. The subordinate struggled to comprehend the conversation, but it seemed they were discussing matters of collaboration. The individual reporting to the Empress Dowager was none other than the guard stationed at the palace gates. High-level combatants were momentarily unavailable, as they were tasked with stabilizing the battlefield. Thus, the most prudent arrangement was for them to intervene. At this juncture, the blade was sheathed, and Gung Jingzhong felt reluctant to draw it against such a formidable foe as the Iron Buddha. Under the relentless pressure of his adversary, he could only retreat while devising a strategy. In this moment, Du Yuan was contemplating the gift bestowed upon him by the fairy sister under the moonlight, even wishing for Ling to appear by his side instantaneously. Unbeknownst to him, the substantial experience points awarded for this chain task were significantly influenced by the two-type 88 nuclear warheads he had surrendered. Within the entire mirror, apart from the first protector, there were no other ghost cultivators present. As for John, Lin Fei would not let him escape easily. This clinic was his labor of love, and John had breached his bottom line. Reflecting on the battle outside Nanman City earlier that day, the ancestor of burning heaven remained shaken. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's timely return, which inflicted considerable damage on several Source King-level adversaries, his burning flame valley would have suffered a grave setback. Fortunately, that calamity was averted. Damn it, a village chief earns only 800 a month, Zhang Shan lamented, feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier since Zhang Ling began attending school. As a true cultivator, Tian Yin could envision the monumental battle that loomed ahead, and such a confrontation, at that level, was invaluable to her. Despite her trepidation, she voiced her request. In that moment, Tian Yan's heart tightened involuntarily, fear reaching its zenith, her eyes betraying a profound sense of despair. After all, this place marked the first docking point for fishing vessels, and the seafood delivered here was undoubtedly the freshest of the first batch. The four golden characters boldly proclaimed Jiang Kairan's triumph, simultaneously marking his victory over Long Hao. At this moment, Long Hao was seething with rage, his palms still pressed against Jiang Kairan's mouse, as if it were a mouse pad. We, along with Qin Zhao and a multitude of generals, bowed in reverence toward the flying vessel. Lu's heart ached. She wished fervently for her own demise, for that heartless old woman was mercilessly cruel to her. She could not allow the old hag to escape. Otherwise, she would ensure the woman's ruin. All right, move your belongings over. We have arranged new accommodations for you at the manor. Steward Lu nodded in agreement. At this point, Mu Li Xiao felt utterly speechless. Did she not yearn to remain? She was acutely aware that Huang Fusheng was somewhere nearby, in a certain corner of Suya City, yet she lacked any clues to find him. Luo Chan was privy to Aunt Chu's whereabouts, and could still converse with her from time to time. Though unsure of her destination, she lacked the courage to return to Suya City. Qi reprimanded sharply. His words were deliberately provocative, as he sought to gauge the reactions of those present and ascertain their awareness of the existence of cultivators. However, as he departed, His glance at Xia was laden with meaning, particularly the faint curve of his lips, which left Xia perplexed. Since that is the case, you need not address me as sir. Call me Lu Meng, he said with a gentle smile, aware that he would likely need to elaborate further. Subsequently, he sidestepped an incoming strike, seizing the gun barrel with one hand and exerting force to unseat Song Zhong from his horse. As a healer, this was a duty he was obliged to fulfill. Failing to do so would jeopardize one's very livelihood. With a swift motion, he struck down a Japanese youth, leaving him prostrate and immobile. Zhang Zihao took a moment to assess his teammate's performance. After the destruction of that world, you passed through the heavenly gate and arrived in the celestial realm, transforming into Exine, the realm's spirit noted. No one responded, and Qi Tianxiang felt the weight of the atmosphere grow heavier. He wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. For the distance imposed by their ranks made genuine equality and harmony seem a distant dream. As he pondered, they arrived at his father-in-law's residence. The assessment was complete. The youth had indeed become somewhat arrogant in his newfound fame. Shin Yu observed that no one dared to step onto the competition stage. The young man turned away with a light-hearted smile. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qian glanced at the three, noting the still rising black mist around them. Compared to when the tea was first brewed, the mist had significantly faded. Li Yun's presence had entirely dissipated, with not a hint of movement after a minute or two. What a farce! I have never heard of any precedents in the ruins of the Misty Sect. If we were to adhere to the rules, everything here belongs to the Misty Sect, and we are merely intruders. Sidhu Linshao scoffed. The resplendent radiance enveloped the scene, layers upon layers of light and shadow emerging behind Exine. Upon closer inspection, a celestial expanse unfolded behind her, revealing 33 heavens, imbued with the essence of the Tao. What? Has it already been vanquished? Budonger was initially taken aback, but upon glimpsing the distant corpse of a beast, he expressed his regret. In response to the emperor, the old minister Li Guangshan interjected, stating, "Lately, I have been preoccupied with matters of troop expansion. As for the recent actions of the Eastern Factory, I am not well informed and cannot assert anything definitively. Huaner, how could you abandon me for Bailey? What does he possess that I lack? You met with the fate of being slain by him. So I ask, why are you so persistently devoted to that heartless man across every lifetime?" Night Qian's eyes ignited with a fiery glow, appearing even more profound in the dim light. Ahead lay a sight resembling a construction yard, cluttered with various tools and debris. Suddenly, from behind a shipping container, an extraterrestrial being emerged, aiming at a target. Zhang Xiaofei raised his hand and fired, striking the alien's heart with lethal precision, causing it to retreat. Wu Yin laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Is there truly someone attempting to bargain with me? Let's depart." In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of green smoke, enveloping a Shui, who, in a flurry, attempted to break free but found his wrist constricted. His body involuntarily lifted as he was whisked away by Wu Yan. Regrettably, with Li Tianyang and his associates having established a rudimentary intelligence network in Xuanzhou, the full narrative of these events remained elusive, gradually subsiding amidst Li Tianyang's mounting anxiety, without even reaching the ears of the mid-level personnel. After tending to the livestock, the silver wolf repeatedly cleansed itself of a non-existent odor, reclining upon the imperial concubine's couch and reminiscing about the culinary delights crafted by Lucy I. Shen Haoshuan, regardless of your sentiments towards me, I am still your master. Why not entrust your points to my care? Fan Sheng remarked with a smile. Enough. Stop gazing. Jun Lin interjected, interrupting those who were stealthily peering at the inscriptions on the ground. She truly is a good girl, yet some forms of brilliance, if overly glaring, ultimately invite calamity, not only for oneself, but for others as well. The dark sorcerers began to chant incantations, awakening countless creatures entombed in the snowy peaks. Undead beings were also summoned amid the incantations. Yan Zuan trembled with excitement as he spoke, and Yishuo, empathizing with his friend's willingness to confront the training camp alone, found a striking resemblance to his own and the advisor's plight. Moved, he gently pressed his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. As the number of tribal members increased, So did the representatives of the Tribal Alliance Council. With nothing to occupy their time in the Benport building, they naturally began to impose more stringent requirements on new applicants seeking to join. Lu Shunshui and Xia Hua exchanged glances before leaping from the bushes, their flying daggers darting like lightning towards the drivers of two trucks. The banquet erupted in chaos. A painting fetching 1,000 taels of silver was indeed a bold claim. The crowd's expressions varied as they learned that Yu Yao only painted 3 works a year. A sense of vigilance arose in both individuals as Tang Qianqian took on the role of a guardian, accompanying Tang Xia to sit opposite Yan Jiqing. The Bodhi patriarch approached Jin Yuanzi, whose Taoist robe was already ablaze. The two shared a hearty laugh, channeling their true energy to contain the viscous liquid before stepping towards the black hole. At the entrance, a skeletal figure, as white as jade, sat cross-legged. Once the two delivered the liquid into the black hole, the skeleton crumbled to the ground with a resounding crash. Numerous scientists had ventured into this place to explore its environment, yet all had perished atop the Taibai Mountain, leading it to become a scientific forbidden zone, shunned by ordinary humans for many years. Indeed, they paid no heed to the fifth luminary, as it was veiled, and Zhao Yu's identity appeared to them as mere flesh. However, what perplexed me was why I could not sense the presence of the underworld ferryman with my perception. Bai Duanliu furrowed his brow. Ever since he noticed the differing skin tones, he had attempted to sense the ferryman's existence, but his efforts were evidently in vain. Lin Yin swiftly retracted 2 of the heavenly flames, leaving 3 to burn brightly, and still, the ancient lamp emanated a magnificent power. Well, since we have bowed our heads in reverence, let us proceed inside, the Tu Wang said, brushing the green leaves atop his head and stepping lightly into the depths. The sword felt heavier than he had anticipated, weighing at least over 1,000 pounds. Without sufficient strength, wielding it would be a challenge. In a sudden burst, Yu Yang soared into the air, and before her presence could be fully realized, she waved her arm, unleashing a celestial aura that transformed into a massive ice claw. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Fan infused most of his energy into Su Yinyu, his complexion gradually paling, his lips drying out, and his body beginning to tremble slightly. Professor, thanks to your astute calculations, we procured a few corpse-shaking talismans, Lu Nongguang chimed in, showering compliments. Fortunately, the system had drawn upon the Celestial Marshal's 36 transformations. Had it been Zhu Wuning's, Qin Jun would have surely wept. Lin Fan called out desperately in his mind, striving to remain alert. But it was a vain hope to prevent a Ji from taking her own life. He could only watch helplessly as the dagger approached her chest. The purgatory boy grinned widely, not wasting any time, and, assuming an air of enlightenment, imparted the blood sacrifice technique to Yi Feiyang. Su Yinyu had been fixated on the computer for an hour, reviewing all news related to the explosion incident in England, her enchanting features marred by a touch of sternness. Yet, her injured form could not match Lan Yu's speed. Like a celestial being, Lan Yu gracefully traversed the air, effortlessly catching up to Chun Dan with a single sword stroke, the blade shimmering. Lu Yifeng hurried along the path, ultimately pausing in a desolate wilderness, a barren forest where human presence was scarce and few cultivators roamed. The marsh spoken of by the 4th uncle should lie within this withered grove. However, I feel that the power of healing can indeed be compounded. Yet, both the forces of destruction and devouring are inherently aggressive. If one were to layer healing power upon them, would it not imply attacking the enemy, while simultaneously mending their wounds? Xiao Kuang pondered with intrigue. Upon realizing that their journey to the capital was confirmed, Lu Lingshuang shifted to discuss another matter. Yin Mu retreated to her room to wash her face, refreshing herself, before heading to the kitchen to assist the housekeeper in preparing lunch. Observing the look of frustration on Song Hongshuan's face, he felt somewhat astonished. Throughout the years of raising him, no matter how harshly he scolded or punished him, such a countenance had never been displayed. At most, he would merely sulk in silence. Was there truly an animal within the building? To his surprise, he had encountered a weasel. What could this possibly signify? Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether the monster in the pond was perhaps an old coin, or if he had simply misunderstood his own actions. The second tier was the meal the foreman had just witnessed, while the third tier consisted of the most basic worker's meal, comprising radishes boiled in meat broth, which still offered a hint of meatiness. The Sang family is the largest real estate and e-commerce enterprise in Goose City, with assets in the hundreds of billions. Such a colossal corporation does not shy away from philanthropy. Upon arriving at the Zhao residence and finding no one present, Zhang Hongzi felt a sense of relief. Though at that moment, no elder from the Zhao family was at home. Unable to leave after merely visiting his sister, he decided to wait for the host to return, intending to report back to his father after their meeting. Su Auntie hurriedly handed the letter to Gu Mian, without glancing at it, turned and dashed out. He ping, with a loud shout, dashed forward and unleashed a barrage that sent Bali Shoyue staggering back several meters. When he left Yanjing, just over 10 years old, he still vividly recalled the scene of being held and crying for a long time, reluctant to part. The bond between aunt and nephew was indeed profound. The Celestial Palace has decreed that the reincarnation of the Holy Ape must not falter in the slightest. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to report back to the Celestial Emperor. Unlike you, who can live carefree, Zhang Tianxian wore an expression of displeasure. In the realm of fairness, competition relies wholly on strength. The prowess within the Jianghu encompasses not only martial power, but also intelligence, economic capacity, and a myriad of comprehensive competitive abilities. On the Huaxia side, CCTV was broadcasting live. Components of the drilling dragon were unloaded from the aircraft and then transported directly to the construction site by heavy trucks. Thus, after deliberation among the 5 masters, led by the eldest brother Wang Bing, it was decided to use the life of the chubby one to provide them with an explanation. Yuan Ge lay on the ground, a blade of grass in his mouth, observing Yang Jian, who was also sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, and murmured. From the outset, Voldemort had made no move, not out of desire, but due to inability. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around the cave, Zyro looked up at the crimson clouds above. This was a sign of the Jedon thunder tribulation. Who seeks to attain the golden core path in this place? He remarked about an elderly couple winter swimming, one of whom fainted. Chao Shan scratched his head, responding to the inquiry. Wu Daozi is indeed a master of the core formation stage, and the chasm between him and himself is 2 distinct watersheds. With her gaze sharpening, Chuin nimbly leapt aside, narrowly evading the attack. Yet the hem of her garment was rent into shreds by Wu Daozi's mystical power. Whenever her soul drifted, Chuin felt as if she had stepped into the heavens. But alas, it was merely an illusion of her own making. Spacesuit? Yes, but dear, why would you need that? While Pepper was perplexed, she discerned an unusual tone in Lin Yu's words. It is noteworthy that Lin Yu seldom addressed her by name anymore. If one were to encapsulate the current state of Panga Corporation in a single phrase, it would be, hidden in a secluded chamber, unknown to the world, yet upon emergence, the entire world takes notice. Knight, who was sipping soda, suddenly sprayed it everywhere, donning a look akin to declaring ownership of this fishing pond. While his words belied any connection, such a statement could only be uttered by the likes of Heiji Hattori. As the time drew near, media reporters and industry guests took their seats, gradually filling the reserved 1,000-seat venue. Nougat, Song Hui, Jing Yen, Rong Rong. They had all selflessly aided Shin Si in various capacities within this dragon palace, disregarding their own safety. Ishtar snorted lightly, withholding further comment, for she found Zhang Xian exceedingly suspicious, out of place in this world, especially after learning about his past. The boss had evidently received news of his resounding success, sending congratulatory messages and inquiring if Xiaomu needed anything special. After his defeat, he reflected, summarizing his experiences, and immediately turned his thoughts to devising solutions to the problems at hand. Though reluctant to purchase, he considered that spirit stones are ultimately extraneous, and the centipede grass is of great significance to them as poison cultivators. Thus, as soon as the elder's voice fell, he hastily called out a bid. Casting a cold gaze at the guards surrounding several departing carriages, a middle-aged man clad in brocade spoke in a chilling tone. At that moment, the pupils of the dark serpent glimmered with an eerie black radiance, half erect in the lake, intently watching Chun Mo, who had just flown from its maw. Master, why suddenly bring this up? Yi Jiqiu was taken aback, feeling rather bewildered. Dragons, as creatures of myth, do not exist on Blue Star, yet in many other worlds. They are very much real. Apart from a few realms, most alternate universes host dragonkind as beings of significant standing. It is important to note that he had just dispatched several opponents and personally hurled an obstinate challenger into the smelting pool. Felix felt there was no need to deceive Ice Ridge, for if the soul-eating spider clan were not present, Ice Ridge would not need to speak at all. Therefore, Yin Jun merely reminded Yin Yuan, not threatening him, to spare him from the backlash of the hammer. In the past, while recording programs, engaging passers-by to participate, who wasn't he jubilant and thankful? Are you certain you wish to involve yourself in his affairs? Chun Fan spoke coolly, though his tone, compared to before, bore a touch more authority. Thus, Dooley harbored no objections to addressing Chu He as Sir, doing so quite naturally. It must be noted that even Felix and Idexes, two creatures revered as the mightiest among the ancient forest's 10 great beings, required a millennium and the aid of a master-servant contract to attain the pinnacle of 9th tier. 9th level cultivation. No one doubted that Yi spoke the truth, for fabricating lies at such a moment would serve him no purpose. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the desolate rain-soaked night. Su Joshi hastily returned indoors, donned her outer robe, and swiftly dashed out towards the source of the sound. To her surprise, the protective barrier around her dissipated, yet the horn still pierced her abdomen. No need, I shall handle this myself. It is but a gesture of goodwill. Ligo ultimately resolved to take matters into his own hands, finding the situation too horrifying to involve Jiangyu, who might misconstrue the intentions. Nevertheless, as the head of the Third Academy and a seasoned cultivator with decades of experience, he possessed sufficient composure and refinement to suppress his immediate agitation. Gao Ming pondered for a considerable time before shaking his head, stating that since Su Han was reluctant to divulge her reasons, there must be a rationale behind it. Thus, it would be prudent not to confront her directly, but to devise a means to ascertain her true intentions upon her return and then determine how best to assist her. A colossal hand of space rent the void, and through the luminous screen, the onlookers could distinctly perceive the evident fluctuations above the gene workshop. Visible rifts in space emerged, coalescing into a formation resembling a chrysanthemum, strikingly apparent in its manifestation. In this era, the world had yet to bifurcate, and Chen Feng had never governed any realm. Paradoxically, this world had flourished remarkably. When Wang Jiao, accompanied by his steed, rushed from the eastern district of the city, he arrived just in time, albeit somewhat hurriedly. It was evident that this was not a mass-produced golem puppet, but rather a legendary construct meticulously crafted by ancient sorcerers who concentrated immense wisdom and resources. The previous two were tied to primal forces and could not be moved, leaving only the matter of managing the clan of dual-horned beings. These formidable entities had emerged from the depths of the earth, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Jiang Han gazed at the 7 doors, each a different hue, and chuckled to himself, realizing there was no need to contemplate an escape from elsewhere. He Fei, noticing Lin Yi's hesitant demeanor, surmised that she wished to meet him, and replied, "Very well, let us discuss this further at the group meeting shortly." He was not mistaken. In a certain sense, the lives of these examinees indeed rested in the hands of the players. Should they entertain thoughts of mutual destruction and leap into the pool to end their lives? Even the strongest of candidates would succumb if not swiftly intervened. Cheng Yusin was the sole concern of Cheng Mama at present, and Zhang Chu understood well the anxiety that compelled Cheng Mama to call repeatedly. To break the barrier, there was but one way. One of the two within the barrier must fall in love with the other. Having received the decree of heaven, Sasuke smiled. With fleeting images of Kisame Hashigaki and the pufferfish spirit of Suigetsu flashing through his mind. In that instant, a vast yet gentle stream of information flowed into Sasuke's consciousness, imparting knowledge about the time-space shuttle. Fortunately, Luo Beishao did not maintain that posture for too long. It was merely a fleeting tactic to test his opponent's reaction. At this moment, he comprehended why Lin Chun, the master of transformation, had appeared in the Medicine King Valley. It was revealed that he was not only a martial artist, but also a master alchemist. On their way, they had already gathered the details from Director Zhou and learned that Cheng Nua had been injured due to Gu Yi. However, recalling the earlier scene in the room, though it was merely a misunderstanding, it felt exceedingly awkward. Chu Yi communicated intricately with the sword insect, which then relayed the information to the four beast mounts, utilizing their unique methods to disseminate the news. I advise you not to spread this indiscriminately, otherwise. Iran directly called Lin Bafang. In the art of warfare, deception is paramount. Xia Shao lured the enemies on their path, leading to yet another wave of enemy annihilation as they advanced toward the crystal. Amidst laughter and cheer, the enemies surrendered with a resounding GG. However, Baxia's words struck a different chord within LG. If everything Baxia claimed were indeed true, then LG's internal resistance to everything was merely a figment of her imagination, simply her own wariness towards the other. He had pursued her relentlessly for an entire day, yet still failed to catch a glimpse of Murong Shui. In truth, Wu Xian already understood that perhaps he had long since missed her. How could someone who deliberately evades you be so easily found? This situation, given his identity, felt discordant in every conceivable way. It was nothing short of jarringly out of place. Duan Zhou gazed into the distance. Behind him were wings, not of the celestial beings, but of the mutated black wings of demonkind, rustling in the wind. Upon hearing this, Ru Feng could not help but regard her with newfound respect, ultimately focusing her attention on her. The moment Han Zhimei burst from the casino, Li Yongle also pursued her, seizing her arm. As they passed through the living room, faintly, they seemed to hear voices from the room on their right, but the words were too soft to discern. Moreover, the primary issue was that the system was currently down, and they would have to wait for its restoration. Just moments ago, he had spoken with Zhao Yuhai, yet no news had emerged from the other end. If this were a typical kidnapping, the abductors would have begun demanding ransom by now, yet there was utter silence. This was an evolved spider, the sovereign among spiders. The flower fairy, with her crimson lips slightly curled, suddenly spoke. Upon returning to the Shiman residence, Huangzhan had already commanded the place to be thoroughly cleaned. The first battle between King and the Tyrant Empire, if excluding the ambush they had faced earlier, would be deemed a legitimate confrontation in the ensuing encounter. He then closed one eye. From his lip movements, Shiman Quang discerned the sound of gunfire. Baiyu, a gray beam of light suddenly surged from the center of the city, appearing in the air above the street. With a sweeping gaze, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, engulfing everything, while a somber voice echoed through the streets. Xiao Feng spread his hands and shrugged, a gesture in Western society signifying his absolute lack of malice. Upon completion of my words, the vortex of the arc of time and space drew me in, and when I emerged, I found myself in a temporary encampment. Dongqing's cries grew increasingly intense, compelling her to prostrate herself entirely upon Lui's thigh. This Wang man was a member of the team before Han Fei joined the Special Forces. It was through this connection that he managed to establish ties with Han Fei's comrades, including the current commander of the Yanqing military district, thereby securing his position as the military district chief of Luobei. I shall wait for 1 hour before my master's grave. After that hour, should you not arrive, I will take my leave. With that, Li Qing vanished from sight, leaving the three of them gazing at one another in bewilderment. Moreover, they typically targeted the daughters of the impoverished, as this often meant that, with a mere sum of money, they could evade consequences, given that these families lacked wealth and power. If a monetary offer were refused, a slight intimidation would likely suffice to coerce compliance. After shattering 2 more stones with a kick to no avail, Yifei grew anxious that the prolonged noise might attract other creatures. He reached into his clothing and produced the sea-stabilizing needle, inserting it through the gap near the purple fish's mouth, and then activated its energy, causing a dark golden glow to expand swiftly from within. Yinggu was indeed forthright. Who would not find sweet words delightful? In the face of imminent danger, someone solemnly declaring their well-being was perhaps the most comforting sentiment. Yinggu turned to Tang Chuan, adopting an attentive demeanor. Mary observed the villagers diligently wiping the blood splatters from their homes, which included not only village chief Galen, but also Aunt Susan and Uncle Michel. The blood that stained the villagers' abodes was a result of Mary's confrontation with the tyrant dragon in the village. Confused, he accepted the task and turned away, dragging his heavy feet, stumbling with each step. His injuries were severe, yet he did not wish to remain behind. At that moment, Zhang shrugged, striving to maintain an optimistic demeanor while forcing away the weariness that lingered on his face as he spoke to Yi Xian. All their clandestine conversations were being eavesdropped upon by the spirit of the gray-clad entity, which subsequently reported respectfully to Lin Han. Within the grand hall of the underground palace, the red blazing sword hovered midair, sensing below the manifestation of the fiery fox's demonic aura, as the flame sword and the fox demon engaged in a continuous struggle. The other 8 fox demons, having transformed into human forms, gradually revealed their true selves, choosing not to assist the fiery fox at the altar. Of course, if Feng Yuzhu were to disclose the truth, the principal and the dean would believe it. However, what of the other teachers and students? Dong Linchen fell to the ground, and the array of weaponry was dispelled. Just as he landed, his legs grew weak, nearly causing him to collapse, but thanks to Song Qi's timely support, he remained upright. Although Song Qi was also in poor condition, having expended considerable energy maintaining the array's focal point. Unbeknownst to me, I had wandered into the dilapidated old district, where many houses were being demolished, leaving the streets deserted at night. A few wandering souls peeked curiously from a distance, and I gestured for them to approach. As the situation was firmly grasped in his hands, Ao Lidu's malevolent visage no longer required concealment. With a derisive sneer, he turned his back and strolled towards the fallen Dinyo, who lay in a pool of blood. At this moment, everyone stood agape, incredulous at the appearance of Li Jiang behind Xiao Mu, who himself seemed to sense something amiss, laboriously turning his head to look. Ex-fiancé, caught in a haze of confusion, oscillated between nodding and shaking his head, leaving Ren Zhonglong utterly bewildered. No, he asserted with certainty. This place was once a barren mountain devoid of trees. Thus, he questioned whether these ethereal plum blossoms had manifested within the past 46 years. Although El Xian harbored some resentment, he remained indifferent. After all, they were not well acquainted, so why should anyone concern themselves with his feelings? A BMW X5 barreled towards the entrance of the second normal college, halting abruptly before Jia Feifei. 2 burly men, their expressions fierce, leaped from the vehicle, seizing the startled Jia Feifei and thrusting her into the car, the entire ordeal taking less than half a minute, leaving the security at the school gate unable to intervene in time. Meanwhile, Li Jiang once again wielded the power of the earth, summoning 2 colossal hands that emerged from the ground, ensnaring 2 armored wraiths once more. He drove the vehicle to the summit of Shui Jing village, discovering to his astonishment that even the dirt paths to the fields had been paved, an unthinkable feat for Xiajian. Shakuan tugged at me, leading me toward another vehicle parked by the roadside. As he moved forward, I glanced back at the group sporting scruffy beards. With a few chuckles, Ji Kai feigned an animated conversation with Murong Yu, deliberately leaving Old Brook languishing in place until he finally pretended to notice and dispelled the sound barrier. What now? Shall we just wait here? This is truly vexing. Dian Wei, steadfast in his resolve, refused to compromise, as long as he still drew breath. He would rather confront his foes head-on. Are there any loopholes? Undoubtedly, there must be. Firstly, a loss-incurring venture is not one that Deshang Construction would undertake. Thus, if they have proceeded, there must be some ulterior motive. Ji Kai cast a discontented glance at Enchilia, but subsequently collected all the magical beasts, allowing the unicorn to continue casting several healing spells before retracting them. Chibo, caught in a dilemma, stated, "I will comply with all your requests. If you have more to say, I shall not disturb you. I will await you on the second floor." With a heavy sigh, Chibo exited the living room. Jianghua, do not heed that fellow's deceptive words. He aims to make you a scapegoat, aiding the elves against humanity, echoed Chun Yu's voice in Jianghua's mind. Unable to extricate himself, Pu Yang felt anxious, especially since Yang Wang had vanished. His primary objective in Yumins remained the coveted Faxian fruit held by Yang Wang. a treasure of utmost importance to him. Thus, he deliberately assumed a serious demeanor, his eyes fixed intently upon her, and his brows knitted as if to convey his earnestness. The two had previously devised an escape plan, yet circumstances had shifted. She feared that any unforeseen mishap involving Dongfang Li would leave her with deep regret. Dong Heng was at a loss for words on how to offer comfort. After much effort, he finally saw Kai Yin drift into slumber once more. The emotional hurdle she faced, he feared, would take an eternity to fade. Yet, time was of the essence for Dong Heng, as he was soon to depart from Luoyang and return to Chang'an. Following their initial relay, the 6 golden elixir giant pythons drew ever closer to their objective, while the target remained oblivious. The joy of impending vengeance shone brightly in their eyes. Ding Yi swiftly followed suit, delivering a well-placed kick that inadvertently knocked Xia Shao unconscious. Attack! Zhang Yunjie finally grasped Zhang Shun's intentions, his expression transforming into one of eager anticipation. It was evident he relished such endeavors. With gravitational formations for offense, cloud ascending formations for retreat, and spirit flame formations for culinary endeavors, complemented by Mi Zi and Sankai formations, should the concoction succeed, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable artifact. As his words faded, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, rallying the soldiers in fervor. "Where is our leader?" It was only then that the Imperial guards atop the city walls realized that countless soldiers had emerged from the shadows. At that moment, a gunman drew a dagger and lunged at her. Unsteady on her feet, she swayed, her movements sluggish. She attempted to evade, but the dagger plunged in her back with precision. Unlike others who strolled the streets, casting glances around, Su Xian preferred to gaze upward. Zhou Yuan had regained consciousness, his countenance resembling that of a man recovering from a hangover, as if he had endured a severe beating. Silently, he activated the protective barrier, refraining from indulging further. After healing the wounded soldiers in the hospital, he managed to restore their combat prowess to 50 million. Mu Xin was too distant to provide assistance, and found herself trembling with fear. Merely being able to utter a warning was a feat in itself. Such grand events naturally attracted the attention of the populace, with throngs of citizens gathering daily beneath the tournament stage, a sea of humanity. Regiments of soldiers stood vigil at the city gates, each steadfastly gripping their weapons, their expressions solemn, an inexplicable aura of foreboding enveloping the surroundings. The Itsue Tower continued to draw a multitude of guests, its operations thriving even in the early morning, as the largest den of indulgence in Black Dragon City remained open for business. How splendid! Yu Luoxiet beamed at Yuboya, her eyes sparkling with pride. Subsequently, Wu Air No. 1 stepped onto the stage, seizing the drummer's sticks and striking the drum with fervor before tossing them aside carelessly. Before she could utter a word, Xiao Changke preempted her, exclaiming, "Just place it on the table." His piercing gaze swept over Jean Sei, causing her to tremble, nearly toppling the bowl in her haste to set it down before retreating from the bedroom in a flurry. Upon reviewing the accounts, Shangguan Xian's expression darkened, resembling a storm cloud, caught in a dilemma of whether to express his anger or remain silent. At that moment, she felt her heart constrict tightly, as if someone had gripped it fiercely. Just then, Su Xinlan took the note from an employee and began to read it, but found herself unable to comprehend the nature of the medicinal herbs listed. Pouting, she handed the note to Li Exant, who stood by in silence. "Speak." Lu Lauda, perhaps feeling no guilt in his heart, surprisingly opted to refrain from entering private mode. "Indeed, I mentioned it, yet none of you seemed to believe me. Had I known, I would not have wasted my breath." Li Exant sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Young master, the hour is late. If we delay any further, the old lady will likely be preparing for a noon meal." Emo Kai interjected hastily, fearing that the two might stir up more trouble. The dispersed venom did not vanish. Instead, it evaporated and coalesced around, forming a noxious mist that rendered the vicinity inhospitable. Little did she know that merely stealing a glance from afar had inadvertently brought calamity upon her. "I never would have guessed you possessed such skill," Lu Qingyi exclaimed joyfully, seating herself before the mirror and adorning herself with jewels on either side. It was solely through his understanding of swordsmanship that he managed to execute the unparalleled dream sword and narrowly triumph over Xia Shao. In truth, he too suffered injuries from the boundless sword intent unleashed during the shattering of the unmatched. The Black Devil had yet to devise a countermeasure when the sky darkened, and a colossal foot, resembling an enormous cover, was raised. Naturally, the Night Owl had no seat. His divine form appeared before Zhang Fengyun's idol. The onlookers observed as he transformed into his true self and descended beneath Zhang Fengyun's statue, slightly tilting to the left, both signifying his different status and expressing his respect for Zhang Fengyun. However, Lin Yu did not grant him the opportunity to hesitate, typically one to await others' moves. He unexpectedly charged forward, his palm already gathering spiritual energy, denying the shadow a moment to breathe. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. One cannot achieve success overnight. A truth that Zhang Fengyun understood. At this moment, the camp was ablaze with vitality. Waves of heat surged, forming a vortex around Qin Mu. A formidable pulling force emanated from within him. The Shun family, having defeated Long Qinli and established dominance in the northern Jiang, owed their strength to the protection of Mr. Yi. With a hissing sound, the blood dust adhered to the shield, akin to red-hot metal meeting ice, and with a light chime, the shield began to thin, its tortoiseshell patterns becoming indistinct. What a bargain it is for you, he coughed, slowly rising from the ground. The torment he endured over the past days had instilled in him a deep-seated hatred for Murong Shao. He had initially intended to torment her gradually, but her decisiveness took him by surprise. No. To use the term risk is slightly inappropriate. She and Aki now stood at the pinnacle of human-level power. Perhaps there was nothing in this world that could genuinely threaten them. Lin Yuyin promptly resolved to travel to the capital, hoping to encounter Lin Muyu there. Thus, she set off northward, unaware that Lin Muyu had already journeyed south. Consequently, one ventured south while the other headed north, making their meeting unlikely. Observing the situation, Chao Ning was unwilling to lag behind. Indeed, Long Yu sought to avenge past grievances, yet it was undeniable that Yaij possessed treasures of spirit weapon caliber, and he did not wish to be outpaced. Yi Qingjue opened his eyes, glancing at the alluring Hu Qimei beside him, saying nothing as he strode directly into the dungeon. Hero, please do not be angry. I truly do not know about the genuine heavenly sword, but I am aware that someone forged a counterfeit, said the one with the severed hand. He exerted great effort to gather his true energy for Wang Yiyan. Although the endeavor was arduous, he persisted, dripping with sweat. Yet the results were minimal. I truly have a wife. She is exceptionally kind to me. To save me, she departed alone, and I must find her, Li Fei declared. Given Su Mu's unique circumstances within the Tianyu Mingjiao, venturing into the outer sect would undoubtedly entail some complications. Fifth Mo fixed his gaze intently on Luo Wuxing. After a lengthy silence, Luo Wuxing felt his cheeks flush slightly before Fifth Mo spoke. If you take action, the entire estate will starve. Fifth Mo's solemnity rendered the onlookers momentarily speechless. Yi Gu refrained from assessing his injuries, for his medical intuition told him that Rao Meng was on the brink of death. He retrieved the blood-healing orchid, a pinnacle fifth-tier herb that approached the essence of celestial medicine, exuding an invigorating aura. 5 centuries ago, Lord Xuanwu descended from the celestial realm, proclaiming that in 500 years, one would awaken him. Hence, each new core disciple undergoes this test in hopes of finding that fated individual. With that, he cast a piercing gaze upon Yi Gu. Today, a golden cloud unexpectedly drifted from the north, appearing to move slowly yet swiftly, and in an instant, it settled atop the peak of Qingyun Mountain. Regaining her composure, Old Lady Lu was taken aback by Lu Zihan's unconditional indulgence towards Su Mingwei, feeling both angered by his lack of brotherly loyalty. Ahem, is everyone gathered? I glanced at the captain of the Drought Corps beside me. This fellow was more suited to an intermediate leader, yet he was the strongest among them, comparable to the captain of the Drought Corps in Minghua City, which is why he now oversaw Minghua City. This was partly due to his intellect, and partly because his cunning mind seemed at odds with his fierce, rugged visage, making Brother Hao appear all the more enigmatic. Do not be disheartened. Once they resolve their matters, you can always go find him to play, Lin Weiran consoled, her warm palm gently caressing the child's cool face. It's fine. I will wait until tonight to use it. Xing Miao will arrive shortly. We should avoid exposure if possible, Wu Qian remarked. Prime Minister in pay, greetings. Fu Hua addressed the Prime Minister with due respect, acknowledging his position as a national leader. Despite his frequent misdeeds, he held considerable international stature. A momentary lapse occurred. It all transpired in the blink of an eye. Almost immediately, Bing Lu shouted, and on this side, Wu Chong had already begun invoking the Fire Blast spell. The duels among mages unfolded with breathtaking swiftness. Yi Jianhan, you need only to delay the escaping fish for a moment. Be sure to protect yourself, Elder Su instructed. At this juncture, outside, Zhu Ganglai, akin to a steward in the stable, conveyed his intentions, yet the steward hesitated upon learning they wished to take the white horse out. Unsure of the true identity of these four individuals, he dared not speak further and could only cast a pleading glance toward Lu Qiu'er. Fang Chen waved his hand. You may all leave, except for your leader. Fang Chen approached their so-called leader with a cold smile. As he retrieved the wine jar and peered inside, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, a speckled insect had burrowed its way into the jar, and the exquisite liquor had been completely drained by its incessant sipping. This revelation rekindled in Zhang Yi a semblance of his former solitary, yet unlonely spirit. While he worried for Zi, he often found himself gazing at the starry sky during the night, lost in thought. With a sharp crack, Chao Guohao emitted a prolonged scream, more anguished than the previous one, clearly reflecting greater torment, were it not for the earnest admonitions of his fourth grandmother before his departure, insisting that he must escort the gentleman before him to the Baiguan Gobi, in his own reluctance to part with the luxurious life at the co-residence. He might have already fled in a puff of smoke. At this moment, all the brothers of the Dark Horse Alliance were invigorated, each one exuberantly attending to their equipment, their hearts finally at ease. It's nothing to worry about. Brother Yuan is overthinking, Huang Yin remarked as he began to rise from his seat. They aim to extol their cunning and valor, serving as a warning to those who would dare to defy the law. Hearing Jian E's words, the explosive monkey's snout twisted in irritation, yet upon seeing Jian E produce a pockball, his temper dissipated instantly. Eventually, receiving a token from the young man, Jiang Yun understood that this object signified his identity as a caretaker. Not long after Yunfei had made the necessary arrangements, the convoy of the piggy's father and son arrived outside the gates of the Lucy Palace. The long sword in Shangguan Yun's hand resembled a dragon soaring toward the heavens, plunging down like a divine serpent, striking down from above the head of the 11th District S-Lord. Yang Xian urged Zhao Shuang to return to the Frost Hall to bring Ah Chun into the palace, while he remained seated in the carriage, waiting. Even Lu Jinming, who had weathered many storms, found himself frozen in place, evidently shaken by the recent turn of events. Hong Xiu stood beside Jun Yang and caught sight of the poetry in Ming Yue's hand, a pang of envy stirring within her heart. However, recalling Xiao Huafei's earlier promise to compose a poem solely for her, she felt a sweetness bloom alongside her jealousy, driven by an overwhelming sense of justice. Chiyu could no longer stand idly by. He tossed down his tea and snacks and dashed away. On the immense shell left by Xuanwu, Jian Quan danced with his sword, executing precise slashes and thrusts, each move meticulously calculated in terms of action, direction, and position, until he had committed every detail to memory. It could be said that he was the most outstanding child throughout the competition. As the first note resonated, it was evident that the movements of the humans froze, their grim expressions gradually calming. In the presence of this lullaby-like melody, they slowly succumbed to sleep, drifting into a profound slumber. He was acutely aware of his own injuries. Having just scrutinized them with his mental force, they were undeniably fatal. Without a reply, Wan Jiwei withdrew a strip and handed it to her. Yimoyu, with a glance, accepted it and properly donned it upon his wrist. Many workers had already regretted coming here, upon hearing that they need not confront the thunder directly. They collectively sighed in relief and retreated in disarray. Where's your motorcycle? Yun Mo tilted her head. This fellow loved to act cool. relishing the liberating sensation of being tousled by the wind. Thus, they peacefully spent another day or two, yet Junimo Lee's health remained unrevived. For him, should he engage in a contest with that old man again, the outcome would undoubtedly mirror the previous unfortunate result. The next day, Luonin instructed Lin Ziya to assist him in reopening a bank account. Lin Ruoyu once more inquired of Luonin whether he intended to provide him with 10 billion directly or to transfer the auction proceeds of 7 billion along with the Lin family's 3 billion for purchasing spirit stones. Luonin replied nonchalantly, requesting a neat sum of 10 billion. He slowly cast his gaze upon the crowd, his voice laced with a mischievous smile. What once sounded like enchanting celestial tones now resonated with an unsettling eeriness. Upon opening his eyes, he found Mu Li Chung guarding his side, a delightful surprise that warmed his heart like the gentle sunlight of March, an unspoken warmth enveloping him. Yin Si's eyes glimmered with admiration. Indeed, Princess Yin Ning was astute. No wonder she garnered such affection from the king of Yu. Understanding, I shall take my leave first. With that, he vanished in a blink of an eye. Observing Mu Chan Fei's attire and demeanor, one could tell he was not a mere 6 yuan ramen consumer from the slums. Yet, he refrained from directly mentioning the affluent district, instead inquiring about a vague location, subtly indicating his status without being ostentatious, ensuring the other party felt no aversion. Mu Rongyi nodded, casting a cold glance at Nan Shui-rong, the warning unmistakable, before departing alongside Nan Shui-yu. How about it? Surprised? Astonished? Unexpected? Shang Wanwan cheerfully inquired, seemingly confirming her own thoughts. She powered on her phone, leaning back in the bathtub, eyes shut, indifferent to the flood of messages that came pouring in. In truth, the common folk in this world largely feared officials. Even the most menial of roles within the bureaucratic apparatus were not to be trifled with, let alone the military commanders wielding weapons. Just as he surmised, both Steward Run and Granny Jiang were well aware that without the grand lady's orchestration, these country folk could never discreetly replace the child. This notion caused Qi Jingyuan to ponder deeply. Was there a traitor among them, or was this incident truly an accident? That night, Yin Yang prepared a lavish banquet for the five, and after partaking in this farewell feast, they only rose to depart when the night had grown late. The Qin couple had shared 11 years with Qing Lianair, having long since become akin to biological parents. Now, with Qing Lianair's departure, sorrow enveloped them, and the three were soon weeping as one. Yet, merely a tool for exploitation, how could Su Hongyuan reveal such matters to you? Shen Muyin lowered her gaze, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Zhang He's eyes widened in disbelief. The Xinbei were not to be underestimated. Unlike the Wuhuan, whose forces had nearly all been deployed, the Xinbei still held considerable military strength. Within the room, Eighth Master found himself ensnared by Jiang Ye's single hand, unable to break free, no matter how fiercely he struggled. Lin Liang understood that she was a person of clear affections and aversions. Upon discovering the matter he had engaged in, he presumed that no amount of pleading would persuade her to return home with him. This area already belongs to my Tianbei sect. You should seek your fortune elsewhere, bellowed a burly man below, his demeanor brusque, for he deemed Zhao Ming and the others, with their mere mid-stage cultivation, unworthy of courteous discourse. Suddenly, a gleam of golden light flashed as the curved blade was raised before him. Shui Wuchang appeared to have spotted a gap and skillfully traversed it. Astonishingly, 2 bronze rings were pierced together by the blade. This revelation was only discernible through spiritual awareness. An ordinary person would have been oblivious. Yet, Yang Jian could not ascertain whether the blood was human or that of another creature. Nevertheless, since the iron chains were evidently crafted by humans, they must have been intended for human passage. The implications of the blood upon them made Yang Jian hesitant to contemplate further. In truth, the method was rather simple. The giant demon Yuan Wu was a beast, and other profound tier monsters were also giants. Thus, deducing the locations chosen by other giants for cultivation based on Yuan Wu's thoughts significantly enhanced the likelihood of locating these beasts. Now that you are here, why hide? Come forth. Gu Lingtian's abrupt voice resonated, his gaze piercing into the void ahead. The elders from the other two sects and one alliance regarded the empty space with great curiosity. Uncle Shi, did our clan leader not inform you to send word to me upon your successful foundation establishment, mentioning a grand gift for you? Upon hearing Yiju's inquiry, Xiang Li's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched as he spat each word. A grand gift. It turned out he had always been aware that his adversaries were outsiders. He needed only to guard against them. His disciples were merely pawns in his game, tools to confront his enemies. However, it now appeared that these individuals had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into significant threats. As the crowd surged, I felt a surge of panic. In my haste, I misspoke. Those who wish to die should take that path. It is a trap of the Grim Reaper. Ensuring your return is impossible. Realizing my words would only diminish my standing rather than enhance it, I regretted my utterance. Yet words once spoken could not be retracted. Selina, if he is unwilling to speak, let it be. It seems to be a troubling memory. Sakura observed Mu Fengye's expression, concluding that if it were a favorable recollection, he would not have endured such torment in recent days. Senior Batian, those experts in the mine won't be able to find us, will they? Niefe Yuan's voice trembled slightly. A foreboding sensation surged within me. An overwhelming presence, stronger than Mo air, indicated the arrival of a formidable force, likely one of the 6 bosses of the Nightmare faction. You handle it as you see fit. With that, the Sword Saint leaped into the air, employing his lightness skill, and within a few movements, vanished from sight. Do you have matters to attend to? Go ahead, I can manage on my own. He likely had pressing concerns, and how Xin felt it inappropriate to continue intruding. As Guan Ping left behind 10,000 soldiers as a precaution, it was evident that if the enemy dared to assault Xiapi, they could not be oblivious to the possibility of reinforcements. A soldier, with a hand resting on his sword, entered the room, bowing slightly to Sun Quan in a gesture of respect. Although Zhao Inkong was merely putting on an act, it would have been disingenuous for her to release Lung Yen upon request. Thus she maintained her grip, refraining from using the dagger to harm Lung Yen. As for the banquet that ensued, Li Mo was oblivious. After conversing with Hai Lan, she discreetly slipped out of the grand hall with her 3 pets. She remembered that she possessed the pouch of Jean Mushi, which contained enough funds to grant her and Lin Xianwei entry. Li Jisho nodded thoughtfully. He could repel the sword's edge, but was uncertain of his ability to conquer the ancient deity, a being who had 1 foot in the realm of creation, immensely powerful. Chang Yun, having spoken a single phrase, fell silent, his sword-like gaze shifting slightly upon Qing Yan's face, revealing a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Chang Yun understood that Qing Yan was nearly impervious to influence unless he chose otherwise. As the wait extended, Duan Chan began to examine the token, which seemed to harbor a peculiar energy. Despite its wooden appearance, it exuded a metallic essence. This individual was a spy who had tirelessly monitored the Chun family day and night, disregarding the intensity of the competition as he rushed to Duan Wujia's side. Without contact, the sickly cat exploded, letting out a mournful cry before vanishing, returning to its primordial essence, dust to dust. The magnetic field surrounding Tong In was terrifying for sorcerers. Qing Long pondered aloud whether the Queen Mother of the West was swayed by familial affection, leading her to. The mere thought of the Queen Mother feeling such emotions astounded Qing Long. It was a marvel, a miraculous occurrence. At that moment, on the ground of the Fire God Temple, a similar scene unfolded above, where Jian Bing unleashed sword energy, forcing the 7-star lords to scatter, while on the ground. Li Qingtian summoned divine flames, leaving Yuan Changsheng with nowhere to flee, as the Tianqing sect seemed to be at a disadvantage. Li Feng's attack power was extraordinarily high, with allies healing him from the stone walls, while players rushing into the stone path found themselves unhealed and constrained by spatial limitations, effectively becoming targets for Li Feng's one-sided massacre. Thus, the two swiftly turned and dashed toward another laboratory, the very one Yue had previously visited, filled with containers that housed genetic experiments. Amidst the cacophony of various sounds, Wang Lei remained composed. In fact, the anguished cries and curses of those facing death only fortified his resolve to protect the beliefs he held. The cool demeanor he maintained in front of outsiders was merely a fade, a part of his constructed persona, and also a display for the Duke of Dingwa's household. A problem solvable with a mere flick of a finger did not require the use of weapons. Zhao Xinkuan paid no heed to him. With a snap of his fingers, several vines sprouted from the seed, lifting Begum's body as if a mass of tentacles were propelling him forward. Before the words had left his mouth, a flurry of figures wielding curved blades emerged from the ranks of practitioners. On the film's premiere day, the audience primarily comprised fans. Ensuring that even a poor attendance wouldn't plummet too low, a high turnout merely indicated a multitude of fans rather than the film's merit. On the fourth night after a transfer, Chu Li developed a high fever, her mind clouded, appearing as if she had lost half her vitality. She had previously insisted on adhering to the rules, claiming that old Su was notoriously difficult to converse with. Did this seem like a challenge? Su Yu suddenly grasped the meaning behind Li Shiyue's words, understanding why she refrained from assisting Wang Jiasin in her pursuit of a singing career. At last, his strategy bore fruit. The creature found itself cornered, ultimately forced to ascend from the third to the fourth floor, with old Zhao trailing closely behind. Dear, one must always consider the positive side. Bai Cuechio's words left Xiao Ningdai feeling quite unsettled. The situation hadn't even commenced yet. Yet Bai Cuechio was already certain that this house would incur losses. Such ominous words, emerging from her mother's lips, rendered Xiao Ningdai's expression rather grim. Inuyasha and Kagome were inexplicably absent, and the barrier of Mount Bailing was becoming increasingly bothersome. Kagura felt irked. She was well aware that Nariku was lurking within these mountains. Yet entry remained elusive. Although the potential for a mission was a factor, the player's current levels were not yet sufficient for tasks involving the seventh holy water. Thus it was certain that this young man had requested it of his own volition. Well then, contemplating such chaotic matters in front of this sister was bound to lead to Lan Sui's subsequent defeat. In the afternoon, Yin Xing accompanied Tang Zhengde to a courtyard, where a middle-aged man awaited them. At that moment, a furious clan member from the Bien family unleashed a punch upon the grand locust tree. Is it not evident that even standing before us, you cannot access your abyss? Brewer chuckled, for they could accomplish feats beyond the capabilities of other players. Yinling advanced a step further, causing Fengling to tighten his grip on the staff. If that is the case, then the Soul Town monument must be returned to me. A fissure appeared on the opposite end of the void. The wind howled, and before either could respond, Zhang Liang transformed into a shadow, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Lu Haiyu, observing the scene, kept his left hand still while channeling his Taoist arts. A sphere of blue water emerged from his right palm, as his arms swiftly traced a circle in front of him. After a considerable time, the youth, resolute and bearing a cold spear, gradually receded along the mountain path, his figure fading against the backdrop of the setting sun. On the second day of his arrival in the capital, Su Lin already longed for home, missing his parents. In a taxi, he dialed his family's landline. After the attendant handed over the packaged clothing, Ren Zijian walked ahead, while he followed closely behind, carrying the items. He could not allow Su Yuan to leave, even if it meant revealing the sordid absurdities of his past. He could not bear to watch her storm out, filled with hatred. Though the heartache was the same, the flavor of that pain could not possibly be identical. He would rather choose the former than accept the latter. At that moment, Qin Yanran, donning a charming camisole, skipped out of the room, prompting Su Lin and Fong Liping to momentarily abandon the topic. After all, if Yanran were to discover it, the situation would become dire. Wang Guoquan, upon hearing this, was struck with fear. Just days earlier, the imperial army had besieged the city with great urgency. But after suffering heavy casualties from the counterattack of the militia, things had calmed down somewhat. Yet, the militia, previously stationed in Chongping, had never disturbed the populace. What was unfolding before dawn? At this, the crowd erupted into laughter, the previously tense atmosphere lightening significantly. Confronted by Hu Lingwang's loathsome gaze, Lu Xiangnan instinctively furrowed his brow. For the man before him was utterly shameless. Coupled with his pitiful reasoning, it sent shivers down Lu Xiangnan's spine. Beside him sat Rudawiya, Her expression won a surprise as she struggled to roll her tongue, attempting to articulate Leo's fluent Mandarin, but despite her efforts, she could not pronounce that singular, peculiar, beautiful syllable correctly. Within a radius of several dozen miles, the red aura had thickened to a paste, and a violent energy within it reached a near-ultimate intensity, permeating every nook and cranny. A moment's distraction would lead to its insidious invasion. All of this was thanks to Grandpa Ban. Without his earnest guidance, graduating would have been a daunting challenge. Suddenly, Liang Hanxiang laughed against the door, her head slightly bowed, her face aglow with joy. Her eyes squinted and her brows arched in delight. Unable to comprehend, nor possessing the talent to understand, she had no idea what the other was doing. Even if she did, it would be of no help. All she could do was mechanically engage in activities of which she had no understanding. Rest easy. If issues arise, we can always bring the Uchiha clan to the land of waves. Vortex Sun said casually. Fong Jin nonchalantly leaned against the chair, her hand resting on the back, humming comfortably. Shen Yuan wore a simple outfit today, a white shirt and jeans, her hair pulled up high, exuding a quintessential student vibe. Just as the mammoth creature prepared to use its lethal teeth once again, Fong Jin suddenly sprang to her feet. However, the faint sound of bells continued, growing ever closer, seemingly synchronized with the heartbeat of the two. Their expressions turned grave, one fixating on the corridor, the other on the room, and the corpse within. As long as he cooperated, the mechs of the land of waves could indeed be developed. You have provoked my wrath. A figure clad in blood red emerged from a spatial wormhole 100 meters away, coldly regarding Zheng Dong and his companion. Junior brother. Shao Qin naturally understood who was truly responsible for all of this. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately express his profound gratitude towards Song Yun. It would not be an exaggeration to call Song Yun his reborn parent. However, the Lord of the Hall, Du Weijun, wore a grim expression and seemed poised to speak again. Yet, Hang Zhuyi interrupted him. How could it be beyond my control? A man has always been the master of her own body. She shook her head, clearly perplexed. Yimo was deeply moved by all that Feng Yu had done. His strength was dedicated to safeguarding Feng Yu and his family, while he would never hinder Feng Yu's growth. As long as she pursued her own aspirations, Yimo would wholeheartedly support her. The man, impeccably dressed before her, adorned in a luxurious suit without a single crease, resembled a deity. The moment she met his eagle-like gaze, she instinctively recoiled. As Dodo reached out, pretending to hand something to Luo Yichen, his playful gesture elicited hearty laughter from him. Amidst the laughter, the rhythm game came to an end. Qin Ting's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. As she turned, she noticed the bedside table was unlocked, and, driven by curiosity, she pulled it open. Do not be so audacious, Han Guang shouted, charging alongside Song Feng towards Wang Qi. Han Guang was acutely aware that if the Song family fell, the Han family would certainly meet a similar fate, with only a glimmer of hope left. They had to fight with all their might. Han Linghu suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze sparkling with curiosity as he scrutinized the solitary Feng, who was immersed in the art of unleashing the venomous arcane. However, she forgot the nature of her surroundings as she stood before the 5 colossal fingers. Listening to the overwhelming and distasteful Buddhist chants, her thoughts became hazy once more, and this time, she did not awaken. Yusang opened her phone to see the most popular comment, only to discover the ID belonged to a classmate from school, which made her chuckle uncontrollably. Without pondering the reasons or causality, she instinctively recited the soul-exiting mantra taught to her by Lu Wushi. Though seemingly a minor change, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire northern cold region. A formidable being capable of invoking the heavenly thunderstorm was beginning to break through right here. A fact that was simply unbelievable. After Ihan got into the car, they immediately headed towards the temporary camp, and throughout the journey, he kept his eyes glued to his phone. Cuba's brown sugar was prominently displayed alongside life-size cutouts of Fu Jiang and Ing Mu, and the simple booth was thus set up. The serpent demon continued, "Do not let your mind play tricks on you. There is no difference between the two bodies. They are merely ordinary mortal flesh, devoid of the anomalies you speak of. The annual grand, gaming-themed exhibition took place in this city. The media heaped praises upon the Royal 7 Mile Steel, while the atmosphere in the gathering area for the Royal 7 Mile Steel fans was filled with a festive spirit. The gown, with its vintage creases and a fishtail design that opened at the front, accentuated her figure exquisitely. Looking up, her bosom, though not overly ample, was further enhanced by a delicately exquisite necklace adorning her neckline, drawing even more attention. Greeted by the nanny and the guard along the way, Qilin arrived at the living room, just in time to see Shi Yuming's father, Shi Aigua, conversing with Dong Bai's father, Dong Qiudi. It seemed that the incomparable Shi Wuxuang was concerned that the two of them, walking in tandem, might encounter unforeseen circumstances. Having completed the introductions, we now officially commenced the program segment. Du Chun and the others were not newcomers. However, for you two, this rare visit raises the question, have you ever watched our show before? He inquired with a smile. Following Dong Chun Fan and Feng Li, Shui Baiyan, Yin Luo Chong, and Lu Xiao Yuan soon returned as well. Su Fan sat silently to the side, a black and white Xian Jian beside him, and a Kong Long Jian hung at his waist, his demeanor serene. Upon returning to the manor, he first paid his respects to his parents, ultimately hosting a grand banquet in his prince consort residence, with 2 large tables set, one for the elders, including his parents, father-in-law, mother-in-law, uncles, and aunts, while his wife, sister, younger sister, and cousin gathered at the other. As the two strolled and chatted, others had already arrived on the scene, particularly those competing who had come early, making the two the last to arrive. Initially, there were worries akin to previous times regarding whether Wei Yang would cause trouble outside, using his boisterous voice to deafen other children, only to be caught and tied to a tree. Although some were aware of the Xing Hui Shi, it remained elusive, hidden within the storm passage. During this period, the pro-peace faction in Huaxia had indeed expressed the sentiment that to fend off external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Yi San cast a disdainful glance at the table, truly unable to bear the sight of its uncleanliness. At that moment, Lin Wan hurried from behind, her expression changing upon witnessing the situation. She supported Lin Lao San from the other side, and with Su Guodong's assistance, they managed to help Lin Lao San into the house. Officer Zhao shouted for over a minute, noticing that the glass in his hand remained intact. Thus, he prepared to raise his voice once more. In reality, traditionally, Hu Huilan would first check if Wei Yang was injured, followed by her concern for him, reflecting on her impulsiveness in handling matters. This surge of power was terrifying. Even his soul force could scarcely withstand it. Should this continue, he might very well perish beneath this mysterious force. The two hastily proceeded towards the grand hall, where Lin Zhan observed the empty expanse, the sound of his own footsteps ringing clear. In the live broadcast public screen, netizens fervently flooded the chat, their comments akin to those on Weibo. In summary, the presence of sensitive response filled Dean's future with entirely new possibilities. Suddenly, the museum experienced a power outage, plunging the exhibition hall into darkness, leaving only flashlights as a source of light. Brother Ian, partner benefits. Chu Yunyang cheerfully hooked his arm around Ian Ju's shoulder, handing him a pure black face mask. On the teacup, the number 2 appeared twice, representing Air Long Shan, while the phrase down 3 indicated descending the mountain, thus implying that the people from Air Long Shan were taking action. As Yin Shao faced off against Yun Chong of the Tianjin sect, the remaining senior brothers dealt with the disciples of the Hui-Yin sect. This is a handcrafted custom gown by the renowned designer Li. What appears to be a simple black satin evening dress, when worn by Qin Shi, is perfectly tailored to accentuate her graceful curves, rendering her figure exquisite and alluring. The following noon, Yin Shuiqin personally busied herself in the kitchen, her mobile phone resting nearby, displaying the conversation with Xiao Chong. Within her line of sight, the makeshift beds in the tent were filled with injured ninjas, some of whom were grievously wounded. Captain Bai was naturally aware of the implications of such reprimands. However, the experience of being reprimanded was far from pleasant. This time, Zhu Ti had learned her lesson, ensuring that Sima reviewed everything beforehand, unless Sima found something appealing. All other items would be returned within a week. North Korea should indeed voice its grievances to the Ming dynasty and, similar to the first envoy, leverage the collaboration with the Jurchens to threaten the court into surrendering Fang Yun, subsequently demanding reparations for their losses. That would be the proper course of action. Unbeknownst to them, the dawn was breaking in the east. The martial monks, who had been deep in slumber, were roused by the biological clock that had solidified over the past decade. They sat up from their bedding, stifling short yawns, and began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Wu Rulin jolted awake, clumsily attempting to rise, only to weaken and tumble back into Li Siwei's embrace. Consequently, Tang Haozen needed to coordinate effectively with the company's upper management. After convening a meeting and assigning tasks, the three founding members of the Circle Network were deliberating in Tang Haozen's office on how to promote the Circle Advertising Alliance and strategize for future operations. Truly, when a tiger refrains from asserting its authority, it risks being treated as a feeble cat. If he does not take decisive action, the subordinates may lose all sense of hierarchy. They must comprehend that even if this governor cannot maintain his position, he will ensure their downfall before stepping down. The imperial physician diagnosed that the queen had taken advantage of consort Cha's misfortune and loss, stealthily administering sterilization drugs in her food, a matter that could no longer be concealed. Just as Shun Xian completed a cycle of meditation, he spotted Yin Hong walking towards him. Upon seeing that familiar shade of red, Shun Xian felt that the punishments he endured the previous night were somewhat vindicated, as long as he declined this undeniably peculiar task. He could continue to bask in his master's warmth. Later, she gifted herself a new garment, her first time donning such opulent attire. Although it had been worn before, it was evidently not an insult. Rather, there simply was no other outfit more fitting for her. Awen returned from the backyard, an unsettling sensation lingering in her heart. For reasons unknown, she felt as if a sticky gaze was fixed upon her from behind. Lin Mahong understood that ever since she exited that room, she had been secretly observing her. What? Xia Ruisi exclaimed, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated this outcome. He had assumed that Li Yingshu would come to plead with him. It was evident that Li Yingshu must be quite upset, and for the time being, he need not harbor hopes of her seeking him out. Surely, she would not even come to the dining area for meals. Very well. I rose to search around, only to find that there was not a single mirror in the room. After a day of thorough cleaning, how could I meet you in such a disheveled state? It took my original self a diligent 50 years of cultivation with a 5-element root to finally reach the 8th level of the Qi refinement stage. Just one step away from perfection, poised to solidify my foundation with a foundation establishment pill at any moment. Missing Xue? Jing Xiangyang expressed his astonishment. Indeed, it was Li Yingxue. Since that day, he had not seen her again, and he never anticipated their reunion here. As the noblewoman felt her heart lighten, she crossed her toes, waved her left sleeve, and raised her jade sword with her right hand. The colorful celestial garments billowed as she began to dance gracefully. Her skirt swirling in an elegant arctan Bowen paused, his hand holding the wine jar faltering, and the look he cast towards Gu Jianghuai grew increasingly meaningful. Gu Jianghuai's heart felt as if it were being tightly clenched, instinctively causing him to soften his breath, his brows furrowed with anxiety and compassion. He smiled gently, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. Feeling it insufficient, he kissed her once more. His appearance was of a kind that instantly instilled comfort. With a gentle and pure demeanor, speaking in a calm and measured tone, his character exemplary. During his presence, Liao Town was still capable, reclaiming a considerable amount of lost territory, training numerous troops, cultivating land, and establishing the Guanning Jin defense line, among other accomplishments. If Huang Taiji truly led the 8 Banners main force in a battle, Chen Ran might indeed have to retreat. A few attendants galloped forth, casting down white-painted stones 100 paces away. Considering the brutal battle that transpired during the night, the vanguard of the Jian slaves had suffered approximately 700 casualties from dawn until now. Just as they were about to return, they heard the sound of fists and feet from a nearby alley, accompanied by the low growl of a wolf. Your Majesty's esteemed status as an emperor makes it a disgrace for you to remain by my side. I lack the fortune to receive such treatment from you. Chung Ming stated plainly. The documentation read, Gaji High School, a provincial key institution, a first-class standard school, with a 63 undergraduate admission rate, renowned within the province, annually supplying a multitude of talents to higher educational establishments, known for its rigorous academic atmosphere, akin to Huanggang High School in Huaihai Province. No, he is already my ex-boyfriend. I have unilaterally declared our breakup, Chung Weilai asserted firmly, biting her red lip. Your condition seems rather amiss. You should return to Tianhai promptly and recuperate in your gentle haven for a while, Zhang Jiong remarked before sitting down, knowing that presenting the other party's identity would simplify matters considerably. Of course, the number of these individuals was already limited, as most had been dealt with by Su Chen beforehand. The elderly man with a chiseled face had his gloomy eyes brighten, though his point of interest differed from others. While they rejoiced at the prospect of escaping prison, the elder was astonished that a solution truly existed. Ruan dialed Mu Shaoling's number, but for reasons unbeknownst to her. She attempted repeatedly, yet the call never connected. The man's towering figure approached her like a tightly woven net, step by step. With her back against the door, she felt pitifully trapped, her gaze flickering and evasive, unable to meet the eyes of the man advancing towards her. She had already been advising herself to refrain from dwelling on such thoughts. After all, she is part of the company now, eager to learn the things she desires. It suffices that the other party has no connection to Gao Kai. One must not rejoice prematurely. Everything that transpired today was merely a test. Xian Yuanche remarked calmly, for he never engages in ventures lacking certainty. He felt somewhat assured about previous matters. Linda Pin would likely not fall easily. The Black Pig ceased its protests, compelled to obey orders, swiftly placing Chung Feng and Tian Ling onto the back of the snow crane. With a call, the snow crane flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Wan Xia cast a glance at manager Mo, her heart suddenly racing with fear, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing Duo Maisie's words, her legs began to quiver involuntarily. Manager Mo scrutinized her, his fingers entwined in a flustered manner. The eccentric ant, invigorated by the rain's cessation, inwardly squealed with delight, cheerfully exclaiming, Ewe, your call sounds much warmer this time. You see, in the mortal realm, being a king implies that parents naturally hope for their children to achieve greatness, as she affectionately caressed her belly. Thank you for your concern, but I am fully aware of my own affairs and do not require others to dictate how I should live my life. Perhaps you should focus on your own matters instead. Lin Lang scoffed dismissively, showing no regard for the other's counsel. What caught Shimin Jinlian's attention was the jade ruff, which surprisingly emitted a faint yellow mist. Could it be yellow jade? Previously, the route provided by the demon pattern insignia was the most ordinary one. However, it was evident that such a path could not keep pace with Yi Mo's extraordinary talent. Ultimately, the skeletal priest Gu Su paid approximately 100 primitive gold coins to join the ranks of the Northern Journey merchants. At the moment the blue flying sword was poised to slice through Zhou Mengyun's throat, she neither resisted nor evaded. Zhang Ning, too, felt a flicker of doubt. Hastily directing his sword technique to the left, the blue flying sword grazed the right side of Zhou Mengyun's neck before soaring away. Though the abyss was vast and boundless, effective land was relatively scarce. Agreements existed between various cities and factions, with each party occupying a specific amount of territory and forbidden from expansion, for encroachment would threaten the survival of surrounding demons. Gun Yin was quick to respond. Realizing she was about to capture the family's attention once more, she stood up, the sound of the chair sliding immediately drowning out the clatter of the fallen cup. However, her sudden movement drew the gaze of everyone at the table. Among the disciples of the Six Gates, the Yuming Knight clan and the Radiant clan were the most discordant. Had it not been for the two divine burial sites being situated in one place, their families would have never converged. With beautiful wings bound by several leather straps behind her, she walked calmly to the center of the arena, her expression heavy with a sense of impending doom. This face was bestowed upon her by her parents, something she could not alter, yet in all other aspects, she would strive to attain her desires. Qin Hao smiled softly before turning to depart. The exposure by online media prompted traditional media outlets to respond vigorously, particularly television networks, which were among the first to broadcast the news in their recent segments. With the media's momentum and the inherent controversy surrounding the topic, the ensuing uproar was entirely predictable. Most crucially, Wei Qing's visit to Wudong was to attend a gathering where someone had brought a batch of Wangwali timber from Cheong Island, as he intended to purchase some for crafting a furniture set. Had he taken a token? Mo Jingfeng nearly turned the place upside down in her search, but ultimately failed to locate the token, leading her to speculate. Where did you get this? I have yet to impart to you the secrets of sword cultivation, Su Xian said, regarding Zhao De with a puzzled expression. He sensed that Zhao De must have encountered some fortuitous event, yet he could not fathom what it might be. The wandering production team, equipped with essential filming personnel, traversed the globe under the direction of a nomadic director, seeking opportunities or filming in perilous locales that most individuals would typically avoid. It was, without a doubt, a perilous vocation that few could undertake. However, with his current level 4 Vajra body, the alcohol and ordinary spirits no longer affected Rao Mingyang. He welcomed anyone who wished to drink. I understand. Have them wait for me in the conference room. As an old classmate had arrived, Qin Yu felt it was only courteous to greet them. A faint cough emanated from outside, yet everyone remained focused on Zhao De, with his eyes gently closed, appeared to be in a state of blissful enjoyment, oblivious to the cough, which they mistakenly attributed to a disciple's envy. The descent exceeded the speed of sound, as a bomb with tremendous kinetic energy penetrated the patrol vessel, creating a chilling, gaping hole. This situation was utterly perplexing to Shirley, who wished to avoid entanglement with the Eye of the Night, but found himself compelled to engage in its internal affairs. Qian, well versed in pharmacology, detected the scent of musk and sensed impending danger, cautiously retreating a few steps. However, 3 or 4 palace attendants advanced, flanking her on either side. Chun Xiu and Yan Liu departed in succession, with the innkeeper accompanying them to the entrance of the lodge. Once the dust raised by their carriage settled, the smile etched on the innkeeper's face abruptly transformed into a sinister expression. Upon hearing this, Murong Yenran and Nurse Chao were overjoyed, with the latter repeatedly bowing in gratitude on the couch. Qian hurried to support them, urging them to forego such formalities. In tumultuous times, it is a heartening sight to witness those in distress offering mutual support, reducing the occurrence of tragedies in the world. Yet, before Wang Hui could fully comprehend the towering structure, he noticed numerous birds soaring in the sky. Sparrows, magpies, cuckoos, swallows, doves, and even eagles and crows flitting about. Zheng Ge glanced at Wu Yu without uttering a word, maintaining his signature cold demeanor. I shot him a glare before turning my gaze to Zheng Ge, who remained as aloof as ever, silent yet donned in military training attire. Stand up. The soldiers set off in pursuit of the monkeys, and just as they finished chasing one away, several others emerged, chattering and clamoring for fruits. One of the monkeys, seizing the opportunity while Li Tai was momentarily distracted, climbed onto his head and snatched away half of the fruit he was eating. Only someone of his formidable prowess, comparable to a high-ranking swordsman, could withstand such an assault. A mere swordsman would likely fall victim to a single blow, were it not for the watchful gaze of Garjong. He would have almost succumbed to the urge to approach and kiss her. This also explains why Su Qingli initially dared only to let her husband taste a single drop. She wished to observe any reactions and ascertain if there would be any adverse effects. She thought to herself, fortunately, the team leader did not summon anyone in. If such a person were to claim association with the Special Department's 7th Division, it would indeed tarnish their reputation. After all, she was the most renowned actress of the moment. Even if she paid little attention to the entertainment industry, she could not possibly be unaware of Baiichi. The remaining few clad in long robes were reluctant to assume the role of the scapegoat, unwilling to become the weapon in the CIA's hands against Shaman. Observing her current condition, it was evident that he could not approach her. Nonetheless, he could not leave her waiting there either. What if she encountered further danger? The azure flames of Zhao Jioting's heart departed from his lifeless body, merging with the fire bell talisman. Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Wan felt as if something had lodged in her throat, and a torrent of bittersweet emotions surged forth. It was not surprising that Su Jin was overly concerned. Feng Qinan had left a profound impression on him. Each time he sought her professional expertise to resolve factory issues, she displayed considerable reluctance. Even a salary increase could not sway her. The training regimen she had devised for herself was ruthlessly demanding. Even exceptionally talented soldiers might struggle to endure it. The group of over a dozen individuals, all donned in matching black suits, bore serious expressions, each appearing exceptionally formidable. At this juncture, Panga's voice involuntarily rose in intensity, betraying the excitement within him. Yang Guo approached, clad in a casual shirt and shorts, his feet adorned with flip-flops. Although his attire seemed rather disheveled, his handsome visage, especially after washing his face, could evoke an invigorating sense of spring. Of course, this was contingent upon him smiling. Otherwise, he might appear somewhat intimidating. "Is he dead?" Lu Yun exclaimed, clearly astonished, seemingly unable to fathom how easily Lu Gonggong had succumbed. Given Lu Gonggong's formidable martial prowess, having survived encounters with both the prince and young Master Mu, who could possess the ability to take his life, Qing Zhu stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at her with incredulity. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Could it be that Princess Jing had not heard his words? Or perhaps she had misunderstood his intentions? As for Wei Yi, he truly had not encountered any situations requiring his intervention on the way. If such a formidable creature existed, it would be at least a half step to the sacred realm, not something easily encountered. Their luck, evidently, had not yet reached that fortunate stage. Rest assured, young Master Lei, should young Master Chun choose to grace Man Chun Lu with his presence, we shall undoubtedly serve him the finest tea, Su Mei replied with a gentle smile. Appartient à réfléchir. Even the doorman was subjected to such ridicule. The expression on Qi Ling Yao Sheng's face was one of utter displeasure. Though his time in the realm of gods and demons had been brief, the constraints he faced were exceedingly vexing, leaving him in a state of intense frustration and discontent. In previous years, the celebration of the makeup event would typically involve a grand banquet, inviting several distinguished guests. However, this time, Qin Buiyun opted for a more modest gathering, inviting only close family and friends, embracing simplicity. For instance, now meeting Xia Shao alone in such an unguarded manner, one might wonder if the elder harbors any concerns for his safety. Contemplating this, Fang Hanmin sighed, feeling a sense of conflict. Should the Special Operations Unit still be undergoing training? Are they still prepared for combat? Gome. Yang Nin beckoned, and as the 7 killing stars sealed his magical powers, the 6 calamity stars bound the Yuan Shun of Wu Yao, rendering him immobile and helpless within Yang Nan's grasp. Dingun turned back, unable to fathom the presence of such a remarkably youthful figure emerging from the very chair he had just occupied, exhibiting an unsettling calmness that defied reason. Furthermore, the windows of this room were welded shut, making it impossible for anyone from the outside to intrude. Zhou Zian coldly regarded Ma Dong, feeling a mix of disdain and pity. Even at this juncture, Ma Dong still wished to engage in futile resistance. "Please take a seat," Xiao Mingzhu smiled, showing no inclination to disclose the matter at hand. Thus, in the celestial realm, any immortal of considerable strength would convene to impart teachings, cultivating benevolent connections to enhance their merit. The practitioners who benefited would later either become disciples or companions, thereby gradually expanding their network. "Stop wasting my time. Have that young man answer the phone." Shun Fang evidently no longer wished to engage in conversation, directly instructing Hua Feng, who was beside them, to retrieve the phone. The last request was simply that the esteemed one would allow her to remain by their side. Aya stated resolutely without hesitation. Although the fierce wind fan possessed immense power, it could not unleash endless fiery whirlwinds without restraint. Continuous use of the fan to generate fire whirlwinds led the enemies, the sole emperor experts of the foreign continent, to feel their soul energy rapidly depleting under the pressure of the surrounding space. After Murong Tianjiao's departure, Chu Gu returned to a state of tranquil cultivation. During his recent forced practice of the long rainbow, piercing the sun technique, He was astonished to discover that the once unattainable power of the proudly overlooking the nine heaven soul technique had been activated by the strength of long rainbow piercing the sun. Before anyone could locate him, Lu Guanghui transferred all the money obtained through collusion with the Black Panther to overseas accounts via underground banks, having no time to act on the villa he resided in, thus reluctantly abandoning it. Previously, Su Li had believed that Ying Ying's condition was a natural occurrence, perhaps a result of her cultivation or an encounter with backlash from enlightenment, or even that Ying Ying was inherently this way. He intended to observe what extraordinary performances Mo Linga, Xiao Shiyan, and Mushi might display next. The man clad in dark golden armor appeared formidable and powerful. It seemed that Ham City had found its savior. Joking aside, their greatest reliance lay in their handguns. If even these could not vanquish the monstrous entity before them, what purpose remained in their lingering presence? But to await their demise? Experiencing the intense heat wave, Cece felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, biting her lip in an attempt to distract from the agony brought on by the oppressive warmth. Note, this represents a force of pure destruction. If one encounters it, the options are either to eliminate it or flee swiftly. Su Li continued to grumble, while unexpectedly, Yin Wanyang wandered about aimlessly, only to find herself deep within the village. Even if Feng Yitsuan were oblivious, he would surely recognize the folly of being overly conspicuous, much like his own clandestine escapades in the capital, indulging in food and leisure. Silly girl, you are but a piece of flesh that fell from your mother's body. If she does not care for you, who will? Lin Exon gently caressed the person in her arms, casting a subtle glance towards the door, her expression brimming with pride. Please step aside. I stood resolutely, my gaze fixed upon him, reiterating my demand. That morning, Lu Haoyu was among the last to arrive at the dining hall. He could have leisurely arranged the scene before descending. Lu Qiaopu's words bore merit, and after he spoke, he awaited Yun Yao's response. Once the barrier was breached, Feng Yin promptly applied ointment to Mu Qingga's wounds, wrapping her feet meticulously. An endless chorus of vampires hissed in low tones, and after a moment's hesitation, a piercing scream erupted, invigorating the surrounding vampires as they surged toward the narrow entrance like a tempestuous black whirlwind, creating a spectacle of utmost grandeur, leaving all in despair. Ren Yuanjin, witnessing Yu Liao's humble plea, felt a surge of displeasure. For that man, she humbled herself so. It was truly beneath her dignity. I am preparing a grand gift for Zhongbin, I remarked with a somewhat mischievous smile. Sweat cascaded down his forehead as Xie Yunmeng and Lu Heng advanced a few steps closer, awaiting the unfolding events. I have said, only when your tone becomes pleasing to my ears will I relent, Zhou Yun stated firmly. Ren Yuanjin hurried back to his office, powered on his computer, connected to the internet, and upon scrolling through Weibo, he stumbled upon Yi Liao's clarification. Without delay, he registered an account and directly tagged Yi Liao in a comment on her post. A sound akin to tearing muscle echoed, accompanied by blood splattered against the cave walls, as he was mercilessly ripped apart by a colossal spider creature. After hitting his target, Li Changjiang swiftly repositioned to another shooting point, acutely aware that the opposition also harbored formidable talents, trained in marksmanship far beyond his own capabilities. The Earl's frailty was no longer concealed. His voice trembled as he spoke, every ounce of miraculous strength nearly expended, his spirit teetering on the brink of collapse. The sages, seated in their observational seats, silently witnessed the events unfolding on the ground through their surveillance network. How could one so oblivious dare to lead others out of the Dragon Palace? Truly, the inexperienced are often unafraid of the tiger. Mo Chen observed the struggle in Zhuo Xi's demeanor, and the flicker of ambition in his eyes brought a satisfied nod from him. He intended to transform into a mosquito, soaring directly upward. As a mosquito, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced, affording greater convenience. Now, with the mosquito god intervening, vanquishing demons and beasts, executing justice upon the fiends. Though no one witnessed the true form of the beast or the mosquito god's means of subduing it, the mere truth of the matter sufficed. Young master by traversed the air, his white garments flowing with the wind, as the winged dragon swept aside the falling debris, extending his right hand to deliver a resounding blow to the emperor's chest. The omniscient deity sits in his realm, gazing down upon the battlefield, where mortals have just obliterated all the holy spirits. In Li Changjiang's backpack, aside from the ordinary ammunition for the SVD sniper rifle, there remains only a Beretta pistol. All else consists of mere auxiliary supplies. As for genuine treasures, Li Changjiang had long since entrusted them to others. The gloves, crafted from pure cotton, boast excellent breathability and comfort, essential for collectors, auctioneers, and appraisers when handling antiques. They prevent direct contact with the items, safeguarding them from yellowing and mildew. You say you will buy it from me with money, which implies you look down upon me. Although I know you lack for funds, I did not purchase this camera with money either. She believed that with Su Yang's youth, he must be easily deceived. Once she secured him, he would likely acquiesce to her every request. Their chaotic state led to the sacrifice of a super soldier, Scorpion, but was effortlessly subdued by the burly captain with just 2 punches. Taking a gentle breath, Zhuge set the folding fan aside, fully revealing her enchanting visage, dreamlike and captivating. Not only were Li Ran and Su Xia unsettled, but Gu Qing and Su Wei also directed their gazes toward Jiang Miao. Ku Yin felt his body slump, devoid of strength, as if utterly drained. He realized at this time he could not escape. In a surprising turn, Song Yuqi greeted the fans in the store with an unrestrained manner, even introducing their relationship. Yet, Cui Jingzhou's direct inquiry raised questions about his intentions. Did the Cui family wish to assist him, or were they merely testing the waters on someone else's behalf? Zhuge Bai's expression sharpened. Her opposite party seemed to regard them with disdain, casually tossing a ball their way, as if to say, "Here, this is for you." Observing Sister Li's expression, she appeared confident, indicating her resolve to proceed. After dinner, Sister Li gathered everyone together. Indeed, did this hideous masked figure have an affair with Yu Lingran? What kind of perception did Yu Lingran possess? When he first captured Xinyuan Tianhua, he had deliberately lifted the mask, revealing a grotesque visage he wished never to see again. Due to the contents of that letter, Xinyuan Niao Luo trusted Lung Zixio's words, believing that Xiapo did not wish to witness her with Lung Zixio, nor did he want to put her in a difficult position, hence his departure. Liu Yi, ever perceptive to the principle of seeking benefit and avoiding harm, suppressed her displeasure and nodded. What of it? Did you discover anything from your night out? Yiming inquired first. Please, your majesty, save the head of my family, cried the Qinghe clan, pledging their unwavering loyalty. Bold Lanyuan, you have used deceit in battle, grievously injuring 2 fellow disciples. What punishment do you deserve? At that moment, a furious shout caused Jiang Ning's smile to falter. Upon hearing this, Lung Zixio halted for a moment, recalling that when Prince she had visited last night, he bore severe injuries, yet was in great haste to confirm whether the beauty in his residence was indeed Yuzuru. In contemporary times, his unauthorized intrusion into the royal residence likely serves to validate this notion. A hero who perishes in a mutual demise with the ruler of the underworld stands in stark contrast to a merciless executioner of his kin. Tamik mused that this might not be an unfavorable conclusion for Danlo. From the attire of these children, it is evident that they hail from impoverished regions. On the day following Cheng Lianqing's disappearance, Qin Lin returned to the Cheng household to inquire about her whereabouts. Her only remaining contact was her grandfather. Ling Ruokong endured physical pain, yet felt a sense of comfort within, having exacted vengeance upon the Huangfu family, and he would soon regain his health. The Huangfu family had shattered his own, yet his mother had found someone to cherish and love her, with only a ceremonial bond remaining. Upon returning to his chamber, Du Luo exhaled in relief, observing the persistent, overcast sky. He reclined on his bed, fiddling with his phone, and noticed that Sun Shangxiang had added him as a WeChat friend, but he chose to ignore it. Among the 2 weapons, one was sword-shaped while the other was akin to a dagger, both classified as Tier 1, of ordinary quality, comparable to the Junlei staff of the Rock King. In contrast to his own Miao knife, there remained a noticeable disparity. At the end of January in the Shaojun residence, The environment remained tranquil and serene, adorned by the enchanting sunlight and the fragrance of lotus flowers, creating an idyllic atmosphere that allowed one to forget the turmoil of the outside world. Most of them hailed from the Qing kingdom, where their ancestors had dwelled for generations upon this land. In the realm of martial arts, many have perished while attempting to open the upper meridians. Some, even if rescued, became imbeciles. Jiang Yaij and Xin had only just arrived at the mimetic realm, both resolutely standing before Fu Yuechun, their expressions grave. The bright moon suddenly turned to gaze at the crescent moon, realizing how he had overlooked this sea king. If he were to take Changsheng as a disciple, would it not benefit this fellow? After a while, an English camel, having witnessed Paul stealthily entering the woods, circled above. Feeling powerless to assist, it merely flapped its wings a couple of times before returning. Bang! A tremendous impact resonated from behind, accompanied by the sight of two large trees soaring past him, crashing against a nearby, protruding stone wall. As for the blades intended for destruction, they likely refer to the legendary sword Maniac and Blade Fiend. Yet how did Uncle he know of them? He mentioned a journey to Wuling Mountain, but soon exited through the main gate. What could this possibly signify? Since the smiling tiger first spoke, his tumultuous heart had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. The two factions had established a considerable distance apart, and Huang Yin commanded his troops to cease the pursuit. Meanwhile, the highwaymen halted at a distance, both groups merely observing each other from afar. Perhaps patience had been exhausted, or perhaps they had grown weary of this unending chase. The colossal creature abruptly ceased its advance. Even its relentless roar fell silent. Amidst the anxious uncertainties plaguing Roland, the dark aura surrounding the pentagonal prism gradually receded, concurrently diminishing its absorption of dark elemental energy. Throughout, the Los Angeles Times maintained a vigilant watch on the clinical efficacy of sulfanilamide, dispatching reporters to reside at the hospital. Without further ado, let's speak of the past. In those days, he obtained a space ring, possessing a volume of 10 cubic units, brought back from the Temple of Meshuz by Rollin. This discovery left him so exhilarated that he spent several sleepless nights, engrossed in research on that very ring. Zhou Chenglong had long since outgrown the age of rivalry and strife. Moreover, the so-called fame of extraordinary arts paled in comparison to the myriad pleasures afforded by wealth. Before all present, a colossal, nearly all-encompassing lavender oval shield materialized over the entirety of Mingshan Island. Upon finishing his statement, Ding Liguis stepped aside, allowing Wang Guqing to deliver a few kicks before turning to seek out Wu Shihu. Particularly, the strawberries had become akin to a money-printing machine in the eyes of the villagers. As each day, the harvest from the greenhouse was transformed into currency by evening, a most persuasive testament to their value. Having secured victory, Lu Zhao successfully uncovered a crucial lead. The enigmatic individual had participated in a grand dance competition. The elegant form was adorned with an amphibian motif at the guard, a lotus at the tail, and concealed within the hilt lay a short sword, its tip intricately hollowed, with 3 grooves etched into either side of the blade. Su Hanchuan grasped her shoulders, his feigned urgency reflected in her gaze. At that moment, still clinging to a thread of lucidity, she stumbled out of the hotel. Clutching hip-ache, she fumbled with her phone, desperately searching for the contact number for the cost. Yet, her vision blurred, and after a prolonged search, she found nothing. Chen Tianyu made several attempts to reach his mother by phone, growing increasingly uneasy when there was no answer. He then dialed the villa's number. Could she truly believe such flimsy excuses? She was blatantly enacting revenge for her earlier accidental like. The T-evolution serum not only endowed her with an almost inhuman physique, but also bestowed upon her powers that bordered on the magical. Alas, why still bind the two esteemed guests? Zhong Kong, will you not promptly release General Li and his companion? Lu Tianhao, seeking to alleviate the tension, turned and noticed that both Li gentlemen remained securely bound, hastily instructing for their release. The Du residence was strategically located in a highly secluded area, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with the only open access being the main entrance. Should the high school student manage to evade the air cushion, all preliminary preparations would be rendered futile. Utilizing this tactic at night, in fact, offered greater advantages than during daylight. The professor, too gracious in his praise. I am merely a novice. My visit to Hogwarts was to discover whether I possessed any innate magical talent. Zhang Chun smiled faintly. Upon entering the office, Shimi cast a glance around the four walls before settling into a seat on the eastern guest side. Meanwhile, as in Qingshu led the main forces into battle, the southern contingent under Li Guiran, numbering 50,000, crossed the Fuko Pass and entered the territory of Hedong. Unlike the previous northern advance in Ashisien, this time Li Guiran's army pressed directly westward, launching an assault on Luqing County. Suddenly, the palace vanished, revealing the chaotic world, as Kuei Ling's ethereal visage loomed over Lu Xing. Before Han Yuan could respond, Tong Tian Jiao Master exchanged a knowing glance with Luya. Luya, ever the cunning one, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him upon noticing Tong Tian's expression, understanding that the master must harbor some unspoken concern, further assuring him of his beloved disciple's safety. He feigned a desperate demeanor, though internally he was quite elated. Man Yu's remarks sparked some peculiar thoughts in Su Feng. Could it be that she was dissatisfied with his failure to recall the name of her apothecary? The elixirs that Man Yu had provided for his grandmother were halted. After all medicines bear a degree of toxicity. His grandmother's health had vastly improved, and with a little more care, she required no further medication. A brief silence enveloped them. Although Elias seemed ready to erupt with fury, he refrained from hurling further insults at Chiyu. A chill settled upon his shoulder as the ethereal white mist encircled the wound. It appeared to have temporarily frozen it. As he spoke, a flash of light emanated from the hands of the Yellow Emperor. Chiyu felt a clarity wash over him, as if something had been added to his consciousness, reminiscent of when he first learned the Qilin abilities. The techniques of the Xianyuan Eight Swords had seamlessly integrated into his memory, ready to be summoned with contemplation. The following day, Huang Shuren appeared at Duobao's doorstep, extorting a gourd of Liujuan golden elixir. When he sought Duobao again, he was unceremoniously dismissed, being told that there was no time as Duobao had attended to the children. Although Jinao Island was vast and populated, Huang Shuren had only Duobao as an acquaintance. Others had long kept their distance from him. Was the vast collection of martial arts manuscripts in the palace not a sufficient reward for you? Kuei Ling was genuinely enraged this time, a menacing aura enveloping Lu Xing, intending to intimidate him through sheer terror. Ghostly Feng Rong unwittingly stumbled into the spider silk trap laid by Long Jiu, ensnared in two webs. Feeling uneasy with just one web, Long Jiu had reinforced it with his own mystical weapon to weave an additional net. This marked Bai Yi's inaugural battle after entering the starry expanse. She deliberately aimed to make an impression in front of Yi Wuchen. Their endeavors required certain elements, yet they found themselves at a loss for words to articulate the situation. The overwhelming surge of energy was almost too much for Li Yi to bear. He was bewildered by the circumstances that had unfolded in this place, as the boundless energy nearly rendered him incapable of managing his life. The light illuminated her figure, and with her elegant gown, Bai Su seemed to radiate an aura of her own. He roared, rising to charge at his opponent, yet ultimately found himself ensnared by the branches, bound tightly. Just moments ago, he believed that Feng Xian and real person Wang were individuals of unwavering resolve. Yet, in this moment, they were compelled to bow their heads in submission. A young Taoist cried out in desperation, eager to leverage the reputation of his sect to subdue the two tiger spirits. Li Qingshui nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and followed the junior disciple into the backyard of the Taichio General Store. Drawing upon his experience in the Huyu mountain range, Lu Xing utilized the illusory flow to unleash a yellow earthen wall, spinning at high speed with the aid of the wind. While it may have seemed somewhat clumsy, akin to the work of a novice, one would soon realize that the imagery was remarkably stable and quite beautiful. Recently, the most significant event in the realm of Japanese entertainment has been the filming of Yueha. Hello, who is it? On the other end, Lu Guodong seems to be dining, as the environment is quite noisy. He collapses to the ground, weeping inconsolably while lamenting the crimes of Yi Cheng. However, unexpectedly, their saliva dripped onto the test paper, revealing no change whatsoever. Yet, during the editing process, the inspiration from Lin Mu transformed it into what we see now. Bai Xintong's gaze sharpened as she launched another thunderball, effortlessly piercing through the barrier, targeting the plasma ball. Shen Shun forcefully pushed away the clingy Lin Qi, feeling utterly powerless. In terms of audacity, Lin Qi's prowess was beyond his reach. Lu Junmao was momentarily taken aback. The Yunhai Tea House was not only a family establishment, but also a frequent haunt of his father. If Yicheng truly wished to expose this matter, even if issues arose, it would no longer concern him. Behind him stood 6 warriors, each exuding a formidable aura, all fixated on Rongyu with fervent intensity in their eyes. Upon hearing Lei Beishan's words, Su Shang felt an invisible pressure emanating from him. To obliterate a nation is no simple feat. It requires immense effort, military strength, and the right timing and circumstances. Of course, you may leave your phone number. Yu Linglong sweetly recited a number before playfully glancing at Chen Chu, who promptly jotted it down. Soon after, Yu Linglong followed Chen Chu out, inwardly smirking. Her eyes filled with intense possessiveness. 47. Let us get to work. Damn, are you pirates really that twisted? Are you even human? Fong Daji gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Brave and valiant, draw the bow with strength, use the long arrows effectively. The vitality, attack power, and defense of all warriors in the territory would increase. The intermediate attribute description already indicated a 20 enhancement in smelting and forging efficiency. For masters, it was an impressive 50 boost, coupled with an extensive list of recipes that clearly illustrated the advantages. An iron axe is just that, lighter than a stone axe and significantly sharper. It takes merely 7 or 8 strikes to fell a tree. This efficiency is astonishing, and with the time spent gathering, chopping down a tree takes only a matter of seconds. In contrast to the Lanting Pavilion, the Qian Path represented the fire dragon, a technique exclusive to those of the Huajiao lineage, only wielded through the blood of He Yuelin. While unaware of the orc's thoughts, observing their relaxed demeanor, Tang Gui chose to disregard them and proceeded to the next orc. Upon entering, he found Shen Hashan waiting for him in a chair, his expression cold and darkened by a lingering ire from the previous day's events. Su Chun refrained from offering suggestions, as it was not his first experience. What was there to fear? Whether it was one more time or one less, it made no difference. His newly acquired skills of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia could hardly go untested, were it not for the considerable consumption of spiritual power and the brevity of time. He would have allowed those fishmen to experience it once again. However, the current number of fishmen was just right. Ah, is that not Gu Nanchi? What brings you here? Su Xingqian squinted his enchanting phoenix eyes, gazing at Gu Nanchi with a smile that was both mocking and playful. His tone as infuriating as his demeanor. He seized Ji Yunshu's hands with one hand, while the other lightly grasped her delicate chin. Qingqing, come with me. He regarded He Qingqing with newfound respect. Being in the company of the lady naturally elevated her status above theirs. They exchanged glances with the Purple Emperor, who bore an expression of barely contained fury, conveying a simple message. These two are certainly not my subordinates. Long Chen's soul had departed from his corporeal form. If the remnants of the realm lord's soul lingered within his body for an extended period, it was likely that this flesh would soon be reduced to dust. Yet, after only a few steps, an unexpected force struck the back of her neck, causing her to feel as though it might snap. But she could scarcely afford to feel pain or even turn to discover the source. A wave of dizziness surged through her mind, her vision darkened, and her body swayed before collapsing. He had initially contemplated leading the army southward to defend the southern pass and repel the southern barbarians, which would have been a remarkable achievement. Little did he know that in such a short span, he would reach the capital of the southern barbarians and even render their monarch unconscious. The onlookers discreetly swallowed their breaths, speculating about the identities of these enigmatic individuals. Their formidable prowess indicated that they were surely no ordinary folk. Even the fried egg was adorned with a touch of decorative vegetables on either side, resembling a round, cheerful face. Having slain over a dozen initial stage holy monarchs from the Burning Sky realm and seized the entrance to the god-slaying tomb that the heavenly Tao Lord sought to claim, Opposing the heavenly Tao Lord constituted two grievous offenses that could not be washed away even if one were to plunge into the depths of the weak water river. How could he, Gu Xian, shamelessly proclaim his innocence? A young man entangled with the three major forces of the northern region, possessing such extraordinary strength, would undoubtedly be regarded with newfound respect by anyone. Moreover, the mundane spiritual veins had all been transferred to the Void Alliance. Should the Qiyu army invade at this moment, the likelihood of a conflict over the veins would be high, potentially leading to direct warfare. Shao Chun, have you been adjusting well these past few days? If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know. I will assist you, Tang Ming remarked with a light laugh. As he and Shao Chun sat together in the company cafeteria, Poirot felt somewhat weary of this place, as she had recently come to perceive life as exceedingly fragile, susceptible to being lost at any moment. However, upon her return to the temporary abode of Su Hongwen, she found the door firmly locked, which was indeed peculiar. Could it be that her sister and brother-in-law were resting at the Baoa Hall? Frowning slightly, Qingqing pondered for a moment before seeking out the Baoa Hall once more, only to discover that its entrance was also tightly shut. At this moment, the thunder flame hell of Qingyan had been forcibly shattered by the Blood Luo Demon Emperor and the Yuguang Immortal Emperor. As the two obliterated the fiery prison, they were met with the shocking sight of two ninth-level celestials being slain. It was only then that the Yuguang Immortal Emperor abruptly awoke. The man in black paused momentarily before executing a grappling maneuver, reaching for Han Yu's neck. Han Yu swiftly evaded, but the black-clad figure performed a lightning-fast 360-degree turn, seizing Han Yu's neck from behind. The words spoken by Tianzhu were merely a ruse to deceive Jianran. In the realm of mortals, the formations he could not dismantle were exceedingly few. The vast void Buddha array before him was certainly not among them. With his prowess, he could effortlessly breach the formation and rescue Jianran. In an instant, he carved two openings, a faint smile gracing his lips, feeling little pain. However, the next moment, water seeped into the gaps, forcefully widening them, unleashing a bone-deep agony that crashed upon him like a tidal wave. Gao Shan nodded and, after conveying certain matters, departed. For any affront to Wan Qing Company would exact a heavy toll. If the plane was descending, it indicated that the coordinates likely pointed to the location of the sanctuary. Odin, in a fit of frustration, struggled to suppress the numbness in his hand, wielding his golden sword once more to deflect the arrows barely. Yang Pejuan witnessed countless undead charging towards the toad, which, wielding the corpse treasure wolf Fong Club, sent numerous undead soaring into the sky with each swing. The mechanical father remained silent for an extended period, whether stunned from the assault or too grievously injured to speak remained uncertain, as he did not utter a word for quite some time. On this New Year's Eve, I finally felt no longer alone. On this special day, I paid homage to a remarkable master, a milestone moment in my life. Under the terrifying intent of the sword, Zhao Ong, by Li Jiang, Huidu, and Huzhe had no chance of resistance, all being torn apart in an instant, a sight too harrowing to behold. At this moment, an aged voice emanated from outside the Yi family courtyard, accompanied by the sound of applause. Shi Min Qing Shui observed that neither Li Chun nor Lien Hongchong reached for the jade vial, nor did they speak, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Mon Tak-shang, from the very beginning, was destined to be unable to attain what he desired. The fleeting moment of loss meant he could never seek it again. Mo Shang is the title of Wu Yi referring to Chu Li Shang, and what remains unattainable is the figure of Shernyan. Brother Chun, could you enlighten Zhuer on the significance of your desire to withdraw from this battle? From what I perceive, your acquaintance with Nanfeng is merely superficial. Tian Bao Zhuer inquired at that moment. The blossoms of spring are resplendent and vibrant, imbued with vitality, symbolizing beauty. Even when one finds them immensely appealing, they hesitate to pluck them. What if Annie perceives her as calculating? What if Annie believes her to be heartless and ungrateful? Yet, even he did not anticipate that Zhao, and despite his modest cultivation, would employ a myriad of tactics. Had it not been for his purplish-red robe's ability to shield his consciousness, he too would have narrowly escaped death beneath the relentless chimes of the silk bells. How to articulate this? One cannot compare. Chaozi is renowned in e-commerce and finance. The classmate you mentioned is Wang Jinkai, correct? Everyone present today are friends. On this inaugural day of business, there were no external invitations. Even if they did not know one another, they had heard of each other. Thus, most attendees were familiar faces. Lu Zongyuan provided a clearer explanation. As Lu Yuanheng, who had only visited Yinxing Peak once before to accept disciples, stood there, he Bian felt a sense of confusion. Was there a particular reason for this individual's presence? Linglong tilted her head slightly and inquired, her tone devoid of inflection. As she glanced at Dai Jiang, whose hands trembled slightly. Typically, during the knife testing process, it is advisable to secure the other blade to achieve optimal results. After Wang Chuan and his companions departed, Master Wu Chao reappeared atop the bird's nest, his discerning gaze fixed quietly toward the west, lost in his own contemplations. New In School. Living Sword, 100 Evils Exorcised. Lu Sheng Danma gritted his teeth, twisting his wrist as the great sword transformed into three, resembling a shield that sheltered him. A sharp sound echoed, the long knife, needle, narrowly missed piercing Lu Sheng Danma's heart. Finally free from classes, Luo Chun promptly rejected Li Hua's request to accompany him and immediately dialed Han Ninglan. Had Lin Lei not been preoccupied, he likely would have been as transfixed as Hu Bin. Li Shi, Wang Ma, and Chu Gao felt their hair stand on end, paralyzed by fear. This was no jest. These expressionless gunners needed only to ignite the fuse and pull the trigger for their bodies to erupt with gaping wounds akin to those of the corpses outside. After breakfast, Chun Fangsheng was indeed waiting as scheduled, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding the aura of a successful individual. While other arrangements were typically handled by assistants, Chun Ji, who held no position at Daiso Group, naturally had his itinerary dictated by his own whims. Regarding the apartment, Su Lirong was aware that he would certainly have his share, but without explicit mention from the other party, he felt uncertain. Given their level of familiarity, it would be no embarrassment to broach the subject. Apart from a select few, individuals could enter the palace gates using their tokens, such as Hua Jin, whose high rank as a county princess afforded her the privilege. Previously, when Baihe and her companions sought assistance at the Imperial Hospital, they utilized Hua Jin's token, yet she remained an exceptional case. Particularly upon noticing the numerous alleys nearby conducive to concealment, it was evident that finding the desired individual would not be a swift endeavor. A year. What a year. Grant me some time, and I shall confer with the director, Professor Cavey, stated, laying bare his limits. He was genuinely reluctant to see the finest student of this cohort forsake this golden path due to familial circumstances. It could even be said that it was a little-known song, yet surprisingly popular in this world. This spatial stasis ability could hold the spiritual-grade puppet for a mere second. Yet under the influence of the laws of power, it astonishingly immobilized it for 50 seconds. Lu Dingshan had not completed his statement, but upon observing Zhang Zhiping's increasingly grave demeanor, he felt a sudden chill, sensing that perhaps the Ascension Hall had not served its intended purpose. Finally, the peacock entered the room, retracting its hand into its sleeve, fingertips grazing the peacock feather. However, would those who had previously sought her counsel and cultivated a rapport with her suffer misfortune? Would hands she had touched decay? Would serpents emerge from the sleeves she had grasped? Yet, the common folk were aware that something momentous was to transpire that night. Each individual lingered, eager to witness the outcome, unwilling to depart. Consequently, the Xiangui Taoist, though reluctantly, possessed the qualification to refine the forbidden treasure. Although he lacked detailed knowledge of its crafting, scattered rumors coalesced into an understanding that the birth of such treasures was inextricably linked to cultivators in the transformation stage, often requiring their blood as a sacrifice. Before long, the medicinal concoction was prepared, and Granny Yao served it to the matriarch, who gradually regained some color, no longer appearing as feeble as before. Jing Wuming sighed once more, stating, "Yet I have now changed my mind. Do you know the reason?" Ye Kai, of course, was oblivious. In the overseas ordeal, whether rescuing Wu Yong or confronting the Jiao Emperor, the situation had been fraught with peril. Yuan Fan Hai, a top-tier avatar, had perished, and the forbidden treasure, Gui Jing, had been lost. If he were to face such trials in his true form, one could only imagine the numerous life and death crises he would endure. To ascertain that Xiao heir was genuinely absent and not merely overlooked, Luo Qinxing circled the area repeatedly. At the banquet, Qi Lu continuously poured wine for Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang, observing the natural pairing of her senior brother and sister Shui Mai, was overcome with sorrow and drank deeply. The name Qing Tang lingered in a vague familiarity, gradually prompting Su Qian to think of another individual. Not only did the anticipated event fail to occur, but her hasty leap, taken too eagerly, resulted in a resounding thud as she fell to the ground. A pleasant, yet emotionally charged chuckle from a man reached her ears as he lifted his hand to gently flick her smooth forehead. Leaping into the room from outside, Qi Yue's icy gaze shimmered with a hint of anger. Her fingers flexed slightly as she recalled a certain man's earnest demeanor regarding her dear sister. However, today, the fifth prince exhibited numerous peculiarities, all stemming from his encounter with the ninth princess of the Feng Kingdom, Shenmu Bai, who had been languidly sprawled on the sofa. Upon witnessing this scene, was stirred with excitement, akin to encountering one's benefactor. He promptly leaped down and made his way over. Following a victorious battle, Qian Yiju whistled in triumph, and when he caught Qian Ye's attention, he shot her a mischievous grin. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood was violently expelled. The burly man gazed in horror at the stoic Mo Qian Yin, feeling an upheaval within as his spiritual energy began to spiral out of control. As he stepped into the celestial layer, the most pronounced sensation for AI air was the vast emptiness. This desolate and lifeless atmosphere seemed devoid of any connection to life. "Are you perhaps a wind element fighter?" Ding Hua inquired curiously. "Why would you choose a fire element martial technique? Is it possible to cultivate both wind and fire?" Due to competition regulations, participants in the Fusion Realm contest were restricted to those under the age of 25. Yet at that moment, Ding Hua quietly clasped his hands together. Upon parting, his pet egg silently manifested, and a grim green sword was already gripped in his hand. In such circumstances, how could Li Tianyi remain calm? Just as he prepared to employ the Fylian step, he detected a formidable aura of malevolence lurking in the shadows, bearing down on him. The moment he charged towards Qinyu Jusher, he would be vulnerable to an ambush from the concealed assailant. However, AI Air was acutely aware that the grand door was indeed tangible, for he had previously exerted all his strength in an attempt to open it, yet had not budged an inch. Murongji's right hand was still bleeding, thus her strength was limited. Even a strike to Qing Ruifan's face would merely result in a mild discomfort. He endeavored to cradle her head, observing the disdain and astonishment in her eyes. Early that morning, they had been brought to the training grounds, yet over 2 hours had elapsed, and the elders on the platform remained seated in silence, offering no commentary. Carrot sent Shuili to the guest room, and at the moment the door swung open, the young lady turned back to wave at Caritas. Coincidentally, the individual AI heirs group sought was none other than one of the 5 spirit heroes, the spirit of the northern lands, Kong Wan. "The malevolent specter is currently hiding beneath your living room sofa. I shall retrieve it immediately," Gong Tao declared, confidently preparing to approach. "What's the matter?" he asked as he stepped behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and drawing her soft form into his embrace. Noticing Luan Shi's hesitation to speak, Aka grew increasingly resolute in her convictions. Her eyes flickered as she boldly seized Luan Shi. Instructing Qiu Tianya to produce the pre-prepared ropes and bind Luan Shi securely to an ebony chair. Qin Xiang was unaware that no business was devoid of risk. In these times, even selling an egg was akin to undermining socialism. The pelts of beasts were taken to the waterside for curing by an elderly hunter named Zhao, while Wu Bin pondered the meat before him. Mathematics teachers never permitted holidays, yet Gu Yanshu and others had somehow managed to be excused. As she selected vegetables for him, she chattered incessantly, causing Su Yin to notice an infatuated smile emerging on his boss's face, prompting him to quietly withdraw. The sight left Feng Chiwen momentarily stunned, as she raised her gaze to meet Xing Shun's earnest and resolute eyes. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Feng Chuan felt her blood run cold. Should the emperor truly bestow a marriage, she would no longer have the opportunity to alter her fate. Huang Shanshan, having spent time with Jillian Yin, was not well informed about external matters and was entirely unaware that her mother and brother had come forth to testify against him. What? Is it that you wish to go somewhere, Brother Yin? Mu Yin replied with a question rather than an immediate answer. That sense of tension was reminiscent of their first encounter with Shang Wanhong, leaving her somewhat flustered, her cheeks flushed, yet it was imperceptible due to Ming Nan's slap. There were also numerous curtains strung with crystal beads, resplendent and luxuriously adorned. Everything was meticulously separated by these crystal strands, in stark contrast to the chaotic disarray she had previously encountered, which required considerable effort to organize. After the elves and the white fox emerged from the time-space, they were utterly astonished by the surroundings. The dense spiritual energy of various attributes enveloped them in wonder. Liu Bei's command allowed Zhao Shu and the others to exhale in relief, and they collectively bowed before exiting the Grand Hall. If there were truly matters to discuss, could they not be articulated with civility? Must disagreements inevitably lead to violence? The elder, seated before the old man with the cane, could no longer tolerate the menacing demeanor of the third, and thus voiced his dissent. Her eyes brimmed with tears, yet a sardonic smile graced her lips as she gazed at the orange-hued sunset, clutching her already powered-down phone. To ensure a more secure plan, Yu Inger exerted her strength to support the body of Tianxing, soaring through the air towards the forest outside the city. I prepared hot water for you. Go take a bath and rest, Ling, she said, lifting her and heading directly to the bathroom. Now, the mercenaries were lined up at the dock, ready to board the ship for their expedition to Goryeo. I will appear in 5 seconds. How about that? Shouldn't I fulfill my promise? Ye Bihuang remarked to Suvin. What did you say? Upon hearing Shao Jinren claim to be a severe ED patient, Guanmu Yuan's hand trembled on the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve momentarily before regaining stability. Fortunately, the car behind maintained a safe distance. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a rear-end collision. The square in front of the Yangxin Palace was eerily quiet, and upon seeing Mu Hao appear with a broom, over 50 disciples of the Tianshou sect, who had been anxiously awaiting outside, displayed their eagerness, seemingly wanting to greet him, yet hesitating to approach. As the tea slipped down his throat, a wave of warmth coursed through him, quickly followed by a refreshing sweetness blossoming on his palate, awakening his senses as if a divine revelation had struck him. The Qilin army aims to restore Yuzhou. Such a simple statement incited a tremendous uproar. The power surging within him felt like molten lava scorching Xia Feng's body. He realized that the demonic force he had previously exchanged was attracted by this foreign power, erupting from its dormant state to join the tumult, wreaking havoc within him. A scion of a prestigious family, a successful Jinsher, 2 terms as an inspector, holding a third-rank official title. How could such an exemplary Han person be of Khitan descent? Let's go see my dormitory. I wonder if any other disciples have checked in. Dishai suggested as he gestured for Yi Yunju and the others to follow, stepping towards the accommodation area. Gongsun Sheng resided in the same courtyard, and after tidying up together, they felt no fatigue and decided to stroll in the courtyard. The brothers and sisters of He Sanyang felt a sense of trepidation regarding the events of the following day, especially since they had previously crossed paths with Lord Zhu. Upon seeing Wu Yong and his companions arrive, they hurriedly inquired if they had any effective strategies. In her heart, she felt a tinge of regret. Had she known it would lead to such an outcome, she would have preferred to remain in that world, at least enjoying her life as a powerful mage. As only 2 individuals remained, Mu Yunxing approached the sofa and seated herself, resting her chin on one hand while gazing at Elise. It seemed as though the world had been reduced to a single word, which Huang Mayun repeated incessantly, tears streaming down her face, her sobs uncontrollable. Once a flower-like maiden, she now seemed utterly indifferent to her own composure. Though she had contemplated forging the dark evil into a soul crystal, the process necessitated the sacrifice of life, and she was deeply concerned that should Qiao Beibei's body perish, it would allow him to escape. Now that she had finally found her way back onto the right path, Qingyi felt a mix of joy and a profound longing for her son. After a moment's thought, she instructed someone to deliver additional delicacies to Duan Sifu. In truth, their carriage had been parked at the second gate near the flower hall, just a short turn away. This individual held a unique status. Having visited our Jiwei Hall several times, whenever her father encountered him, he would extend a courteous welcome. She poured a cup of tea for Dr. Bai and the guards in splendid attire, allowing them to sip while she awaited Jian Heir's emergence before partaking herself. Although Qiao Yang's tone was frosty, the man across from her displayed no sign of impatience, instead looking at her with an expression of apology. As she casually turned her head, she noticed Jiku standing by the table not far behind them, having arrived unbeknownst to her. Han Sui and Beigong Boyu were acutely aware of the urgent military situation, knowing that each passing day could lead to dire consequences in Jizhou. Boss, it is said that the Ning Wang's ancestor fought valiantly alongside the royal family in numerous battles. Thus today's banquet is held at the Ning Wang's residence. Wu Qianchen elucidated. They were all marked as criminals and could not return to the city, for doing so would mean walking into a trap. With their level of infamy, they would be confined in the dark for no less than 10 days or half a month. Upon seeing Jiang Qiao approaching, Gong Yuqing slightly restrained the gloom in his eyes and spoke in a calm voice. Liu waited for 2 seconds, feigning to rise and leave. Noticing Lin Shuxin's persistent silence and conflicted expression, Liu couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. Meanwhile, Du Xingho, despite still being in a precarious state, radiated an increased aura of confidence. His cultivation had surprisingly reached the perfected realm of the Taiji origin. This display of bravado had even drawn attention from afar. Although the Minnan dialect differs significantly in pronunciation from Mandarin and has been deemed one of the 10 most challenging dialects in China, at its core, it remains a form of Chinese. It bears no direct relation to the mastery of foreign languages. Yin Jiaojiao, of course, had not consumed the fertility tonic, nearly fleeing towards the flowing stream. Shui Yishan was equally astonished. He had initially believed that only the evil spirit and the Qiji were formidable, but he was taken aback by the strength of Bai Shuang and the drunken madman's prowess, now regarding me with newfound respect. Suli discerned that Qilin was reluctant to share certain matters with him. Or perhaps he sought to keep them for Beiguang. Jing Chen, silently observing from the side, couldn't he help but smile at the unfolding scene. He had arrived in Anyang City expecting a smooth journey, yet he encountered pressures he had never anticipated. It seemed that the truth of injustice lay within the hearts of the people. And it was not only I who bore a grudge against Luo Yuqing. There were others, including my master, who harbored discontent towards him as well. Suddenly, the 9 figures emitted a soft command, and the various forms of Lu Xingyang abruptly vanished, replaced by his upright stature, the blood dragon spear gripped firmly in his hand, concealed yet poised. The reason was simple. Firstly, he was unaware of the actual circumstances and unable to respond. Secondly, he truly did not comprehend how to resolve the issues at hand. In contrast to the ancient beasts, whose colossal bodies could obscure the heavens, the current demonic creatures of the demon realm had significantly diminished in strength. The green dragon summoned Titan to observe this entity, and indeed, it proved effective as a towering rocky giant emerged from the earth. Ma Xingyu's father toyed with the keys to his Mercedes, inadvertently revealing his Rolex watch. As for the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was not merely a matter of uniting Shaluo State with the other 3 states. Even if Shaluo State were entrusted to Li Sandu, Zara would harbor no grievances. It is noteworthy that it had been scarcely half a year since his ascension to the 9th tier Saint Monarch. And now he had astonishingly achieved yet another breakthrough, which was utterly astounding. At this moment, Chu Xian was not at ease. This was indeed a calamity of celestial proportions, an ordeal that ordinary individuals could scarcely encounter, let alone endure. Even someone as formidable as Chu Xian could not guarantee his absolute passage through it. We should genuinely count ourselves fortunate that Wu Hai entrusted this artifact to the demon nightmare. Otherwise, today's transformation of the twin fiends would have remained unfulfilled. Furthermore, with the assistance of others, Wei Yi's advantages steadily compounded, akin to a snowball effect, rendering the eight-eyed monstrosity utterly incapable of resistance. Ultimately, under Wei Yi's full-powered strike, it was reduced to a rain of shattered limbs and blood. Even if he were not a match for Su Hu, he still possessed the Thunderfire pill. He could simply crush Su Hu to death if necessary. Come now, I would prefer you to seek me out. There is no disturbance to speak of, Zhang Buyan remarked as he settled into a seat opposite Qin Fun. Indeed, upon noticing Qin Fun's somewhat uncomfortable expression, the others exchanged glances and fell silent. Along the way, the ethereal blue glow illuminated the surroundings as Tang Yu burned incense to envelop Li Sandu, shielding him from potential threats. Amused by the individual's early morning disarray, he gently rolled the person's sleeve back to the elbow, sighing as he embraced them fully. Lin Qingyue, having encountered the purple lightning of the asking heaven sword, felt no curiosity towards the floating lightning. Rather, it was the icy crystal sword hilt that piqued her affection, prompting her to extend her delicate hand to caress it. However, as her slender fingers neared the hilt, an overwhelming chill surged forth, as if to freeze her hand solid. Xia Shao, too, was exhausted. Prolonged usage of Taoist arts, compounded by 2 consecutive uses of the physically draining Bixiang Lotus 7 treasures, had left his body unable to bear the strain. At this moment, if one were to disguise as Lord Fong, would that not be even more perilous? Floating Cloud Worm chuckled helplessly. Sometimes, circumstances necessitate difficult choices. After uttering that statement, Mu Jinghong fell silent, continuing forward with Ling Jiantong. Xizhan gently patted the back of the person in his arms, retrieving a new garment for them to wear, tenderly kissing their face, his eyes shining with remarkable brightness. I understand your current concerns. However, perhaps I am mistaken. Might it be that Anwan is indeed safe? Chuling's words serve to comfort Yupi, yet they may also be a balm for her own soul. Perhaps the world is not so rife with partings and farewells. Her heart, too, became ensnared by this sentiment, and the gradually receding strength upon her shoulders caused Ling Jiantong's heart to tighten, prompting an inexplicable melancholy to swell within her. Ronglong recalled something and looked up to find the person across from her had closed their eyes, their face etched with fatigue, seemingly a loss for words. How long had they been in such turmoil last night? So formidable indeed, yet there is truth in that. Anine smiled faintly and slowly made her way onto the boat. Fear not. During the official competition, all you need do is submit your arrangement to the staff. The accompaniment will be live during the event, Yi Mingjie remarked. Moments later, a soft murmur escaped Casito's lips, and vague silhouettes appeared at the entrance. The forces of the Lu Wang, under the command of King Lu, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Longwu court, prompting them to ally with the Qing army, thereby diminishing the power of the Lu Wang. Ultimately, Longwu himself nearly met his demise at the hands of Li Qingdong, Bo Labail, and Lu Yangzhua and Tingzhou. I estimate this will surely terrify them. They are merely ordinary fish, lacking vigor. I doubt they will dare pursue us further. Gongzi commented, what a fearsome display of swordsmanship. Even the usually reticent leader of the Knights of the Moon of Death, Galan, could not restrain himself from uttering these words upon witnessing the scene. Mo Ku understood that Yi Jiang wished to remain, not only to explore Liangdu, but also due to Huang Xian, who was employed there, actively approaching the Yinshui Tower organization and even attempting to assassinate Mo Ku. How could he possibly let this go unpunished? After bidding farewell to Zheng Yong, Bai Yun and the others returned home, each taking up their weapons to practice in the bamboo grove, a routine now ingrained in them. Only Xiaolan and Anir had also grown accustomed to this, with Anir, guided by Bai Yun, beginning to familiarize herself with the sword techniques. At that time, you need only follow my lead. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with anything else, I told her. In the depths of night, amidst the tantalizing, almost ethereal moans from the neighboring Tokido Yako, Kagaya Oitsutsuki's face, usually so composed, bore an unusual blush. Troubled, she slowly exited her room and stepped into the corridor, seeking refuge from the disquieting sounds. If I am to consider you truly as a brother, you must either slay your sibling or take your own life. Only then shall we be even, and should you accomplish this, I will trust in your Senju clan, The weakened Uchihamadara fixed his gaze upon Senju Hashirama. This particularly pertains to the profound affection that the fiery red lotus harbors for Jianglin. Should this matter not be handled with care, it could lead to a formidable alliance between Jianglin and the fiery red lotus against him. However, the practice of sound wave techniques is contingent upon one's spiritual power, generally, as long as one's spiritual strength reaches that of a spiritual master. They are able to train, as exemplified by Song Tianyi. Enough of this. You, too. Su Qianma, how could you engage in such disgraceful conduct? Do you wish to drive me to despair? Old Master Su cried out in a trembling voice. Xiao Pangjun turned over, revealing the photograph of a man. None other than Yang Shi, the vice-captain of the Su group who had resolutely defended the underground palace. As the package was thrown, it struck with the force of a brick, causing blood to flow from his head. Yet just as the brick was hurled, it was discovered that it had struck only an illusion, for he had already vanished like a phantom. Divided by the boundary of Shunchang, 3 cities in the north had fallen: Pingxiang City, Shanquan City, and Anlua City, while the south succumbed to the loss of Jiangshan City. However, no matter how formidable the Shuechang Wall may be, it remained merely a fortification for an estate, and with over 1,000 members of the Shui clan, it was impossible for all to fit within. Xuanning commanded his kin to close the estate gates and man the walls, while he himself safeguarded Shui Tao's wife, children, and several hundred trusted followers, making his way directly to the Shuechang Wall. Despite being a good child, even in moments of anger, he would not truly harm Lin Bo. Yet in this moment and place, would a skilled individual, having nothing to do, dare to pass by and take the risk to rescue them? It was somewhat troublesome, as the prominent figures of their Guiyun sect had likely already arrived. One could only hope they would not converge in one place. The soft and sweet dialect of Wu Nong, coupled with a hint of a playful nasal tone in the term cousin, rendered all present utterly enchanted. Now, leading the Jingji Guard, Duke Chun should perhaps be invited to accompany them, for the protection of the sovereign was of utmost importance, added Prime Minister Song. When the familiar hand rested upon the ground, Hong Ji experienced a fleeting moment of blankness. After all, it was a school. Even during political lessons, one must maintain decorum. Those who understood would naturally grasp the meaning, while those who did not need not concern themselves. Li Zichen surged forward, followed closely by Qing Long and the others. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. The earth tilted beneath them. Turning back, they beheld 3 enormous, bizarre beasts approaching within 100 paces, while more surged like a tide from beyond. In the skies above, shadows flitted downwards. Qian Qian was indeed quite cooperative, after inspecting her body and savoring the sensations. She shook her head. There was a reason behind it all. Who could blame him for sneaking off to race cars? Hitting him was a mild response. Not casting him out of the house was already rather lenient, Mr. Chung bitterly remarked. Hua Xiangrong, upon hearing the insults directed at her, felt her anger intensify, and she unleashed her strikes with reckless abandon, disregarding any semblance of technique. After following Muichen for many years, she pondered when he had developed enmity with this man and why he had never confided in her. As the door swung open, Muichen took hold of Su Yutong and strode directly into the main bedroom, with Gu Chaoshi trailing behind them. Sun Fudao stated, "The words of the great immortal ring true. Ji Zhong was blind to the mountain's majesty. Allowing him a reprieve is warranted." With that, he ordered the city guards to stand down, leaving only himself and the prominent officials, such as Zhang Shai, to accompany Gui Jing and witness his magical prowess in repelling the enemy. Born in the land of water, they possessed a deeper understanding of the utilization of such vessels. If all trading caravans could employ such ships, perhaps Wuyin village would soon be liberated from its barren existence. Tao Tianche approached and whispered to Jin Wancheng. After glancing at Nangong, Pa, and Shang Wanyun, displayed no sign of surprise, maintaining a serene smile as he leisurely made his way into the hall. While wandering through the streets, a sudden, resonant chant echoed from afar, spoken in Minnan dialect, incomprehensible and somewhat distant. Yet, the formidable presence suggested a crowd of no less than 10,000, undoubtedly composed of numerous groups, though none hailing from Taiwan. The symbols on their flags were indecipherable. Previously, in the midst of the forest, Su Yang had encountered few lower realm cultivators, as participation in those fierce battles required considerable strength. Xia Shao fixated intently on my eyes, and it took Xinli's persistent tugging to release his grip on my collar. "Come back with me. Whatever you desire, I can provide," Qin Tianqi proclaimed proudly, asserting that there was nothing in the world he could not offer. The reason Lu Zhou and his companions chose this location was due to the conspicuousness that would inevitably accompany a grand conflict. You screamed at the prospect of 600 million in pre-sales, yet this is merely the beginning. If 600 million can be attributed to DreamWorks' box office appeal, what lies ahead amidst the avalanche of glowing reviews? Upon witnessing Yin Zheng and his companions descend from the arena, Tang Ling'er glided forward, her fiery silhouette instantly captivating as she playfully winked at Yin Zheng with a hint of mischief. Presumably, those already informed were on their way to intercept, and they were likely adept individuals, for common folk would have no use for such matters. Contemplating this, Ling Tian smirked coldly. Should any fool dare to attempt a robbery, they would be awaiting their descent into hell. "What on earth are you trying to do, boss?" Chunze trembled, repeatedly dialing my number, while I persistently hung up. Fortunately, with Yuing overseeing the Fusho courtyard, ordinary individuals could not infiltrate, and the affairs within had improved significantly. Even the details of what Yushi consumed or expelled were no longer common knowledge to outsiders. After dealing with the gold-grade gift pack, Xiaolu proceeded to the 3 jade-grade packs, opening them to reveal several system notifications. When the topic of the blue Taoist divination arose, the members of Longhu Mountain were left dumbfounded, their heads drooping as they voiced their grievances. "Is this the evidence, young Master Emoli? This seems rather childish." Yu Zhuyong was not one to easily trust the mere words of others. Zuching Meishue burst into laughter at Lin Feng's exaggerated antics. Accepting the gift, Zuching Meishue guided Lin Feng to a sofa and poured him a glass of water. Observing that only Cao Cao among the lords discerned the truth of the situation, Lu Rui could not help but reflect. It was no wonder that historically, this group had been systematically defeated by Cao Cao. Beyond the disparity in strategists and generals, their intellect was simply not on the same level as his. Milan nestled within the innermost section of a U-shaped building, clutching an S512K, feeling a mix of tension and boredom as she gazed at the door of her room. Shuigu followed Kapu and soon realized that all present were high-ranking officials from the Navy headquarters. Jin Han had thoroughly cleansed herself when she emerged. Her complexion was as pale as that of a sickly person, utterly devoid of strength. The two monsters' health points were plummeting by 500 every second, and their speed had significantly diminished. "Master Yuan, he is not a demon. Have you forgotten that he is the medicinal catalyst who cured the young master's ailment?" Qing Qing argued fervently, her expression betraying no hint of panic, for she was prepared with golden needles. Before Yu Yuan could finish her sentence, Fox grandmother transformed into a 9-tailed white fox, darting from the cave to establish a barrier that ensnared Yu Hua and Yu Yuhan within the cave, while she stood guard at the entrance. Observing Tang Wanwan, who was lost in reverie while clutching the necklace, a trace of derision flickered in Liang Cheng's eyes. That glass room was the very place Liang's mother had solemnly warned her about on her first day. She was eager to discern Tang Wanwan's true standing in Liang Jingrui's eyes. "Look at you." When Xiao Weijian helped Qing Qing up, he initially intended to scold her, but sensed something amiss. How could that elder so casually toss Qing Qing up? Once Qing Qing had neatly folded and packaged the mended garments for the camel to transport to the temple, the abbot personally welcomed her at the temple gate and paid his respects. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to the scent and become numb to it, as Chun Jiao felt little discomfort. Qing Qing sensed something was off and approached to push aside the master, but upon seeing her, the camel instinctively cursed inwardly while positioning itself to shield her. Given his understanding of Chun Yuno, he knew she could not remain indifferent to this matter. Initially uncertain when he spoke, he was taken aback to find that Chun Yuno had no intention of intervening. With a sweeping motion of his long sleeves, the dragon, still suspended in midair, suddenly disintegrated transforming into a multitude of azure clouds that dispersed in all directions, ultimately fading into oblivion. Hu Lu Guang, of the Hu Lu Guang clan, with the courtesy name Mingyue, hailed from the Gaoche tribe. Both he and his father, Hu Lu Jin, were renowned generals of their time. At the tender age of 17, Hu Lu Guang had already distinguished himself on the battlefield, earning the admiration of Gao Huan. Nothing much. I just wandered around and saw many disciples gathered at the Sanqing Hall, so I followed them. What? Haven't you spotted your stubborn old master? Qian Yi chuckled. Qian Yi and the others were momentarily rendered speechless, their mouths agape, eyes wide with astonishment, unsure of how to respond. Murong Qingwan instinctively narrowed her eyes, and as expected, spotted a familiar silhouette beside the handsome young man. Next to the lake was their residence. Upon entering a room, they found it in utter disarray, with overturned tables and chairs, scraps of paper and fabric strewn about, leaving no intact space, not even a place to sit. Dazed, she managed to put on her clothes without even having breakfast, while Qin Jiao clamored about various formalities, insisting on offering her respects and tea, inundating her with a plethora of etiquette. With the demise of Dugu Exin, the Dugu family felt as though the heavens had collapsed, presenting a formidable trial for the Yang family. In their mutual suffering, they shared both loss and honor. With faltering steps, she approached the crowd and spoke in a voice tinged with sorrow. "Dear villagers, I implore you, please step aside. My dear Ying has yet to be reincarnated, and it has been 5 long years. I earnestly beseech you." An endless aura of mystery surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing violently towards the deceased within the tent. Many, including several imperial guards, beheld the luminous pearl for the first time, their eyes sparkling with wonder as they gazed upon the radiant orb. The status between the two should have been equal, yet the spider, Yuz, served as the summoner of the black dragon, who, in turn, had to channel his wrath towards the demons. Damn it! How could it be that my sister's rare visit was disrupted by Ji Ling? Ji Ling is a man of unwavering resolve. How could he possibly refuse to accompany him today? Well then, their footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Yet every moment of that snowy night was indelibly etched into Mao Lian's heart. In the midst of conversation, Geng Zhong entered, respectfully addressing Wu Kai. "Mr. Zhong, the money you requested has arrived." He placed the money before Wu Kai. For Zhang Xiang, this was sufficient. He finally understood why she always wore such a large hat. He cast a deep gaze at Han Lian and resolutely turned to board the cruise ship. The path ahead was illuminated by bright flames, and Mao Lian pondered quietly. It was nearly midnight, and did the villagers truly believe that light could repel malevolent spirits? It was an ineffective strategy, for the oppressive energy at midnight would not be dispelled by any brightness, nor could it diminish the power of the demons. At last, when their lips parted, they gasped for breath together. In the shimmering light that did not directly illuminate her face, Haitong's cheeks flushed crimson, as if she had just partaken of sweet, rich wine. Yuan Jinsha gazed at her with a hint of infatuation, and she returned his gaze with a similar daze. "You, Wei Feng, your tone is exceedingly presumptuous. My Ling family manor is not a place you may enter at will." Ling Fei exclaimed in a fit of rage, unable to contain his anger. Chu He was utterly unprepared. Upon hearing Jiang Xiao's words, her mind went blank. The white phoenix glanced at Sui Sui, then at Fu Zhu, before unfurling its massive, cloud-like wings and soaring to the ginkgo tree. It was not merely a matter of weighing pros and cons. Zhang Xiaoying, who spoke little in the Chu family and appeared rather honest, was not one to vie for power or gain. 10,000 iron cavalry surged forth like an unstoppable force, and Su Puyin quickly formed ranks. Yet with a mere gesture from Zhang Liao, the poised army of Elbu swiftly encircled the 2,000 Wuhuan warriors. Tightly packed and impenetrable, escape was only possible by transforming into birds or beasts and taking flight into the skies. The tribute from Qingzhou was stolen, inciting the fury of the Qingzhou nobility. The government, with all its calculations, could never have anticipated that the culprit was among their own, nor would they have guessed that the tributes were hidden within the relay station. "Meow? What do you mean? Why must we fight?" She tilted her head and asked. Please do not speak while eating. Holding the exquisite jade, Zhang chose not to visit old Su, but instead made his way to the antique shop of his acquaintance, Wang Guohua. In this line of work, he was well acquainted with nearly every antique store in Jincheng City. Wang Guohua's shop, though modest in size, was managed entirely by him, with his son assisting him in the verification and appraisal of goods. Wang nodded in approval. Zhang Qin's plan was indeed astute. Transporting the item via underwater means would leave no traces, and the rendezvous point was devoid of any human presence, thus alleviating any concerns of detection or suspicion. Bai Yujie was oblivious to what Gui Tiancheng was contemplating. Her audacity stemmed from her unshakable confidence in her substantial resources. "Very well. What shall we have for a midnight snack, my princess?" murmured Murong Chun with a mischievous grin. The Merit treasure cauldron had been absorbed by Qin Ci, yet its powers emanated outward, shielding him from surrounding assaults and allowing him to advance calmly towards Ning Caishi. Yi Dongyang observed the smooth transaction. Although he had not managed to negotiate a lower price, the deal proceeded without a hitch. Ultimately, this represented a notable accomplishment worthy of display before the old man. This item, if taken to a grand marketplace in the West, could surely fetch at least double its current market value, at the very least. The sudden arrival of the young one caught Jiang Qi off guard. As he approached the steps, a wooden sword was thrust towards his chest. Yet who was Jiang Qi? Should he fall victim to the young one's attack, he would be left with no face to recall past glories. Moreover, after years of growth and refinement, Jiang Qi had forged his own path. Why waste words with him? Heaven demands his life, regardless of his guilt. He must perish. For I have waited here for countless years, a divine being impatiently declared. Despite Jiang Qi's rigorous standards and harsh training, the others understood that it was all aimed at ensuring their survival on the battlefield. Furthermore, from high-ranking officers to cooks and veterinarians, Jiang Qi treated them all as brothers, regarding them as human beings rather than mere tools for slaughter and profit. It was then that the others snapped back to reality. Indeed, Instructor Lasod had mentioned that whoever could shatter the stone slab would earn their knightly qualification. Though there were many withered bones, they were not limitless. Miyamoto Zoan severed tentacle after tentacle, only for them to regenerate repeatedly, until ultimately, the withered bones were exhausted, revealing the creature's true form. Initially, the two guilds were quite distant from each other, each guarding their own key. However, the entity known as War the World noticed the two keys in close proximity and was inspired to initiate a closer interaction with Dreamland. As the princess approached the age of selection for a suitor, Empress Zhang found herself reluctant to let go, believing that no one from the common folk was worthy of Kuanxing. From the onset, Bai Song's transformation had sparked her interest, yet gradually, she became inexplicably worried. This was far from a normal situation. He had no intention of becoming close friends with Zhou Lei. He merely wished to be counted among their ordinary relatives, engaging in occasional visits during festivals. Huang Sheng, confident in his strategy, sought to provide Ma Xiangling with ample opportunities for growth. For who could say she might not become Qin Liangyu's right hand in the future? She is best accompanied by Lu Guizheng, as the two exert mutual restraint, preventing either from advancing too far. It now appears to be a one-sided affection. As winter yields to spring and summer approaches, the once impenetrable earthen breastworks have crumbled into mere heaps of soft soil. What is happening? Su Zhian asked, perplexed, as he noticed everyone suddenly silent and staring at him, wondering if there was something amiss on his face. A lover? Feng Wu was taken aback. He actually had a lover? What might they look like? Ba. Whether he has a lover or what they resemble is of no concern to me. Then I must thank you, Su Zhian replied with a darkened face, forcing down the quivering corners of his mouth, struggling to extricate himself from Yi Kaicheng's embrace, which Yi Kaicheng did not resist, releasing him effortlessly. Since the launch of the Huaxia National Server, the overall game style has predominantly revolved around martial arts, with PK skills exhibiting either graceful elegance or ancient charm. Suddenly, the emergence of the Dragon Gate iron ship, a colossal and technologically advanced anomaly, left nearly 10,000 Northern Frontier players dumbfounded and at a standstill. These things are useless. I am the one who prefers men, far more than those doctors comprehend. Even if I detest these things, it cannot alter my feelings for you, Su Zuyin insisted, striving to justify himself. Seeing Luo Xiling stare blankly at her, Lin Lan misunderstood his expression, her cheeks flushing once again, and she dared not meet his gaze. Lowering her head, "Then let us take the plunge this time," Qi Shuani declared as he stood up. The sea surged violently, an aura of chill enveloping the surroundings. And a massive ice ship materialized before the crowd, exuding a frosty essence as they stood upon it. During dinner, the wife presented the prepared dishes, yet the table, as usual, was set for only two. The man understood her intent, harboring no resentment, only lamenting his shortcomings towards her and their child. Lin Yu held items in both hands, silently reflecting as he passed a convenience store, where he purchased a box of fresh milk. Though its shelf life is relatively short, it is said to be more nutritious than shelf-stable milk. In hindsight, it is likely that the proximity of Intertwined Billionaire town to the elusive Zhuke Dragon Nest Mirage Desert plays a significant role. The icy aura accumulated from the corpses is most capable of invoking nightmarish visions, darkest, most unbearable, and unspeakable secrets. The Qingtian seal descended repeatedly, unleashing immense power, with the final strike nearly halting the grand formation. Seizing the opportunity, the trapped powerful figures managed to escape, though they ultimately faced resistance from Li Dalong and the divine Silkworm Taoist. Although the existence of the Special Affairs Bureau has been officially announced, the Judgment Department has not, leading some to view this as a signal that the Judgment Department is poised to separate from the Special Affairs Bureau and establish its own jurisdiction. The prince has but one son. If they are to reclaim the throne of Fengya Kingdom, heirs are indispensable. Moreover, if an SSS-class evolutionary computer possesses capabilities that could influence the entire world, it would be exceedingly abnormal. Even so, a multitude of individuals yearn to partake in Director Chi's cinematic endeavors. The prowess of esteemed directors and actors is indeed remarkable. The acclaim garnered from Director Chi's films is of an entirely different caliber compared to the popularity of ancient costume dramas. The former enjoys recognition within the mainstream television industry, while the latter merely thrives on viewership. Furthermore, a successful serious drama will undoubtedly attract its fair share of audience. Krasis races through the sky, tirelessly seeking refuge on an island or rocky outcrop whenever fatigue sets in. After days of relentless travel, the two finally traverse the boundless sea. The thought of Su Heng taking her out for an adventure fills her heart with joy, yet the oppressive atmosphere of Unation lingers in her mind. However, she had momentarily forgotten that Mu Jian, with her indomitable spirit, would never sacrifice her own well-being. Self-destruction was out of the question. Having grown accustomed to Qin Jinyu's original appearance, she found her current attire somewhat jarring. Su Han glanced at Su Heng in disbelief, only to witness his perpetually proud and aloof younger brother smiling at that girl. Ailey observed Jack's serious demeanor, which lasted no longer than 3 seconds before he reverted to his usual irreverent attitude. He genuinely questioned how this renowned director had come to be. His words were undeniably irritating. After dinner, Sora volunteered to keep watch while Ming Yao continued to debate with Lin Ku whether lizards were the ancestors of dinosaurs. It was hard to believe that Ming Yao, once characterized by a carefree spirit, had transformed into someone so serious. "I'm sorry," Yin Xie remarked, noticing son Jing Hao's anxious expression. She gently lowered her head, choosing not to look at him, while he gazed down at his hands, letting out a bitter laugh. As Gushi spoke, his eyes did not betray the past he had left behind. His affectionate smile was infectious, prompting Su Wushuang to chuckle softly. "Hu Cheng, where have you been? You seem to have landed yourself in trouble again." Wang Yin promptly reminded him before he could take a seat. The Han army approached from the south, encamping outside the southern gate, while the MO were ambushed their rear from further south. An offensive from a northern gate would equate to fleeing. Xiao Sun patted Xinmei's hand, reassuring her, "Sister, do not worry. I am feeling much better. I must return to rest now. Please be sure to entertain Sister Chu on my behalf." He smiled at Chu Hui as he spoke. The opponent clearly found themselves at the end of their strength. As long as he could close the distance, a single strike would secure victory. Wei Dong maintained a calm demeanor as he surged toward the black tiger. Boss, you seem even stronger than before. Could you show us a glimpse of your prowess? Black Tiger's words elicited a chorus of agreement, and the crowd's eyes sparkled with anticipation. There were long straight lines alongside short circular shapes. Some were solitary, while others were intertwined. Regardless, they were anything but ordinary drawings. Old man, if it weren't for your silver note, I wouldn't bother with you, Su Qinyang muttered to himself as he hastily examined the silver note in his hand. Is this ever going to end? Jun Haochen furrowed his brow, sheathing his sword as he continued deeper into the passage, stepping over the body of the stone puppet. He became increasingly earnest, indicating that his opponent was finally ready to showcase their true strength. Unfortunately, despite previous attempts, he had not secured victory in the earlier matches. However, with a cautious approach, even if it meant prolonging the contest, He felt a considerable degree of confidence in his ability to triumph. Xia Shao, with a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, extended his hand toward Xiao Sun. At that moment, Xia Shao was perfectly illuminated against the light, the sun streaming from behind him, casting a gentle and refined glow upon his features. Very well, you may proceed with your tasks. I shall discuss matters with the prince and make further arrangements, Chen Ning replied. Simultaneously, his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, as if weighed down by 2 leaden weights. After a prolonged struggle on the bed, he managed to force his eyes open a mere slit. Shao, do you have any other proposals? I have heard that the chief instructor of the reserve training, Yu Ruotong, once secretly visited here to discuss something of great importance with you. Valentine inquired in a low tone. Hey, from now on, do not address me as Andy. Refer to me as President. Is that clear? Wang Ting admonished. If it weren't for your greed for our family's wealth, compelling me to steal a counterfeit contract, I wouldn't have suffered such a severe injury. Lu Lingshan exclaimed passionately. President Shao, are you not thrilled? We have downed numerous star shatterers. This is my very first achievement in bringing down a star shatterer. How could such exhilaration allow me to drift into slumber? Lin Peng laughed. Shi Yin fell to the ground, staggering a few steps before regaining his balance. Observing that Shi Yin appeared mostly unscathed, the others felt a modicum of relief. Yet, what good was that concern? The battle must continue. At this rate, would Shi Yin not perish here? The Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes, emanating a chilling aura. Truly, a seasoned veteran of 10,000 years, he quickly devised an alternative plan. Understanding that if Chun Yi successfully refined the blood of Medusa, his future growth would be boundless. Can our energy and material supplies meet the demand? General Park Zhongshu asked with evident concern. The name 56 investigation was strikingly familiar. Over 95% of the people in Huaxiao recognized what the South Heavenly Gate represented. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it feel so vivid? For me, it was not. He spread butter and cheese on the bread, layering it with a fried egg, devouring it with hearty bites. Luo Wusheng completed his song as usual. Today, he did not turn a leaf, but continued to express his final gratitude when a man's voice rang out once more. Miss Wu Lu, you are the very essence of my heart. I beseech you to marry me. As he spoke, he knelt, holding a gold piece weighing several dozen pounds. Thus, the driver took a risk, navigating detours until he arrived before Yufalon. With no time to brake, Yufalon collided, resulting in damage to both the rear of the taxi and the front of Yufalon's vehicle. Zheng Yinzhong chuckled at her, casually picking up a walnut from the table. With a swift crack, he broke it open and began to chew. Su Voyao watched in fascination, pondering, I can bite through a walnut. How does he manage to crack it open? I have said that it has come to this, especially since this is your 5th brother's decision. Return, Chung Dizzy reiterated. When Zhao Minxing awoke once more, daylight had already broken. He turned his head to glance about, only to find his right leg tightly bandaged and suspended at the edge of the bed, perhaps to prevent him from inadvertently causing further harm. The agonizing sensation had subsided, leaving only a slight swelling. Li Yi, possessing little knowledge of Tongka, and even less familiarity with the artistic style of Tibetan Buddhism, nonetheless immediately recognized the rarity of the Tongka before him. Just as Su Riao had indicated, Zhai Yuan had commenced the conversation, with Zheng Yinzhong seamlessly responding to her every word. Listening to Li Mingshue's congratulations, Su Mu was not surprised. After all, the crafting of magical artifacts was an experience every cultivator underwent. Given the magnitude of the event, how could it not arouse her suspicions? It was peculiar that Li Mingxue would inquire so directly, prompting Su Mu to scrutinize her more closely. Tang Min was startled, vigorously kicking her legs and attempting to remove the arms encircling her waist, but they were locked in a firm grip. She struggled to twist her body, yet before she could discern her assailant's identity, she was silenced by a kiss. After departing from Qingchong Palace, he dashed through the heavy snowfall, racing towards the direction of Tianxi Palace under the cloak of night. Mom and Dad, you should return first. Your presence here is truly embarrassing, and we have no money on us. There's no point in staying. Lin Yuan could not help but interject. Liang Ran was taken aback, instantly crouching down to conceal himself. Yet his heart raced violently, and his palms became clammy from anxiety. Upon hearing those words, Zhou Tianxiong suddenly found them reasonable, breaking free from the grip of his bodyguard and charging towards Wuling. As the time drew near for the Silver Conference, most trainers had also arrived in the vicinity of Qianxing, beginning to challenge the gym. It was only natural for there to be a larger crowd, especially as many were unable to find lodgings and thus returned to stay there. Du Guzhiner had not anticipated that Shen Ningxuan would use Du Gu Xiaoyi as a comparison. Witnessing Shen Ningxuan's calm demeanor when mentioning Du Gu Xiaoyi left her momentarily speechless. Sister, if something is troubling you, please share it with me. Keeping it bottled up will only lead to illness. Ling Baolu, perceptive as she was, could not help but notice that Lien Rong was in distress. Observing Ming Nan's affection for Yu Lu, Yiqiling felt as though her heart were being pierced by needles. Watching his gentle indulgence and the sweetness of their happiness filled her with a consuming jealousy. All that warmth should have belonged to her. Yet now everything had been seized by Ji Yulu, leaving her unwilling to accept such a fate. Feigning fear, yet determined not to lose her composure, Shen Ningxuan slightly raised her chin, her gaze fixed on the man in brocade, as if she sought to penetrate his very essence. The atmosphere around Qing Long and his companions suddenly faltered, each sensing that their strength had been somewhat suppressed. Xu Xiner was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events and quickly called out to Zhang Xiaofeng. "You are Di Renjia," Wang Jinlong exclaimed, his expression shifting in terror as he stumbled back, gazing at Di Renjia in utter astonishment. Meanwhile, the scouting soldier hurriedly descended the stairs, making his way to the command tent behind the wall, too urgent to seek permission before bursting inside. In the realm of Yinyang balls, the three pure ones found themselves in a state of profound agitation, acutely aware that their predicament was dire. Now, confined in this place, isolated from the outside world, they were unable to absorb the primordial spiritual energy necessary for replenishing their expended powers. Should their magical abilities dwindle to nothing, the celestial Linglong Tower would merely become a decorative object, rendering them akin to prey. Thus, finding a way to extricate themselves had become the foremost concern of the three pure ones. Lucia cradled two large crimson swaddles in her arms, her eyes narrowing into slits as she beamed at her spirited grandsons, who were wailing with vigor. She issued jubilant commands, promising generous rewards not only to the midwife, but also to all the household servants, especially those who attended to Shun Shuang, ensuring that everyone received their share. Mu Jingxi maintained a resolute demeanor, her tone leaving no room for dissent as she articulated her thoughts with precision, rendering any excuses for refusal utterly futile. "Young Master Shun, I have heard that assassins visited last night. You were not frightened, were you?" The governor inquired immediately, his heart weighed down with concern upon receiving the news. Fearing that misfortune might befall this esteemed individual within his jurisdiction, he was determined not to rely on familial connections. He sought to pursue his passions through his own merits. "Furthermore, maintain your distance from this royal," he remarked, his expression one of disdain as he produced a black handkerchief to wipe his face. Prior to this, Zhuge Fangming had descended the mountain and visited the bustling markets of the common folk, but he had never encountered such lively scenes until now. His apparent concern was, in fact, a command. It was imperative that he return, regardless of the injuries sustained. In truth, The ink jade represented little more than a relic of the past for Xia Shao, merely a nostalgic token. Even without it, he could substantiate his identity. Lien Yunhe advised her that to achieve a breakthrough in the cold fox heart method, one must focus on enhancing their inherent capabilities. No matter how exceptional one's talents or lineage, ascending to greatness without a robust foundation was unattainable. I am merely incensed. As a public servant, how can one still vie for accolades at such a time? Human lives are of no significance to him. Zuyu expressed his sentiments, casting a glance toward Uncle Shizi's residence. Observing the darkened area on the wooden post, her heart raced with anticipation. It had been ages since she had savored such delights, and she felt a pang of longing. A bespectacled man approached him hastily upon noticing his presence, clasping his hands in greeting. Have you devised a plan? Yet, are there any obstacles? Chu Mulin did not overlook the slight pause in his earlier speech. Indeed, for those with a clearer perspective on the situation, such as General Yan, Qin Mozho, Qin Moyu, and Shi Ling Shao, this appointment announcement bore intriguing implications. Guests? Why, he blinked awake with one eye, spotting 3 visitors below, representing the 3 factions within Caleb City, aside from the gnomes and humans, elves, halflings, and dwarves. Oh dear, their isn't even a sun in the sky. The malevolent aura is overwhelming, making it impossible for us to leave the village, lamented one villager. The unfortunate souls, ensnared in traps, faced an even grimmer fate. Suspended in midair, they were transformed into pincushions, regardless of their attempts to activate the jetpacks. Their protective suits may indeed withstand gunfire, yet they are powerless against the relentless barrage of arrows and spears that rain down upon them, causing them to scream in agony as they plummet into the abyss of the underground caverns. Dr. Bo began to pulse-check Ingchun, placing 3 fingers gently upon her wrist. With one finger raised, observing Dr. Bo's earnest demeanor, Ingchun felt an urge to laugh, though Dr. Bo remained oblivious to her struggle to suppress it. I merely wish to advise you not to act foolishly. I shall kill him, and you cannot impede me. He released Zhou Dingshan and returned to his own camp. As the black flag bearers parted like a tide, granting Heao Shenming a clear passage. Alas, life here has grown exceedingly tedious. Aside from engaging in activities beneficial to body and mind, one truly finds little else to occupy one's self. This, to some extent, provided a means of alleviating the boredom for Shimizu Yang and Daitami Kagaya during their monotonous days. Sun Hao, Lu Siming, and others rolled high numbers, their spirits lifted, for they believed Lin Fei would struggle to surpass a roll of 14. Upon seeing Ingchun approach, Han Zhong understood her feelings for Nurse Wang, but was still taken aback when she dismounted her carriage and rushed to see Wang without even taking a sip of water. Chu Yin helped Su Shuang rise from Ling Ling's side, noticing her legs continued to tremble uncontrollably, clearly still terrified. In the council hall, voices of dispute echoed, and Wukong listened intently, his heart heavy with sorrow. The quarrel was between Lu Duxin and Jiang Ku, revolving around a proposal by Li Jiao, suggesting that Xiangjin, the captain of Fuyu Long, and the Silla King Jin famines, should reconcile their past grievances. Chun Lei remained silent, resigned to his fate as he fled, casting a mournful glance at Li Wei before departing. The elder's gaze shifted as he toyed with a large, plush spider, entirely purple-black in hue. The spider, with its long, slender legs, crawled slowly along the elder's withered fingers. Though the onlookers harbored their doubts, they complied with the request of the individual in question. If Su Qianyu were a white-bearded elder, one might understand him as a reclusive sage, yet after witnessing his youthful countenance last time, such a notion was entirely dismissed. The water healing technique proved remarkably effective for external injuries. Upon the water sphere's contact with Zhao Li, her wounds began to heal rapidly. Meanwhile, Chu Yin afforded little time to his adversary, for his days were numbered. The next day, the casual building would open, after which he would depart to seek Zhao Bingxing, making it imperative that he not delay this matter. Then we shall not be polite, Liang Fong Fong said with a smile, producing 3 spiritual fruits, one of which was a second-tier spiritual fruit. The Dragon Tooth Special Forces, reputed as the strongest in the military, did not crumble like other special forces. Instead, The gathering served as a forum for the exchange of ancient martial arts and extraordinary abilities from East and West, a venue for both renown and revelry. Emperor Zhu Honghua of the Ming dynasty sat upon the dragon throne, mouth agape, his teeth adorned with a strand of green chives. The tempest of tribulation has finally gathered, and the thunderous calamity is poised to descend. A flicker of determination manifests on the exquisitely handsome visage of Xian Yuan as he gazes upward at the ominous clouds. A glimmer of yearning reflected in his eyes. Having long been the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation, he finds himself bereft of challenges. The prospect of ascending to a new world fills him with immense anticipation. Ajiu, who had intended to approach, finds herself frozen in place, her expression rife with disbelief. Check up? Yang Chi-Chi mused for a moment before recalling her appointment at the hospital at 9 o'clock that morning, a commitment she had arranged with Dr. Tang days prior. Yet today, it had slipped her mind. Ultimately, the family head was assassinated by envious relatives, plunging the Chinyu family into a power struggle, while formidable foes lurked outside, leaving the entire clan in a precarious position. Furthermore, the hosts, having been absorbed post-mortem, yearned fervently to complete their lives as victors and savor the beauty of the mortal realm. How could they relinquish the chance to live on Earth to the original owner? Ouyang Yuyo felt her breath becoming increasingly labored, with Jenny Meow meowing under her hand. Something hung precariously at the edge of her heart, teetering on the brink. Her eyes, shimmering with emotion, fixed upon the paper before her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. She was scarcely aware that she was weeping. Lu Hashan, however, was quite different. Should Xia Tian dare to go back on his word, he would show no mercy to Xia Tian's friends and family, striking them down without hesitation. An astute observer recognized a peculiar symbol beneath the ragged garments of a burly man, and his pupils constricted sharply as a hoarse voice involuntarily cried out. Empress, he had learned the specifics of the court as deliberations from General He, harboring a deep wariness towards Zhang Rang and others. The military alliance with Zhao Yi was a long-standing scheme of the He siblings, and allowing Zhang Rang access to the troops of Yuzhou would pose a significant threat to her. No one could associate her with the grotesque, bloodied corpse within the star-picking tower. Yet Chun Ling and Xiao Ling had already been taken aback upon Du Yu's arrival. Thus they approached her with caution. From the scant information gathered, it appeared that Princess Qiao Qiao was engaged in a sorrowful standoff with a man, the willingness to compromise unknown. If the rumors of the third brother's financial schemes were true, the punishment he faced from the emperor would surely extend beyond mere house arrest. Such greed and ambition were glaringly evident, leaving the third brother no opportunity for defense. Indumu Jie never anticipated that Chun Feng would be so adept at crafting excuses. A mere pretext had resulted in Lu Ziqi's cheeks swelling alarmingly. Such a brilliant scheme was dismissed by Chang Chu for two reasons. Firstly, because Liangzhou lay too far from his troops, extending the front line unnecessarily risked isolation in case of unforeseen events. Secondly, he feared that Beigongboy might seize the opportunity to strike against him. In my view, regardless of the circumstances, being summoned to the police station is an unfortunate predicament, especially so early in the day. Why the police come knocking at my door? War is not merely an economic confrontation. More crucially, it encompasses the prowess of talent. Had the illustrious Liu Bang, the founder of the Han Dynasty, relied solely on the logistical management of Shao He, without the valiant generals such as Zhang Liang, Peng Yu, and Ingbu to charge into battle, no matter how abundant the provisions, he would have found it impossible to withstand the might of Xiang Yu's forces. After the pause, unexpectedly, the cursed creature also ceased its movement. With the creature still, Kong Lao and the others dared not stir. A stalemate ensued between both parties. Observing the chaotic traces of battle on the ground and the resentful gazes surrounding him, Chao Chang furrowed his brow. The Empress, initially instinctively irked, was troubled by the interception of her correspondence intended for Wan Pin. Such actions made her feel as though she resided in a suffocating cage, perpetually under scrutiny, a situation both lamentable and infuriating. However, after examining the map for some time, he discerned that these red dots showed no signs of approaching him. Qing Yun Qian contemplated and decided to employ the 4 great Asian sorceries to assist her, recalling the appearance of the original consort. She resolved to utilize her makeup skills to transform the 9th concubine, who bore a 6-point resemblance to the original, into a perfect 10. Yuan Wei had never witnessed the emperor display such fury towards the empress. Even when she publicly embarrassed him or was implicated in the murder of the prince's biological mother, he had never shown such anger. Many present were clad in military attire, their chest badges dazzling to behold. A continuous stream of guests arrived, many accompanied by personal guards. Out of both sentiment and reason, they should have expressed their regards. However, no one anticipated that Gu Qiyun would stir up trouble once again. The weasel gazed at the scattered energy stones, initially dumbfounded, before erupting in excitement, exclaiming 3 praises in rapid succession. Taiyuan's Xiuzhai pondered the actions of Takeda Shinjin and the current predicament of the Hojo clan, subsequently penning his speculations in a letter to Shogini. Xiao Yu pursed his lips in silence, the chill in his dark gaze deepening as if a thin layer of frost had settled in his eyes. Not only had he failed to acquire an ability user, but due to the side effects of Song Ya's spiritual spring, he had transformed into a creature neither human nor ghost. Just as he morphed into a true serpent, Kagura Chizuru appeared nearby, her continuous illusions capable of disorienting vision and striking unexpectedly. In an instant, Qian Xiu's expression darkened to an extreme, his malice no longer restrained. This was the last flicker of hidden intelligence from Timo, as the corners of his mouth curled upward while clutching a gigantic mushroom. He charged forward, triggering an explosion. His original server ranking was within the top 10, but after relentless efforts, he had ascended to the top 3. Fong Chung tousled his hair into a disheveled mess, momentarily at a loss whether to feel joy or sorrow. In retrospect, coupled with his instructions to Helian Shui and the others to suppress the news, each incident seemed to foreshadow that their situation was far from the ease it appeared and was, in fact, quite perilous. After a brief moment of rising tension among everyone, he finally unclasped the bracelet, fastening it around his wrist before tightening it securely. In the sky, the resonant roar of a colossal dragon echoed, as the silver-hued behemoth unfurled its expansive wings, showering the earth below with a brilliance akin to a blizzard. Once this radiant light descended into the sea, it transformed into steel. In comparison, the villa of the Murong family appeared even more magnificent than that of the Yi family, particularly accentuated by the imposing stone lions at the entrance, which added to its grandeur. Bien Benyi was unaware of the remnants of narcotics left by the previous owner on the ceiling of the secret chamber on the 2nd floor. His sole intention was to retrieve the evidence he had left behind. Subsequently, a semi-trailer towed away the Mercedes-Benz, while Tao Bao and his companions boarded a bus heading towards Shuncheng. Yet, I still fail to comprehend the true meaning of his words. Xie Yunmeng regarded the gradually changing Luo Yifan with a hint of wariness and inquired about Yun Yao. Although Ding Zhan was a prodigious genius, at merely 20-something years of age, he could not possibly rival those formidable experts. The gap between them was insurmountable. Nevertheless, as Chun Luo transitioned to a forbidden spellmaster and Wei Wukinghong ascended to the rank of Sword Saint, the ranks of dark mages continued to dwindle. Fan Bailu also boarded a vehicle, but after circling Jiangning City twice, he ultimately found a bar and devoted himself to drinking away his sorrows. Concerning the foundational information about the Western continent, members of the Qin faction had acquired some knowledge, yet it remained impossible to be exhaustive. As for the core content, even the Martial Arts Academy was only vaguely aware of a few details, leaving the newly arrived officials from the Chun faction at a loss. Mu Jingyan desires my return to the capital merely to orchestrate my demise, Mu Jingqi remarked with a cold smile, fully aware of his elder brother's intentions. If it were not for his military strength in Lintian City, which instilled fear in Mu Jingyan, he would have long since descended to the underworld to reunite with his father and mother. Upon entering this temporal realm, she encountered numerous individuals, the majority of whom regarded her as a mere pawn or an obstacle. The opening remarks were delivered by the esteemed uncle of Shang Shi, whose prolonged experience in the political arena imbued his words with a degree of rigor and an unmistakable bureaucratic tone. Yin Yu nodded, stating, because Qi Yin is the demon emperor. Having committed numerous atrocities, he has consequently faced such a dire fate. However, Guanin did not pose any questions but shot a fierce glare at Han Chengqi, retorting, Chengqi, do you truly believe you love me? She then resolutely closed the car window and pressed the accelerator, departing without a moment's pause. Su Wanru was indeed significant. Yet he possessed alternative methods to reclaim what he sought, without necessarily acquiescing to all of Murong Yinju's demands. Whether you live or die bears no consequence to me. I never asked you to save me. Rong Qinyao remarked with a hint of cold mockery, yet she raised her hand to directly seal his heart meridian, realizing that if the blood continued to flow, even a deity could not rescue him. From the earliest students they could reach, up to Han Chengqi's cohort, it was Han Chengqi who took the stage to speak. Yet, despite her utmost efforts, she remained no match for Murong Da and the members of the Murong family. Being repeatedly struck down, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Zhao Yin and Cardinal Vivado shared a harmonious rapport, engaging in lively discussions that ranged from reminiscing about past heroes to analyzing the current geopolitical landscape of the continent. Zhao Yin held Cardinal Vivado's insights in high regard, while Vivado expressed profound admiration for King Aiying Yan's audacity and practical acumen. Lan Shi's eyes seemed to take on a bluish hue. Having already faced considerable misfortune, she pondered whether further calamity awaited her, perhaps even the prospect of shaving her head and becoming a nun. A faint voice interrupted her thoughts, as a figure stood before Tang Feng, a middle-aged man of striking presence, his eyes sharp and intimidating. Upon reading this point, Yumi Shue's eyes twitched slightly. Had Xianlan still been present, she might have felt compelled to seek retribution. Jean Lin Air gazed hungrily at the delectable dishes on the table, her impatience evident. Water? Very well. I shall fetch you some immediately, Hua Shangxue said, her bloodshot eyes widening as she hurriedly poured a glass of water, assisting the young man to drink. After bidding farewell to Shang Fu Su, Mo Deng summoned his falcon with a whistle, scribbling a note to accompany the letter previously entrusted to him by Shang Fu Su, which he tucked into the bamboo tube strapped to the falcon's leg, instructing it to deliver the message to Tianxing City. Sister Min must have surmised that last night's snowfall rendered the flowers in the courtyard unmanageable, given the current shortage of hands. I would like to borrow a few of your more robust maidservants to assist. Once the task is complete, I assure you they will return. Jing Er gestured with a solemn vow toward Min Er. Sir, I beseech you to cease. The culprit has already been apprehended. Please spare us a chance for survival. Zhu Ian implored, his heart twisted with anguish as he beheld the lifeless forms below, his gaze bloodshot, yet he dared not obstruct Shin Qinglan. To prevent Sima Shi from escaping, the Feng family bound her with a thick rope. Nan Lan and Mo Ran struggled for quite some time before finally loosening it, using her feet to aid in her efforts, ultimately managing to free Sima Shi from her bonds. The sudden turn of events caused old Z to momentarily lose focus. Yet he instinctively darted away, only to discover that his left arm had been restrained unbeknownst to him. Now, Nie Tian believed that after entering the 9th level of Qi refinement, he was capable of contending with an average individual at the 1st level of the void. Before Wang Bo could receive a response from Zhuge Qing Er, Ran spoke up, addressing the relationship between Zhuge Qing Er and He Qing Fan. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Huan Rong nearly fainted. She feared that if this continued, she would eventually be driven to madness. The thought of a ghost going insane intrigued her, particularly regarding a certain individual. Moreover, she understood that this formidable CEO had already exercised restraint, leaving her with even less reason to cry out in pain. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. As for the specific names of these medicinal herbs, Luo Yu herself was unaware. Xian Kong had not imparted any knowledge of herbalism to her. Whether this was due to Xian Kong's deliberate withholding or her own lack of understanding remained a mystery. It is inconceivable that, given the scientific understanding of that era, such imaginative notions could emerge. Moreover, if he truly wished to boast, why would he remain silent before the villagers? There must be an aspect of this that eludes our comprehension, Huang Jun asserted confidently. The taciturn Xia Shao, no scorpion, spoke coldly, his murderous intent unmistakable, his gaze, sharp as a blade, rippled like water. The fate of Daimyo bore no relevance to them. Their sole objective was to capture Delata along with the 4 tails and 5 tails. I do not wish to argue with you now. Let us first escape, Shu Yao said with an unusual seriousness. Huang Jun ignored her, secretly growing wary of her, a sentiment that Shu Yao seemed to perceive. She merely sighed, choosing not to speak further. Upon arriving at the venue for the dual cultivation ceremony, all guests were gathered, including Xiu Kuang, awaiting only Duan Qinyan. Yet, Ifryun was indifferent to this. After a brief wait with no announcements, she turned and sat on a chair in the outer chamber. As dawn broke, Li Qingxuan urged everyone to seize the opportunity to rest briefly, for when the sun rose, it was certain someone would discover the escape of Yin Huan, and all would inevitably suspect an insider, leading to a widespread manhunt. Dakingshan would soon be engulfed in a new wave of chaos. Indeed, the knowledge that Xiu Kuang cared so deeply about her life brought joy to Duan Qingyan's heart. However, should the Jingding prefecture fall, even the gravest matters would compel Ko Wenhua to return immediately. At that moment, confronted by an army of hundreds of thousands, even with extraordinary abilities, Sun Kuei would find himself faced with inevitable demise. It is unclear how much of today's gossip contributed to their victory, but they triumphed far more effortlessly than anticipated, their scores overwhelmingly superior. It seemed as though a top-tier boy band like 2PM was utterly defenseless. Observing this situation, if she still failed to grasp the underlying reasons, she would indeed be a fool. Upon returning to the lounge, Jin Yi found Su Jinluo with tear-filled eyes, yawning incessantly. With a frown, he remarked, "You look tired. Perhaps you should rest on the bed." It was indeed her nap time, even amidst work. She and Li Binglian both donned white attire. However, Li Binglian conveyed an aura of purity and grace, albeit with an ethereal quality that felt somewhat unreal. In truth, Eloian had long reached the point where it should be publicly listed. At its current scale, continuing to develop as a private company would inevitably lead to significant issues. Failing to meet long-term demands. Selecting a clean table, Chen Chumo, with a growling stomach, picked up the menu to order a meal. After hearing Yu Qi's words, Yu Shao furrowed his brow in confusion, as if he had missed something important. The individual Yu Qi mentioned seemed indeed to be Xiao Yu, and he thought to himself that Xiao Yu could not possibly still be afraid to venture outside. Perhaps his second brother had misunderstood something. In reality, it was nothing remarkable. Watching Xianyan eat, one could hardly bear to witness him slowly savoring each piece of crab. Even though I cannot drink, you still grow impatient with me. I initially intended to accompany you on the inspection of the remaining outposts, yet I did not anticipate your lack of empathy. Very well, I shall refrain from further discourse. You may leave, for my presence here renders yours unnecessary. As he finished speaking, he turned to depart. For in this world, no one can venture to sea without a vessel, nor can anyone traverse the treacherous 100-mile, snowy mountains on foot. Thus, even if these 2 places were left unguarded, it would be futile for anyone to approach, as they lead only to a dead end. The more Han Yinxing contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Previously, Shui had mentioned that their demon clan had stumbled upon that valley and subsequently fallen into the abyss of gods and demons. With this thought, Han Yinxing lifted his gaze, and with a flick of his fingers, he gathered a strand of spiritual light in his palm, stealthily making his way toward the location of the barrier. Lung Yu, hearing his hoarse voice, quickly poured him a glass of water and handed it to him. Yin cast a fierce glare at her. After drinking the water, he felt a significant relief in his throat and, in a fit of anger, shouted, "Leave. I never wish to see you again. I despise you." He then turned his head away, resolutely ignoring her. The 3 were taken aback. They had not anticipated that he would act so decisively, openly declaring his intent to eliminate Wu Qian and Shen Junmei. Yin Huayu said, "Lead the way." The man replied affirmatively and proceeded ahead. Wu Jin and Yin Huayu followed him toward the back mountain. Though Wu Jin felt a sense of confusion, why would Su Chunhua whose son was afflicted with septicemia and clinging to life, bring him to the back mountain instead of allowing him to rest. As the lanterns began to glow, illuminating the entire street, the flickering lights painted the night sky a soft red, transforming the county town into a star fallen from the Milky Way. Ultimately, Geng Qianhu wrestled with his inner turmoil regarding the abandonment of his subordinates, while Xue Tinglang, the commander of this military endeavor, observed Geng Qianhu's silence, leaving others with little to contribute. Although the people here lacked the formidable strength of immortals, they possessed a remarkable sense of unity and obedience. Chang Guanyin stepped aside to allow Chang Guanyin Rue to pass. And only after Chang Guanyin entered the research building did Chang Guanyin Rue exhale the breath he had been holding. Although Xiao Chu was reluctant, he did not cause a ruckus in the vehicle and obediently returned to his seat, pouting slightly. As for Chen Shiyuan, the tale of how he elevated Yi Chu to celestial heights began at a gathering. Ning Fei felt quite pleased with himself. In his eyes, a Jiao was akin to a heavenly being, someone he, a mere mortal, could hardly deserve. Yet, among all others in Dian, he believed he alone could be deemed worthy of a Jiao. That evening, when Emperor Wei returned to find someone had lost a package, he was filled with uncontrollable rage, venting his frustrations on Zhou Linlang. Observing the understanding and obedient Wang Shanshan, whose beauty and figure were striking, Li Weiguang felt a stirring in his heart. However, Qin Tian merely touched the jade pendant before releasing it, and Xue Yiren breathed a slight sigh of relief. A pair of hands, withered like branches, reached out toward Ruan Xia, yet halted in mid-air just before contact. Under the radiant glow, the jade Kirin, though adorable in appearance, exudes an imposing aura that commands an unspoken dignity. Chang Jingtong approached her designated spot, where Ao Simeng was engaged in conversation with the person in front. Upon noticing her arrival, Ao Simeng silently stood to allow her entry without uttering a word. A sect capable of nurturing such three extraordinary disciples is bound to attain great renown throughout the vast realms. Thus, if Sun Wei merely sought to defame him, disparaging his character to distance himself, Chao Kuan could understand and would not hold it against him. Chui was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Her romantic entanglements at 15 were of no concern to her, yet circumstances had compelled her involvement. Sister Zhen, who valued her reputation, averted her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes as she displayed a countenance of helplessness. In the video, Su Xiaofeng was delivering a speech at an international conference. The date was clearly marked as 3 days prior. Even if he trusted old Lady Fong, after hearing such words repeatedly, Fang Yinshan could not help but plant a seed of doubt in his heart. The attendant presented the menu, and Fang Yinshan cast a cursory glance at the prices, his eyes widening in shock. A fragrant breeze swept from behind, as Bai Xuezhou sauntered over, her slender waist swaying gracefully and a smile adorning her face. Lama often felt that Carabin appeared far more fortunate than himself, did he not? It is said that illness descends like a mountain but departs like a thread. Particularly with chronic ailments, one must devote additional time to recuperation. Bai Wangsheng hastily replied. Feng Guang collapsed to the ground, gradually curling up and embracing his own body, ultimately bursting into inconsolable tears. His complexion had already been poor, his mood even worse. Upon hearing Mo Nanting's words, his spirits plummeted further, his lips pressed tightly together, leaving him mute in response to the inquiry. Observing Xilong in this state brought a smile to her face, finding his demeanor rather endearing. Xiao Ran had already made his stance clear. The cataclysmic battle of the 6 realms a millennium ago still lingered vividly in his memory. Luo Bostun resolute, unflinching in his position. When a projectile struck his arm, an intense pain surged through him. Yet, Luo Bo maintained his composure, not even uttering a sound. As flesh began to tear, he swiftly reached for a healing potion and consumed it. Zhang Fan chuckled. As applause erupted once more from the audience, he did not linger, promptly returning to his seat. On the large screen, the behind-the-scenes engineer commenced a demonstration on how to register as a member of Taobao Network and how to set up Alipay. That should pose no issue. If there are restrictions, then why not impose a cap on the number of team members? Wang Luo inquired. Although Yuling Shan and He Bixiang were in a state of commotion, their elder brother Duanlong's indifference made them aware that he was preoccupied with crafting poetry. Thus, they begrudgingly retreated to the side, capturing the scenery while contemplating their thoughts, coexisting in silence as they awaited the prince's poetic revelations. Self-taught and proficient in the arts of cultivation within the realm of immortals. Although the reasons remained unclear, Tian, who had effortlessly defeated a practitioner of the illusory abyss at the tender age of 10. This not only brought him joy, but also sowed the seeds of future turmoil. Meanwhile, the approaching Alaskan whimpered, as if deeply aggrieved, hastily pleading for mercy. Thus, even if the realm no longer provides energy to the equipment and talents, she can still sustain the functionality of the apparatus employed to maintain this idyllic land. Everything the team has accomplished will not be destroyed. Noticing Li Xiuyuan nodding, Qin Gong let out a sigh of relief and turned to enter the inner room. Since the other party's surname is Li, he must reveal the long-held secret concealed within his heart. After walking for a short distance, the mountain path widened, evidently eroded by heavy rains that had washed away the trees, leaving behind only remnants. When matters turned serious, Ao Chonglai ceased his jesting and furrowed his brow. Despite his arrogance, he understood that his strength could not contend with the masters of the Demon Martial Hall. The burly man raised his head, stroking his magnificent beard, his beautiful phoenix eyes surveying the crowd with an air of arrogance as he slowly spoke. Pour the oil and burn these scoundrels. The Dragon Tiger troops hurled the prepared containers of oil downward, and the shattering of the jars echoed as they broke against the ground below. This time, the wolf coalition below grew frantic, realizing that there was still oil on the city walls. Unlike thunderous explosives that affect only a small area, the oil ignites and engulfs the ground in flames. Magical elements, too, had slowed in their flow, making it nearly impossible to respond to Xiao Yi's summons, thus imparting the sensation that magical elements were non-existent in this world. Gongsun Zan's eyes twitched slightly, a fleeting expression of disdain crossing his face as he took the urgent letter from Lu Yu, the inspector of Yuzhou, spreading it open upon his horse's back. His gaze swiftly scanned the fine silk parchment, a wave of indignation washing over his features as he could not help but exclaim loudly. "Are we ready? Let us depart after our meal," Zheng Qing stated, clearly reluctant to dwell on the matter any further. However, it was, after all, a confection made by his mother. He could neither discard it nor bestow it upon the servants, leaving him no choice but to consume it himself. He reluctantly opened the box, admiring the delicacies within. It must be said that the queen's craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. The exquisite pastries resembled pieces of art. Shui Qingqing understood. This prince is aware. Have the white dove deliver her. Heir, do rest early. We shall meet tomorrow. With that, he promptly exited Heir's chamber. Indeed, what could he not confront? If he could face the death of his son, what else could he not endure? He chuckled. Indeed, quite different, like a block of ice. What connection do you truly have with him? A smirk played on his lips, tinged with a hint of defiance. Upon seeing the closed door, Zhou Fongfong glanced back, her cheeks flushing crimson. I tenderly grasped her hand, holding it before me, gazing earnestly into her eyes, once again enchanted by her beauty. She felt her back stiffen upon hearing Zhou Yinzhou's voice. In truth, she had suspected, yet wished to gamble one last time. Lin Qingyan rolled her eyes and remarked, "You know everything. It's utterly boring. I'm hanging up now." With that, she ended the call. Moreover, there were some brawny men, their bare chests showcasing astonishing muscle bulges, which added to the immense pressure. "Ling brother? What is wrong?" Tai Zheng exclaimed, having noticed the pale countenance of Ling Chong. Utterly astonished. The recent surge of dark energy was astonishing in both its density and quantity, surpassing even the gilded copper statue of the Cheng family. In an effort to obliterate it, Su Shao had already strained his dantian to its limits, leaving him utterly exhausted and devoid of strength to pursue the mother and child corpse demon. The wings of battle energy behind him fluttered gently, yet at this moment, Luo Chen's heart burned with fervor and astonishment. Observing the confrontation among these truly apex figures within the virtual realm, a sense of grandeur and dominance surged within him, resonating profoundly. Despite the grievances he harbored, once the crowd dispersed. Yin Longzi hastily sought out the recently recruited local disciples from the outer sect to discuss strategies for establishing an administrative framework. Yang Aiwa's expression had darkened. The two customer service representatives exchanged glances, their curiosity ignited. The individual from Hongjipa had been present prior to their arrival, and there were no other star ships visible in the temporary docking area aside from their fleet. Allegedly, the gentlemanly Raphael, fully representing the divine emissary, stood at the entrance, awaiting Casares' arrival. "Come, Yinja, let us converse." Qin Feng warmly invited Lu Yunjia to take a seat, casually producing a cigarette case. Offering 2 cigarettes to Lu Yunjia and Lu Jiangwo, while also lighting one for himself. As for the method proposed by Bai Chun, Ao Hong believed its formidable power was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Thus, in a moment of desperation, Ao Hong's voice rose in a fierce shout. However, he refrained from excessive reactions to avoid complicating matters and followed closely behind them. Initially, opening a shop was merely a desire to relish the tranquil life of the ancient town and to experience the feeling of being a proprietor, while also providing Fangyi a place to find her. The deities proclaimed that this sacred land was a gift bestowed upon the Tatal people. Thus, the Tatal vowed to live here for generations to come. After all, the apocalypse had loomed for quite some time, and those who had survived until now were hardly ordinary beings. Having reflected on this, Father Lin subtly gestured for Mother Lin and Mother Zhao to step aside, granting Lin Feng the space to collect his thoughts. As the prince, one must bow to the orange. It is a matter of etiquette that cannot be altered. The orange replied softly. Despite appearing somewhat heartless, the moment Niu Xiaoli turned away, tears streamed down her face. She resolutely walked to the corner of the hall, only allowing herself to weep once her father was no longer in sight. The pilgrims and cultists would be dealt with through the eradication of the cult by Kuaizhu and the Duke. She first apologized to her former roommate, Chi-Chi, persisting for 6 months, even when the latter initially refused to accept her apology, ultimately earning forgiveness. She even contemplated that if Meng Tingwan were to learn of her departure from the village to meet Lu Yinzhou at the great Xiangwu Temple, Meng Tingwan might compel her to sever all ties with Lu Yinzhou entirely. No wonder, not long ago, she seemed perfectly fine, yet upon this reunion, she appears to have transformed entirely. It is truly remarkable. Qi Yuhan sighed. The following day, a sudden chill enveloped the air, and sparse snowflakes began to drift from the heavens. After a thorough discussion among the esteemed physicians of the Imperial Hospital regarding the third prince's ailment, a new prescription was promptly devised and dispatched to Baizue Palace overnight. "You, what are you doing here? This is not right. Weren't you supposed to be at the Spring and Autumn Academy? The clan elder stated you could only return upon graduation. How is it that you are back now?" exclaimed the naive one. In the words of Demi, trying a different flavor might indeed delight the other party even more. What astonished us further was the revelation that Demi had once been a member of the Monkey King's dark organization, possessing not only profound martial skills, but also remarkable medical expertise. Later, upon the Monkey King's departure from America, Demi pivoted to a career in medicine. At this moment, Qing Shuang had regained full consciousness. With the support of Bai Er, she sat up and, upon hearing Zheng Xiaozong mention the 3-day period, pondered for a moment before comprehending the situation, softly stating, "Then I shall trouble you, Dr. Zheng." Her eyes sparkled subtly, signaling her understanding. They were either teammates from the national team or former rivals. Despite the apparent warmth of their camaraderie at this moment, once they stepped onto the court, they became adversaries, executing plays without mercy or sentiment. This, indeed, exemplified the professionalism and ethics expected of career athletes. Tang Chong, the first on the blacklist, was a figure who had killed Adam. He never anticipated that this time he would provoke the other side. When confronting the inherent vices of humanity, regardless of one's profound cultivation, it all becomes exposed. These individuals, born as innocent and unblemished as newborns, once immersed in the dye vat, emerge as a myriad of colors. Thus, her heart is all the more rare and precious. This artwork was inherently stunning. If completed by a son of a respectable family, it would be a revelation beyond comprehension. The esteemed elders gazed upon their son and daughter-in-law repeatedly, probing and searching, still struggling to convince themselves that this exquisite depiction of twin infants amidst lotus flowers stemmed from their son's hands, which had previously torn through countless masterpieces. Observing the upper bodies of Sui run and others covered in white powder, Wang Hao nodded in gratitude. For such unscrupulous enemies who would stop at nothing to achieve victory, Jingzui Yuan Miko could only think of one term: drawing the sword. Whenever she contemplated this phrase, it signified that she was prepared to unleash her full might to vanquish her opponents. As the auction continued, after several antiques had been sold, a new item emerged, a fiery red stone, at the center of which was a flame, so vivid it appeared as though a real fire was encased within the stone. Lin Yu's eyes brightened, and he reached a decisive conclusion. Tears streamed down her face, drop by drop. Her heart was in turmoil, bewildered by how circumstances had spiraled into such chaos. Wu Erqian engaged in a desperate battle with the sandwolves, darting and dodging, leaping and weaving, executing both offense and defense. In no time, he shattered 6 or 7 sandwolves, yet the remaining dozen did not relent in their assault and became even more ferocious. The towering giant flower once again grew swiftly, its stamen exuding a luminous substance, and a rich fragrance wafted through the surroundings. The night cast a dark hue over the sky as Su Ruoli gazed at the dimming expanse above, inhaling deeply. At that moment, a deafening call resonated from below, causing Okamura to furrow his brow and glance towards Zhou Fohai. Liu Yinqing's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze revealing a genuine intensity as he fixated on the situation, convinced that the leak of this information was closely tied to Tao Yao. Liko was the first to lose her composure, laughing unabashedly. The others followed suit, their faces adorned with smiles that hinted at laughter they dared not fully express. In a clandestine prison nestled in the mountains of Chongqing, the sound of crackling echoed within the airtight confines, where a young man hung his head, his body marred by bloody welts from relentless beatings, the crimson staining his white shirt. Under the dim light, Dai Li and Xinzhe observed the bloodied youth. The return of Mao Mao brought me unexpected joy beyond the truth of this matter. Yet, to ensure a more stable life for her, I must first resolve the issue concerning Lei Shi. In the afternoon, the doctor informed Mao Mao that she could be discharged, with a follow-up appointment scheduled in a week. Reluctantly, I accompanied Chuname to return her to Zhang Yun's home. Xia Shao nodded slightly. Since Si Fengshan was already aware, he felt no need to elaborate further. They understood well that if Si Fengshan had any news, they would not be tirelessly running about aimlessly. Just then, a flash of red appeared before them, standing out amidst the swirling yellow leaves, resembling a lion descending from the clouds. Xia picked up the drawing board and noticed a plastic pedal adhered to the back. Surely the handiwork of Lu Yunting. Du Guyan also frowned, admitting that he had not perceived any flaws in Lu Qingjuan's analysis. Instead, he found the other's imagination bold and astonishing, leaving him deeply impressed. Thus, he regarded Jiang Chunhe, gently shaking his head. Do not speak nonsense. There is nothing buried inside. Xunxia's mood lightened somewhat. With Liu Yinqing by her side, she felt a sense of reassurance and stability, even in silence. Your Highness, what troubles you? You seem quite different since leaving the palace. At this moment, Steward Chun, always by Jing Haoyu's side, pondered whether the imperial concubine had spoken to him about something. If you knew who he was, you would understand why I trust in his strength, Zhao Runan remarked. Chang Zhong, hearing of the crown princess's grave illness, held on to a glimmer of hope that the news was mistaken. However, upon witnessing a corpse being carried out from the courtyard, his heart sank. As Liu Xian departed, Elder Yun regained a solemn expression, and Yuduo suddenly felt a familiar pain in her right arm. This greeting was exceedingly precious, yet it came with profound agony. She could almost foresee the challenging days ahead. Chowda approached the front of the hall and took a seat on the dragon throne, squinting his eyes to take in the surroundings. Apart from feeling the chill, nothing seemed particularly noteworthy. Why speak of such matters? I have stated that this does not concern you. Bai Yanqi replied, his irritation evident. Did you purchase all of this? Questioned the young man in the floral shirt standing by the door, his expression equally hard to describe. The following day, Hao Xian, Huan Yu, and others split into two groups to accomplish their respective tasks. Hao Xian and Jin Yao set out to locate individuals from various factions, while Huan Yu, Huani, and Jinglei returned to the Ximing sect. It would certainly be advantageous to uncover the connection between Shenyang and the 36 heavenly gangs, if there were any survivors. It might lead to further intelligence. However, for the two of them, the journey was not entirely smooth sailing. He logged out of Yang Danny's QQ and splashed cold water from the bathroom sink onto his head, attempting to regain his composure. Gazing at his drenched reflection in the mirror, an unsettling feeling washed over him, tinged with fear. Suzy Wed did not decline Chu Mohan's request for a face-to-face discussion. That evening, Chu Mohan returned to a new home that had long been untouched. Yu Duo rose to her feet, channeling her energy. Her entire being felt as if it had been rejuvenated, and the inner flame of her true fire seemed to have found a new abode, coming to life. The fragments of memories from her past life not only revealed her true identity, but also inadvertently granted her access to another set of memories, the life that Su Ruo was meant to have. After giving the 9th-rank Golden Lotus another pat, Emperor Yujing stepped beside the Chaos Ancestor, vanishing from sight amid the latter's conflicted gaze. What is happening? Xu Jing quickly examined the water pipes, finding no apparent issues, yet the clanging noise from next door grew louder. He dove into the pipes, not searching directly, but rather closing his eyes to listen. Such explosives typically had detonators, and any detonator would produce a sound. Damn it, cursed Yao Ming inwardly, deciding against a hasty counterattack, instead urging everyone to fall back swiftly. However, at that moment, no one heeded his call. His reluctance to retaliate did not deter others, who were all eager to engage. Who cares about you? And Mo Song cast a disdainful glance at Lan Huahua, speaking in an irrefutable tone. It is what it is. With that, Mo Song walked away. What if he entrusts the spiritual fruit to someone else for safekeeping? Lord Tung pondered aloud. At that moment, the goblin had just completed half of its turn when it was instantly tackled to the ground by the white wolf. Following that, the white wolf lunged at another individual, charging towards it with a stone spear. The previous moment's earnest lie was ruthlessly exposed the next, resulting in an exceptionally awkward situation. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. However, this encounter left them utterly speechless, fundamentally altering their perspectives. Meanwhile, Longxing furrowed his brow in concern. At this moment, the dragon was no longer ensnared within the confines woven by the demonic vines. However, upon the vines retracting, the shadowy assassin from the Yinyan 18 Towers was still conspicuously absent. To slaughter the human race within my domain and incite discord between our two clans is an egregious transgression. King Chu Jiang replied coldly. A rhetorical question posed by Yang Jinbin rendered the crowd momentarily speechless, yet his words resonated with an undeniable sense of reason. Xiaoyang's inner turmoil did not escape by Tianqing's notice, but since he was unwilling to speak, it was best to let the matter rest for now. Other soldiers from the Eastern who had also heard the news of the rear troops' livestock being incinerated, causing a stir in the morale of the army. The soldiers summoned by Ma and Duoli, in addition to their own forces, included a multitude of warriors from various tribes, all subordinate to the right virtuous king and obedient to his commands. All right, I shall honor your request. Rest assured, who could deny you, my dearest friend? Xiaolan remarked, before turning her attention elsewhere. Her tenderness, her thoughtfulness, and her tears were each capable of captivating any man. In an instant, smoke and cannon fire intertwined. Shells and flames danced together, as the simultaneous firing of hundreds of cannons momentarily slowed the accelerating airborne base. Yet the outcome proved to be quite effective. With a sudden burst, the golden-winged rock expelled a mouthful of blood, a gaping wound appearing in its chest, indicating a grievous injury. What a splendid piano, pristine white and immaculate. Observing his inky black hair softly falling over his forehead, concealing his alluring eyes, one could not help but notice his fingers, always impeccably clean and neatly groomed, dancing over the keys. Yi Kai wandered aimlessly in the darkness, meandering east and west, seemingly the most leisurely soul upon this vast prairie. At this pace, surpassing 100 downloads by Sunday was a foregone conclusion. As for the power, during training, our resources were limited, and we did not utilize the genuine article, instead relying on standard arrows for testing. The scenes observed then appeared rather formidable. Hence this time we have equipped ourselves accordingly. We should soon receive the battle report. Huang Ju spoke with a hint of anticipation. No, this is intended for the adversary you discovered. The range of these two pieces of equipment is insufficient to engage such a high-altitude foe. Does TPC possess any larger apparatus? Lin Chong, momentarily forgetting the operational large space battleship, the Pizza, which could still be utilized if the breach were mended. The matter of one's state of mind? Zhang Zhiping pondered this question, his earlier excitement gradually subsiding. The strength of a perfected golden elixir was still far from adequate for him. His ambition demanded a breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. The rock surveyed its surroundings once more, noting the stark contrast to what it had witnessed in the sky. It appeared that it had not previously visited this place. Another sword saint? The Han warriors gasped in astonishment. Such a level of power could only be wielded by a sword saint. Rongqi awaited Rui Zi's words, only to observe his slender fingers momentarily pause before departing from his waist without removing the jade pendant. Damn it! Why are there so many cursed souls at the city gate? Feng Xiang raised his gaze to the front and exclaimed in exasperation. The individuals he cursed were undoubtedly the gatekeeping soldiers of the later Qin. However, upon uttering those words, he was met with disdainful glances from passers-by. Rongqi slowly closed her eyes, envisioning a long needle plunging sharply between her brows, scattering her thoughts like fragments in the wind. She could not fathom the existence of such sorcery as stealing from a distance. The gem rested securely in her palm, and as long as she held on, she refused to believe it could simply vanish. A glance at Hadley revealed that Deiji, not being a fool, had already discerned that the various deans misconstrued their intentions and did not believe his words at all. When Yagami reappeared in Claudia's chamber, he was immediately surrounded by Alex, Elle, and Layla, all rushing to his side. Suqing's treasure dust sprinkler was originally a gift from Qing'e, whom Suqing had cherished like life itself. Yet now it was passed on to Yingwei, leaving Qing'e with a tinge of guilt. This dark iron arrow, entirely forged from pure dark iron, was crafted through the elves' enigmatic techniques, allowing the shaft to split into 6 fine arrows, each capable of striking a separate target. Lin Qiuya feigned annoyance, yet the satisfied expression on her face belied any semblance of grievance. Witnessing the two engaged in a scuffle, the onlookers felt a chill as the orders were given, and the military clubs struck mercilessly. Those who had previously led the laughter now understood that Ban was suffering due to their recklessness, leaving them filled with shame and trepidation. Everyone sighed in relief upon hearing Li Qiong finally conclude, realizing that this battle involved more than mere tricks. It encompassed strategies like besieging the city and misleading the enemy, employing tactics reminiscent of encircling 3 while taking 1. Had they not known this fellow fought valiantly, as fierce as Wang De, they might have assumed he was some sort of military strategist conjured by Lu Guangshi. Dai Bin feigned a demeanor of diligence and professionalism while dismissing Wang Yan's suggestions curtly. Despite their exhaustion, as they passed through Li Cheng's territory, they did not dare to enter Xinya or Dengzhou, disguising themselves while enduring hardships and remaining on high alert, always fearful of being captured by Li Cheng's forces. One aspect of the heavenly will was, of course, the one borrowed by Luo Ping, while the other 2 emanated from Nanhua Shi and the sky-reaching divine tree. Sister Zhou Feng, do not hold a grudge against Yin Chong for being ruthless. The leader's decree cannot be defied. I am grateful for your past kindness. However, without the leader, there is no Yin Chong. With that, Yin Chong spread his arms wide, akin to a great rock, conjuring icy crystals as a frigid aura radiated outward. The crowd turned at the sound, astonished to see these young individuals were the scions of several prominent families. No need. I have successfully obtained my driver's license before. It merely feels unfamiliar now after such a long hiatus. I shall soon regain my proficiency. Even Edward Newgate, with his white beard, could not escape defeat, surrounded by 6 formidable generals. As he spoke, his hands began to tear at clothing, and fervent kisses descended upon the nape of his neck. A soft white glow pulsed along the silk thread, with faint energies flowing into the spiritual body, as if attempting to draw the soul back into its vessel. They possessed a certain familiarity with General Tong. It would have been improbable for them to speak in the presence of the emperor had they not been assured of the truth. At this moment in the alchemical chamber, Wang Yuanqing awaited the moment of transformation, conversing with his peers. Upon hearing this, everyone comprehended the implication. Wei Xinran and Lianxiang suddenly realized that Meng Yehe intended to change out her damp garments. With a light scoff from Lu Tsinji, a beam of radiant light pierced through Chang Chunxiu, cleaving him in two. Yang Chuxia scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, contemplating that he was indeed cunning. Beneath his seemingly innocent facade lay a heart filled with amusement. Jin Zhixian approached gracefully, neither drawing near to Jiahui nor to Inyoha, standing apart, her intentions shrouded in ambiguity. "So have you agreed?" He pondered, considering that tomorrow he would dine with his master, and the demon lord would likely attend as well. He recalled that Gong Su and the demon lord were friends. Due to his involvement, Gong Su had inadvertently diminished by Yiling standing, leaving him uncertain of whether this would bother him. Just as Yuanos anticipated, the cavalry of Parthia exhibited negligible close combat prowess, each soldier equipped solely with a short dagger and devoid of armor. Should he detect even the slightest anomaly, he could follow the trail, encountering either surprise or peril, always ready to adapt. While some reveled in Xiao Yunxi's precarious predicament, others awaited the confrontation between Princess Nishang and Xiao Yunxi. Though she had resolved her entanglement with Xia Luobai, Mrs. Xia, blissfully unaware, was gripped by fear. She could not reveal the truth to her and instead coaxed her to retire for the night. Upon reaching the square, the Western Xia army was reduced to merely a handful of archers and a few heavy cavalry. The Macedonian cavalry, divided into 2 groups, charged from opposing directions, annihilating the last of the resistance and executing the regional leader, Paknes. Much like their visit to the temple, ostensibly for leisure, their true purpose was to seek blessings for the new establishment in preparation. In an instant, all traffic lights were halted, leaving everyone bewildered and immobilized, only later to learn of the incident involving Zijin Chang'an. Hua Kai-dai was acutely aware of the lethal prowess of the iron claw wielded by young Master Yin Shao. In the blink of an eye, it could pierce her throat. She signaled to Nie Zhenxiong, indicating that young Master Yin Shao had been poisoned and was destined to perish, advising caution against rash actions. After the man spoke, another glared at Mo Xian and hurled insults. As the words fell, several assailants lunged towards Mo Xian, intent on capturing him. In the time that followed, I needed to meticulously devise the holy domain and cultivate the 8th form of Taisu Batianzhan, striving to create the 4th form of Wang Waduo Qing Dao, Muse Dongfang Han. A full 100, not one less. As Jin Xiu observed their increasingly haggard appearances, her heart swelled with sympathy. Nevertheless, she did not pause in her steps, let alone reveal any fluctuation in her demeanor. Suddenly, with an unexpected strike, she aimed at Meng Tianyi. Though Meng Tianyi's magical abilities were inferior to Bai Yunyan's, his agility was nonetheless commendable. Lu Xiefeng, not in peak condition, dared not linger in the capital for too long, preferring to distance himself from the vortex of power and intrigue until his strength was restored. It seems that since the decision to undergo surgery was made, I have not encountered her. During that visit to the hospital, things nearly escalated, only to be interrupted by Lin's wife. Hunger is indeed an appropriate sentiment. The source of inner strength derives from 2 aspects. Firstly, the energy that can be directly absorbed from the surrounding spiritual essence. Secondly, food, which refines its essence into bodily energy, subsequently transforming it into inner energy. "Hey, my friend, you threw it so far away. How can we possibly retrieve it?" Xian Feng croaked, striving to articulate his thoughts in one breath. With those few words, he had exerted all his strength. Upon hearing Mo Xian's words, the man with the sheep-like beard appeared somewhat taken aback. In his view, and Mo Xian was merely fleeing for his life. Why did it transform into a diversion in Mo Xian's narrative? Could it be that he had indeed fallen prey to Mo Xian's scheme? Yet, fate played a cruel joke on both. Lin Xiao, born into a merchant family, now holds the esteemed position of the Grand Protector of the Northern Frontier, a first-class noble, while Zhang Qi, from an official family background, finds himself in disgrace. Although his official rank remains intact, the sense of humiliation is an unbearable burden for Zhang Qi. Their flesh lay like melted ice cream, limp upon the ground, revealing bones slick with a viscous red liquid. In the air, alongside the stench of decay, lingered an unusual aroma. With this opportunity, she quickly seized the moment to continue the conversation. "Oh dear, is it true? Xiao Xiao, you truly are so thoughtful. I heard from Haoqing that you toil daily at the farm, yet still think of this old wife of yours. That is truly commendable." Indeed, the heart of the concubine had eased slightly. After all, a genius cannot be bullied by a fool. He sought out others and shared this matter with them. Naturally, Ji Qinxua, also a member of the Blue Star, would not shy away from her duty, though she had no lingering attachments to that world. Possessing the ability to save Blue Star compelled her to act for her homeland. From the moment they entered the city, they had already discerned that a formidable array had been established within, permeated by the aura of the demon clan, clearly indicating foul play. Wei Chui chuckled, his demeanor and tone suggesting he had no intention of finishing last. Rather, he seemed poised to claim the top spot. The latter's merits had now dwindled to almost nothing, and his soul began to weaken. If he were to exhaust his merits, there was no guarantee he would even qualify for reincarnation upon descending to the underworld. During the battle, even the slightest hint of presence could be felt from Jinxi, yet now, enveloped by the realm, she left no trace whatsoever. Even Zhao Fengyang, during his most perplexing days in high school, managed to escape that negative sentiment with the guidance of Duan Jejia. "Master, come and dine, taste the dishes I have prepared," he said with a smile, serving her a bowl of spiritual rice. This was not about rooting oneself in the tangible world. Rather, it was about dragging the entire obliterated boundary into the unknown void. However, he soon realized that the Emperor Dragon Pavilion was overwhelmingly powerful, and he could only flee in disgrace after witnessing the demise of his subordinates. At that moment, the young man in a suit surveyed the room strewn with ice shards. Speaking in a remarkably calm tone, Yun Mu, caught between laughter and tears, found himself bemused. He had never known Su Yao, and their paths had never crossed. Thus it was absurd to consider harboring any deep-seated animosity toward her. For such a girl, Yun Mu was not so devious as to plot her demise. His intentions were quite straightforward, to stroll in, and if he could glean some benefits, it would be an unexpected delight. If not, it mattered little. Lifting the teacup, he savored a sip. The tea was remarkably rich in flavor. Realizing he could say no more, Li Ziqing set down the cup and seized the opportunity to observe Yuan Shirkai with his peripheral vision. Yuan was merely sipping his tea, his expression revealing nothing, while Yuan Ketting neither drank nor spoke, sitting intently in his chair, listening. Was this fellow truly feigning indifference? As he gazed with tear-filled eyes, though somewhat terrified, there was an unwavering determination in his gaze that caused Akame to waver once more. Did that gentleman of the earth mean to consume it raw? He relished the idea of eating it raw, the bones crunching delightfully in his mouth. And the thought of biting off her leg while she still lived was not only fresh, but the sound of her cries would be exquisite. Duodoru's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had cast aside everything to sleep early, yet awoke in the middle of the night, unable to find rest, his heart stirred by anxiety and exhilaration. Of course, her words could only be spoken in her mind. Not only did she lack the courage to voice them, but even if she did, she had no standing to do so, being merely an observer at her first event. Offending Matthew would surely eliminate any chance of a second invitation. Thus, these newly constructed venues would not lie idle. Rather, their functionality would need to be enhanced due to the increased participation. After all, Qionghai Island had previously lacked such facilities, and the current constructions were purposefully designed. The revelation of this news sent waves of excitement through millions of fans. with many in the audience immediately expressing their joy through jubilant gestures and loud cheers. At that moment, Churchill was wholly immersed in the joy brought by possessing the largest warship in the world, seemingly oblivious to the fierce battles occurring back on British soil. What is wrong? Noticing the sudden change in the Emperor's expression, I felt a twinge of foreboding and hastily inquired. She would never shed a tear in front of him. She steadfastly believed that if she cried before him, it would signify her defeat. After uttering the word "you" 3 times, Nero fell silent. He was well aware of Wei Songping and Bao Fei's prison break, but at that moment, it was merely to provoke the false saint Belifii. Why would Pelagius reveal the truth at such a time? The children must have trained for quite some time. They deserve a break. At that moment, Han Shiming leaped from the vehicle and patted Mu Yulong's shoulder, a bottle of chilled beer in hand, its malty aroma tantalizing Mu Yulong's appetite. He had to succeed on the first attempt to ensure that the precious rewards promised by the Qing Chuan Xianzong would fall into his hands. The 6th-rank spiritual technique, two-finger sword, indicated that Xingyun genuinely wished to eliminate Gu Qian, launching a lethal strike against him, who had attained the upper clarity realm. Less chatter, I dictate when you pay. Do you still want to set up shop here? Growled the burly leader menacingly. Situ Minglang did not give Qin Hao a chance to respond. He swiftly moved to Qin Hao's side and grasped his hand, a surge of spiritual energy flowing into Qin Hao's body to assess his condition. Gu Qian found it hard to believe and exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, yet he still could not see the whites of his eyes, which left him utterly astonished. With a face clouded in displeasure, Jiang Chengse, after concluding his remarks, disregarded the numerous media inquiries and interruptions, darkened his expression, and hastily strode away from the press conference on his long legs. The first kiss was initiated by him, although the second kiss was prompted by her. It was under the pretext of a desire. This time, she kissed him of her own volition without ulterior motives. Did it signify that she was beginning to gradually accept him? Oh joy! What a delightful sensation it is. In truth, Yi Wei was not devoid of vulnerabilities. Rather, his weaknesses were formidable. Even if they were fragile, Yi Wei could single-handedly shelter them from the tempest. Are you all right? Gu Zhitong elegantly took a bite of a shrimp dumpling, her tongue gently licking her lips, casting a dreamy glance at Si Juanhao. Since there are still 2 more times, you might as well proceed with 2 more. After all, it has already come to this, she softly reassured him. Bo Yin's complexion had significantly improved, reclining on the bed with half-closed eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Momentarily taken aback, Feng Yu turned her head to find Yin Gaji draped in a garment, seated at the table with several sheets of paper in hand. His lips remained pale, yet his demeanor was calm, appearing unfazed by the thunderous sounds. A sense of unease stirred within me. Bo Yin had never engaged in such tender and lingering gestures. I felt my breath quicken, my legs instinctively straightening, my body rigid with tension. Many lowered their heads beneath his icy gaze, while more immediately offered their blessings, uttering auspicious phrases like wishing for a long life together and early prosperity. As for the remaining mysteries surrounding the chaotic demonic god, Wang Ming chose to set aside his inquiries for the time being. He knew that he would eventually uncover the truths, and he was in no rush. Compared to these secrets, Wang Ming relished the journey of cultivation and the enlightenment of understanding the laws of nature. It was not merely a matter of unrefined beauty. The true issue lay within the body itself, rendering one pale and aged. The Star River sword split into 2, then into 4, swiftly transforming into thousands of Star River swords, resembling a galaxy in the dim light. Lu Hengchuan's mouth hung agape, as if he could fit a goose egg inside. What in the world is this? Is this evolution? Just when Suqinga thought they would be staying here all night, Gu Xingji finally returned. Rong Yu stood transfixed, nearly unable to contain his drool, mimicking Suqinga's actions as he dipped a slice of lamb. Upon taking a bite, an explosion of rich flavors enveloped him, as if his soul ascended to the heavens. Even more astonishing was the newfound strength of the Chu nation. How could they so easily abandon and relentlessly pursue talents like Wang Hao and Zhou Shan? His already furrowed brow suddenly knit tightly together, as Wang Shu's body felt burdened. His feet cracking the floor beneath him, leaving 5 or 6 fissures. As the cracks widened, it felt as though a mountain pressed down upon his back. This aura, even for the god of Luo, was unbearable. Though Luo Chun possessed remarkable agility, under the relentless onslaught of such dense monsters, his mobility was severely compromised, leaving him to endure the creature's attacks. In a mere 10 minutes, the Dragon Spring Gorge was ruthlessly marred, as 10 men from the ancient gates surged in, annihilating all obstacles in their path. "You may return. I shall speak," said Yuan Feng, flicking his fingers outward. Yuan nodded, for the term details had become a frequent refrain since she began following Chao Su. She wholeheartedly agreed with her master's assertion that details determine success or failure. "Wow, so beautiful," the crowd gazed, captivated by Shao Wan, though their focal points varied. Undoubtedly, Li Sanyang raised her brows and smiled brightly, exuding confidence. As night fell and others rested, Lu Yun remained seated at the cave entrance, vigilantly awaiting his awakening. But did he not ally with Lu Wuzhou? Li Sanyang inquired, biting a red thread, tautly pulling at both ends before severing and knotting it. "Can we escape?" Musan questioned, his voice barely discernible over the wind generated by their frantic flight. Yet Lung Nanhua heard him. The wolves howled as if possessed, one of them suddenly surging in ferocity, piercing through a man with its claws before swiftly turning to attack another. Just as her uncertainty mounted, a chilling breeze swept in, causing her exposed skin to shiver and her hairs to stand on end. Upon hearing Elder Du's name, Lu Fanyun and several older elders trembled, their visages betraying their unease. On the 6th day, they reached Yuan. On the 7th, Jinyi. On the 8th, Shaoyang County, and by the evening of the 9th day, they arrived at the People's Sports Square in Guangzhou. Ouyang Long even consented in front of Uncle Linghu to the plan of assassinating the 5 nation leaders at Snow Mountain. As she lifted the veil separating the 2 rooms, a familiar silhouette emerged before her, back turned, silence enveloping them, an undeniable bond of maternal instinct connecting them. After Jiqian entered the bathroom, the landline rang, prompting Duan Yunrui to wrap a thin blanket around himself and rise to answer the call. In City A, few could rival Mama Li's culinary skills. "Just make do with it," said Duan Xingyu, somewhat awkwardly placing a piece of beef into Su Nuanyuan's bowl. However, as they drove further out, Shan Feifei noticed that the neatly arranged tents gradually dwindled. Regrettably, Zhou Yu had not cast a glance at Dong Xiao throughout, mistakenly believing his competition lay with the Qin family. There is little more to recount. The scene was one of utter chaos, with empty bowls and plates containing only broth. "You go on ahead. I will deal with him," Su Chong called to us before sprinting towards the vehicle. "You." Feng Zi's eyes widened, prompting Peter behind him to draw his gun in an instant. The Emperor greatly favors beauties. Should anyone present a handsome youth to serve him, what would the Emperor do? Nie Yuanshen retorted. "Is this not absurd? Can I not disagree?" Fang Yun exclaimed, taking aback. "The transfer is complete. Elder Lu, please save her." The swift wind spoke to Elder Lu as Lin Yahan cradled Lin Yuesian before him. After a hearty meal, the host instructed a servant to fetch a pouch of coins, presenting it to the Elder Zhuang Kue, which contained approximately 300 to 400 coins. The Elder Zhuang Kue accepted it with a smile, discreetly tucking it into his sleeve before bidding farewell alongside the young man. Zheng Yin set down his chopsticks and followed suit. As the sister simmered chicken soup, she glanced back at her father, pondering how to broach the subject of her sister and brotherly. It wouldn't be fair to place all the blame on them, for she had indeed manipulated circumstances. To claim that she felt no emotional stirrings would be patently false. Their gazes shifting towards Luo Fan momentarily stunned them, though they quickly regained composure. In truth, while his physical injuries were severe, his indomitable will and robust physique allowed him to endure the pain. Yet, the humiliation he felt within was far more intense and burdensome than any physical affliction. Xiao Mo followed Xiao Ye's gaze and remarked with a smile, "Uncle, it was that brother who brought me here. He is truly a wonderful brother. Regrettably, he had matters to attend to and could not stay." Xiao Mo lamented this missed opportunity, for that brother was not only kind but also strikingly handsome. 18 years ago, a shadow cast by the imperial teacher Mu Yunshun, guarded the wind demon, discovering that the demon had vanished at the border of the demon realm, leaving only an uncorrupted weapon behind on the battlefield. Logically, he should have inquired whether his companion wished to join him. That would have been the mark of true friendship. Upon hearing Mu Yang's words, Tong Junyi glanced up at the surveillance camera and blew a kiss, prompting an image of startled uncle observing the feed to flash through Mu Yang's mind. In the front row, San Lang and the others speculated about what Xiong Tianqing would disclose next. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the space as a figure appeared unexpectedly at the podium. Sakura Arashiwa's opponent was a portly man. Having never encountered such a spirit, he was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he released his first spirit, a fire type. The fragrant ape, Bao, cheerfully approached Shun Ping, planting a kiss on his cheek as a token of gratitude, her eyes flickering with a hint of shyness. Before she pulled Yangmi over to examine the photographs Shin Ping had brought back. Do you think we are lacking in funds? Chun Yang disregarded Chun Ping's counter-question and followed up with a second inquiry. However, despite shattered dreams, negotiations must persist. The once idealistic and hopeful boy, Xia Qi, had transformed into a formidable sovereign in the realm of negotiation. Carrie personally confirmed this. Had it come from another, he would have been skeptical. Yet, seeing was believing, and the reality was palpable. As she watched Shun Ping resting upon her, Gal Gadot embraced his head tightly, providing her with a sense of sanctuary. When Shin Ping released her ankle, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Sun Shiping mentioned that 2.5 feet was the length of a renown blade. However, when he inquired of the blacksmith from a distant land, the man claimed he had never heard of such a name. Though a 2.5-foot blade is indeed a sword and the blacksmith a master of forging, one would expect that a famed weapon would carry some degree of renown. And the swordsmith would certainly be aware of it, if only vaguely. The surface of the sea? Summer Chi glanced over and instantly thought of something closely resembling this undulating line. However, given the distance from the ocean, it was evident that this line was not the sea, but rather the surface of the desert. Yet, the more this became apparent, the more Icarus felt the need to exercise patience. Despite remaining vigilant, he feared he might falter. Any rash movement would undoubtedly hasten his demise. At that moment, a warrior rushed over from the training grounds, panic-stricken, and whispered something into Tu Jin's ear, causing cold sweat to break out all over his body. Suddenly, a storm of stones ascended into the air, crashing down mercilessly, leaving that figure in a state of utter disarray and cries of distress. Furthermore, those stones, upon reaching the heavens, coalesced into a series of stone tablets. I just heard you arguing with the young master inside, a Chung. I know you harbor resentment towards me, but after all, the young master is who he is. How could you speak to him in such a manner? Aunt Gui's tone softened, laced with concern. No, there are no benefits to this. I love you, and it is you I cherish. No matter how difficult it may be, I am indifferent, as long as you also acknowledge your love for me. Jiang Ningning leapt, wrapping her foot around Yi Zhun's thigh, holding him tightly. He trembled internally, on the verge of slipping away, only to suddenly notice Hu Yunyang gazing at him with a serene smile. Upon entering the shop, a gust of cool air greeted him, and Yi Zhun recognized it as the air conditioning. The establishment boasted numerous seats, yet patrons were scant. Perhaps the myriad of alternatives had supplanted such fare. The upper echelons of the Wanlong society had been entirely apprehended, leaving this secret base unknown to others, which conveniently facilitated our endeavors. At the very least, we could pursue our financial dealings here without interference. At this moment, both the witch and demon factions had set aside their ancestral grievances, uniting to encircle the portly figure at the center, preparing to confront this otherworldly intruder whom they deemed ill-intentioned. As the experts from both sides issued their commands, a myriad of spells and assaults rained down upon the figure with the ferocity of a tempest. Li Yulan extended her delicate fingers and lightly tapped his forehead, her heart brimming with joy as she retreated to her room to change. Outside the southern city gate, corpses lay strewn about, blood staining the ground. and the remnants of unextinguished fires flickered in the wind. Broken swords and shattered weapons lay scattered, seemingly narrating the brutality of this fierce battle. The sky was overcast, with faint glimmers of waning starlight penetrating the gloom, instilling a profound sense of oppression. With a resounding crack, Payne shattered a massive boulder, nonchalantly twisting his neck as he leapt atop the head of the colossal summoned beast, guiding it forward. He was still heavily invested in the opium field experiments within Shaanxi, and during the military government's reign, opium had been eradicated from the market. Yet now, it was experiencing a resurgence under Liu Jianzhong's influence. The urgent bell, signaling the conclusion of examinations, reverberated throughout the campus, marking the official end of the two-day college entrance examination. Regardless of how one performed, it signified a definitive closure to the ordeal. In the depths of the Ma-Run tribe, an ethereal melody floated through the air, cascading from behind the waterfall, enchanting all who heard it. Unbeknownst to the melancholic Yifuni, as Lin spoke, he had become imbued with the scent of iron and blood. After all, he was a distinguished graduate of Tsinghua University, a fact that eclipsed many others. She prepared a few slices of ham, placing them on a plate. Should Zhou feel the porridge too bland, he could indulge in the ham, as he had spent much time abroad and may not be accustomed to such subtle flavors. The garments had been laundered with an array of spices to remove any lingering odors, yet a faint, unpleasant scent still lingered upon close proximity. As Ron's words faded, Cho-Cho let out a jubilant cry, its fluffy tail wagging in sheer delight. The recent display of affection between the couple left the maidens blushing profusely, yearning to flee the scene. I glanced at my phone, where a detailed explanation of secret technique from Deng Miao Miao awaited me. Yet, one cannot allow the bandits to act with impunity. Li Shichun, valuing loyalty above all, could not stand idly by while innocent lives were entangled in danger and resolved to confront the marauders himself. Jiao Ting nodded in agreement, while Wang Luan, accompanied by Xiao Jiasue, Meng Kong, and the Zhu brothers, made their way towards Duckbill Beach. Zhu Gui and Zhu Fu lingered behind, faced with their elder brother's inquiring gaze. Zhu Fu pursed his lips and nodded solemnly. Zhu Gui smiled reassuringly, choosing not to elaborate, and hurried alongside his brother towards Wang Lun. Though there were numerous soldiers, they were unable to rescue their lord, having suffered significant losses from the recent onslaught of the Qinglong Knights, leaving them ill-equipped to withstand the players' assault. As dusk approached, flames erupted in the distance, illuminating the city far more brightly than usual. For warriors, it is imperative to ascertain the direction of their own path. For energy is finite while the roads of greatness are infinite. Only through profound study of a single path can one achieve success. To pursue too many paths ultimately leads to becoming a relic of time. The collision of two spiritual fires generated an intense heat, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. Thus, although his old friend was not inclined toward violence, he held a significant position within the Taoist realm, one that no soul dare challenge. Turning back, Xia noticed his friend, Albert, whom he had chosen as his best man, had also arrived at the entrance, and he waved eagerly at him. Xianyuan Wujia led the front line, intent on closing in on the two healers. However, Lin Ryu seized the opportunity to summon 3 puppets and the greedy wolf just as they approached the healers, and snow began to fall from the sky. Old Peng remained indifferent, but Old Kai recognized the significance of the ramen recipe. With it, he could easily establish a ramen shop elsewhere and surely reap substantial profits. Han Li toyed with the golden sword in his hand, muttering a few words before the sword vanished into thin air with a flick of his wrist. Now you ought to understand why Mr. Su advised you against making any sudden moves. Noticed Chun Yulo's expression change and spoke softly. Struggle on. Continue your futile resistance. Do you comprehend the extent of my delight as I observe your struggles? Moreover, he does not ascertain whether the 5th-tier masked individual can indeed seize the arrows with empty hands. If not, then the super 6th-tier explosive arrows unleashed would not only be squandered, but would also alert the adversary. It is rather unfortunate that I did not send him a message in advance to inform him of her impending arrival at the company. Furthermore, the plethora of preparations made by daily fatigue, at home, without any prior warning, speaks volumes in itself. Cottage Hall. One of the gathering places for the blade wielders of Ingtian Prefecture, it serves as an organization for wandering swordsmen to accept bounty payments for heads, facilitating trade and transactions. The cottage swordsmen are more inclined towards mercenaries who purchase lives with money, showcasing a quality that varies significantly. She instinctively pushed his hand away, yet suddenly turned back to look at him as if recalling something. Generally, wild animals do not initiate attacks on those who are unarmed. Yet this particular tiger is evidently an exception. These two phrases serve as coded language for the underworld, and interestingly, the latter is specifically meant for engaging with the Inshanshi. As he spoke, Heiji Hattori lifted the teacup from the table, unscrewed the cap, and poured a significant amount of transparent liquid into it. Speaking of the sacred grounds, the era of its inheritance is beyond ascertainment. Even we, the denizens of the sacred grounds, remain unaware. However, according to ancient texts, it has existed since at least the Xia and Shang dynasties. The Qingling Taoist remarked slowly. Indeed, despite my instinctive fear of my own family, there is nothing to worry about, for my wife is right beside me, is she not? However, Bai Qianma felt a rare joy as the figure that had fled in haste caused the corners of his lips to rise slightly. Do you presume to kill me based on this? What a farce! Upon uttering these words, he shifted his stance, his hands moving like the wind, sweeping away all body refinement practitioners as if they were nothing. Witnessing Yi Tian slipping beneath the bed, although Shen Shui had retreated to another room, the two, somewhat bewildered, nonetheless crawled in one after another. At present, Gao Wu is not in haste to launch another assault, for he understands that a new challenge has emerged before him. His team, having attacked several times, is now fatigued. Thus, Gao Wu wishes to allow them to recuperate. Fighting with exhausted bodies would only diminish their combat effectiveness. The current state of the carefree empire seems to have found its footing, embodying true peace and stability. After Old Nine departed from Australia, he arranged the most recent tasks. Once upon a time, he envied an MO in his heart for being able to indulge and act spoiled around his parents, while he bore the weight of the Bai family as responsibilities alone. Just as the lean man was propelled backward to the front of the tall men, his body suddenly exploded, the aftermath of the blast enveloping the three towering figures. Reflecting on this, Lu Qi suddenly felt a profound ache in his heart. He truly desired to rush to the platform and embrace the boy whom he had always cherished. However, that was not feasible at this moment, not because they were in school, but rather for his sake. What do you think? Arnie entered through the door with her assistant, Hong Yin, and noticed Lu Shang still busy, casually inquiring. As dawn approaches, and Hao Yin carries a person into the carriage, gliding seamlessly to the seaside. Li Jinxiong never imagined that a mere phrase, bear the consequences, could lead to such disarray. When Yin Zigai arrived, he keenly noticed the man glance in his direction. He had restrained his presence, and thus the man remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would not have merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Lost in my thoughts, the elderly steward spoke first, striving to smooth his tone, appearing quite amiable, indistinguishable from his counterpart in another realm. Efforts do not go unrewarded. A week later, at 10:30 in the evening, a sound akin to a door lock rattling echoed from outside. Meng Kai, having endured several days of hunger and dragged nearly 100 miles by a horse, was indeed fortunate, for Jiang Yunji would never allow him to live and defend himself. A minute passed, and the brothers were urged to educate this man. With a wave of his hand, a burly figure signaled to his subordinates, who instantly displayed excitement, preparing to take action. In truth, I felt a deep sympathy for Gasol, as it was disheartening for someone of his age to struggle for survival in such dire conditions. Previously, the two had parted ways unhappily after delivering a message to Li Xiangru at the Broken Jade platform. Later, Gu Mufeng caught up with Xian Gui, repeatedly apologizing, which ultimately eased Xian Gui's heart. However, during their altercation, Xian Gui's hand was inadvertently injured by the flora, a concern that Li Xiangru only noticed later. In a fit of anger, he resolved to wholeheartedly support Tang Xinjuan, determined to secure victory in this matter of management. Fortunately, during our time outside, the sunlight was relatively abundant, allowing us to retrieve our portable headlamps. Seeing that he displayed no reaction to their arrival, they exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. Due to the devastating losses of various branches, the two elder leaders of Bilo were indeed anxious. Yet, with Akakaka and the Knights of Light stationed here, their worries were somewhat alleviated. Xiao Nongxue felt her body uncontrollably plummeting from an immeasurable height, the howling wind rushing past her ears, drowning out her hearing and rendering her eyes unable to open. Separated by the Bagua diagram, the two faced each other at a distance of several meters. As the diagram spun above Sanbao's head, emitting a dark golden glow that enveloped him, granting an extraordinary sense of comfort and momentarily equalizing their presence. Just as the situation grew precarious, a sudden gust swept past her face, and she felt the large hand gripping her shoulder being dislodged by another force, instantly relieving the weight on her shoulder. Good. Fanju, you have arrived. Sun Tzu gripped his knife tightly, charging towards Fanju, who reciprocated the advance. Sun Tzu then spotted another army bearing the flag of the Sun family from Ezhou. Puzzled by the identity of this force, he suddenly realized with a start. It was him. He had come as well. One cannot help but recall the boundless affection of Miju. The atmosphere within the Love Cherry Castle erupted into chaos as countless citizens, filled with indignation, surged towards its entrance. I gestured towards Zhang Run, proclaiming, "This is Zhang Run. His loyalty and prowess are beyond your imagination." Zhang Run firmly grasped the hilt of his sword with one hand while tightly holding the reins of his horse with the other, his gaze unwavering and vigilant, prepared to spring forth to protect his master at a moment's notice. Sanbao's peculiar behavior that evening prompted his following, only to discover that Sanbao's claim of lacking martial training alluded to debauchery. After waiting for a full half-hour without sight of Sanbao, he cursed under his breath and returned to the lay residence. This vast subterranean space, encased in steel walls, loomed tall and imposing yet did not feel stifling. Bruce harbored doubts. Even if the original artisan who sculpted this stone slab were present, he might not recognize the inscriptions upon it. Previously, Shan Yuan had mentioned that the black jade pendant I had purchased could not be taken back to the modern era. Thus it was destined to remain here. At the Basian Tower's stone gambling event, Jin Yao acquired a piece of stone, intending to craft a pair of jade bracelets for his mother and a pendant for his unborn sibling, which was why he had brought it here. Funde, what is the current status of the Yellow Turban Army and the Black Mountain Army? How many troops do they possess? Cao Cao inquired of Cheng Yu. General Cao, General Zhu, the Black Mountain and Yellow Turban armies number over 100,000, advancing simultaneously towards the central and southern regions of Dongjun, Cheng Yu replied, deliberately omitting the honorific title for Cao Cao. Then we must see if the Fox Immortal can assist us in uncovering the cause, Han Qing remarked, settling back onto the stone bench, crossing his legs. Gu Yuan swiftly made his way towards the Shang family, closely followed by nearly 100 monks. They had been apart from him for far too long, and upon seeing him again, their longing could no longer be contained. The scout promptly reported, General, the enemy's tents and cooking pits have indeed diminished by more than half. Zhang Miao and Liu Bu rejoiced at this news, suspecting that internal discord had transpired among the enemy forces, leading to Zhang Yan's departure with his troops. As time trickled by, during the 60th minute of the match, the Chinese team launched another offensive but still failed to penetrate the Australian defense, which was somewhat disheartening. Feigning indifference, I took a few steps forward before turning back to activate the alarm. Accompanied by the sound of my vehicle beeping, Mrs. Shui emerged from her car, momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to recognize me. Through the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of the lewd truck driver, who seemed oblivious to the perilous situation I had just endured, quietly pulling over to the roadside. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, and Yu Chun's throat felt parched and rough. His body was warm, as he struggled to suppress his fantasies. I stepped out to the restroom to touch on my makeup, having had a fierce argument over lunch with Xia Shao regarding our dining arrangements. That evening, Gao Tingyue had graciously reserved a table for us in the restaurant as a token of appreciation for our hard work over the past 3 days. Initially, Xia Shao was reluctant to attend, but felt compelled to acquiesce for Gao Tingyue's sake. Zhongqing's smile froze. She was absent. However, another Gao was present. She gestured toward the office within, where Gao Tenghua stood like a stone pillar, motionless amidst a riot of flowers. Huang Ming nodded, candidly relaying the words of the previously mild-mannered Lao while repairing the water pump, his face contorted with anguish. Your mother succumbed to a sudden illness and passed away. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand. What can I do? Danley leaned against the couch, gently placing a grape into her mouth. We ran tirelessly until we felt a momentary absence of danger, at which point we finally paused. Sitting on the ground, we erupted into laughter like two children, liberated from our constraints, reveling in our fleeting freedom. What of losing our lives for such liberty? After walking for some time, Austin discerned the personnel arranged by Gray, as many were of his own choosing. With so many needing to use the restroom, you would be left waiting outside. Why not engage in discussion with us first? At this moment, Hattori Heiji interjected. Then, please, feel free to explore. I assure you, I have no objections. Kurizawa Jin spread his hands, his demeanor remaining as composed as ever. The treasures within were far too numerous, far more precious than the initial crystal stones, which was precisely why Xia Bansheng felt such profound heartache. Fairies are fairies, deities are deities. How can they be compared? Yamiadi would never heed the words of the wicked. Yangqi silently resolved that the artifacts within the temple were of utmost importance to him. Should they be lost, the wrath of the forest would surely descend upon him. Bai Yujing gradually compressed the internal space of the crystal wall, testing whether the opponent could withstand or be compelled to reveal their true strength, thereby assessing the genuine combat capabilities of their team to avoid a feigned surrender followed by a surprise attack on Li Lu during the final confrontation. Mu Yun nodded, using his right index finger to tap the skull's forehead, prompting the system to announce, "Acquired XX. Ha, Tianju Dijun. Seeking to kill us two brothers is akin to courting death. Now, meet your demise." Ohaoyan laughed heartily, directing the demonic avatar behind him as he charged toward Tianju Dijun, delivering a punch that shook the heavens, seeming capable of striking down the deity. This being bore a resemblance to Ohaoyan, though not identical, and this created life was linked to Ohaoyan's spirit. At his command, it would vanish from existence. A thought that greatly satisfied Ohaoyan. Muyin knew Bai Lu had a peculiar temperament, disregarding all but Yamiadi. Thus, he chose not to contest it, shaking his head and continuing on his way. In this game, you will experience an unparalleled sense of realism, unbound by the constraints of reality, free from the burdens of your life's starting point. In the virtual realm, you can become whoever you wish, as long as you harbor dreams. They shall inevitably come to fruition. Li Yinhui nodded and said, "With me by your side, what do you fear? Let's hurry inside." After speaking, he followed Li Yuhui inside. The fate of the tangible star map weighed heavily on Meng Qi's mind. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yinhao hastily presented the vibrant green branches entwined in vines along with a few drops of viscous, emerald liquid beside the pale blue-silver wolf fruit. This was akin to how no one cared about Chu Feng's feelings after he decisively triumphed over a load in the previous match. At that moment, Yi Chun remained remarkably composed, standing still with his tousled black hair dancing around him, revealing a youthful visage that astonished those who beheld him. Reluctant, are you? Should your elder brother sustain any injuries, do not blame me. I intend to make him aware that my possessions are not easily obtained. Upon hearing the other party's stubbornness, Wei Hu's expression darkened, his words laced with unmasked menace. His sword, while not exceptionally remarkable, surpassed ordinary blades by a slight margin. To the untrained eye, it could be regarded as a superb sword capable of slicing through iron. Yet paired with the youth's cultivation, it appeared rather inadequate. "All right, Wu Hao, everyone has departed. You may come out now," Ji Shang remarked with a hint of impatience. His height was comparable to Mo Sun, both towering at nearly 2 meters, though he exuded a greater sense of strength and majesty. Aside from the king, only this old servant knows of this matter. Rest assured, Your Highness, no one else in the palace is aware, not even the imperial physicians. Chief Steward Ming chuckled softly, as if understanding the second prince's intent. Her complexion was pale. The injury on her thigh had reopened due to the intense battle, blood staining the white bandages. Today, Mu Shui, noticing that Qi Sisi had not returned late, could not resist the urge to search for her at school, only to stumble upon Zhou Yu's forceful abduction of Qi Sisi. Wang Yin thoughtfully packed the suppressive agents in my backpack, also including some food, tools, and medicine. While the culinary family in Guoguang Hotel may not surpass Tianxiang Pavilion, what if they were to collaborate with the business prodigy Lin Xingyue? Mackenzie pondered, a shiver coursing through him as he felt a chill in his heart. Su Liumu's acting was astoundingly professional. He had nearly been deceived. It was highly likely that Su Liumu was luring him, and he remained blissfully unaware. If he continued to pursue, it could very well lead to his demise, compelling him to abandon the chase. Consequently, the winemaker also possessed a strong sense of pride. Take, for instance, the winemaker he had recruited, a frail, gray-haired man in his 50s who had brewed wine for over 20 years at the military department of Xianyang City before recently retiring. Is that so? Then I shall see how many establishments along this road we, the Alchemist Association, cannot contend with. Extreme Shadow threw a punch towards Long Ling's abdomen, resulting in a mouthful of blood being coughed up. The opponent's Long Song released 3 shadows onto the ground, fixated on Jiang Tang, while Tsang Jin sought out the October dusk. As soon as Duan Mukong issued the command, they would surge forth to subdue those within the door or any lurking insects. The information displayed above pertains to an order from a restaurant, featuring dishes such as star beast meat and rare plants from the astral realm, with a single meal costing over 1,000. Jiang Ling approached with a smile, yet there was none of her former warmth or kindness. Instead, an exceedingly eerie aura emanated from her. Listening to her unwavering words, Pei Shuyan appeared somewhat taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that their growing estrangement would not diminish Shin Yunchu's trust in her. Today, he donned a complete suit and carried a black luggage bag, exuding an air of mature sophistication. Furthermore, with Murong Shui present, it was inevitable that the Murong Family S intelligence network would uncover the truth sooner or later. As Ning Xan tidied her room and stepped out, she noticed the living room was marred by wet footprints, rendering the floor nearly unwalkable. Observing that Yi Beicheng remained silent, Xuanwu instantly understood. Typically, when the prince refrained from speaking at such a moment, it signified tacit approval. However, you are likely more aware than anyone regarding Chunbin's poison. Qin Yuan articulated word by word. This genetic technique feels remarkably familiar, Luo Qiming thought as she gazed at the figure on the screen. Noting that the genetic technique employed by He Changyu bore a striking resemblance to the electric bear. Presently, it appeared that Cardinal F.A. Li held a significant advantage. Should this continue, the Curio would undoubtedly agree to the dismissal of the current pope. Li Zhiqin sighed softly from the shadows, pulling Jiao Tong along as he remarked, "Let us go," gradually retreating, with Jiao Tong hastily following suit. After departing from the large tree, they slowly made their way back. Wang Haoming had been gone for a day, and still had not returned. She had contemplated calling several times, but ultimately refrained, having outgrown such youthful impulses. The Solok beef itself posed no danger, aside from its deliciousness and ability to resist cold. However, when consumed alongside alcohol, it could lead to complications. Ba Shan Shi and Ba Shan, who fled with Shangguan Yun until dawn broke, at which point they paused, both erupting into hearty laughter. Long Jinfei handed a recording device to Jin Gang, who donned it, and the voice of Gao Chunyu resonated from within. Glancing at the time, it dawned on her that she had yet to have dinner, so she attempted to call Long Jinfei's room using the landline, but no one answered. She inquired at the front desk. Suddenly, the window shattered with a crack, and an exorcist burst in, swiftly directing a sharp blade towards the submerged red moon. Just as He Shi intended to advance, he felt the floor tremble beneath him, accompanied by a series of strange sounds as the floor cracked and splintered along a line. Yin Yu found herself isolated amidst the encirclement of the Yin family S attendants, still secretly hoping that this might be Lu Nanfeng's delaying tactic. Perhaps he had arranged for Xia Shao to return and rescue her? With his experience, Longsheng was certainly aware of a sniper lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to take aim at him. However, he also recognized that the concealed sniper would find it difficult to target him, as Chui Shi and Professor Jean had formed a human shield. Why Haven T? I mastered the ability to discern the wind. This was Li Chang's final thought before darkness enveloped him. As I watched these two men gradually suffocate, it evoked memories of observing my own grandson in similar distress. After Principal Zhou departed, Ouyang, Yi, and Zhang Kun followed suit, leaving behind a profound silence in the classroom, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Upon mentioning Lu Yi, Feng, she noticed Qing He's expression filled with desire once more, which led him to worry that this fellow might attempt to leverage the identity of a princess to compel Lu Yi into marriage. He felt that after a brief period of tranquility, any moment of solitude could precipitate yet another crisis. Moreover, the absence of those who could vindicate my innocence left him unable to dispel the slightest doubt he harbored against me. Director, Captain Li and I concur that Peng Haoming is indeed the long-missing Peng Siqing. Uncle De hesitated momentarily before speaking. As he lay down, it was evident that no significant effort was required. Li Chang effortlessly lifted the 75-kilogram barbell with apparent ease. One after another, the attacks struck the lighthouse guardian, swiftly inflicting considerable damage upon the adversary. As night fell, they halted their carriage and sought a level patch of ground with water to rest. Zhang Xiao encountered setback but remained undeterred. He rationalized that it was entirely normal for someone as exceptional as Lu Xinxin to treat him with indifference. He lamented only that he had not attended a particular soiree where he distinctly remembered Lu Xinxin being present. At this moment, Qin Feng felt enveloped in darkness. Yet he was acutely aware that he was not dead, but rather that his consciousness seemed ensnared in some manner. Meanwhile, on another front, the Wan Qi avatar, engaged in testing the Qianyu sword technique, bore a contemplative expression, nonchalantly wielding his sword to parry the blue sword artifacts relentlessly thrusting towards him. Perhaps in other realms, the term traveling mage holds a different connotation. However, in the realm of Feiyan, it refers to those who can traverse freely within and beyond the crystalline walls, journeying through the multiverse at will. A wave of emotion swept over Mu Yi, who collapsed into Jean Wuck's arms and began to weep profusely. The icy tears pierced Jean Wuck's skin, leaving him with a sense of helplessness as he gazed at the trembling shoulders of the beauty in his embrace, wondering what solace he could offer. I have always felt as though I'm being watched. We cannot continue fleeing indefinitely, nor can my injuries withstand much longer, ZMO said anxiously, casting a worried glance at Mengda. All right. Mu Bai observed the introductions of several candidates on the screen, noting that their experiences were clearly outlined. For instance, he recognized the familiar name Ren Jiguang. Indeed, he was a master. It was likely that even that mysterious figure would not stand a chance against him. When will I possess such prowess? He mused with a hearty laugh, as the red-haired man beamed at the silver spear in his grasp. Outside, a gust of wind caused the window to creak, rousing the slumbering Zi Huang, who opened his eyes to find that dawn had arrived. Regarding the newly produced lithium batteries, Mu Bai chose not to disclose them this time. It had barely been a week since his last significant stir, and the repercussions had yet to fully subside. Now was not the opportune moment for publicity. Very well, I understand your intentions, my lady. Let us face life and death together. Chao Ming took a deep breath, tears unconsciously streaming down his cheeks, revealing a fleeting expression of bittersweet solace, which swiftly morphed into a fierce despair. As the lights brightened, a blue hue served as the foundation, with varying shades lending a soft yet elegant ambience, enveloping the audience in a sensation akin to being cradled by the sky or the sea, warm and inviting, offering a profound experience that felt both immersive and liberating. Yin Shenli intended to speak further, but at that moment, the scattered covert guards returned, prompting her to fall silent. Of course, I had never encountered a set of octuplets before. Li Zhao laughed heartily, dismissing the matter with ease. In contrast, Ba Qing found herself both amused and exasperated by the man's nonchalant demeanor. While she had often encountered individuals who were either impeccably polite or pretentiously carefree, most adhered to basic decorum. The significant incident at the residence had already spread like wildfire, and upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Exiner hurriedly dragged Aunt Shui along to witness the spectacle. The battle between Zhang Tianxiang and the First War Emperor intensified, as the thunder of judgment clashed with the force of devouring, resulting in a stalemate. Xiao Jingyin's gaze dimmed once more. However, being at the banquet, he refrained from displaying any discomforting expressions, unwilling to disrupt the atmosphere. Xiao Jingyin had initially sought to avoid her, but the more he evaded, the more she pursued him, clinging like a burr that was difficult to shake off. It seemed as though the countless lives that had perished moments ago were as insignificant as swine or dogs. The once boisterous children surged forward, clamoring excitedly to catch a glimpse of the bride. "Who are you? Why am I here? What do you want from me?" I could hardly contain my eagerness as I sat down, unleashing a torrent of long-held questions. "So, you have tampered with these two treasures?" Lu Rian exclaimed in delight. Just moments ago, his alchemical process had reached a critical juncture. Who could have anticipated such an interruption, rendering his efforts futile? The prospect of redoing the process was far from simple. Merely observing Su Jijia's habitual behavior made it difficult to believe that his current actions were merely an act, unless he had been masquerading for years, donning a false face at all times. Gu Panchi suddenly realized that the matter Mu Wanwan had mentioned referred to her plan to purchase a brothel in Jiangnan, intending to transform it into an intelligence hub while simultaneously seeking vengeance against her enemies. After a brief exchange of fire, several henchmen were immediately slain. The remaining thugs chose to cower and surrender their weapons. A few who attempted to flee into the water were apprehended by the water police. "What is this?" Gu Sanxian had barely registered the scene before his body was sent flying. Many others, witnessing Su Mingxian and Su Qingxuan's demeanor, shared the youth's sentiments. Behind that seemingly light-hearted remark lay the fate of 30,000 Eastern Star members and assets amounting to billions. The blind man brandished a firearm, directing it at Chun Chen's head, resulting in a grotesque obliteration. As he stepped into the domain of the deceased, the world around him underwent a startling transformation, resembling an apocalyptic scene, with ominous clouds gathering and thunder rumbling in the sky. Feng Lin, with his languid demeanor, seemed utterly out of place in such a setting, a fact that would inevitably lead to his discovery. He sighed in resignation, reflecting that the remnants of the Yin Emperor's secret technique from the Feng family merely chronicled the sundial's demise. "Is this how you express your gratitude? Are your words meant to provoke my ire?" Mrs. Qi has never regarded Qi Suyo with kindness, and her demeanor remained unchanged. At that moment, the supreme Lao Jun conjured a whirlwind of flames, soaring like a dragon, his form hurtling swiftly towards the heavens. A flicker of a smile appeared on Xiangdong's face. He had long yearned to redeem himself. Though he had been thwarted in the past, many of his kin had missed that competition, rendering his performance largely unknown. Xiaoyang felt an eerie force encroaching upon him, which, upon mere contact, instantaneously fragmented into a multitude of twisting strands, each shifting direction with an unsettling fluidity, as if seeping directly into his very cells. The 10th contest commenced as scheduled, with Yang Wuqi announcing the start, followed by Han Xinyu and Lu Zhen ascending the martial platform in succession. From the end of the Whispering Crane's thread, numerous resentful energies surged forth, infiltrating his consciousness and disturbing Feng Ruoren's tranquility. Dugu Guanlan's gaze turned icy, for this was undoubtedly a source of anguish within him. He understood that the reference to Wang Antai carried deeper implications. He was not angered, but rather prepared to disclose something of utmost significance. "Though my chosen one has always been her, I did not anticipate his profound understanding, which instantly provoked my discontent and ire towards him. Sister Qianyu, do you have any plans this afternoon? If not, let us have a meal before you head back. We recently hunted a few wild boars. The meat is exquisite and the taste delightful. I assure you, you will crave more," Bai Qi remarked. Shen Gongbao gazed at the chaotic gem, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. Just as he had feared, this individual had approached without reason, surely harboring no benevolence. Achieve enlightenment? It was still too premature. She had merely received the guidance of a benefactor, as old Zhang chuckled. The flames from the firewood blazed fiercely, and old Lin bellowed for his family to extinguish the flames. After a frantic struggle lasting over a minute, the blaze was finally subdued. What evidence do you require? I have heard that Han Xinyu has been missing from the sect for over a year. Now that she has returned, transformed, and significantly more powerful, how can this not indicate collusion with external factions? Yang Wuqi remained obstinately steadfast in his convictions, unmoved by Ouyang Qingfeng's arguments. Regardless of how favorable the Beastmaster organization's promises may seem, these two exotic beasts were destined for divergent lives from the moment they arrived. Just as Meng Xing'er intended to continue teasing her junior, her phone suddenly rang. A glance at the screen revealed it was a call from the delivery person, prompting her to answer. The crowd's attention was captivated by the spectacle before them, and the team, yet to enter, could hardly contain their eagerness to showcase their talents. Inspired by the brilliance of the first two teams, the police team leader, visibly agitated, pointed frantically at the ground. I could discern his reliability, for otherwise the mentor would not have associated with him. He approached a corner where a youth, bound tightly and filled with terror, stood. With a sudden ferocity, he bit down hard, blood splattering in all directions. She wiped her nose with a few tissues as Jing Yuan brought her a basin of warm water and a towel, which she wrung out before handing it to her for washing her face. Afterward, she helped her to her feet and guided her to the restroom. Indeed, in the eyes of individuals like them, the exotic beasts possessed their own rights and vibrant personalities. Su Zijing found herself somewhat in awe of her. Casting a glance at the innocently smiling Su Jiaojiao, her gaze shifted to the crowd behind Su Jiaojiao, where the leaders, Guo Yishuan and Chui Lingchuan, stood, those who had spoken in the backyard of Qingxin Temple. With a command from Chun Wui, the 5 members of the 100-faced Yin Luo swiftly disembarked and plunged into the horde of zombies. In a mere instant of their engagement, numerous zombies fell under the force of their powerful blows. As 2 totems rose, the malevolent totem seized the opportunity to swiftly escape the void. Yoshinoya was furious and frantic. He not only sought to reclaim the fishing grounds, but also wished to deliver a severe lesson to the opposition. Lin Shihua could not hone his skills over 8 years like the Sunglasses King, yet he hoped the actors would at least deliver genuine performances, complemented by special effects and on-site martial arts guidance to achieve the desired impact. Enk was undoubtedly troubled. The Straw Hat Captain was unaware of the reason behind her melancholy, but upon rushing to her side, he found her smiling serenely, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Xia Shao, born amidst the thunderous claps of 9 heavenly strikes and believed by many to possess the potential for an exceptionally rare celestial physique, had tragically lost his fundamental dantian and meridians due to an unforeseen accident. Indeed, Qin Fun's eyes reddened. Disregarding everything, he charged ahead, his disposition indicating he was deeply agitated, ready to engage without a thought for subterfuge. They bowed respectfully and turned to depart. Once everyone had left, I decided not to intrude any longer and made my way back to check on my elder. Shi Poyan jested, leaving with a group of disciples from the Shi family, who bore expressions of disbelief. Moreover, given that the other party had saved their disciple, there was no time for gratitude, let alone for outsiders to make presumptuous comments. Wang noticed her elongated jade legs folded beside her, the sweet fragrance wafting into his nostrils, stirring a flurry of thoughts within him. He quickly recited the immovable King Seal, striving to maintain clarity. Do you remember that soul technique of yours, the one that eradicated the heavenly stage fire spirit? Xia Shao's soul technique was indeed remarkable, leaving even the venerable Qing Lao perplexed by its profound power. A resonating sound echoed as the air trembled, and an overwhelming force radiated from Lin Yuan, causing the man to pale. The magnitude of this power was such that it seemed the very fabric of space could scarcely endure it, twisting and warping in its wake. The news of futuristic technology has been pervasive in the media from yesterday to today, particularly regarding the new operating system, which has greatly invigorated the people of Huaxia. Given the advanced nature of this operating system, many citizens have expressed their enthusiastic support for domestic enterprises engaged in cutting-edge technology. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Li Si finally exhaled deeply, his expression tinged with astonishment, as the reality far exceeded their expectations. Should they take action, it is feared that no one could rival them. Ah, young Master Lin, your skills are truly beyond words. If someone were to seek my demise, I can't fathom how many times I would have met my end, Zhao Zhe remarked in admiration. A man, with his eyes half closed and his face obscured by dirt and moss, clutched Yun Ling's ankle desperately, weakly pleading for mercy before closing his eyes and losing consciousness. At this moment, Feng Li's mind became clear, fully comprehending the purpose of the talisman's command. Whether igniting the talisman or invoking it through spiritual energy, it merely served to establish the formation in advance. The command, on the other hand, was a means of communicating with the spirits, a concept that might be referred to as elemental communication in the eternal continent. The sound of shuffling footsteps approached, and before the person drew near, an oppressive aura of murderous intent enveloped the air. What a joke, Bruce thought indignantly. To bear a divine blessing upon oneself is merely courting trouble, especially when it is cast by a high-ranking mage. It could torment me throughout the night. The reason for Ma Deji's actions stemmed entirely from his desire to target their security department. Observing Li Si's recent prominence, he felt a deep-seated resentment and sought to teach him a lesson through this approach. Huang Xia understood clearly that Linning was no longer in life-threatening danger. With Fengdi's elixir, a period of rest and cultivation would suffice for recovery. However, despite being a spirit beast, Huang Xia couldn't help but feel a sense of worry. Fu Bo and Xian quietly stood by my side, likely at a loss for how to comfort me. Their only recourse was to silently accompany me. Yu Xiying sighed softly, ready to turn away, but suddenly paused, feeling a stir in her heart. She reached into her bag and retrieved a mirror approximately 1 foot in size. Chen Yaoxiang's voice trembled, having just cried, sounding frail and delicate, like silk suspended in a cold breeze. After being obstructed by 5 blood-red blades, the electric serpent on his palm had vanished, and some joints displayed signs of dislocation. Then, with a resounding boom, it self-destructed. The adversary's reasoning was quite logical. As long as they did not perish at Lu Xing's hands, the self-detonation would serve to vex him. Ning Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. According to the ancient sword youth, this individual named Gu Yin was undoubtedly the greatest stumbling block. She pulled a photograph from her pocket and slammed it onto the table. Jiang Xing glanced at it, his expression turning icy. Veins throbbed at the temples of Rongche. As Li Yan's sharp voice shattered the last remnants of his stubborn resolve. The food box was sent by Madame Shao, containing only a single serving. Just as Xiao Hongfan was about to call for another to be prepared, she was halted, while still suspended in the air. Wang Jianfeng had already drawn forth the Yin Wind banner, and upon landing, he rolled his body, channeling his magical energy, sending a gust of sinister wind towards Shun Tianyu. Chong Ling Xiao, as he spoke, activated his communicator, projecting a shimmering image onto the screen, revealing a cerulean planet. Upon closer inspection, the 2 colossal beings were none other than 2 magnificent, sacred black phoenixes, the immortal phoenixes. Observing her son's handsome profile, increasingly reminiscent of a certain individual, Sumo's lips twitched, and she resignedly entered the vehicle. The words of Meliantala had Akasha and the others in fits of laughter, causing the group to overlook the 4 individuals and continue indulging in the delightful feast. After the meal, they resumed their leisurely stroll around Laxamon, epitomizing the essence of a holiday. As time passed, the tremors from Mount Buzhou intensified, and the cracks above widened. The yellow light emanating from below grew more intense, and the overwhelming aura of the innate treasure became increasingly palpable. The forest was eerily silent, amplifying the unsettling sounds that permeated the air. Henry, after listening for a considerable time, could no longer suppress his curiosity. He slightly nudged the earth mound, revealing half of his head to gaze into the distance. This was evidently part of a series of tasks, with the initial reward being experience points, devoid of any other benefits. After pondering for a while, he let out a long sigh, cursing under his breath, and decided to utilize all the preparations he had made for dealing with the shopkeeper. Very well, you may amuse yourselves. I truly find it impossible to deal with this one kitchen. The bodyguards, who had been lurking in the shadows, did not intervene. Their duty was to protect the patient only when danger arose, refraining from interfering with the protector's normal life at other times. Moreover, prior to their arrival, Shui Qingxian had specifically presented him with a grand gift, urging him to be more accommodating and understanding. Furthermore, regarding the individuals from the Chuan family, he felt a blend of curiosity and respect. Therefore, he could not afford to dwell on the incident of Dia fainting. It was best to treat it as a trivial matter. Mu Yuansheng sat regally in the expansive imperial carriage, his fingers gliding over the elongated map. Yi Chiu raised a hand, pausing in midair. "Do not speak to me. I am contemplating how to make my exit." He lifted his gaze. Aside from his pallid complexion, his eyes were not red, nor were the corners damp with tears. One must exercise moderation and self-control to lead a happier life. Cherishing what we currently possess is far superior to yearning for more. She understood this, and it was not a lack of desire, but rather an inability to bear the consequences. The individual had fled. This underground research facility was constructed by him, and competing with him here would be utterly disadvantageous. The old blind man remarked. Shu Din took a deep breath, continuously urging herself to remain calm and composed. However, upon recalling the foolishness of the person before her, who had dared to offend the master residing within the house, her head began to ache. She was eager to see just how long Fu Mingzhu would feign ignorance. For such an extended period, he had not pursued the matter, leading one to believe she had long since lowered her guard. Today, a sudden strike might reveal her true colors. I wished to curl up, cradling my head, only to discover that my body was utterly immobile. How infuriating! Who has sealed my acupoints? I attempted to curse, but alas, my voice was likewise silenced. My sister fared somewhat better, yet my brother resorted to every lewd tactic imaginable, even employing the infamous move of the monkey stealing peaches, which left him utterly humiliated. After equipping the Ball's battle attire and Ball's soul, old Zhang swaggered into the arena for a gambling duel. With a mere payment of 100,000 gold coins, one could challenge him, with the victor earning a staggering 1 million. Hong Yinwu frequently visited the street vendor in the afternoons to procure a sizable block of natural ice, carefully stored for the winter, which he would then bring back and place in a large wooden basin in his bedroom, allowing it to melt gradually, releasing its refreshing chill. Xiao Qianhao, in considerable pain, momentarily forgot his fractured arm upon hearing the words, gazing at Lin Dong with a look of bewilderment, observing the paladin before him, now clad in a dull gray armor with a wearied expression yet clear eyes. The portly wizard felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him, an indescribable sensation that left him sighing in resignation. Savoring the unique aroma of the lush grass, the stout wizard turned slightly, his gaze drawn to the horizon where golden light pierced through the verdant expanse, reminiscent of a hidden golden sun at the end of a carpet of grass. Without the presence of such a solitary player idol, the divine realm would likely witness a significant exodus of independent adventurers, ultimately diminishing the operational lifespan of professional guilds in the online gaming industry. Hearing his parents' conversation within the confines of his room, the subtle expressions of care made Su Jijia profoundly moved. In that moment, he truly felt the warmth of home. It was no longer merely a cold, lifeless term. In other regions, Cranver could easily reclaim or cancel the amount attributed to the death lament with minimal effort, but upon reaching the wildlands, that portion was irrevocably severed from him, leaving Cranver with no further connection. Nevertheless, the nature and intensity of the amount remained unchanged. The Shang dynasty traditionally adhered to the principle of brotherly succession, meaning that upon the king's death, if a brother was still alive, he would inherit the throne even in the presence of sons. This practice was a contributing factor to the early chaos of the 9 generations of the Shang dynasty. The front line consisted of 10,000 troops, commanded by Zhang Ying and Gao Shan, stationed at Liang to impede the Yuan forces from crossing the river at Yanjin and Beimajing. Zhang Han personally led 35,000 soldiers straight towards the county. Dong Rui pointed at the dancing girls on stage, exclaiming, "Watch the dance, watch the dance." Amusement filled her heart, though the brothers bore little resemblance. Their temperaments were strikingly alike. Upon uttering this, every face in the room, including the president's, paled in shock. The notion that a single individual from Huagua could dismantle a military base in the Philippines implied that the White House could also be in jeopardy, placing everyone in peril. Yet just then, a painting he inadvertently glimpsed caused Wang Bing to come to an abrupt halt, as if struck by lightning. James was visibly pale with fear. Their B-29 had a bomb load exceeding that of most bombers by more than double. Its altitude could not be elevated like other bombers. Thus, it naturally became the primary target for enemy aircraft. Ultimately, after a renegotiation, Liu Zong obtained what he desired from the smoke, divine fusion. In the ensuing time, Gu Yu dismissed all external engagements, even relinquishing his role as the acting president of the Huaxia Academy of Sciences to several vice presidents, devoting his entire being to the selection of candidates for the presidency of the academy. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed once more into monochrome. When colors returned, Yi Yu and Xin Bing found themselves 4 days in the past. Currently, the 3 products launched by Zhuyu Electric Company are exceedingly popular in the market, especially in the online sector, where sales are experiencing a remarkable surge. In truth, the Princess of Celebration felt something amiss, but could not pinpoint the issue at that moment. Li Yi was attempting to project an image of prowess, yet he was genuinely startled by the haunting wails of the 4 enemies, filled with unending terror. Meanwhile, the remaining hundreds of immortals surrounded Kong Xian, enveloped by a tempest of lethal techniques. Once the residual waves of the self-detonation dissipated, Ji Tian emerged from the cauldron, astonished to find himself far from Shumi Mountain. The power of a dozen immortal self-explosion had propelled the Chaos Qiankuan cauldron into the cosmic void. Before him stood Wang Qian, astonishingly adorned with an ancient hairstyle, complemented by a strikingly classical crimson robe, exuding an aura of antiquity. This was a stark contrast to her usual attire of fitted jeans and a white t-shirt, with her long hair cascading down her back. After conquering this county, the soldiers began to notice peculiar phenomena. Some experienced unexpected advancements in their cultivation, while others made significant strides in martial arts. The elderly man with white hair controlling the flying sword wore a grave expression. Observing Salo's strength, he realized that wielding the sword was no longer a simple task. In this scenario, he could not hope to subdue Salo, let alone slay him. His only recourse was to rely continuously on the celestial crystal to resurrect deities, perhaps one day reviving Shi He and others. Tang Luo received a disapproving glance from Lu Ruyen, which dampened his spirits, prompting him to lower his head and drink in silence. Outside the mountain gate stood 7 or 8 cultivators, with the lead elder in a blue Taoist robe, his face contorted in anger, and peculiarly, his eyes were a striking azure, almost otherworldly. At this moment, the black dragon had reached the entrance of the divine tomb, yet it could not escape. Doing so would draw the attention of the source and invoke the suppression of the laws. Another supreme artifact? Salo murmured under his breath, his brow furrowing even deeper. Teacher Han had not located the hemostatic medicine, but discovered leeches hidden among the plant leaves, their fates sealed by Zhao Yunxiang's blade. Even at a distance of 100 miles, Wang Changsheng could distinctly sense the tremendous force of the explosion, followed by the emergence of a colossal mushroom cloud. A sudden bolt of lightning struck the ground, revealing a profound and deep indentation. This matter held equal significance for him, prompting his intention to contact Ing after he concluded the affairs concerning the Shen family. It can be said that subsequently, Ike conducted extensive investigations across various districts, recovering the gecko while also acquiring information regarding the Black Dragon, albeit only a single piece of news. Had it not been for a ghoul witnessing the confrontation between the Black Dragon and the ghoul investigator, this information might have remained undiscovered. Observing Basher's demeanor, Orca understood that Basher had not absorbed his words. With a simple motion, as ever, the powerful sword light was swiftly unleashed, its astonishing force shaking the very heavens before their eyes. It was astonishingly astute, even more so in the presence of all. It is worth noting that Leonardo da Vinci's mentor, Verrocchio, persuaded da Vinci's father to allow him to apprentice in Verrocchio's workshop after witnessing da Vinci's artwork. Da Vinci himself possessed considerable artistic prowess, Thus, why did Verrocchio insist on having him draw eggs daily? As the light and shadow shifted, having traversed the teleportation array, the three of them now found themselves in a grove located in the northwest. A day had passed since Chu Ming received news about his father. Yet he was increasingly worried as Tong Xian remained in his room, showing no signs of departure. Observing the crowd's agreement, Bai Luan felt a sense of pride. He was indeed the true prodigy of the Zhuzhong lineage, and when compared to the raucous Bai Yan from a few years prior, the difference was as vast as the heavens and the earth. After Luo Yutian succumbed to slumber, Shun Jingyi's arrival here, along with Gong Changdao's later entrance, went unnoticed by Luo Yutian. That individual continued to gaze at him intently, though the look in their eyes did not reflect concern for his ability to detoxify. Rather, it seemed they were eager to see if he would suddenly transform into a monkey or some such thing. Presently, Liang Yu's reckless behavior, despite not having yet entered the realm of the three mysteries, appeared rather irrational. Although she did not explicitly state it, Sean could subtly grasp that Maria Hill's intentions extended beyond merely courting Tony Stark. She aimed to leverage Tony Stark as a means to resolve issues within the Avengers. Even the esteemed patriarchs of the four great families shook their heads, recognizing that Luo Hao was indeed taking advantage while feigning innocence, as the demon god clearly wished to avoid escalating matters further. In the next moment, amidst the rumble of thunder, Bai Fislong extended his palm, summoning a surge of dark energy, preparing to grasp at the featureless visage of chaos, evidently intent on forcefully shattering the head of this four fiends. Indeed, under the suppression of the five elements light, chaos resorted to its old tricks, conjuring unknown spaces as shields to deflect Liang Yu's attacks, emerging unscathed. At this moment, although Daniel Rand's resolve remained unwavering, his physical condition was rather dire, leaving him oblivious to the fact that Matt Murdock had vanished from the enveloping black mist. As the dark fog dissipated into white smoke, a faint smile broke through the tension etched upon his face, accompanied by an undeniable weariness. Chen Bao found himself utterly perplexed, unable to delineate this situation through any scientific reasoning. Their intelligence center was engulfed in confusion. After Zhang Xiao's substantial investment, normal operations remain elusive, either citing a severe crackdown on networks or a lack of technological advancement to sustain a large-scale sweep of the digital realm as they once did. Upon regaining his composure, Yang Tao sheepishly circled his hand around the back of his neck. Apprenticing? What a ludicrous notion, as he had never entertained such an idea. Xianc's gaze was fixed intently on Chang Hongda, silently praying that the substance within the ink of Infeng Ma was devoid of any lethal toxins. As was customary, each person enjoyed a pack of cigarettes, and upon the completion of the renovations, they treated Wang Gang and a few others to a celebratory meal. Indeed, this battle had proven commendable. Having you as a worthy opponent fills me with immense satisfaction. Yet do not become too complacent, for I am resolute in my mission to defeat you. Long Xiyun proclaimed. Now that we have arrived in Wuchang, all you need to do is deliver me there. Given that you are already driving, why should I be compelled to purchase train tickets? Su Mo had already opened the passenger door and settled into her seat. Thus, the chosen one, the Pope, could it possibly be the Sunflower King? Wang Bo was most eager to uncover the truth behind this mystery. The ancient wood spirit, the water source fruit. Yin Mushuan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. To be candid, Yin Mushuan held little faith that Jun Yixiao could procure either of these invaluable treasures, given their exorbitant worth and the pressing nature of time. So today you have summoned me, he murmured softly. I have waited over a decade for this moment, yet I am uncertain how many more decades I can endure. Boss, with the red spider safeguarding my sister-in-law, am I not rendered somewhat superfluous? The peacock pouted. As Xiancc approached the entrance of Samakshuan, she noticed the brick plaque that once bore its name had vanished, leaving behind only an empty impression, prompting a smile to curve upon her lips. A peculiar sensation arose within me. Could it be that Tang Wan's sister sought out a physician prior to her arrival, already aware of Tang Wan's condition, hence her words? Traitor? What on earth is happening? Someone exclaimed in bewilderment after hearing Maisie's words. Once Yi Shuang had set up the tent, the onlookers marveled in awe, surprised that such a structure could indeed accommodate people. Their gazes betrayed a venomous envy, yet they refrained from being the first to act, huddling at the rear, biding their time to escape. Others looked on with envy at Cui Yuqi and his companions, wishing fervently to strip the military boots bestowed upon them by Her Highness the Princess and don them themselves. The gnarled branches of the tree bore tumors, while the decayed wood was hollowed out by the affliction of disease. Long tongues twisted and grasped at the beetles, consuming the larvae with fervor. Outside, the sky had turned to an inky black, and the leaves rustled sharply as the wind swept through. Zhuang gazed gently at the sky, peeking through the foliage, catching sight of a few stars that appeared somewhat dim, as if many things had always been there, yet remained unseen for a myriad of reasons. Yeji, no longer tending to the wild rabbit, tore off a piece of hind leg meat and placed the rest atop a tree stump, which had become their natural table after being felled. Xian Yuan Wang clicked his tongue, acknowledging the formidable nature of the Zhu Yin, a beast renowned since ancient times. An adult Zhu Yin could contend with deities of old, illustrating the terror embodied in such creatures. The spectators who had just been animatedly discussing the event suddenly seemed to drop something, each burying their heads deeply beneath their chairs, their arms groping beneath in a deliberate manner, unable to rise for some time. Thoughts of Qin Su's eerily agile movement from the day before caused them to shudder intermittently. At that moment, the voice of the youth transformed, resonating with a depth that suggested a weathered soul, far beyond that of a mere adolescent. It was akin to an elder who had endured the passage of countless ages. While seeking the Huanglong, he had previously experimented with a magic light ring, and though he had hoped for success, his heart remained tumultuous. However, the surrounding silence rendered her words crystal clear. Qin Su and his companions approached the VIP platform, seemingly oblivious to the reactions of the crowd, and took their seats in quiet anticipation of the forthcoming contest. Why was there no report to the clan regarding such significant events on the Misty Plain? Linger was nearly defiled. Qin Yi, do you acknowledge your guilt? The middle-aged man spoke with an emotionless tone, his purple hair billowing as if caught in a breeze. Casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yi, in a moment of confrontation, Huang Feihu leaped, delivering a kick like a whip to the chest of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yet the colossal creature remained unmoved, akin to a mountain. It was revealed that the trees within the everlasting forest served as the eyes of the tree people, enabling them to perceive the player's presence. Upon returning home, Aunt Qin was absent. Jing invited the stoic man inside, preparing him a cup of hot tea. As they sat down, she slowly began recounting the ordeal of her abduction. Yi Tian shook his head, rising to walk toward the cave entrance. He did not leap or fly. Instead, he walked upon the surface of the pool, astonishingly not sinking at all. It was as if invisible hands were holding him aloft on the shimmering water. At last, settling down, Wu Jin sighed in relief. Huang Ying, feel free to express any needs. Do not overexert yourself, he said with concern. Is everything all right? Not hearing any quarrels or fights, and seeing me safe, has eased his mind. Now you have seen for yourself. Haven't you? Ning Baobei remarked, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Ouyang Ruoshi, retorting sharply in response. Is she merely a courtesan? How arrogant! When my beloved and I ventured to Thailand in search of ladyboys, she immediately came out to meet us upon hearing of our arrival, Luo Yi said with pride. Having barely taken a few bites of dinner, she was whisked upstairs by Qin Huzi, and after such prolonged exertion, she was now utterly exhausted. Presently, our country is grappling with a bioweapon crisis. Naturally, they would not hesitate to part with their wealth. Transforming those notes and numbers into tangible resources for survival is the true path to peace of mind. Here, Yu Bo was in no cheerful mood as an object swayed in front of him, only adding to his irritation. Yet, he could not voice his discomfort. After all, it was for his own benefit, and he supposed it was not entirely unpleasant to recall such matters. What? Do you not wish to see me? Observing her tightly furrowed brows, he felt an inkling of displeasure. Xiang Rong gazed at the bustling county, where each individual was preoccupied with their own affairs, their thoughts animated. She did not desire to be idle, Yet she found herself at a loss for what to do, and this anxiety rendered her exceedingly restless. In this regard, Wu Yin was not surprised. After all, every strength has its weakness. The protective array devised by Jing Jianli was superior to Ouyang's falling star formation. Thus, withstanding a strike from Zihuan was not a formidable task. Wu Zhuer could only patiently sit in her chair, awaiting her return. The elegant room comprised 2 chambers, a hall and a bedroom, adorned with plush carpets, calligraphy, and paintings on the walls, while the furniture and tea table were crafted from fine wood. The curtains were embroidered with auspicious flowers, and silverware and porcelain vases were displayed on the shelves. Wu Zhuer opened her eyes, yet all she perceived was dimness. A sharp pain coursed through her ankle, sending shivers down her spine. The warmth of his palm, however, brought forth tears of grievance. He was but a lifeless shell, devoid of thought, unable to feel pain. Though not a zombie, he was scarcely better. Zhao Momo, please bring the letter here. Wang Qifeng suppressed a sigh that was nearly on her lips, nodding at Zhao Momo with an instruction. Upon hearing this, Song Shaowei understood that they held no suspicions of him. Just as he had orchestrated, he hoped Yu Donglai would trace Yu Yan's origins, ideally leading back to him. The more transparent he was, the less suspicion he would arouse. Wu Yin, on the other hand, relied on his earlier encounter with the Earth Core Blue Flame at Hidden Star. Although it was but a faint trace, the waves it emitted were still discernible. Shui once believed herself a prodigy destined for magic, yet each encounter with Zhang Chong brought her a certain disheartening realization. Nevertheless, she remained confident that one day she would surpass him. Though he understood the source of the issue, Yi Yongheng recognized that altering this reality was impractical unless he possessed absolute financial means and confidence. Although he was unaware of the qualities contained within the Iron Construction Guild Order, Lu Tao was certain that there were still many to be found. They simply had not had the opportunity to encounter them. Just as he intended to push the door open, it was yanked ajar from within, revealing a towering figure, larger and more robust than Tian Shun, standing at the threshold. 79, finding someone, the nationwide sensation of the interception event replayed itself. From his current position and perspective, Wang Peng did not believe that Yin Boyong would handle it any better than Peng Kaishi had in the past. Drink, gasping for breath. This strike not only cost him his 10th level, but also drained a substantial amount of his vitality. The emergence of side effects compelled him to immediately kneel upon the ground. Seeing this, Bing Yihan rushed forward to support him, while his companions hurried to his side. Unlike typical death row inmates, he exhibited a composed demeanor, devoid of the usual hysteria, weeping, or desperate pleas for life. In most instances, silence prevailed, occasionally interrupted by the sight of a letter being drawn from his chest as he quietly shed tears. The warden replied. Li Nan had roughly pinpointed the opponent's location, and now he intended to catch the thief red-handed. The burly man declared, "This ingot of silver is entirely yours, but come dawn, you must await me here to take me to Baiyun Manor. Should you dare to jeopardize my affairs, your head shall meet the same fate as this ingot of silver." With a firm grip, he crushed the silver in his hand, reducing it to a lump of clay. Upon realizing this, Zhao Xian felt a flicker of relief, though he was uncertain about the source of his gratitude. He simply knew that Zhou Huang's indifference or failure to notice brought him a sense of joy. Generally, one must not allow their conscience to serve only themselves, especially when it affects others who are unknown companions. Fu Hongshua's chopsticks remained unceasing, alternating between morsels of vegetables and rice, consumed slowly, yet she did not spare him a glance. "Han, I have a younger brother who is quite innocent. If you happen to encounter him, please look after him for me," Mo Beixian said with a carefree smile. The hand of the Grim Reaper seemed to assist him in plucking the strings of fate, urging one to relinquish all and find eternal rest in the dream of death. "That dagger you hold appears to be mine?" The thief seemed somewhat embarrassed, nervously entwining his hands before his chest as he quietly addressed Lin Xia. However, the dream of Fu Dong came to an abrupt halt when Master Hao brought Qin Yang into the skies, and thereafter, Fu Dong remained unaware of the events that unfolded. Thus, he did not know that the current empress was none other than Qin Yang's sister, Qin Yu. "My Haima, where is it?" Yang Hua exclaimed in dismay upon discovering his pocket empty. Time advanced another fortnight, And finally, the oil fox was set to act. After observing for over 20 days, he had been unable to discern Zhou Yi's true strength. He had not intended to act at this moment, but the capital's pressure compelled him to seize an opportunity. Additionally, sent a message to inform them that we are the Blue Feather Navy, Fletcher Fleet, not pirates. Fletcher shouted from the back, feeling a deep frustration at the disdain shown by the other party. He was determined to demonstrate the true strength of so-called pirates. He was taken aback by my demeanor. His hand frozen in midair, his eyes revealing a semblance of wounded emotion. How amusing, for it was I who was truly hurt. Shinduo smiled indulgently. Under the illumination, such a smile captivated me, breathtaking in its beauty. Is that who you were speaking to, Eiley? Did you not hear me command you to leave? Haverman Klaus suddenly bellowed. With a single step forward and a punch unleashed, it flowed like a stream, yet the resulting power caused the young Westerner's expression to shift subtly. In just a span of 20 days, the news of Jiang Hai's demise has spread across the entirety of the Holy Radiance continent. Even Lin Yichen finds it hard to believe that the one who consistently brought her miracles has departed from this world. Gu Yi cast a worried glance at the enraged emperor ahead. This young man, who had recently come of age according to Western traditions, received the disheartening news that before he could dispatch reinforcements or request mediation, the capital city of Cyprus had already fallen. The once furious Alexius gradually calmed upon hearing the tragic tidings. 2 minutes later, Guo Zifeng emerged from the shop with a lottery ticket, which he handed over to Yi Liang. Yi Liang placed it in his bag and meandered into Uncle L.A.'s establishment. My lord, within 3 days, the Xinbei forces will undoubtedly capture Jingyang, and at that time, no one will be able to thwart your unification of the Northwest, said Cheng Yu. Noticing Chao's deep concerns and hastily steering his thoughts toward a more positive outlook. What compounded the situation was that these defensive positions were not merely one, but rather a series of over a dozen, if not more, awaiting the arrival of Liu Xuanda's Grand Army. In accordance with Chu Yi's request, Yuan Benshu constructed such fortifications, rendering the entire battlefield akin to a quagmire. Han Xing unsheathed a silver broadsword, resting it upon her shoulder. As a chilling aura emanated from her, her gaze fixed intently on the Black Crow. Such precious items could not be carelessly accepted, and even Luo Fu, who had remained mostly silent, insisted on their return. Chun Ziming remarked that these large-scale projects entailed significant profits and involved considerable stakes. All who engaged in these ventures were required to pay hefty deposits. Furthermore, these projects were not without cost, necessitating financial transactions with the court, representing a substantial expenditure. Reflecting upon Tancred's meticulous analysis from earlier, Alexius derived immense satisfaction from his final conclusion. After over 4 months of rigorous training, the Chu cavalry, bolstered by the provision of horses and equipment from the Qin state, had taken shape. Tasting the sweetness of cavalry, a triumphant Xiang Yu yearned to march westward to attack Qin, only to discover that while Qin had mobilized troops in Hushi, they still retained their main forces under Han Xian and Jiang Yu in the east. Several dozen meters away, Qi Hao crouched behind the balcony railing, watching his parents slowly exit the dormitory area. For a fleeting moment, a sense of emptiness washed over him, but he quickly regained his vitality. At this moment, Shi Yin began to discern Ji Sinyu's intentions. It seemed that the request he made would likely pose a dilemma for them, and it was likely connected to this child. Yi Mingjing raised an eyebrow. However, if that is the case, I fear you may not even have the chance to be born. Even if Lu Yun were gravely ill, he would still be aware of whether he shared a bed with his wife. The child in Du Heng's womb was not her husband's, and the Lu family would undoubtedly eliminate this scandal. Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Exing lifted his head, surveying the tightly clustered soldiers surrounding him, yet remained undeterred, confidently striding forward several paces. The soldiers, intimidated by Han Xian's formidable reputation, instinctively recoiled, clearing a substantial space around him. The post-80s generation feared that Ma Jiqiu's face burned with embarrassment. It was indeed a grave misstep to flaunt his abilities in front of Dr. Sunday. However, he had never anticipated that the cloak would not enwrap him, but rather, with a force of over 100 pounds, it would collide against him. To this, Qin Ran was not the least bit surprised, for Guan Zhongxing and Zhuo Xiuxian from the Demon Palace were bitter enemies, thus making Dongfang Yuan Hong the more suitable candidate to pose the challenge. In the English Premier League, teams such as Bournemouth, Tottenham, Crystal Palace, and Arsenal began to make successive offers. After Chu Ran observed Su Weiwei's departure, he too promptly left the restaurant, exited the antique street, and drove back home. Particularly, the scene of Yilu being chased by a bare-bottomed fan had become a trending video on YouTube, with its view count skyrocketing. I know you are formidable, yet I am not to be compared to Zuan Jizi. Without further ado, I shall allow you to make the first move. Ling Shuzi stood bound, a cold smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Xia Shao has recently emerged as a rising star in the entertainment industry, debuting as a singer and swiftly becoming the crown jewel of Xia's entertainment, gaining immense popularity. It was unclear how long he had been unconscious, but upon awakening, the first face he beheld was not Tang Chengxian or Sun Shike, but rather Xu Yao. Countless voices erupted in jubilant cheers, their resounding enthusiasm reverberating as though the entire city were trembling. Within the Chaoyang International Apartment, Do Wei bit his fingers, gazing at the clock on the wall while deep in contemplation. Qingcheng, how old is your nephew today? Seemingly fatigued from squatting, Zhang Jiaxue rose and inquired of Ji Qingcheng. A decrepit door, mottled with mold, bore a skeletal snake nailed to it, contorted into an S shape. Han Sanping merely offered a light-hearted comment before tilting his head back to take a swig of beer. Not long ago, Kankishi Kisame had just triumphed over an enemy ninja in a fierce battle and was about to seek his next target when he spotted Luo De, immediately piquing his interest. He had previously noted that Dongfang Yinyang and Luo De had also engaged in combat, and Luo De's prowess appeared commendable. His hands remained firmly gripping the steering wheel. Sinewy and taut, the veins on the back of his hands prominent. No longer did he silently curse that reckless bastard, nor did he continue to feel trepidation. Within his murky gaze lay a resolute spirit, distinct from his usual timidity and self-pity. It was determination and responsibility. Observing Chui Zhuofei's sorrowful demeanor brought a chuckle to my lips. I must admit, Chui Zhuofei was indeed remarkable, yet such a skilled individual possessed a childlike disposition. It remained uncertain whether this was a deliberate guise or his true nature. The light from the wand cast their shadows upon the damp wall, appearing monstrous and claw-like. It was not that they lacked confidence. Rather, the disparity in status was stark, and more importantly, Jiatsong's actions were nearly flawless. During this time, Elder Clive and Elder Hall had both sent representatives to pay a visit, yet neither had come personally. Instead, they dispatched 2 elders from their respective factions, clearly showing due regard for Dongfang Yinyang. Report to Director Wei. All nearby surveillance cameras have experienced varying degrees of interference, and none captured footage of the assassin. Captain Zhao reported, his chest puffed out. Due to the relentless downpour, Sergeant Yin had no choice but to allow everyone to set up camp for the night. He contemplated that this place possessed a natural barrier, easy to defend, yet challenging to assault, as long as the 2 ends were secured. He felt no trepidation about potential nocturnal enemies launching an attack. Tang Feng cast a cold gaze at Shi'er, his eyes sharp as blades slicing across her visage. Yet Shi'er remained unperturbed and approached steadily. Mu Ji gratefully accepted the water flask and recounted, at that moment, I was so frightened that I threw the flask aside and dashed forward, intending to separate them. As they traveled from the town to the provincial capital, Meng Fan recounted his past with Su Qianru, their brief time together seemingly overflowing with cherished memories. Look at her shoes. They must be a style from 3 years ago. How amusing that she's still wearing them. Truly a hallmark of rural folk, someone remarked. The 9 heavens, the central realm, also known as the 9 clouds or the celestial heights, represent the pinnacle of the heavens, an ultimate limit that cannot be surpassed. Moreover, due to the tumult caused by Gong Gong's mourning, Zhuan Su reluctantly commanded the warriors to escort him out of the mourning hall, denying him participation in even the royal funeral, lest he incite further discord. Tang Feng's expression was solemn as he spoke. Though his voice was soft, it resonated with clarity in the stillness of the consultation room. The pond's emerald waters shimmered, ripples expanding outward before suddenly dissipating, akin to tentacles bursting forth, tangling around Ning Kaichun, attempting to envelop him like a rice dumpling, encasing him in a cocoon, and dragging him into the azure depths, ultimately transforming him into mere remnants of bone and pus. This, indeed, encapsulated the essence of the pawn's fury. Since they had acquired sentience, they ought not to rely solely on instinct to perpetrate slaughter. However, for the ignorant, one cannot label them as intentionally malevolent. Thus, Zhao Ying's efforts in guiding, enlightening, and disciplining them could be deemed a virtuous undertaking. What I wonder is Zaji currently engaged in? AI Huan inquired, eager to learn about his elder brother, who once treated him kindly during his time in Milan. Yi Rongtian was slightly taken aback, surprised that the first target of recommendation by Suzuki Minoru was none other than the esteemed Masami Kurata. In the face of such circumstances, Maria initially found it amusing. But as time wore on, the novelty waned, and stepping outside meant being thrust into the spotlight of numerous reporters and fans, making her feel as though she were a mere spectacle. Some individuals within the Chinese community exhibit a profound sense of servitude, unable to bear witness to their compatriots rising. They are often plagued by an intrinsic inferiority complex, believing that Chinese individuals are inherently inferior and ought to serve foreign interests, aligning with their flawed logic. I have made an agreement with Zheng Qilin. Once I assist him in transcribing the Panga scroll, I shall take my leave. Kun appeared to have reached a decision. This sister truly knows how to flatter, yet alas, she is deaf and hears nothing, Xueqing remarked softly as she glanced at Lianyan City. The old man, filled with joy at her words, hastily shook the bell, and suddenly, all the corpses lined up in a row. We should present our views to Comrade Stalin and eliminate this pest. Zhukov, someone suddenly exclaimed, and in an instant, the conversation shifted to a collective grievance against Zhukov. Liao Shi nodded slightly, then turned to the generals with a smile and said, "Now, Zhao Yun and Shui Rongdui, along with other commanders, will each lead 3,000 troops to cleanse the remnants of the opposing forces and gather in Xiangyang within a month." The crowd bowed respectfully to Liao Shi, then began to mobilize their troops in accordance with his directives. At this moment, a monk approached, and a man followed the monks, their group making their way towards the grand hall of Mount Wutai. She was a vision of natural beauty, her face radiant as the moon, delicate wrists adorned with green sleeves carrying a flower basket, her skin as pale as snow with a subtle fragrance, a willow waist cinched with fine silk, and earlobes glimmering like pearls. The spiritual energy in this place was abundant, with the ethereal presence of Feng Lin soaring through the air, shattering a relatively large structure with a single strike. Feng Lin observed numerous mechanical beings around, without giving anyone a moment to ponder. Churchill swiftly diverted attention to the achievements of the Air Force, which were among the most commendable. "Is indeed Xiao Guolao," Sun Tzu exclaimed in astonishment, promptly bowing in respect. A large piece of clothing indicated that all three members of the team could see it. Conversely, since the Ebony Order was exclusively assigned to Tian Lin, it bore no relation to the mission project, and only Tian Lin could access its explanations. After finishing their ramen, the two returned to the parking lot near the CAF, remaining silent throughout their journey. Chening felt fortunate. Not encountering the cultivator earlier was undoubtedly a stroke of good luck for him. The residents of Wuchang Town had remained hidden, their doors and windows tightly shut, resembling a ghost town. Moreover, the ensemble included a variety of other instruments, such as harps, gushings, and drums, with dozens of musicians contributing to the performance. The grandeur of this spectacle could not be compared to any modern tycoon or celebrity. It was no wonder that old Master Lin held such thoughts. After all, with the new emperor taking command of the capital, Su Chuanji, as the commander of the He Yin army and Longming guards, had effectively cleared all obstacles, a task that inevitably invited resentment from some. I raised my head, stifling the tears that threatened to spill as the carriage sped through the wilderness. I dared not look back, yet a question suddenly surged in my mind. If sure Jia could not escape, how would he instruct his two subordinates? How would he arrange for my safety? At that moment, Tian Lin felt an extreme sensation of both cold and heat. It was peculiar, almost beyond description. It flowed through his palms like genuine water, cascading directly into his embrace. Undoubtedly, this was the unique energy contained within Hesby. On July 7th, we completed the debt offset between Hualong Company and Zhongnan Technology Company, as well as the transfer of financial management and operational authority. The taste of the roasted duck was not exceptional, yet what was there to complain about when one could savor it in San Francisco? Huang Xianling had applied a bit of force earlier, fracturing their bones in several places. If not treated promptly, they would likely suffer lingering effects. Their injuries were severe, and without several months of recuperation, a complete recovery seemed unlikely. Hee, thank you, Brother Shao. However, Mir would never allow you to spend money on her. Your companionship is more than sufficient to bring me joy. Upon hearing this, Zhenmi smiled radiantly, clearly pleased with Shao Yi's demeanor. And realizing her own charm had not waned, she ceased shaking Shao Yi's shoulder and offered her blessings instead. Alas, the presence of Wu Yazi and the entire Kunlun realm holds a status and influence in the upper world that is scarcely inferior to that of an immortal monarch. Thus, the immortal monarch must concoct a justifiable pretext to lend credibility to his actions, which, in truth, merely reveals his obstinate arrogance and excessive pride. Suddenly, a wave of bubbles surged from beneath his feet, prompting Yihan to instinctively halt and press down forcefully with his foot. Huang Jinghu, having occupied a high position for several years, exuded an air of authority that made it evident to all that he was no ordinary man. Having spoken, Zhang Xian tossed a bamboo slip to Yi Shao and then glanced at Yun, whereupon the two vanished from sight in an instant. This peak towered into the clouds, resembling a celestial pillar piercing the heavens as viewed from afar. The mountain was a deep crimson, devoid of vegetation, and its midsection was shrouded in swirling mist, obscuring any details within. Hee, Brother Zhao speaks truly. Given your demeanor, it seems you have already made up your mind. Pray tell, how shall we indulge in a hearty drink? Shao Yi replied with a faint smile, fully aware of Zhao Li's intentions. Observing Feng Zhi's expression, he could tell that Zhao Li possessed considerable drinking capacity, though such prowess must be measured against one's peers. Although somewhat rudimentary, it was undoubtedly preferable to residing in a tent or sleeping directly on the grass. However, the queen's temperament may only represent one facet of the situation, especially since Li Miao was on the verge of departure. The cunning palace would not receive her presence again. At this moment, those who had just engaged in battle were trembling uncontrollably, yet their faces radiated excitement and pride as they animatedly recounted the recent combat experience to those around them. In Li Miao's view, as long as high-quality seeds were promoted, whether in Qingzhou or elsewhere, fortune would be equally attainable. Thus, she instinctively assumed he meant that he had meddled with her, without considering other possibilities. As Xiao Wu ate, he reflected that although he was not particularly affluent in his previous life, he had always managed to meet the demands of daily cultivation. In conclusion, Zhu Bauer shook her head in mockery, her eyes filled with sympathy and pity, gradually recovering from her shock. Jean Buhuan made an effort to swallow the saliva pooling in her mouth, her excitement and exhilaration prompting her to leap onto the table and violently smash a nearby cup onto the floor. List 82. Xiao Baocheng turned his face away, unable to contain himself any longer. Xiao Huicheng pinched her thigh with vigor, bowing her head as tears streamed down her face. Xiao Rongqing stood utterly dazed. Rest assured, even if we cannot surpass that old man Shangyong, we shall at least achieve a stalemate. The three of us will ensure that you are presented with them in good order. Yu Fengzi replied coolly, then resumed his indifference. In less than 2 months, Ma Ding thoroughly resolved the persistent threat posed by the Donghu, annihilating decades-long adversaries. In that moment, Ma Ding's stature among the Xiongnu people became unparalleled, and all Xiongnu fervently embraced their new Khan. Let us use the school bus. It can definitely accommodate us and is spacious enough, making it more convenient to dash out when the time comes, suggested Gao Chengshe. Expecting the origami master to cultivate additional interests seemed a daunting task, particularly given the master's current emotional reticence. Very well, Mr. Saint-Jia, he replied. Yin once strictly adhered to his orders, courteously escorting him to the hotel entrance, and only waved goodbye once he boarded Paul S. vehicle. Without needing to ask, Zhang Qingting could easily deduce who had orchestrated the matter. With two distinguished doctors present, Zhang Qingting felt compelled not only to utilize their expertise, but also to invite them to the villa to visit her sister-in-law and children. "Brother Xiandao, you two have arrived," she remarked. As Xiandao Zhenren had just landed on Ziyun Mountain, he was greeted by a melodious voice. At that moment, the white-browed elder, having narrowly escaped death, felt his body turn weak and suddenly collapsed into a chair, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat without even realizing it. Consequently, the Northern Army's understanding of the Southern Desert was on par with that of the Xiongnu, if not superior. The Qin Army had conducted detailed surveys in the Southern Desert, mapping the terrain for the general's use, indicating every mountain and river, thereby creating exceedingly favorable conditions for a surprise attack. Lin Lele and Han Shi were acutely aware that Fifthya might be leaving, feeling an immense sense of reluctance. Whenever they had a moment to spare, they would rush to report in, hoping to spend more time with Fifthya. The alliance had commenced sowing on the farms of the Eastern Plains, leaving only a few to guard while awaiting the harvest months later. Over the past 3 years, she had undergone significant transformation. Her daily routine of unwavering jogging and taekwondo practice had honed her physique to a more balanced form. She had achieved the rank of black belt in taekwondo, aspiring to one day protect herself and Qin Tian. Each time she contemplated giving up, the memory of the numerous wounds on Qin Tian rekindled her determination. On this day, Yi Songyuan and Zhang Daoming had played a duet on the piano for an entire day and engaged in 2 basketball games, which slightly lifted their spirits. As I had surmised, Lei Tong indeed feared that if Shan Mingyun were to perish in a fire, the Shun family would seek vengeance against the Lei family. Deso observed the ceremony on behalf of His Majesty, while the various palace attendants sent by the other households stood by to pay their respects. After a few restorative days at the Feng family estate, Shirlei, rejuvenated and spirited, intended to visit the training grounds in the courtyard, just as he had done in the days prior, to strengthen his muscles. However, he was summoned before Feng Ong by the household servants. Realizing something was amiss, Tao Hua swiftly knelt by the roadside to pay her respects, her head bowed low, hoping not to be spotted by the esteemed concubine. After finishing his meal, Qin Tian wiped his mouth and turned on the television, leisurely watching the pre-sale advertisement for Qiuming Han's concert. Displeased, he switched channels, but found nothing of interest. It was either a war drama or a romance, predominantly Korean series, which failed to capture his attention. Annoyed, she playfully pouted as she approached the villa, quickly maneuvering the steering wheel. The sports car came to a halt right in front of a restaurant, and I instinctively glanced around, unbuckling my seatbelt. Left Eason had already opened the car door for me, gallantly inviting me out. I regarded him with curiosity, sensing something slightly amiss about him tonight. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the 3rd month, Li Danru only brought Wei Zi and Ji Hong, accompanied by Granny Shun and a few servants trailing behind. As they made their way to the 8 Immortals Pavilion, Aunt Kai suggested over the phone that the most luxurious and prestigious recreational venue in the Lihong district was undoubtedly the Peak Night, reputedly backed by the Lu Jinghe family, which is why Ling Yang ultimately chose this location. Countless ancestors had erected altars that reached the heavens, where they worshipped, bowing in unison as if summoning something, resulting in the emergence of a pair of stone doors. As Xiaoyang stepped down, Tai Kwangtu immediately felt as if a colossal mountain had descended upon him, inflicting excruciating pain, rupturing his internal organs. He spewed blood violently and was forcefully dropped from mid-air, crashing into the stone floor and creating a massive pit. When Ling Yang was out socializing with friends domestically, he had become accustomed to the traditional entertainment routine, indulging in a lavish feast followed by bathing and sauna, reveling in nightclubs, and finally finding a barbecue joint that operated all night to continue the festivities. He replicated this indulgent lifestyle in Lujing, and after satiating his hunger and thirst, he intended to head to the 1st floor for a wash. Qin's mother and Su Wuyang sat facing each other. Sunlight streamed in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room brightly. The central air conditioning kept the temperature pleasant. "All right, you wait here. I will go downstairs to fetch some milk." Just as I was about to rise, Lung Machin pressed me back down. The Prince of Gong was undoubtedly the last to stride into the Qianqing Palace, adept at gauging the timing, often arriving just before the Emperor and Empress Dowager convened in the court. Ning Ke stood like an ice sculpture in the alley for a long while, until he finally came to his senses, glancing back with a hint of bewilderment, yet saw nothing. He then bowed his head in contemplation, unable to unravel the earlier events, and decided against further pondering, shaking his head as he walked toward the bustling crowd. The Japanese forces engaged in combat along Longhai Road were advancing towards Kaifeng, surely unable to return to North China to partake in the battle for Dezhou. Would the Japanese army redeploy the 114th Division, or the Independent Mixed 3rd Brigade, or the Independent Mixed 5th Brigade, to move north from Shuzhou and cross the Yellow River? Madame 11, fearing the sound of firecrackers would frighten Jean Guer, did not take the child with her and returned with Su Lingyi to Gongxian Hudong. Hearing the Luo sisters speak with such profound understanding, Guo Yi and Su Linger were greatly moved. Yet at this moment, even if one wished to abandon hope, it seemed impossible to escape the impending calamity. The Lancao Temple is enveloped in the autumn rain as a sword pierces through the downpour, utterly disregarding the 7 individuals in the courtyard. It shows no sign of hesitance despite the rapidly approaching cloud of dust, soaring towards the ominous black carriage. The chasm, under the control of Sun Wukong, is not as unfathomable as it seems. It is merely over 100 meters deep, shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible at the bottom. Upon hearing old Madame Zhou's promise to summon a doctor for her brother and to secure her a bright future, the tension that had been strung tightly within her finally eased. When Sun Wukong emerged, disdainful glances filled the air, accompanied by endless mockery and derision directed at him, with some even declaring intentions to nullify his previous achievements. Su Lingyi lifted her teacup, took a sip, and sighed, lamenting the true illness of the Empress Dowager with a look of profound melancholy. Chu Jun understood well the nature of his existence. Even though the ghostly guards had become a thing of the past, could he truly shed the weight of his history? The crowd initially perceived his slow speech as that of a sage, but were taken aback when he suddenly uttered a curse. The fiery monarch of another realm, despite the ancient martial prowess of the Xinyuan clan, found it challenging to withstand the onslaught, with countless casualties in an instant. Yet, the members of the Xinyuan clan steadfastly vowed not to retreat, confronting their formidable adversaries without flinching, employing their bodies to impede the progress of the 5. As if awaiting something. Scoundrel! The forest demon emperor winced in pain, unleashing 3 tendrils that struck fiercely at Jin Jian, Meng Gang, and Bai Huang, sending them hurtling away. Furthermore, the most remarkable aspect of this handcrafted map lies in its annotations, detailing the types of monsters inhabiting various areas and their respective levels. It is simply exquisite. With this detailed map, Shurjia is confident that his chances of survival will significantly increase. Really, is it that casual? Chu Jun remarked, his face instantly adorned with a lascivious expression, his gaze aggressively fixated on the voluptuous figure before him. I know what you're thinking. If you wish to cultivate this martial art, I certainly do not oppose, but you will find it difficult to reach my level. It is likely that your progress will stagnate by the 3rd tier. Jiang Fengyu gently waved his folding fan, his keen insight allowing him to discern the intricacies of Ashue's heart. Yet, her actions were ultimately for the benefit of her master. She did not want her master to be embroiled in her troubles. That gentle master would undoubtedly have other disciples in the future. Her absence would not matter. In this domain, the law of survival of the fittest is strictly enforced, and acts of murder and pillaging are as commonplace as the necessities of life. After severing over 20 blades with ease, it seemed to trigger a mechanism behind the door, followed by a cacophony as the iron gate crashed to the ground. How dare you? The elders of the Black Dragon sect turned pale, yet still showed no intention of halting their actions. "Ah, this cigarette is delightful," exclaimed Boss Feng in surprise, noting its invigorating effects. If smoked during cultivation, it could greatly enhance one's comprehension of martial arts. However, they prided themselves on being seekers of truth, specializing in covertly capturing the private lives of celebrities and reveling in the disruption of others' families. Yihan suddenly closed his vertical eye, and in that moment, the corners of his lips curled slightly. A surge of violet energy enveloped him as if a celestial star had fallen, evoking a profound sense of awe from within. In an instant, Ali felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She abruptly broke free from Yi Han's embrace, with one of his hands gripping her face. He could no longer maintain control over her. Lord Zixing, allow me to eradicate this despicable creature and annihilate his lineage, declared a powerful figure from the alliance of sky plunderers, seeking to restore the dignity of King Zixing. Dijun and Tai Yi descended into the primeval wilderness to unite with the demon forces previously dispatched. Although they had suffered the loss of over 100 million demon soldiers, more than 400 million remained, and with Dijun and Tai Yi present, vanquishing the human sanctuaries should not pose a significant challenge. A chilling aura clashed before them, reminiscent of a cataclysmic disaster unfolding in their midst. For the first time, he felt the weight of the blood debts that suffocated Luo Changfeng, experiencing firsthand the helplessness and despair of his comrades, witnessing Dao Zong's unconscious state. Now, you know that I trust you completely. There can be no more secrets between us, he declared. The past is bygone. From now on, I shall believe in you wholeheartedly. Yet, despite the old man's deliberate guidance, prior to returning to the land of Huaxia, he had not felt much national pride. His unique experiences had left him devoid of any substantial emotional ties to the nation, as he had seldom received assistance from Huaxia. While investigating Qin Zhao, he suddenly realized that Qin Zhao was, in fact, the nephew of Song Gongzheng, the very adversary he had long sought to confront, and the son of a clan member married off by the Song family many years ago. Allow me to introduce you. Here are the esteemed elders of each sect. Yi Zhan stated, shaking his head. Fan Jinhua stopped her, saying, "It is not yet your time to make an appearance," and promptly closed the door. Do you still possess the confidence you had earlier? Will you sneer down at Zhang Di, who was drenched in sweat and trembling, his body slightly bent forward? Shui Dong would typically reflect on his experiences after completing a task, pondering the gains and losses, and summarizing any oversights that occurred during the process. After a moment, upon noticing someone approaching the hall, Dong Feng He, who had been reading a newspaper on the sofa, immediately lifted his head, the first to spot the hastily entering Zhongling. The only assistance he could offer Zhongling was to reassure her to rely on the power of the Heavenly Alliance. Given the current state of the Alliance, how many in the entirety of Linlang City would dare to challenge it? Indeed, under the potent effects of the honey crystals, Nanxingyu gradually awakened from her stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, she felt as though electric currents surged through her body, a tingling pain coursing through her. Struggling to steady herself, she quickly retrieved a handful of honey crystals from her spatial ring and began to consume them voraciously. In years past, a prestigious family sought to disrupt the realm, and one can only imagine the formidable strength they possessed to incite chaos within one of the most powerful empires of the human domain, earning them the title of the uncrowned sovereign. It is inconceivable that this could occur. After all, it is one of the 6 naval techniques, the iron block. How could my body be so easily injured by an ordinary person? A searing pain surged in my chest, and a numbing sensation coursed through my entire being. What? You have encountered Chang'e? Zhu Beiji's expression shifted dramatically, particularly recalling that the other had recently ascended to the heavenly court, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. The mentor then remarked, "However, your strength is not as paramount as you might imagine. This is an undeniable truth. Your induction into the demon suppression team is solely due to your prowess as a tree alchemist. We shall provide you with the finest materials and the best guidance in tree alchemy." I gently caressed his face, gazing into his eyes. "You have never truly lost me. Throughout the days apart, I have not a single moment ceased to think of you. I even believe that, despite being my brother, my heart shall forever belong to you, loving you in my own world until the end of time." With those words, my kiss fell upon his lips. Time has changed the world, and any true warrior earns the respect and recognition of the people through relentless effort. The current 4 great celestials exemplify this truth. Suddenly, a white tiger charged in, sending every zombie in its path flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. What brings you here? Zhao Tong inquired, surveying the passers-by with evident impatience. A peculiar sensation arose from the depths of his heart, and he realized, almost unconsciously, that his suit had become completely drenched. Nevertheless, when Alfonso XIII learned that the German forces had effortlessly seized Gibraltar, he was still incensed. As long as the blacksmith forge is operational, the soldiers' equipment can be significantly upgraded, enabling them to survive better in the martial realm. Fine, you go your way, and we will ensure your home is well looked after, Qiu Lian growled, grinding the cigarette but into the ashtray. Yet, why does my heart still ache so? After enduring such pain, will rebirth be possible? Will it allow me to forget all past events? The impending pressure of the Great War caused both factions to tighten like a coiled spring. All became gravely serious. Even those seasoned warriors wore solemn expressions tinged with worry. The critical issue was that today marked the 5th month and 6th day since their birth. Did he miss here? For in his original contemplation, Li Gang should not have encountered him again, but he certainly would not disregard Ouyang Che. The most likely course of action would be to keep Ouyang Che close for personal instruction while maintaining a distance from himself. If you dislike me so profoundly, if you truly detest me, why utter promises of a lifetime? In Philadelphia, around 11 or 12 o'clock, the bar district bustled with life. Yet the voice on the other end of the line remained shrouded in silence. Perhaps he had already anticipated that I would seek him out. Consider, if you will, the formidable power that the leisurely gathering will exert upon the vast expanse of the land. Who among them possesses the utmost combat prowess? Meng Feixia spoke with a cold demeanor. They cast not even a glance at Hu Fengxiu, the leader of the loyal warriors, who was barely clinging to life not far ahead. Yet now it serves a different purpose. Elite warriors form a single file line, each selecting a character, which, combined with a new surname, becomes their name. The clamor beneath the stage did not disrupt the performers above, who remained unfazed in their portrayal. Soon, the troublemakers were escorted out by the staff, and order was restored to the theater. Uchiha Ling meticulously adhered the explosive talismans together, then affixed them to the trees. Witnessing this, Chinyu brandished her sword and charged forward, dispatching the beasts along her path with decisive strikes that pierced their skulls. Countless golden and silver orbs began to erupt, the starlight and the Milky Way shattering together, transforming into a cascade of luminous rain falling upon the garden. A profound dizziness enveloped Wang Miao, as the rift in his consciousness diminished his control over his own body. Fortunately, this sword was fundamentally a treasure for Foundation establishment. The difficulty of refining it was not great, merely demanding time. October 12th was still far off. Jiang Yu felt no need to begin waiting at this moment. He must seize the time to elevate himself. Yu Xing indeed utilized Jingdong, but in retrospect, it was peculiar that at that time, Jingdong lacked its own payment system. Relying primarily on online banking and third-party services like Alipay, which seemed oddly disjointed. He refrained from explaining, for under normal circumstances, he should not have knowledge of subsequent events. In an instant, Jiang Yu stepped to the right, causing Zhang Zhan's hand to swipe through empty air. However, upon arriving in Wang village today, he felt his eyes were insufficient. Beyond noticing the villagers' affluence and their possession of unknown fishing and hunting skills, he perceived little else. As he reached out, Old Tang's movement halted abruptly, his gaze fixated on the hand he had extended. The sword light shot forth like a meteor, trailing a brilliant radiance that instantaneously surrounded the venerable Tianyun old ancestor. As they drew closer, their eyes widened in disbelief upon recognizing the visage of the divine figure. Of course, even if they held disdain in their hearts, they could not voice it directly. After all, the current status of the Holy Dragon King was beyond their comparison. In recent years, the financial crisis was hardly a commercial secret. Many had made poor investments or suffered losses in the stock market. And it was rumored that Uncle Chun was among them, having sought out Chun Fangping previously. Although I spent a decade in the secret chamber, observing and listening to much, there remained numerous aspects I did not fully comprehend. Tuoba Zhixing's gaze grew somewhat indifferent as he reflected on Jiang Yu's receding figure. Outside, Zhu Laoda Wu Laosan and Ho Wu, along with their fellow horsemen, rejoiced upon receiving the news. Mayor was indeed toyed with by Xiao Yu, as the military token had always remained securely in my possession. Jin Feng gently comforted Su Mei, who momentarily displayed a look of astonishment, inadvertently glancing at Chu Yunlian, who had just been about to speak but had completely forgotten her words. His eyes narrowed slightly as he succumbed to a brief slumber upon awakening. The scene before him sent a cold sweat cascading down his spine. This illusionary array was meticulously crafted by the head of the Dao Academy, Liao Wuji, and the reasons behind it remain a mystery to all but a select few who are aware of how to navigate through it, with none knowing how to dismantle it. Wu Nong successfully scaled the academy wall and stealthily approached the corridor beneath the palace window. He could hardly contain his excitement, swallowing hard twice before eagerly tearing through the paper of the window frame to peer inside the hall. In midair, the cursed insects began to swell, their bodies growing as large as eggs, their iridescent wings thrumming rapidly as they hurtled towards Xia Shao, their sharp mandibles grinding ominously, producing a chilling cackle. The malevolent energy from the bones surged forth like a raging flood, crashing into his core. Xia Shao's dark power ascended rapidly, surging without any sign of a bottleneck. He struggled to regulate the flow of dark energy within himself, exerting just enough control to prevent the influx of malevolent energy from becoming excessive and overwhelming. Observing Su Lao's serious demeanor, Qiu Lao refrained from speaking, instead leaping gracefully onto the high wall, where he nodded gently to Su Lao. There it is. If you load 2 bags of rice onto the cart, you can go to the kitchen in the east wing for a bowl of rice. The servant pointed towards the carriage in the courtyard. The craftsmanship of the crossbow was undeniably intricate, at least in the eyes of Liang Yingying and her companions, who had grown accustomed to the convenience brought by soul-style methods. It would be unfair to label them as foolish. Rather, they had simply never encountered such an endeavor, making it a daunting task for them to undertake. However, her aura was heavy with malice, and should one provoke her, her retribution would be merciless. She was also stubborn, making persuasion a challenge. Upon hearing the man's call, the inhabitants of the slums, undeterred by the biting wind, flung aside their blankets and rushed into the street. There were numerous areas where she required assistance, and after much toil, Su Yanting finally took a break. Upon her respite, she chose not to venture out, instead resting diligently at home for several days, regaining her strength before addressing matters at the shop and supermarket. Fan Bizhuang nodded repeatedly with a grin, but chose not to elaborate further, waving his hand to prepare for warm-up activities before training. Simultaneously, a multitude of figures surged forth beside Xiao Zichen, albeit too late, resulting in a standoff with an individual. Zhao Ting strode through the forbidden palace with a dark expression, his guards daring not to lag behind. The one wielding the Tai Zulong sword was Xia Yin, but in that moment, he was enveloped in a pall of despair. His appearance ghastly, yet his pained eyes bore a venomous glare at Yin Yu, whose heart had been pierced, reflecting a visage of vengeance fulfilled. Identical individuals? Possessing the same thoughts, methods, and emotions. Could this be the illusionary corridor? This is the effect of illusion and reality. Facing an identical version of oneself indeed presents a formidable challenge. Yet, is this merely the extent of the effect? Song 1, witnessing this scene, was nearly overwhelmed with terror. Accustomed to a life of luxury and constant flattery, he had never encountered such a significant setback. Angrily glaring at Zhao Wuji and his companion, he shouted in vain, his mouth stuffed with his own socks, rendering him powerless. They possessed a ferocity more terrifying than that of fierce tigers and lions, with a grace surpassing that of leopards, embodying all the virtues of felines, nocturnal prowess, arboreal agility, and aquatic adeptness, thriving in any wild environment. The Apache-armed combat aircraft, equipped with night vision capabilities, could detect enemies from high altitudes using thermal sensors, boasting formidable long-range firepower, truly a nightmare for infantry. Regrettably, within this coffin, there was no occupant. It appeared that the master had abandoned it after placing it here. The surge of negative emotion grew increasingly violent, even causing the expression of the demigod Xian Ling to become grave. The plaque personally inscribed by Wu Zetian could not save this Taibai tower, which would now succumb to dust. However, he harbored no concerns regarding whether Tian Tian would master this skill, as his memories indicated that Tian Tian always utilized sealing scrolls to carry ninja tools. Rest assured, the tabletop, legs, and surrounding carvings are all original, with no replacements. They have merely been refinished for your satisfaction. I wonder if you find this acceptable? Shao Zining remarked with a smile. From the veterans' free flights to housing for disabled soldiers. From public transportation and medical care for the populace to the affordable fares of quantum trains. There has always been a bounty for the free-spirited in the shadow of the tribes. Although Feng Yi never mentioned these matters, she understood their origins well. Subsequently, Lin Yi directed his gaze toward the diluidin in his hand, and without hesitation, pinched the pill between his fingers and consumed it, initiating his breakthrough. At the very least, Qingming need not concern himself with numerous matters and could indulge in leisure, though matters of cultivation still required attention, albeit not excessively burdensome. Hearing such praise from Su Xing, Yun Jin could not help but smirk, though he felt a hint of weariness within. He had never anticipated that one day this individual would commend him in such a manner. Having transcended the realm of floral essence, Shao Chun felt elated, as the wine in his cup seemed more fragrant than ever before. Patiently, Shao Chun waited. Regardless of the circumstances, his parents would return by nightfall, and the journey back to the Martial God Academy did not hinge on a single day. Gu Hao, being a rather traditional man, found it peculiar that his friend's companion was attracted to men. Having never encountered such individuals or situations, his second reaction was to reflect on their shared escape from danger. Had he inadvertently taken advantage of someone else's girl? Damn it, who would have thought that there was a DU society even within the detention center? Tu Sun and Zhang Hua, one jesting while the other supported, displayed an exquisite rapport. It appears that you lack confidence. I possess the ability to transform this world through peaceful means. I can eradicate war through peaceful methods. I can ensure that people lead prosperous lives through peaceful endeavors. Whereas you cannot. This delineates our difference, Sasuke declared with an imposing gaze directed at Uchiha Madara. The spiraling spheres continued to strike relentlessly. As Kamaru seemed to see no end, he could only move his body continuously, resembling a solitary dancer, relishing his own performance and dancing with abandon. Everyone was taken aback, and the cloaked figure was especially startled, forgetting even to evade as Jiang Erlang removed the hood to reveal his true identity. The Leaf Village had no objections. Kakashi proactively expressed his thoughts, deeming such an arrangement exceedingly reasonable, as the Leaf Village presently lacked the strength to contest for the position of commander. And Sambyun's reasoning was equally compelling. Merely from 2 photographs, an astonishing array of clues could be deduced. The intelligence of these individuals was indeed formidable. The Star of Dusk felt a surge of fear and instinctively retrieved his phone, scrutinizing the 2 explicit images closely, though he uttered not a word. A sudden expression of pain emerged upon his face. Su Yu, regarded as a genius in Feiyu City, was insulted and deemed worthless by this individual. Sanwen collapsed to the ground, remaining motionless for quite some time, but just as I thought he was finished, his arm moved once more, seizing the referee and using his strength to pull himself upright. The 3 individuals appear to harbor no ill intentions. They were merely youthful, lacking in social experience, and unaware of the significance of restraint. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential, as entrepreneurship necessitates a certain audacity, making them well-suited to the company's requirements. The constable, observing the lavish display of the opposing party and their demeanor, surmised that they were likely offspring of some prominent family, meddling in affairs they should not. Just as I intended to suppress Lin Yu further, the bell signaling the end of the first round rang out. Lin Amo narrowed his eyes slightly, turned, and leaped over the back wall, executing a flip over the top. Previous matters were overshadowed by this event, and now everyone sought an explanation from Lin Mo. With Lu Jun's life and death uncertain, he was the only one available to speak, and moreover, Lin Mo had been present in the video, clearly aware of the situation. A police car screeched to a halt before Pengyu. Shunjia leaped down, still possessing that striking demeanor. Ma Teng involuntarily straightened his posture, his face as cold as frost, suddenly raising his long spear high, calling out to the troops. The battle erupted, stirring a cloud of dust as the soldiers roared, rallying in support of their general. They did not favor me. Every time they encountered me, they glared, thus I reciprocated their disdain by often teasing them, causing chaos among the evil spirit clan, creating upheaval and disorder. Immediately, his gaze shifted to the captivating figure, his jaw clenched subtly, emitting a faint, almost inaudible grinding sound. Why does Li Jing'er not invite more enterprises or companies to partake in this charitable event under the name of the Imperial Group? The spirit monarch, unfazed, waved his hand, causing Zhuang Jian's form to rise once more. His expression, lost in a daze, seemed to transport him back to a time long past, to the moment he stood atop the peak of absolute desolation. It is indeed excessive, yet in this world, governed by the law of the jungle, notions of righteousness and morality hold no sway. Strength is the only truth. Take your ancestral clan, for instance, though the lineage boasts but a scant few strong bloodlines. Each one that emerges is a formidable force, capable of dominating the heavens and earth. It comes as no surprise they utterly decimate other races. At this moment, Lu Feng had just concluded his speech and, scarcely having settled into his seat, received a message that caused him to frown. Despite a twinge of regret, he remained composed, never one to burden Li Jing'er with pressure. Meanwhile, Chao Ge had just arrived at the company, engaging in a series of meetings, each punctuated by scenes of executives receiving reprimands. Seeing the Grand Elder's resolute expression, the other elders exchanged glances and sighed, ultimately refraining from further comment. The family head, observing the situation, wore a slightly sullen countenance, visibly reluctant, yet painfully produced a red wooden box. Qian's fingers brushed against the fan's surface, feeling its chilling coldness, which astonished him. Even the finest jade could not possess such an icy touch. He squinted at the fan, noting its entirely black hue and thickness of 1 centimeter, resembling a lump of coal. Upon grasping the situation, the Water Beast King felt immense joy and entrusted the mission of annihilating the Tang court army to the ancient Ape King, assigning him to guard Feiyuan Mountain and assist the 4 valiant commanders, Feiyuan King, Ancient Yuan King, Hunting Yuan King, and Tiger Yuan King in their continued assault against the Tang officials and seekers of knowledge. If they were to express such sentiments and yet remain oblivious, Hung Yinlin would be a loss for words. Qi Ruasia, however, held her waist with one arm while pressing the other against the back of her head, drawing her close. Lu Dong crouched on the ground, straining to pull a blade of grass, when he felt something pressing against his backside. While he had previously possessed some martial prowess, it paled in comparison to the formidable assassins brought by the vulture, rendering his combat abilities utterly insignificant. The elderly woman's eyes sparkled with wonder as she exclaimed, "You must be a sage. Encountering you is the most fortunate event I have experienced in ages. Ever since my children went missing, I have never felt such joy." Yet, as she spoke, her jubilant expression shifted like the weather, and tears began to stream down her face. Huang Bing, unable to dissuade him, still yearned to offer assistance. He could not simply stand by and watch his dear brother being beaten. At that moment, taking a deep breath, he gazed up at Hang Yinlin, whose expression had turned exceptionally grim. Just moments ago, the woman in red had placed Lu Dai in her room, yet Lu Dai was now absent from his side. If one were to assert that Li Yuan's hand was also rendered useless by her sorcery, then where did the mysterious wild dog come from? These colossal dragons, resembling oversized birds, did not swoop down upon their return. Instead, they soared high above Sango Luo Jimu, swiftly vanishing from sight. Opening his eyes and glancing at the clock on the wall revealed it was only 2 o'clock. He glanced around and noticed that Wu Ho had yet to return. Gu Qingwei rose and wandered within the room, unwittingly finding himself at the door of my Wenxiang's chamber, a cup of water in hand. He surmised that, even without him and a Luo investigating, evidence regarding the reverse wheel would inevitably present itself, just as it had on previous occasions. Due to the dimming light, they failed to recognize Jun Ma Xiao immediately, mistaking her for yet another oblivious intruder. Indeed, This incident had transpired just a moment after she had accepted Yi Hua's request to seek out Hua Xuanji. Suddenly, news of the invasion of Qinji Hall reached them. Such an opportunity must be seized. Collaborating with regular forces for ongoing efforts was crucial for future market analysis. After listening to the Wolf King's defense, Li Muyang recalled a tale he had heard from classmates about the Wolf King's refusal to eat or drink. He realized he had unjustly accused it. Sun Yi could not discern her words, yet the sight of her flustered demeanor only added to the humor of the situation. Lu Xingkong's gaze transformed into that of Song Gudwa, and in that moment, he too embodied Song Gudwa. "Do you like it?" Yi Hua abruptly halted, his cool eyes narrowing slightly as the chilling raindrops fell upon his lips, evoking memories of the tender kiss they had just shared. As Lu Qi's personal guardian and the leader of the blood-clad guards, Dian Wei had reduced Ah Hui to a mere breath and dragged him to the Lord's manor. The Soul Reaper remarked, "He is a shameless individual." Though devoid of expression, his voice bore an inexplicable sorrow. On the day Qin Yang and the others checked into the Boa Conference Village, the World Cultivators Alliance officially announced that the Boa Conference would be broadcast globally. They were all rational individuals, never prying into others' privacy, never making unfounded judgments, nor wrongfully accusing the innocent. When heading to Chang'an, he brought the sharp-eyed Lao Qi along, certain that the latter would seek the whereabouts of Shimin Chue Shui in Chang'an. That day, Li Mo withdrew his presence. Stepping out of the cave, Luo was joyfully rolling on the tender grass. Spring had arrived. Relying on the abundant spiritual energy within the cave, he had tirelessly cultivated day and night, finally breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement. Yet, the spiritual energy was growing increasingly scarce, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the outside world. How delightful! Xia Shao suddenly felt a swell of tears. She did not fully understand why. Perhaps it was the realization that Gu Chan had endured years of isolation. Despite the love surrounding him, no one had truly penetrated his heart. Yet, these were all misconceptions, and at this moment, Tang Fan could not clarify matters for her. With the previous batch of individuals serving as scapegoats, the subsequent ones dared not act recklessly, instead proceeding with the task of eliminating the Black Hurricane in a measured manner. In this world, no one is so busy that they lack even a moment to converse. If such a situation arises, it can only be attributed to one reason. Even though the Bai siblings had anticipated certain outcomes, the fact that Sun Wukong's arm had suffered no severe injury truly caught them off guard. "Senior, what has happened to you?" Min Min anxiously raised her head to look at Jin Minghan, gripping his hand yet unwilling to release it. In an instant, Lu Yuan's body surged with vitality, his imposing presence magnified as he wielded a gleaming greatsword, charging toward the demon cultivator, while the lion demon, reacting to Lu Yuan's movement, unleashed its demonic aura, pouncing on the foe as well. However, Gung Gij, a victor in history, though devoid of affection, had raised a son who was conferred a princely title, and she herself was buried with the status of a royal consort. Such individuals naturally possess formidable means. Unfortunately, Cheng Ping's ideas, though commendable, diverged from reality. Just as his hammer was about to strike the Cyclops, a golden light suddenly emanated from the creature, effortlessly deflecting Cheng Ping's hammer and even sending him staggering back. Thus, the bolts of lightning suspended in the void were unleashed upon these beasts, culminating in their nearly frenzied howls, for such suffering was likely a rare occurrence in their existence. She, a scion of a fallen noble lineage, bore noble blood akin to water, and despite the fact that this lineage often proved of little assistance, she remained resolute in her mission to restore her family's honor. I have come specifically to express my gratitude for Brother Mo's assistance last time." Su Yuyin smiled gently, her gaze flickering, seemingly fraught with guilt. Could it be that this Gao Chenxi is an illusion, a manifestation of some celestial being? He approached Chenxi's side, carefully sensing, and discovered that this was indeed a real person. Seeing that he remained silent, Catherine disregarded him, maneuvering her carriage to the outer wall of Puke Town, which rivaled the city walls, removing her hat to allow the soldiers to admit her and the two companions behind her. 3 suns revolved around him, rendering this planet nearly indestructible. It was truly a celestial pinnacle. In addition to the ferocious tiger mechanized beasts, there existed numerous other types of mechanized creatures. And Xia Bei marveled at the exotic flora, intricate mechanisms, and the vast estate. She had never witnessed such passion from President Qin, who embraced Qinmoan, their actions causing onlookers to blush and their hearts to race. The flying shuttle glided over Jinding Mountain's marketplace, gradually descending onto an open space where cultivators from Jinding sect had already arrived to maintain order, as the shuttle would remain here for 2 days, disembarking passengers and loading goods before returning to Shizong Mountain. He turned to nod at the assistant standing beside him, and Xia understood immediately, turning to leave. There stood the esteemed Master Pang, clad in wide sleeves, tall and elegant, boasting a striking appearance and an aura of profound energy, exuding a clear, ethereal presence. His cultivation aligned with the orthodox path of the mystical gate, instantly evoking admiration. Su Lu was rendered speechless by Ouyang Kursene's question, as it left her momentarily unsure of how to respond. After all, she couldn't simply say that this was a ticket given to her by Yin Xin, could she? The azure sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds, and Fran gazed out the window, occasionally spotting birds flitting across the sky, transforming into mere black dots. However, even though the realm of growth had not inflicted harm upon it, it had rendered its foundation somewhat precarious. Thus, Su Ming resolved to bask in its radiance, aiming to solidify its roots once more. On the ground, Li Qingfeng lay amidst the fetid demon blood, his eyes tightly shut, enveloped by an alien consciousness that surged with the formidable spiritual energy drawn from the spirit sword, coursing through his right hand straight into his sea of consciousness. Regrettably, Naduri had recently grown close to Feng Zhao, and Lingle had lingered nearby on several occasions but failed to find a favorable opportunity. His forlorn appearance left Si Jun unable to utter a word of refusal. In truth, she dared not decline, fearing that should fortune bestow the dragon's wrath upon her, a sudden change of heart would spell disaster. Simultaneously, Shui Yiren harbored similar intentions. Early on, Tong Qian had informed her of gossips circulating, urging her to adorn herself exquisitely to make a striking impression. Yun Hao glared fiercely at Shui Yiren, his tone equally vicious, as if seeking to expel the pent-up resentment within him. After vehemently expressing his frustrations towards the market, a whispering voice suddenly reached Xia Dong's ears, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. While none truly believed in the existence of ghosts, those among them who were spiritual broadcasters understood the necessity of maintaining a respectful demeanor. Better to believe in their existence than to dismiss it, and it was imperative to discern what could be approached and what should not. It was precisely for this reason that the heads of the Tsang and Bai families grew increasingly vigilant. The inactivity of the Shadow Demon King felt all the more unsettling, stirring involuntary shudders and suspicions, as if something far more terrifying was brewing beneath that stillness. It's all right, come let me have a look. This is the first time I'm seeing my eldest grandson. Why didn't TU bring the child over sooner? Hua Shiren, her heart brimming with affection for her grandson, found herself at a loss in the face of Shui Yiren's enthusiasm, neither able to deter her nor willing to allow her to proceed unimpeded. Qi Mu had rented a car from an undisclosed location, with Long Jiu'er and Su Su seated in the back. Shi Qian dawdled, leaping atop a Buddha statue, where he surprisingly retrieved 2 heavy axes that appeared as if forged from the darkest of materials, seemingly weighing 1,000 pounds, their blades glinting ominously as if capable of slicing through flesh. Otherwise, given today's destruction of Long Mengdai's visage, her mother would undoubtedly suffer consequences. Nevertheless, Wang Xingxin found satisfaction in acquiring 3,000 guan from Lier, a sum he need not repay. With winter fast approaching, he was poised to invest in a coal stove. Luo Qinci clenched his fists tightly. My patience is finite. I shall inquire once more, Tianya, where exactly are you? He raised his gaze, glaring furiously at old Master Luo. Feeling utterly helpless, I stated, just tell me, what exactly is Tian Fu Jun? Shunyi chuckled while fiddling with her Android phone, admitting that my Nokia had become outdated, as the current Android devices were all the rage. alongside the newly released Apple models. Li Xiaoyi quickly responded, hesitant to meet Tang Yichen's gaze. After speaking, he made his way towards the crowd, while Tang Yichen chose not to elaborate further and instead immersed herself in the study of crossbows. Who, I wonder, has reserved half the first-class cabin? Had I known, I would have opted for a private jet. Nonetheless, the current situation is rather agreeable. Luo Chenxi, with a casual yet intentional glance at Luo Tianya, spoke. The two of them could distinctly sense each other's presence, their vigorous heartbeats resonating in the stillness of the night, amplifying the atmosphere. He was alone, unlike others who arrived with an army, indulging in plunder and chaos. Regardless of whether Jiraiya would truly take charge, his name alone commanded substantial respect. To outsiders, the child appeared sensible. However, I deeply felt my own inadequacy. Realizing that I had exposed the children to the harsh realities of society at an age they should remain oblivious to. I was aware that the Tiger King had fallen to Mordor, yet I wished to know if no other significant events occurred. For instance, how did Mordor become entangled with Blue Sparrow Dance? The crimson eyes flickered as the pitch-black thunder manifested in his hand, and with a swift motion towards the sky, the surroundings plunged into darkness. A rift in the starry river opened in the heavens, severing the enormous hand. Yet, the immense force it harbored surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming and oppressive. The arduous international journey had worn Yang Chu thin. She yawned, bid me good night, and ended our voice call. Simultaneously, I collapsed onto my bed, utterly drained. Even the act of breathing felt laborious. Zhang Lu did not deny the situation. He needed to fend off Cao Cao while safeguarding Hanzhong, thus could only dispatch a single army. Lu Zhua, with an impassive demeanor, acted decisively. Reflecting his character, once a decision was made, he would not linger. Zhao Yun's gaze was tinged with urgency, though Lu Zhua's reasoning was sound. He could not accept that the Han family's fortune had run its course. This name, known as Mad Demon, had emerged a year prior as a merciless killer. Rumor had it within the realm of cultivation that the Mad Demon was an invincible force in the immortal domain hall. Even those at the initial stage of transformation would be obliterated in a single strike upon encountering him. Indeed, CEO Shao paid no mind as Lin Zheng sipped lemon juice, observing Yun Mayu deep in thought, finding her utterly charming. As expected, Yun Mayu's boyfriend was hosting a birthday celebration, inviting numerous friends, all young men laughing heartily, guzzling beer, and the clinking of glasses resounded incessantly, creating a cacophony. Mei Qingli, with the grace befitting a noble, resided outside the imperial city. Thus, the journey to the capital was not brief, taking roughly an hour. Finally, Mei Qingli lifted the curtain with a smile. Chun Chung chuckled, grasping a branch, and as Chris and the burly man were about to lose their jaws, he stepped into the teleportation array. Dressed as a servant, Yun Maoyu busied herself pouring wine and serving dishes, ever ready to attend to requests. Upon witnessing the remnants and severed limbs surrounding the cage, he could not help but furrow his brow, directing his gaze toward the confines within. Lin Yuran blushed deeply, her eyes shut tightly. It wasn't shyness that overcame her. Rather, it was the unprecedented experience of being pinned down so closely by a man. Astonishingly, her ample figure managed to trap the sword, which pressed against her throat, yet could not pierce her flesh. However, this did little to alter the overarching reality, for the might of the formidable dark figure was truly terrifying. Although Xingyun was the leader of the Wuliang sect, both Guangjin and Guangxing could be considered as elders. This predicament was complicated. The marriage had been arranged, and even if Qiujuan was dissatisfied, there was no recourse. A withdrawal from the engagement was out of the question unless something truly catastrophic occurred, for Qiujuan was destined to marry. The empty Taoist felt an overwhelming force that he could not withstand, instantly dismantling the intricate Taoist formations he had painstakingly set. Guanyin Bodhisattva had intended to sway Li Shimin to align with the Buddhist faction, yet unexpectedly, Taishang Laojun outmaneuvered her, strategically ensnaring Li Shimin under his command. At this moment, Qingshu Jinren eagerly seized upon a remark from Jing Xiang, attempting to steer the conversation towards the topic of the martial arts alliance leader. Shao immediately comprehended that this individual must be the one who had been lured away. Furthermore, a foul, unidentified liquid incessantly dripped onto Zhang Xiaofeng's face, causing his stomach to churn violently, yearning to expel its contents, yet finding himself unable to move. Father, Sister Linger is already unwell, and you still send her to the Cold Mountain Medical Hall. What if she contracts the plague? Su Jun expressed his concerns anxiously. Zhang Xiaofeng immediately retaliated with vitriolic insults directed at the bishop of the church, unleashing a frenzied barrage from his AK-47 upon the ecclesiastical figure. Oh no, oh no! Waking too late. If only we hadn't entered the city, the remnants of the sword muttered, leaving others in a state of heightened panic. Only Shimin Jing and the Soul of Death were privy to the unfolding events, while those exercising in the square remained oblivious. Initially, it was believed that the mine tunnel would seal off the path as it had during their first encounter with the bazaar. Yet, the reality was quite the contrary. The vast main mine tunnel appeared interminable. At Su Qiong's current pace, she could be likened to a first-rate spirit, akin to Ling Yechan Tao. The dragon's flight through the skies was thus formidable, even without the emergence of the dragon's tail. The transformation of her body and appearance transcended mere surgical intervention. It was sorcery. Yet, in the next moment, the ancient trees of the forest seemed to awaken, extending countless branches under Chu Yan's command, rapidly entwining around him. Outside the hospital, an extraordinary wedding took place. The groom was the emergency department head, Yi Fei, and the bride was the American expatriate, Annie. The teacher held their 3-month-old child, Yi Fei's own flesh and blood, his son Long, who, due to the tale of Yi Fei's demise in the Middle East, took after his mother. At 2:10, a throng emerged from the corridor, most pushing travel cases, followed by a group of Americans clad in suits and trench coats, their hair meticulously styled, presenting a gentlemanly appearance. At that moment, others turned their attention towards this scene, beginning to engage in hushed discussions. In light of this, I shall not impose further. Lu Wei offered a faint smile, expressing his regret with a shrug of his hands. The sound of footsteps emerged from a short distance behind them, and at that moment, Lin Yin also became aware of the noise. Upon further sensing, she discerned that the owner of the footsteps bore no trace of life, confirming once again that it was yet another ghost. Without a military order, the White Horse guerrilla camp permitted no one to enter, not even His Majesty, the King of Tang, let alone Fu Shao, a mere ordinary Taoist from Wudong Mountain. Lin Yin had previously experienced Yi Lan's reckless driving skills, which left her needing an entire day to recuperate. Upon hearing her words, Yi Lan assured her that he would drive in a proper manner this time. Flames flickered and danced. 3 boats were anchored in the bay, while 4 or 5 houses lined the shore, each resembling the stilt houses typical of the southern regions. Listening to her subordinate's report, Tianling could ascertain that the visitors had no connection to Ironwood Mountain. Yet, who were they, and why had they blocked the path? Questions swirled in her mind. However, after much contemplation, Alan found himself equally perplexed, as they had merely glanced at the dungeon while hastily approaching, seeing nothing but darkness. As the competition commenced, a radiant emblem appeared on the screen, and the words Noble Platinum caught everyone's attention. First, the bell artifact was activated. Its power could not directly suppress the goo worms, but its primary function was to influence the worms, slowing their retreat. Yi Sanshur was not a benevolent individual, for those who are truly kind often lead difficult lives. Is it not somewhat painful to continue living in such a manner? This is your opportunity. During this time, I will impart the foundational practices to you. The rest will depend on your own efforts, Yan Qixia remarked, watching the direction in which Wang Jin had vanished. Yet her hands were pinned below, unable to free themselves, and his knee pressed down on her legs, leaving her to squirm in resistance. In this half-hearted struggle, she was unexpectedly left completely exposed. Now, with the assurance provided by Shangwan Mingnan and Yulu, she felt no apprehension. She merely needed to focus on her own desires. Delaying any further would mean the dawn would break. He found himself growing impatient. Regardless of the circumstances, even if she were to change her mind midway, as long as she uttered a single refusal, he would never force her. No, that cannot be. Surely, she is emboldened by her connection to the crown prince, allowing her to act with such impunity. Once the crown prince falls in love with her, will she not then be able to eliminate that wretched woman? The overseers of Nanshan and Beishan both answered to the chieftain, yet their authority could not surpass that of the kings of the two mountains, although they would create a significant check on the king's power. Zhang Wuji tossed a vial of elixir to Feng Yi, who, upon inspecting it, revealed a hint of astonishment on his face. He then inwardly cursed Kuan Yunzi, that wretched being, for hoarding the divine elixir for himself instead of sharing it with Zhang Wuji. Nonetheless, Feng Yi understood Zhang Wuji's intentions for arriving at this place. Zhou's sister-in-law evidently transformed due to the demise of Madame Ma. Although she was eager to flee, she deemed it more crucial to seek assistance, perhaps rescuing others from a village. Upon learning that the emperor and empress intended to select a bride for him, Tang Lin increasingly felt the urgency to reclaim that which he had lost, a sense of desperation closing in on him. Tonight, he finally embarked on a quest to discover that immensely significant entity. "I never imagined I would encounter you here," Yi Shiyun remarked to the ice block before her. "Should we hide indoors? I have heard that our treatments necessitate adjusting to light and darkness." Jiao Yuzhen observed the still unconscious Jima Hanfei lying on the bed and spoke softly to Zisong along. It was uncertain whether Zhou had been excessively harsh or if his words had struck too deeply. Princess Yunjing could no longer endure and, surrendering to her emotions, wept loudly upon the wooden couch. Within the misty sea, numerous formidable cultivators engaged in secluded meditation, unwittingly coalescing into a formidable force. Without the protection of the misty sea, these practitioners would undoubtedly face disturbances from external powers. By the way, I have news for you. Soon, a multitude of powerful individuals will arrive in the 3,000 realms, many of whom possess extraordinary talents. The grand competition among the 3,000 realms has effectively commenced. The five elements divine sun chuckled. "Hush, sit back and watch. A splendid performance is about to unfold." The man, now resuming his seat of authority, whispered. The quantity of wedding candies brought back by Bien Jinwei indicated that his third son, Bieninan, was likely a staunch advocate of monogamy. Just as Li Ming prepared to shake off the hands that gripped him tightly, he realized, to his dismay,